Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Fellas, you know why this feels like an ambush and why it feels like women aren't taking accountability? It's because women did take accountability, but it looked different. Their accountability was raising them kids. Their accountability was dealing with that pain that you caused. Their accountability was laying prostrate on the ground, crying out to God and working with him, praying to him and asking him to relieve them of that pain and that trauma that you caused. Yeah, the accountability was working the 2 and 3 jobs to take care of the kids that you helped her create, but that you abandoned. Yeah, the accountability was her going to therapy and possibly being put on medication so she can remain calm and have a clear mind.
Are these women crazy? Honest to God, I'm just going to ask a question. Are y'all crazy? Do y'all realize that y'all asked for the thing that y'all put yourselves in a position to deal with? Don't you understand that the government basically incentivized y'all to break up y'all families and y'all took the bait, hook, line, and sinker, and now you got to swim upstream and you can't make it, and so as a result, you saying that you went to school, but in reality, all you did was put yourself in debt? That's not taking accountability. That's not even admitting that you were... Taking accountability is admitting that you're wrong. Taking accountability means taking ownership of the situation and then stop weaponizing your children against the father. Taking accountability is you admitting that you picked the wrong guy and that you chose to have children with him instead of trying to get mad at the guy that you knew wasn't shit, that was going to come back and then basically sleep on your couch, bust you down, but not necessarily send you no child support. Taking accountability is realizing that you should have married before you carried, and you should have, and you probably passed up on the man that was supposed to be your husband. That is what taking accountability is. And what taking accountability does is it prevents you and the future generations from making the same mistake over again. Instead of feeling as though you are powerful, I am woman, hear me roar, yes, we have been held accountable. No, you haven't. No, you have not been held accountable, not even a little bit. And this is why y'all got such bad attitudes right now. And it's unfortunate because every time you actually point a mirror at a woman, I'm not even saying go off on her. Point a mirror at her and let her know who she is and tell her about herself, or even gently confront her to help her to understand how she needs to move differently so that she can get better results. You know what they do? 9 times out of 10, they buck up. 9 times out of 10, they got an excuse. 9 times out of 10, they gonna tell you what it is that they feel, and they gonna try to turn it around and make it seem like it's your fault that they are the way that they are, instead of taking ownership and responsibility and and accountability of their circumstance and their situation. Listen, if you had a child out of wedlock, you don't get a gold star for raising a child that you basically bred, right? How about all of the women that basically is committing paternity fraud? Why are women advocating against updating family court laws? Why are women vehemently against paternity at birth? That's not taking accountability. That's not taking responsibility. Just because you raised your son to be feminine, just because you put your family at a disposition, just because you feel like you're a victim does not mean that you are a victim. And more importantly, it doesn't mean that you took responsibility and accountability. Let's hear a little bit more and then we're going to go from there.
That was the accountability. You didn't have you see, your accountability comes later, because those who are last shall be first and those who are first shall be last. So your accountability came later when you thought you got off scot-free.
Oh, she
This
thought
is
she
what's
ate.
happening. I'm gonna
Hey, she thought she ate on that one, fam.
I'm explaining to you what's happening. This is what's happening. Yeah. See, this is why you have to be careful of how you treat people. And you have to know who it is that you're dealing with. Because some of these hearts that you broken was God's daughters. Yeah, they were his daughters. There were women that he were really fond of. And now it's time for you to suffer the consequences.
What the fuck does that even mean, yo? No, honestly. Like, I don't know if this woman is from Louisiana and she got some voodoo or something like that. And I'm always going to put a link in the description back to the people. But what the fuck does that even mean? What is that? Don't you realize that women are worse off long term after divorce than men are? Don't you realize that not taking accountability doesn't necessarily justify your actions? All it does is prevent you from growing. And what is paying the price, paying the consequences? What does that even mean? Men at large are winning. And I hate to break into a baby girl, but if you look at the latest unemployment numbers, women, black women specifically, are disproportionately affected. Y'all got to stop breaking up your homes. You got to stop making excuses. You got to stop blaming the man. You got to stop blaming the racism. You got to stop picking wrong. You got to stop turning your sons gay. And you got to stop whining about it and running in the victim Olympics. Listen, this is what you advocated for. This is what you asked for. You believe in equal pay for equal rights. Obviously, we know that you're against consequences, though. Equal results for that. And so that's one of the reasons why y'all so angry at diversity, equity, and inclusion. We've seen the way that y'all voted on the last election. Most of y'all are still part of the Democrat plantation. Y'all don't even know God, because I don't even know most women that don't even start reading their Bible until they're in their late 50s and they've already suffered enough. And so now they're trying to atone for their sins, or they ain't got nothing else better to do other than to play bingo and then become cat ladies. So then they become a part of the church. And then that's why you see so many women that's a part of the church. I don't see it. Somebody in the chat, somebody right now, y'all help me to understand. Y'all bring me some insight. Help me to see how men are paying the price for whatever it is that she's talking about. Most men don't have children out of wedlock. Most men are not out here suffering. Majority of women have single baby mamas. And the majority of women are having those children with a minority of the men. So, they can sit here and gaslight you and try to sit there. And I know, of course, it's always going to be some simps in the chat that's in their DMs or is commenting on their pictures and all of that shit. We don't even care about that no more. Let them dudes suffer. Those are going to be the step baby daddies, the step crash dummies of tomorrow. So it is what it is. Listen, I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. I'm curious as to what y'all think about what this woman is saying. Make sure you let us know inside of the chat. Make sure you tap into the Patreon. Link is in the description. Teach Hanley 40% off your first order, 20% off of life. I love you. I appreciate you. I'm getting up out of here, man.
These red pill folks are just sad. I know that there are some bad women out there, just like they're bad men. But sitting here, like blaming every woman, for her plight. Um, None of this has anything to do with anything. This is what these red pill anti-blacks do. They just make broad generalizations 100% of the time. And then when you try and go, well, hey, so and so, when you try and get specific with them, first thing they do is, oh, I didn't say that. Yeah. These broad general arguments basically are a way for red pill motherfuckers not to be held accountable for what they say. I'm just getting into Anton Daniels now, and I'm he reminds me of so many people in this John Galt, Be Brave, a Ak Nation space. Like really, some substandard intelligence out there. And this is what happens when you basically encourage stupidity. The stupidity thinks that it's saying something and it's just not. So I got one more by Anton Daniels. Like I said, I'm just getting into the dude now. I've heard him talked about so much. I am unimpressed. So good morning, Portia. It is what it is. Now, this next video has Anton Daniels with one of my favorite. I can't help but like her. I have no idea why, but the pink pill is kind of like the other personality on here. She's very conservative, but she's a conservative divester. And a lot of what she says, isn't right up my alley, but God help me, I love her to death. She is so serious sometimes that she's silly, but I actually like her. I've been following her for years. So I'm a sucker for women, apparently. So here we go. This is entertaining, and this is a clip of a 3-hour show. And I'm tempted just to watch the 3-hour show once I'm done with all the news articles, because it's absolutely fascinating. But I think I might actually do that. But let's go ahead and just watch this clip, and then I'll get into some news stories.
Can I put the quiet part out loud? Go ahead,
Go ahead. Jess is rethinking that rebrand right now, but we'll get there. We're working on it. She's a little bit more feisty.
Whatever.
You
I
said
think
it takes
that-
the right one, Anton. That's it.
I think that two things can be true at the same time. I think that
That's the pink pill.
Black men in particular can find someone who they love that is non-Black, but still have an opinion about how Black women behave, right? I'm in an interracial relationship. I have an opinion about how I think some Black men behave. I think that both things can be true. I think that just in general, there's a lot of frustration from both the genders. Like the men, I got to be honest here, there was one point where I felt like the concerns that they brought up were kind of illegitimate until I actually heard women open their mouths and say the things that I've heard them say over the last 2-3 years. Like since COVID, it changed my mind. I honestly thought women were still sugar and spice and everything nice. I mean, I know that sounds naive, but I've been horrified. I've been absolutely horrified. So I can see how Black men would have legitimate concerns about Black women and say so, in the same way that I have legitimate concerns about Black men and I'm going to say so. Not all of them, but a certain segment, I have an opinion. And I feel like if I'm in an interracial relationship, that does not make me not Black anymore. So that means that I still have an investment.
Miss Phil, are you in or I believe you said you're engaged. Are you engaged to a non-Black man because of maybe being tired of being disappointed by your brothers?
No, because I didn't date so many of them that I could get to that point.
So you have to get Black men? Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear if you said you did or you didn't date Black men.
I said no because I didn't date enough of them to get to that point.
Well, why not?
Okay.
Because I'm a good observer, and there are certain things that I was just able to identify and see, and I decided to move around it. Once I realized what I was seeing, I moved around it.
So did you believe that there was no man that was of, I guess, African American descent that was quality or that met a certain standard that they should already have, and you felt that your chances would be better with another race?
No, but you know what I wasn't going to do? I was not going to climb every mountain, swim across the seas, the 7 seas, and down the valleys low and the mountains high and through the closets and through the crawl spaces. I was not going to do it. Yes, Lord, I went to the man who was best for the job, and the one who showed up and showed up quickly when I wanted him to show up. That's what happened.
Yes, that's right, Miss Pink.
Very interesting people, and I actually do think towards the end of the show, or maybe very last in the show, I'm going to watch it. It's a 3-hour video, and I'll just watch as much as I can. I find people like the Pink Pill and Anton Daniels, and these are kind of higher end YouTube creators, very well respected in their communities. So I find it very, even if I don't agree, with a lot of their politics or even their, culture critique, I find them tremendously interesting to watch. So, maybe it's just from an old man's perch. I'm fascinated to see what the youngins are doing. So what I'm going to do next, I said I was going to get into news articles, but forgot we didn't finish Vice President Vance's interview with Ross Douthat yesterday. So what I'm going to do is just rewind it back to the beginning and then just watch the whole thing. It's about an hour, but it's rare that you get a whole interview with JD Vance at this level. It's a New York Times interview. Ross Douthat is one of their conservative opinion columnists. He's Catholic. JD Vance is Catholic, and I will say a convert. And I know from personal experience that Catholic converts are more Catholic than cradle Catholics. I use my father and me as examples. I'm much more loose with my Catholicism. Blame it on the nuns. But anyway, we'll watch this because it's a pretty good interview, actually. And we go from there. And before we start the interview, please, everyone, make sure you hit the like button. Please subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel if you are new to the channel. And make sure that you spread, the wealth far and wide. How many YouTube creators actually do the boring thing and listen to New York Times interviews with the vice president? And make sure you support the host. It is one day away from Friday. So, that beer fund must be, I need help with the beer fund, folks. So, to make sure, did y'all know that Bud Light is actually made with rice? I had no idea. Maybe that's why it has that unique, crisp taste. And one of these days I'll have to see if I can't make a Bud Light commercial. Make sure that you support Portia J. She is our executive producer. And I've come to think of supporting Portia J as reparations. Essentially, when she came up with this show, she thought it was going to go a certain way. And I have disappointed her at a lot of different points. So she needs to be made whole. so she doesn't feel so bad with selecting me as the host and designing this show. So make sure you repair her. She needs reparations and she needs to be made whole. And do not leave her hanging. So let's get on with this interview. Oops, we need volume.
Policies. What is the Trump administration's definition of success on immigration policy, on trade policy? What does the vice president have to say to Americans who voted for this administration but have been surprised by some of its policy choices? This week in Rome, I'm talking to the vice president of the United States. Mr. Vice President, welcome to Interesting Times.
Thank you, Ross.
Try and contain your laughter.
Wait, is that actually the name of your podcast?
That is the name of our show.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Do we not live in interesting times?
We do live in interesting times.
So we're here in Rome.
Yeah.
This is the day after the papal inauguration.
Yeah.
But now it's the next day.
It is.
And you just met with Pope Leo XIV.
I did.
The first American.
I have to make a comment that they're both in Rome after meeting the coronation of the most important American in the world, that is Pope Leo XIV.
American Pope.
Yeah.
So what did you talk about?
Well, I want to be respectful, of course, of the private conversation we had. I mean, generally we talked about issues the Vatican cares a lot about. Obviously, they care about the migration issue. They care a lot about world peace. They care a lot about what's happening in Russia, Ukraine. They care a lot about what's happening with Gaza and Israel. Very productive conversation. I mean, amazing to me. As you know, I was one of the last world leaders to meet with Pope Francis on Easter Sunday before he passed away. I'm actually wearing the tie that he gave me, which is very cool.
Let's see.
Yes, yeah, very excited about it.
So that's the Vatican seal.
That's right.
On polka dots.
Yes, yeah, on dark blue polka dots. But it's been in the life of one person's faith who happens to be an American political leader. It's been really an amazing 3-4 weeks, and I'm sure I'll have some time to think about it and reflect on what it all means. But really just honored to be here and thrilled to be a part of it.
How does being either a Catholic or just a Christian shape your politics? In the sense of, just to be specific, what are things that you feel like you believe or care about in politics that are specific to Christianity rather than conservatism, the Republican Party, and so on? How would your worldview be different if you weren't a Catholic Christian?
Well, I think one of the criticisms that I get from the right is that I am insufficiently committed to the capital M market. And I am a capitalist. I believe the market economy is the best way of provisioning goods and services and coordinating people across a very complex society. But I'm not one of these people who says every intervention in the market, for example, trade, which I'm sure that we'll get into, if you apply a tariff on an import good, there are a lot of people who say, well, that is a violation of some market rule. I think one of the things that I take from my Christian principles and Catholic social teaching specifically, whether you agree with the specific policies of our administration, is look, the market is a tool, but it is not the end state, is not the purpose of American politics.
I want to make a point here, and he won't say this, but that is very Poliani. There are two ways of looking at the market, and libertarians of Hayek, Mises, von Mises, they basically think that markets should be just unleashed and man serves the market. Basically, market is almost like a god in a way. The market knows this, the invisible hand of the market. And by the way, the invisible hand of the market has been overplayed by the Hayekians. Adam Smith didn't quite mean it the way we mean it today. And I'll get into that one of these days. I've been meaning to reread a couple Adam Smith texts, and maybe I'll just do that in the shorter term and then do shows about it. The other way to look at it is a more Poliani. Poliani was kind of a rival to Hayek. His view was the market is a tool, much like JD Vance is describing here. Now, I don't believe Vance that much, but I do kind of sense that he knows that there's more to life than money and markets. And I don't give Vance very many compliments, but that'll be one of them. Or maybe a more Keynesian view. I'm not that familiar with Keynes, oddly enough. But anyway, enough of that boring stuff. But I don't dislike Vance, but that's why I'm kind of want to watch this video. Other than Hillbilly Elegy, which I've read, I don't get him. He is very mundane compared to Donald Trump. And other than, hey, he's got an interesting wife, and, he's risen to prominence, not too differently than Obama did, that one term in the Senate sort of thing. So anyway, I'm nattering on here.
Politics. The purpose of American politics should be to encourage our citizens to live a good life. And part of that is good, dignified work. Part of that is having a high enough wage that you can support a family. That very much flows from my Catholicism. To be clear, I'm not saying it has to flow, and that people who are, don't share my faith can't worry about those things. But that is something very much that I take from Catholic social teaching. And it certainly influences my views on economics. I mean, obviously, I'm pro-life. I care about the rights of the unborn. That very much flows from my Christian perspective. And there's a lot of stuff, right? When I talk about family policy, we talked about this a little bit with the Holy Father today. But, look, American society, I think, has become way too hostile to family formation. I think it's probably true across the West. In some ways, maybe the Europeans are even worse off than we are. But Europe and America have been quite bad at supporting families over the last generation. And I think you see that in the fact that fewer people are choosing to start families. That's something else that I think a lot about because of my faith. So it would be easier to say, what does your faith not cause you to think about? Because, when you really believe something, and I do believe it, not saying I don't have doubts, I think everybody does, but when you really believe something, it ought to influence how you think about the way that you do your job, the way that you spend time with your wife and your children. It just kind of necessarily informs how I live my life.
And then how should a Catholic politician like yourself think about issues where either the hierarchy of the church or the Pope himself seems to be critical of the stances you're taking? And I just want to preface this, right? This is going to lead us into a conversation about immigration. But I mean, I think one of the notable, you mentioned migration as one of the political issues that the Holy Father
I knew the hard questions
wanted to talk about.
Easy.
And well, I think it's useful to have context.
No,
right?
I agree.
Historically, American presidents have tended to almost always have some set of issues where they're not in tune with the Vatican.
Yeah.
And for Ronald Reagan, it could be the nuclear issue. There was conflict, at least between the Reagan administration and elements of the church on nuclear nonproliferation. There was also conflict over Reagan-era policy in Central America. Obviously, liberal and democratic administration, it tends to be around abortion and issues related to that. But then even George W. Bush, as much as some conservative Catholics wanted to downplay the fact that Pope John Paul II was against the Iraq War, the Vatican was against the Iraq War.
Yes.
Right. And so that was a point of tension.
And they were right.
And they were right. You and I agree. So when you have, and clearly there is some tension between Trump administration policy and things that the Pope thinks or the Vatican thinks, how do you as a Catholic think about that tension?
Yeah.
What is the normal, what is the response?
Yeah. And this is, I mean, we probably talk all morning about this, but
we'll try not to.
It's interesting. So let me give you a very specific instance of the tension. So yesterday after the Mass,
That was cut.
I am a Catholic. I believe that he, meaning Pope Leo, is actually the shepherd of 1.4 billion Catholics. And so there are things like bowing before him, kissing the ring, that are signs of respect for a spiritual father. Okay. But on the world stage, I'm not there as JD Vance, a Catholic parishioner. I'm there as the Vice President of the United States and the leader of the president's delegation to the Pope's inaugural mass. And so, it was interesting. Some of the protocols about how I respond to the Holy Father were much different than how I might respond to the Holy Father. How might you might respond to the Holy Father purely in your capacity as a citizen. And so that's just like one very concrete observation about the tensions.
Is there actually a rule that says you as vice president should not kiss the papal ring?
The protocol is that American presidents and vice presidents do not bow before foreign leaders do not kiss any rings. And obviously, given our history, you can appreciate that. So no sign of disrespect, but
Right.
important to observe the protocols of the country that I love and that I'm representing.
I think it's very, I could make all kinds of jokes about this. No, he doesn't kiss the Pope's ring, but he kisses Donald Trump's ass. So I had to get that one out.
That I serve as vice president.
Come on, Stanley.
But sort of that's an easy thing, right? This is more difficult, this question. And I think there are sort of three ways of thinking about it. And I tend to fall in the middle. Okay, so way number one, and you see some Catholics or some Christians say this, is they'll say, well, politics is politics, policy is policy, religion is religion. And, we wish the Pope all his best, or we wish the church all its best in its moral teachings, but we got to focus on policy. And these are two totally separate matters. But I think that's wrong, because it understates the way in which all of us are informed by our moral and religious values. So that's not the right way to do it. I think another way to do it would be to say, I'm just going to do everything the Holy Father tells me to do. I think that would be...
Some people were worried about that with John F. Kennedy.
Of course,
as I recall.
yeah. And I think that would be a violation of the U.S. Constitution. But certainly, I think just my obligation more broadly as a vice president to serve the American people, you've got to think about this stuff. But I think the way that I take it is, on the migration question in particular, you have to think about what they've said. And when the church says, yes, we respect the right of a country to enforce its borders, you also have to respect the rights of migrants, the dignity of migrants, when you think about questions like deportation and so forth. And so you have to be able to hold two ideas in your head at the same time. And I'm not saying I'm always perfect at it, but I at least try to think about, okay, there are obligations that we have to people who in some ways are fleeing violence or at least fleeing poverty. I also have a very sacred obligation, I think, to enforce the laws and to promote the common good of my own country, defined as the people with the legal right to be here. One issue in particular, I've talked to a lot of cardinals this weekend, just because there are a lot of cardinals here in Rome. And one of the arguments that I've made, very, very respectfully, I've had a lot of good, respectful conversations, including with cardinals who very strongly disagree with my views on migration, is that, it's easy to get locked in sort of a left versus right. The left respects the dignity of migrants. The right is motivated by hatred. I think far too many people, obviously that's not my view, but I think some liberal immigration advocates get locked in that view, that the only reason why JD Vance wants to enforce the borders more stridently is because he's motivated by some kind of hatred or some kind of grievance. And, the point that I've tried to make is that if you are me, I don't know if this is true of anybody else, but I think a lot about this question of social cohesion in the United States. I think about how do we form the kind of society, again, where people can raise families, where people join in institutions together, where, what I think Burke would have called the mediating layers of society are actually healthy and vibrant. And I do think that those who care about what might be called the common good, they sometimes underweight how destructive to the common good immigration at the levels and at the pace that we've seen over the last few years. I really do think that social solidarity is destroyed when you have too much migration too quickly. And so that's not because I hate the migrants or I'm motivated by grievance. That's because I'm trying to preserve something in my own country.
That is a very, very nice and elegant way of saying that they don't want one of the fundamentals of American culture disturbed. And the more radical of the MAGA clan would say it's a white man's country, We like, the bourgeois values, the bourgeois, Northern European sort of value system. And if you get too many immigrants in here at one time, that quote solidarity gets threatened. And it's one of the reasons behind Black fatigue. SKC and I had a very interesting conversation yesterday where, SKC contends that, quote, Black culture is a culture of rebellion. And I countered that no, what you're calling rebellion, because he talks about slave revolts and he talks about, some of the Ida B. Wells came up for some very odd reason in my mind. Ida B. Wells, for instance, was a rebel in that she complained about lynching. And I'm like, no, that's not rebellion. That's demanding you don't get treated like a second-class citizen. My point is that if you don't fall in line with the cultural values, the bourgeois values that white people in America, and when I say white people, I'm really just talking more conservative elites, people like a Pat Buchanan, people like a Donald Trump, people especially like an Amy Wax, where Western culture, Western values, you hear it all the time, white people are the best people in the world and we are world leaders, we built the world. As a matter of fact, you didn't build it voluntarily. You weren't the Pied Pipers of culture. People didn't willingly follow. So bottom line is, JD Vance is very elegant, and I applaud his elegant words about, social solidarity. What he means is they don't want a browning of America. And if you let too many non-white people in, this country will pretty much cease to be. We essentially what he's saying is they will not replace us.
Hey, Stanley. What's up, buddy?
What's going on, 12th man?
Not much. You're right in a lot of ways, Stanley. You're like the white man did pretty much colonize the world and then set the standards for.
Well, I want to, people want to act like, and I don't just mean white people, those who don't know history and they know who they are. And it's not you, as a matter of fact. People will say, well, America ended slavery almost before anyone else, which isn't true. However, America didn't, America ending slavery, it took a war to do it. People died. So it wasn't basically like, oh, hey, the founding fathers got together one day and said, hey, let's end it. It wasn't like that. It took a war to do it. And people
still going on.
One of the reasons the far right does not, they want a patriotic education, is because they want to emphasize the good stuff and kind of gloss over the bad stuff. Bottom line is America did not voluntarily end slavery, and they sure as shit did not voluntarily give civil rights. It took people dying, people getting bit by dogs, people getting beat up over the Edmund Pettus Bridge, to even literally America was going to ignore it until, thank God for TV. They just didn't like seeing other kids getting bitten by dogs and hosed with fire hoses. So anyway, I've gone on way more than I thought I would. Bottom line is, it's Vance is elegantly saying they don't want America to become less bourgeois values.
Well,
And it
can I
takes a
say
while to us.
something,
Yes.
Stanley?
What is it?
There's still slavery going on and
I don't care.
the
I'm
Middle
not.
East
No.
and
Whoa,
all
whoa,
that
whoa, whoa.
shit, and
This is
North
the best.
Africa.
Okay, dude,
There's,
your ass will be off this panel. I'm not talking about Africa.
Unified
still
nation.
doing
And I don't
it
think that can
over
happen if you have
I
too much
don't give a
immigration, typically.
fuck.
Let me propose a theory of sort of papal interventions in politics.
Okay.
When we talk about slavery in the world and slavery in Africa, it will be apropos. Okay. This globalizing America's history does not work with me. And you can take that to a Be Brave panel, or you can take it to an SKC panel, or someone who wants to basically say everyone else did it. America's not so bad for doing it. I'm not one of those people. So you can save it.
Which is that it might be useful to think of issues where presidents end up in some kind of tension with the papacy as zones of temptation for people like yourself.
Okay.
Meaning that it's not that when the Pope says,
well, that's not good. Why are we buffering like this? No.
Are you part Catholic, Stanley?
Am I what?
Are you like
zones
a
of danger? So
Catholic?
for instance,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Are you a Catholic?
A captain?
A Catholic?
Yeah, I was born and raised Catholic.
All right.
Yep. As a matter of fact, the parish I grew up in is, I think it's either the oldest or one of the oldest Black Catholic parishes in America. St. Benedict's, Clarence Thomas grew up in the same parish. So yeah, there's a little colony of the Catholics did well, basically, look up St. Benedict's in Savannah.
Savannah?
If it's
yep.
If it's not the oldest, it is like
that's a great big building, isn't it? Like full of architecture and art.
No, you're thinking of the cathedral in Savannah. No, St. Benedict's is one. There are a lot of parishes, like smaller churches in Savannah. The cathedral's downtown. As a matter of fact, I went to the Cathedral Day School. There used to be a school, and they might have reopened it right next to the cathedral. I literally grew up in that square. That is my favorite part of Savannah. The cathedral, the square. There was a bookstore. There was a candy store. There was Clary's Drugs, which comes up in Midnight of the Garden of Good and Evil. I literally grew up in a very historic, picturesque part of Savannah.
Yeah, my one friend, Portland Indy, another YouTuber, he went and walked all around down there, man. Just looking at the churches was kind of mesmerizing if you could ignore all the homeless people laying all over the street.
Well, I didn't see any homeless people. You'll have to tell me where they are.
For instance, to take the Iraq War example, right? Sure. Like while George W. Bush.
I mean, I literally was, last time I was in Savannah was last July. We literally walked, my son and I, from River Street all the way up to the cathedral. I didn't Oddly enough, and that actually I didn't think about it, but no, I did not see any homeless people. I'll have to go look for them.
Bush was getting ready to go to war, people who defended the decision to go to war in Iraq would say, look, even if the Pope is against it, this is a prudential judgment. It's a judgment that a statesman has to make. It's not the judgment the Pope has to make. And I think they were right.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, it would have been useful, perhaps, for more people in the Bush administration to say, okay, as we're thinking about this war, the fact that the Pope is against it should, make us think, let's say 10% more carefully. Take 10% more moral care around, what's going to happen to Christian minorities in the Middle East, for instance, if we invade Iraq, something like that, right?
Yeah.
Or to take a case like Joe Biden, the former president of the United States. I look at his career
Stanley,
and his relationship to the church on issues like abortion, and I see a kind of...
Yes, sir.
Why is he talking about 20-year-old wars? This guy right here, like, ask him about wars that are already done and over with. I mean, what's the point?
Well, it's kind of like you talking about slavery in Africa when I'm talking American slavery. So that's a good question.
Kind of tragic story where Biden starts out as a pro-life Catholic, pro-life politician. Biden, by the end of his career, because of the nature of partisan politics, has just ended up with a position on abortion indistinguishable from the secular left. And sort of step by step, piece by piece, he ended up...
Well, let me tell you why, Ross. It's called a democracy. And sometimes a politician has to do what the people want versus what he personally wants. I don't know why this is such a difficult concept. So that would be my answer. Too bad I'm not there. But I bet Vance won't give my answer.
Up alienated from his faith. So when I feel like for someone in your position, whatever the Pope says about immigration, yes, it doesn't imply that you need to change, your general policy overnight, but it means that you need to be aware that this is a zone where you're exposed to a certain kind of partisan temptation. Yeah. What do you think about that kind of analysis?
I think that's fair. It's more linear and more structured than what I just said, but I think it's pretty consistent with what I just said. That, it's not you follow commandments. It's also not that you just disregard these things or sort of say, oh, well, I know what this guy thinks, but I have to make a prudential judgment differently. I think it's that you make a prudential judgment informed very much by the church's teachings as reflected by these leaders. And by the way, you mentioned Joe Biden. Two things on this. First of all, we just found out, actually right before I was walking in here, that apparently he's got some very serious health issues. So we wish the former president the best in his health. I also, to be candid, and this is going to sound like I'm beating up on him, I really don't know how much Joe Biden's late evolution on abortion was that thought out. I mean, far be it from me to defend Joe Biden, but I really think the more that we learn, the more that we see the policy of the Biden administration was driven much more by staff than it was by the elected president.
I think that's probably fair to say. And yeah, I would join you in expressing sympathy and so on.
I love that. I love that crafty, underhanded, well, we're, given his current health situation, he probably wasn't, thinking about it day to day because he wasn't really mentally competent day to day. It was the staff doing it. That is most presidencies, but I will say that Biden literally gave them that sort of comment on a silver platter. And by the way, at some point, there's another New York Times editorial opinion piece towards the end of the show that addresses what Vance and Ross just smugly put forth.
In solidarity with the former president on his cancer diagnosis. All right, but I'm gonna come back to that zone of temptation idea as we get a little bit deeper into the actual policy debate. So we're going to talk about immigration and trade with a similar sort of big picture question in both cases, right?
Great.
So start with immigration. The Trump administration, when you were running for president, basically made two promises. We're going to secure the border, and we're going to deport a substantial number of the people who entered illegally under the previous administration. I would say that you have been honestly more successful than I expected at swiftly securing the border.
Sure.
On deportations, it seems like the actual process is not moving that quickly, and there's a lot of debates about in the courts and elsewhere about relatively small numbers of potential deportees.
Sure.
So looking ahead 4 years from now, what would constitute success in immigration policy at the end of this term?
Well, I mean, one, not to pat ourselves on the back too much, but I do think the most important success is stopping the flow of illegal migration to begin with. And I think that the president has succeeded wildly on that. I agree. Greater than my expectations. And I had high expectations, but we've done a very good job there. And I think the president deserves a great deal of credit. You know, on the deportation question, so first is just a minor wonky point that kind of bothers me when in the way that's reported in the media is sometimes you will hear people say that deportations in the Trump administration are down relative to the Biden administration. That is in fact an artifact of the fact that the Biden border was effectively wide open. In other words, if somebody comes across the border illegally and you immediately turn them around, or you schedule a deportation hearing and say, hey, come back for your hearing, a lot of both of those would get counted as deportations. So you can have a lot of deportations when you have quite literally millions of people per year walking across the border. That's low-hanging fruit in terms of deportation. So
I want to make a point here. I don't necessarily disagree with what Vice President Vance is saying, but I want to point out that immigration reform, comprehensive immigration reform, has been batted around for decades now. And, it was always the conservative position that we secure the border first, then we go back and we do the comprehensive immigration reform. Well, I want to point out that the border has been pretty much secured. Where is the talk of actually changing the law, which, in my opinion, was what was the attractant? Okay, if you cross the border and declare asylum, and the U.S. is now obligated to provide food and shelter and all that stuff, that's the encouragement. I don't hear talk of that. And the other thing I want to point out is that to close the border and to do the deportation, you pretty much have to defy the law and defy democratic norms. That was the problem in the first place. As weak as it sounds, Biden was pretty much following the law, and the law is the problem. The comprehensive immigration reform needs to be happening alongside this failure of deporting people. The courts are throwing up roadblocks or supposed roadblocks because you're having to defy the law to get the issues solved. And my thing is, you know what? Congress isn't doing much these days. These laws, I don't think you need 60%, a 60% majority in the Senate to get immigration reform dealt with. Now, I could be wrong, but it's only budgetary issues that are 60%, and maybe a couple other things. I don't think immigration law is one of them. Why are these people not dealing with the statutes? This is what I'm not getting. And ultimately, pat yourself on the back, but these are very short-term gains. They can be rolled up and reversed once Trump is out of office. I don't understand why no, don't disturb me. I'm talking. I don't understand why the law is not being dealt with, the statutory stuff. That way you get rid of the attractant. That way, when a president decides to do mass deportations, he might not be skirting the law so much. It is a very, what would be the word? It is a very inelegant way of dealing with this problem. And I don't expect better of Trump. I might expect better of Vance, but if Trump doesn't fucking wise up, Vance will never be president. What do you have to say?
Well, you know, Obama had already.
I don't give a shit about Obama. Obama is not president. Why are we doing the whataboutism? Obama's not president. Biden's not president. I'm literally talking about Trump and Vance, not Obama. Don't do the what. I am not into the whataboutism. The whataboutism. When I talk American slavery, you want to talk about African slavery. When I talk present, motherfucker, don't tell me to hold on. God damn it. You know me better than this, 12th man. Don't be fucking doing the whataboutism. Where does Obama come into this? He doesn't. Dude, you know me better than this. What the fuck are you doing? I don't care about Obama's policy. I kind of have to care about Biden's policy because he was literally the last president, but I don't get distracted by that far right bullshit that you and the other MAGAs want to pull. I don't give a fuck about Obama. I'm talking Trump.
Well, can I say Democrats then?
I don't care about Democrats. Are Democrats in power right now? Literally. No, motherfucker. Don't talk about Democrats. They have zero power right now. They hold zero branches of government. They hold zero branches of government. It is all Republican. Dude, I don't get distracted by the whataboutism. Don't tell me. Don't give me. You literally are saying, what about the Democrats? You are literally living whataboutism right now.
Stanley,
I don't care about. I don't care. Who cares about the Democrats? Who cares about the Democrats? Who cares about the Democrats? They don't hold power.
Yeah, evidently they do because.
Evidently, no, sir. Evidently, they don't. What evidence are you presenting that they have power? What evidence can you present that the Democrats are in power right now?
By blocking Trump from deporting criminals and shit.
Motherfucker, that's the judiciary. That's not the Democrats.
Yeah, well
okay, hey, dumbass, don't come up and talk politics with me because I know about 100 times more.
It's okay for
the judges that are doing these injunctions, some of them are literally Trump appointees. There are Trump appointees on the court, on the Supreme Court, that have problems with what Trump is doing. How do you explain that? They're not Democrats. They're not Democrats. They are Trump appointees.
Democrats will go into the midterms.
Motherfucker. All I have to say is you can't scapegoat Democrats. You cannot scapegoat Democrats because they're not in power. They hold no power. It is all Trump all the time. Trump controls all. When you blame Democrats, it's because Trump is allowing you to blame Democrats.
As y'all do these singers and dances in front of these ICE facilities and stick up for immigrants. Black people are noticing, dude.
I'm
It's
sorry,
gonna
what?
come back to
What
bite
people?
you in the ass.
What people?
Like the
What
black
people?
congressman and that
Okay,
new
motherfucker, you know what?
Jersey
You know what?
mayor.
I'm going to give you, I'm going to
After,
get, so now it's not Democrats, it's black people that are the problem. Is that what you're
yeah, so
saying?
black
Whoa,
congressman.
motherfucker. I will put you in back until you can clarify yourself. So it's not Democrats that are the problem, it's black people?
No, black Democrats sticking up
Okay,
for
so it's
illegal
black
immigrants.
people. So most black people vote Democrat, at least in the voter base. So it's black people's fault.
Not
Is that what you're
really.
saying? Because
Not
motherfucker,
anymore.
you sound just like Be Brave. It's black
They're
Democrats'
voting
fault,
from the
motherfucker. No, sir. I'm not letting you skip away from
Stanley.
this, motherfucker. Don't Stanley me. Okay, so it's black Democrats' fault. And most black people who vote Democrat. 80% of black men, 92% of black women. So this is black people's fault, is what your dumb ass is saying?
Saying that? Nope.
Well, motherfucker, you said black, and you said Democrats. I was talking Republicans, the people in power, and all of a sudden black Democrats come up. What the fuck is up with that? You sound like Be Brave. It's black people's. Essentially, what you're saying is it's black people's fault. That's what you're saying.
Well, if they want to go chill out at a nice facility and get arrested for a great big showdown or whatever.
Motherfucker, you are literally blaming black people. You are blaming black people for the motherfucker. You think you're up here, dude, you're up here really by the grace of God.
Thank you, sir.
All I'm saying is that it's not black people's fault, because black people don't hold political power in this white man's country, and Democrats are not in power right now because all three branches of the federal government are controlled by Republicans. Stop blaming Democrats. Stop blaming Democrats for MAGA incompetence.
Around sticking up for illegal immigrants over their own people.
Okay, motherfucker, you know what? You know what? I expect a racist like you to bring black people into this. So let's go on. Motherfucker, I said what I said. Let me say it again. I expect a racist like you to blame black Democrats.
So just a point of clarification.
That's completely fair. At the current pace of deportations, you would be deporting numbers commensurate with prior presidents and not commensurate with the numbers that entered.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, look, it's, and I'm sure that New York Times listeners are going to be scandalized by this line of argumentation, but I think it's really important that in some ways the deportation infrastructure that is developed in the United States is not adequate to the task given what Joe Biden left us. Now there
DJ MFB, he might not be in your book. He is in my book. And I think I know a little bit more about racism than you do. And racist behavior. Motherfucker, all I have to say is you are entitled. He's not literally. If you are going to blame black Democrats, and he was very specific in who he was going to blame. If you're going to do that, and this isn't just this conversation that I'm basing my opinion on, Mike from Boston, I've known 12th Man over these YouTube streets, YouTube airwaves for months, and I don't make snap judgments like that.
Come
I
on,
think John.
Stanley. You
I
know
think
I'm
John.
not a
I
racist.
think. I think a lot of people in this John Galt space are racist.
I'm not a racist. You know that, Stanley.
You know what? You may not think you are.
Now, there are different estimates here of how many illegal immigrants came in under the Biden administration. Was it 12 million? Was it 20 million? You know, it's hard to count this stuff because you have known gotaways, you have unknown gotaways, you have the people that we never even saw across the border. So there's a little bit of guesswork in all this. I actually think the numbers are closer to 20 to 12 million.
I mean,
But
just to pause there, one of the most, I would say,
because your own guy, you like the papist on the right? The
What?
interviewer.
What the fuck is a papist?
Or
You mean a
what they
pape?
were
You mean
talking
a
about.
you mean a papist? So not only are
Whatever.
you a racist, you are anti-Catholic too.
No, but
Nobody
said
but anti-Catholics use the term papist. And by the way, Mike, Mike says you have never struck him as maliciously racist. Who says racists have to be malicious? Some of the nicest people I know are racist.
Well, I
But
am
they're
a
still,
part of the
but they're
local
still,
militia.
but they're still racist. So malicious is not like the, part of the definition of racist. What else do you have to say? You were asking about papists.
Well, that one guy.
Because they're both Catholic. They're both Catholic, by the way.
And he was saying that you would have to use extraordinary measures to get all these, people out of the country that Joe Biden let in.
Okay, well, what do you think he means? What do you think he means by extraordinary measures? Does that mean break the law?
Well, not really. If you use
Just answer
that
the question.
emergency law.
Does extraordinary measures, in quotes, mean it's okay to break the law?
Yeah, just get them out of here.
Does does extraordinary measures mean Trump and others are free to break the law?
That's a good question, Stanley.
Oh, I know it is. That's why I asked it. What is your answer? Do you have a good answer?
Well, I guess the Supreme Court is wavering right now whether Trump has the right to use that emergency act.
Okay, let me ask you again. Let me ask you again, because it really has nothing to do with what you just said. Do extraordinary measures mean it's okay to break the law?
No, but if they're going
okay, well, just checking. Now let's deal with the fake emergencies that Trump has decided to impose. What the Supreme Court is having to grapple with is if there are indeed emergencies, and that answer would be no, there are not emergencies. It's fake, and there is no invasion from south of the border, because if there was, it wouldn't be so easy to stop now, would it? Okay, the democratic norms and the outright anti-constitutional stance, I don't think is warranted. And again, I don't have a problem with a lot of Trump's goals. I have a problem with his methods. So that's where I stand.
I'd say hardcore critical of illegal immigration think tanks, when I looked into this, had its estimate, I think, in the 10 to 12 million range, right? So
they did, and I think they're undercounting it, because I think they're counting the people that we were aware of. I don't think they were counting that estimate unknown gotaways. They weren't counting certain classes of asylum seekers, of TPS seekers. So they were answering a question as honestly as they could. But I think if you look at the grand scheme of it, it's higher. But look, whether it's 12 million or whether it's 20 million, it's a lot. And that is a lot of work ahead of us. Now, there are two things that we can do. I think one thing is a little bit easier and one thing is a little bit harder. And the first thing is you just have.
Well, I promise I won't be stopping this every sentence, but such interesting comments. Sorry, DiCapriano, the you ends to a means. There is a justify in that kind of aphorism. The ends justify the means is the actual saying. And the question is, like I said, I have a problem with the method. Okay. Achieving the ends by breaking the law. People get rich or richer by robbing a gas station. Okay. The ends don't justify the means.
Right.
Okay. And I do not think, especially if there are multiple ways to get to the ends. Okay. You can slow this down and actually think of methods that don't violate law. You could change the law is my goddamn point. If you change the fucking law, I don't have a problem. But no one seems to want to do that.
Well, that's what they're trying to do with the big.
No, they're not trying. They are not trying to. They are not trying to change.
Immigration law.
They are not trying.
There's a lot of immigration law.
I have not seen any attempt in the first 120, 110 days, whatever it is. I've not seen any attempt to change immigration law.
There's a lot of reform.
I have not heard any attempt to change immigration law. Enlighten me. What exactly have they done?
In the big beautiful bill, Stanley.
I'm sorry, what?
It's in the big beautiful bill that reform immigration and make a lot of stuff they're doing illegal and put tens of thousands or more troops here and there and on the coast guard and everywhere.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, sir. I said asylum. I said immigration law. Putting troops somewhere is not immigration law.
Yeah, it is.
The actual
it's
law
not.
enforcement infrastructure to make this possible. Again, I think that we should see people
dude, I'm not gonna see this. I waste my time debating shit that is obvious. Putting troops on the border is not immigration law.
Yeah, but it's also reform.
Hey, motherfucker, I literally just said, okay, what I'm talking about is there is law that says if someone comes across the border and declares him or herself a refugee, the government is obligated to provide the basic necessities of life. Motherfucker, do not. This, I don't know where you think you are, but it's not on a panel that I should be disturbed when I'm talking. The laws, the immigration laws, we are not attempting to change them. They are in place, and I think that's where you should be starting. Putting troops on the border, that's a palliative. It is not changing immigration law.
I'm saying that immigration, the reformed immigration is in the big beautiful bill,
and I'm saying it's not.
It is. You just won't listen.
To treat people humanely, but I do think that a lot of these illegal immigrants have to go back to where they came from, and that requires more law enforcement officers. It requires more beds at deportation facilities. It just requires more of the basic nuts and bolts of how you run a law enforcement.
So more law enforcement numbers and more beds at a deportation center is immigration law?
No, reforming asylum laws and how they just
Not in
sneak in
not
there.
in not in the big beautiful bill.
Yes, it is.
It is
Reform
not.
of
It is
asylum
not.
is in there.
Okay, then if you know where it is, find it, please.
Enforcement regime in the context of deportation. And that's one of the main things in the big beautiful bill that is moving through Congress right now, is more money for immigration enforcement. That's what that money is for, to facilitate that deportation infrastructure. There's a much more difficult question. And I think you see the president's frustration. I've obviously expressed public frustration on this, which is, yes, illegal immigrants, by virtue of being in the United States, are entitled to some due process. Okay. But the due process
under a legislative stand, to be clear,
yes,
this is based on legislation. It's not based on, like, the judges who are making these decisions are not inventing this standard. It is a legislative standard.
But the amount of process that is due and how you enforce those legislative standards and how you actually bring them to bear is I think very much an open question. And I think that what you've seen, and I remember when I was in law school, there were all of these people who were wanting to become immigration lawyers. And there was almost a certain buzz around immigration law at the time because there was so much gray area. There was so much open space where the courts would interpret how to apply these rules. Now, in the context of the United States in 2011, 2012, 13, when I was in law school, we had, significant illegal immigration, but not that much. There was this idea that you could use the asylum claim process and you could use the refugee process and you could use all of these other tools of the immigration enforcement regime to actually make it harder to deport illegal aliens. And then what happened is a lot of very well-funded NGOs went about the process of making it much harder to deport illegal aliens. And that's what we inherited in the year of our Lord, 2025, is a whole host of legal rules. And in some cases, not even legal rules as much as arguments that had made by left-wing NGOs that hadn't actually been ruled on by the courts yet.
Right.
And what we're finding, of course, is that a small but substantial number of courts are just making it very, very hard for us to deport illegal aliens. And, Stephen Miller, who, of course, is sort of our immigration czar in the White House, a good friend of mine, he's thinking of all of these different and new statutory authorities, right? Because there are a lot of different statutory authorities the president has to enforce the nation's immigration laws. And there is, candidly, frustration on the White House side that we think that the law is very clear. We think the president has extraordinary plenary power. Yes, you need some process to confirm that these illegal aliens are in fact illegal aliens,
right,
and not American citizens.
Right.
But that it's not like we're just throwing that process out. We're trying to comply with it as much as possible and actually do the job that we were left. And let me just make one final sort of philosophical point here.
Mm-hmm.
I worry that unless the Supreme Court steps in here, or unless the district courts exercise a little bit more discretion, we're running into a real conflict between two important principles in the United States. Principle one, of course, is that courts interpret the law. I think principle two is that the American people decide how they're governed, right? That's the fundamental small d democratic principle that's at the heart of the American project. I think that you are seeing, and I know this is inflammatory, but I think you are seeing an effort by the courts to quite literally overturn the will of the American people. And to be clear, it's not most courts, but I think what the Supreme Court has to do, and I saw an interview with Chief Justice Roberts recently where he said,
its job is to obviously decide cases, but in the course of that, check the excesses of Congress or of the executive, and that does require a degree of independence.
The role of the court is to check the excesses of the executive. I thought that was a profoundly wrong sentiment. That's one half of his job. The other half of his job is to check the excesses of his own branch. And
this is the crux of the problem. Check is literally what each branch of the government does to the other. I don't see a problem with that statement, and I hope that a Yale-trained lawyer knows that the purpose of the judiciary is to check the other branch. And you know what? That case that we listened to last week, the one where Solicitor General Sowers wanted basically, it was supposed to be kind of like the Supreme Court gets to think about birthright citizenship, but it wound up being just about district courts and nationwide injunctions. And again, I think Ketanji Brown Jackson literally nailed it when she said, hey, if you are breaking a law that affects the nation, an injunction, a nationwide injunction, is you don't even have to declare it as a nationwide injunction if you say don't break the law. If the law is a federal law, it is a natural nationwide injunction. And these fools basically want to blame the courts for their ineptitude. Okay, Stephen Miller is literally y'all need to do better, is my point. And blindly following Stephen Miller's lead is going to lose 2026, and it's going to lose 2028. The American people want you to deal with the problem, but it doesn't mean you have to be draconian in dealing with the problem. That is what the Trump administration can't seem to figure out. Yeah, the people want you to take care of the problem, but they don't want you to be assholes when you do it.
And you cannot have a country where the American people keep on electing immigration enforcement and the courts tell the American people they're not allowed to have what they voted for. And that's where we are right now. We're going to keep working it through the immigration court process, through the Supreme Court as much as possible. And look, success to me is not so much a number, though obviously I'd love to see the gross majority of the illegal immigrants who came in under Biden deported. That actually is a secondary metric of success. Success to me is that we have established a set of rules and principles that the courts are comfortable with and that we have the infrastructure to do that allows us to deport large numbers of illegal aliens when large numbers of illegal aliens come into the country. That to me is real success. But I think whether we're able to get there is a function, of course, of our efforts, but also of the courts themselves.
Right. But it seems like the stable way to get there, where you are creating a settlement that would outlast your own administration, right, would involve a combination of Supreme Court rulings. And I think it's fair to say that there is a majority on the Supreme Court that is likely to be sympathetic to something other than a left NGO reading of immigration law.
I hope that's right.
Okay.
I hope that's right.
I think that's likely. Combined with perhaps a recognition that maybe the legislative setup around this issue is out of date. That the asylum system assumed by legislation written in the 19.
That is exactly my point. Out of goddamn date. And no one is dealing with it.
50s
Sure.
Doesn't make sense,
That's certainly
and so
true.
on, right? So there you have two tracks. You have trying to get Supreme Court rulings that vindicate your interpretation of the law, and then you have potentially legislative efforts where the existing law needs to be revised.
Well,
but your
then-
administration
Jimmy,
push.
but there's a third track too, which is using existing legal
Right,
authorities
so-
that haven't been used in the past,
Okay.
but we think are there.
And this is what I'm asking about.
Please.
The legal authorities that you guys have tried to use have been, the particular one is the Alien Enemies
Sure.
Act, right? Which is an extremely aggressive claim about wartime powers that, as far as I can tell, even under the most aggressive interpretation, is likely to apply only to an incredibly small number of migrants, right? The claim is not actually that 5 million migrants here illegally are in a state of war against the United States? Or is that the claim?
No, it's not that 5 million are engaged in like military conflict, but that I take issue that it's an aggressive interpretation. So let me back up and take some issue with the premise. I don't think that the supposition, if you look at the history and the context of those laws, is that for something to be an invasion, you have to have like.
This is amazing, and I'm going to let this play out. But here's the deal. If you go with this slippery slope that 5 million people broke the law by crossing the border illegally and they are enemies, that is a slippery slope. You can apply that to American citizens who break the law. Why not just declare them enemies of the state as well? It is a slippery slope. Motherfucker, no. It is a slippery slope that Mr. Trump and Mr. Vance are proposing.
A slippery slope was allowing.
Motherfucker, I don't care. Nope. Sorry. Not gonna work. Bottom line is, when you said was,
that was the slippery slope, Stanley. Was Sleepy Joe Biden letting?
Yep, here we go. I just motherfucking told him that I'm dealing with the present administration. If you want to do the whataboutism of Biden, you can do that on a far right MAGA panel. It does not work in the sane universe. I don't give a fuck about Biden. I'm talking about the present, sir. This is your last chance. Maybe you should just go grab a nap. Again, it is a slippery slope when you start declaring people who break border laws, foreign illegal immigrants. When you start declaring lawbreakers enemies of the state, it can be applied to American citizens, just like getting rid of habeas corpus is a slippery slope. And it is not my fault if far right MAGA nuts can't fucking figure it out. They think that Trump and people like Trump are restrained, that they will only use, they will, no, you may not. They think that, Trump is elegant in his use of, or his abuse of the law. He'll only do it for illegal aliens. No, the fuck he won't. He's already talking about using El Salvadoran prisons for American lawbreakers. All I have to say is this administration is literally greasing the slope to make it slippery.
Like 5 million uniformed combatants. Yes, we don't have 5 million uniformed combatants, but Ross, I mean, this is where I think I have to be careful here, because some of this information, of course, is classified. But I think how to put this point. I think that the courts need to be somewhat deferential. In fact, I think the design is that they should be extremely deferential to these questions of political judgment made by the people's elected president of the United States. Because
where the fuck did that philosophy? The courts have to be deferential. Yep, there goes your unitary executive kingship.
You say, well, there aren't 5 million people who are waging war. Okay, but are there thousands?
Look at this motherfucker tap dancing.
Tens of thousands of people, and then when you take their extended family, their networks, is it
look
much
at
larger
this
than that, who are quite dangerous people, who I think very intense.
Okay, I love this. So the families of these dangerous people are dangerous just because they are related. Listen to this motherfucker. And this is a Yale trained lawyer Of course, it will be accepted by his fellow MAGA cultists, but the families of criminals are dangerous too. Dude, this is literally John Galt could be saying this. Okay. Be Brave could be saying this. That the people in the hood are shooting up the streets means all black culture is dangerous. It's SKC says it's a culture of rebellion. These motherfuckers will basically take people who are familial or share the same skin color. This is literally the essence of isms. Dude, you share some traits, whether it's skin color or your phenotype. You're all dangerous if a few of you are. What if there's a few thousand or 10,000? That makes you all dangerous. This is the essence of fucking certain types of isms, and racism would be one of them. Motherfucker, do not. Literally, just listening to Vance, so many problems with this MAGA, I believe in isms bullshit. I might have to even rewind this a little bit because the family members are dangerous too.
Of interpretations. Let me back up and take some issue with the premise. I don't think that the supposition, if you look at the history and the context of those laws, is that for something to be an invasion, you have to have like 5 million uniformed combatants. Yes, we don't have 5 million uniformed combatants, but Ross, I mean, this is where I think I have to be careful here, because some of this information, of course, is classified, but I think how to put this point. I think that the courts need to be somewhat deferential. In fact, I think the design is that they should be extremely deferential to these questions of political judgment made by the people's elected president of the United States. Because when you say, well, there aren't 5 million people who are waging war, okay, but are there thousands, maybe tens of thousands of people? And then when you take their extended family, their networks, is it much larger than that, who are quite dangerous people who...
Yeah, so family members and extended networks are dangerous. Dude, this is greasing that slope. Listen to this motherfucker. Nice. This is John Galt urban landlord gold. This is the essence of that weird racist, like, hey, if a few of them are committing crimes in the hood, then that's 70%. Oh, they're making excuses. Therefore, they are dangerous and they're bringing down the country. Fucking racist motherfuckers. And by the way, since I'm talking about the John Galt Urban Landlord channel, please make sure that you subscribe to the channel if you are new. There's lots of logic like JD Vance is pushing out here for everyone who doesn't have a brain to think about what he said. You'll buy it. It'll be like royal jelly. The queen bee will be feeding the little babies the royal jelly so they grow and become like that queen. This unitary executive, that's also what Vance is talking about here. It is literally not the way the system was designed. Unitary executive was not. As a matter of fact, they literally, Madison They feared having an executive that was too powerful, to the extent they debated whether there shouldn't be one president, but maybe like a council of presidents, a council, like an executive council. They debated it, and they finally settled on a president, mainly because of George Washington. Supposedly, he was such a good guy. They did not think there would be a Jackson, an Andrew Jackson, who, compared to Trump, is kind of lightweight. Trump is a problem, and we get what we vote for. So, that is that. But the fucking gumption of going back and talking about Obama or Biden, this is 2025. Neither of them are president right now. And I think it's just, it's not an argument I care to entertain on these panels. You bring up Obama, and then I'm automatically going to shit on that point. Bring up Biden, I will put less shit on that point. Motherfucker, I don't know why you're speaking up now. I think it's dumb to bring up Obama. It is literally not an argument. Biden, I can entertain that for a couple seconds, but Biden is not president right now.
Yeah, but Obama.
Okay, no. As soon as you say but, you've lost the argument.
Okay. According to you.
Yes,
think very intentionally.
Me, and last time I checked, I'm the host of this show. So yes, it is according to me.
Came to the United States.
You go to you go to John Galt's panel, he'll entertain that bullshit.
Violence, or to at least profit from violence, and they're fine if violence is an incidental effect of it. Yeah, I do, man, and I think the people underappreciate the level of public safety.
I have a shotgun for this shit. No one breaks laws around here.
Safety stress that we're under when the president talks about how bad crime is. The one thing I'd love for the American media to do a little bit more is really go to a migrant community where you have, say, 60% legal immigrants and 40% illegal immigrants. The level of chaos, the level of violence, the level of, I think, truly pre-modern brutality that some of these communities have gotten used to. Whatever law was written, I think it vests us with the power to take very serious action.
Well, let's deal with 12th man's parting shot. No one breaks the laws in my community because everyone has a gun. Now, my question is, in your community, 12th man, having a gun illegally is breaking the law. Does everyone in your community own a gun legally? And it is Alaska, so, they may hand out guns at birth. So let me know.
Action against this. It's bad. It's bad. It's worse than people appreciate. And it's not, Donald Trump. I know most of your listeners probably hate the president I serve under, and probably hate me. Maybe not your listeners, but a lot of New York Times readers. But
we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that question in a minute.
I would just ask them, do not filter this through I see President Trump and Vice President Vance up there, and I sort of immediately assume that they're lying to me and that they're motivated by some bad value. This is not sustainable. It's not just sustainable like, oh, this is more immigrants than we used to have. This is a level of
invasion
shouldn't this that I think our laws, we already have laws to help us deal with, and I wish the courts were more deferential. And we're going to see again. We're very early innings in the court process, and even some of the worst, capital W worst Supreme Court decisions that have been made on the media says, oh, this is a big blow to the administration. I mean, a lot of these things are very narrow procedural rulings. I think that we're very early innings here on what the court is going to interpret the law to mean.
Right. Shouldn't this sort of barbaric medieval landscape that you're describing show up in violent crime statistics?
Oh, sometimes no, because the people who are most victimized by this, Ross, they're not running to the FBI, they're not running to the local police.
Okay.
But certainly, I mean, if you look at, I mean, hell, look at the number of people dying of fentanyl overdoses. Again, just go substantively, qualitatively, you go to these communities and you see what they're dealing with. I really think that we underappreciate just how violent these cartels are, and how much they've made life, I think, pretty unbearable for, frankly, a lot of native-born American citizens, but also a lot of legal American migrants, especially those along the southern border.
So to get quickly to my idea of a zone of temptation here, right, for you. Well, so what you're describing is, again, you and I both lived through the Bush presidency, right?
Yes.
And there are elements of what you might call a kind of war on terror mentality.
Yeah.
Vis-a-vis the cartels, or people associated with the cartels, or people allegedly associated with gangs and cartels, that seems to me similar to the approach taken to anyone associated with Islamic terrorism and so on in the aftermath of September 11th. And again, you remember, and I remember, that in more than a few cases, right, this ended up with situations where the U.S. was taking people into custody and remanding them to black sites and so on, who turned out, unsurprisingly, not to be number one Al-Qaeda terrorists, right?
Yes.
And to the extent that it is possible, and it is somewhat difficult for the media to do this, but to the extent that it's possible for the media to examine,
it's fuck around and find out,
figures
Mike.
and individuals that you guys have been trying to essentially remand to prison in El Salvador, right, without extensive legal process. It just seems like this system is ripe for war on terror style abuses, where you are going to be sending people to prison in El Salvador that advertises itself as a terrible place. And some of those people are probably going to be innocent. Two, some of them are going to be people who have committed a crime, who have some kind of gang affiliation, but who under normal American law, non-wartime law, would end up going to jail for 6 months or a year or something. And again, they're going to disappear potentially into a system for a decade or more or something like that. And that just seems like you are creating a context where injustice is inevitable, even if your intentions are just to bring peace and order to communities along the border or anything else.
Well, look, first of all, I understand your point, and making these judgments, if you take the teachings of our faith seriously, they are hard. Right? I'm not going to pretend that I haven't struggled with some of this, that I haven't thought about whether, we're doing the precisely right thing. So it's a fair point, and I know that you think you've got me trapped here.
I don't think I have you. I'm not. All right, let me be perfectly honest. I'm not interested in having you trapped here. We're having a conversation in Rome as a journalist and a vice president, but also as two Catholics, right? I'm
giving you shit, Ross. Trust me. I think it's, to be clear, I think it's a totally fair question.
I'm interested in what politics does to your soul.
Yes,
right?
Of course. So number one, the concern that you raise is fair. Okay, the concern that you raise is fair. There has to be some way in which you're asking yourself, as you go about enforcing the law, even to your point against some very dangerous people, that you're enforcing the law consistent with, the Catholic Church's moral dictates and so forth. And also, to be clear, I'm the vice.
And also, I mean, after that pitch to your soul, American law and basic principles.
Frankly, most importantly, American law. But we're talking about, we're in Rome, and so that's why I brought up the Catholic
American
faith
flag
part of
is
it.
positioned behind you.
Sure. So here's the thing. So with the caveat that I'm the vice president of the United States, And I am hardly an expert in every single edge case or every single case that has become a viral sensation or that people have criticized us over. But I am, pretty well read on some of the cases. Typically what I find when I look at the worst cases, the ones that the media seems so preoccupied with, I would make a couple of observations about it. Number one, it is hard to take seriously. Now, this doesn't absolve me from doing my duty as an American leader and hopefully as a Christian leader too. But it is hard to take seriously the extraordinarily emotive condemnations of people who don't care about the problem that I'm trying to solve and that the president is trying to solve. That's not you. That's why I actually take your concerns seriously. I listen to most of your podcasts. I read most of your columns. So when I see people who for legitimately 4 years told me that I was a xenophobe for thinking that what Joe Biden was doing at the border was a serious problem, I am less willing. There's a witness element to this, and I'm less willing to believe the witness of people who are now saying that this MS-13 gang member, and we'll talk about that case in a second, this guy is somehow a very sympathetic person, and you violated his civil rights, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. So that's number one. Number two, I still have an obligation to think about these cases. And I'll tell you, a lot of times I'll read about these cases and I'll reach out to the people who are enforcing immigration law and I'll try to find out what exactly is going on. I haven't asked every question about every case, but the ones where I have asked questions and I try to get to the bottom of what's going on, I feel quite comfortable with what's happened. And the one that I've spent the most time understanding is the one of the Maryland father. And what I found so bizarre about that case is that the American media took one line that I forget what line it was, but it acknowledged some error had happened in a Department of Justice filing without actually asking the two most important questions: what is the nature of the error? And much more importantly than that, what is the remedy for an error? Both as a matter of law, most importantly as the vice president, but also again as a matter of Christian principle. I think this guy was not just a gang member, but a reasonably high-level gang member in MS-13. I think he had engaged in some pretty ugly conduct. Legally, he had multiple hearings before an immigration judge. He had a valid deportation order. What he also had was a sort of exception, what's called a withholding order, that basically said, yes, you can deport this guy. No one doubts that we could have deported this guy, but you can't deport this guy to El Salvador because of particular conditions that obtained in, I believe, 2019 when his case was adjudicated. So you fast forward to 2025, we deport this guy. The courts hold that we've made a mistake, and then it eventually gets to the Supreme Court. And I believe, and we're getting into the weeds a little bit of the legal technicalities, but I believe the court term is you must facilitate his return. And I sat in lunch with Bukele, the leader of El Salvador, with the president of the United States and with others, and talked about this case. And Bukele basically said, I don't want to send this guy back. I think he's a bad guy. I want him he's my citizen. He's in a prison in El Salvador, and I think that's where he belongs. And our attitude was, okay, what are we really going to do? Are we going to exert extraordinary diplomatic pressure to bring a guy back to the United States who is a citizen of a foreign country who we had a valid deportation order with? And again, you may say that the judgments that we made.
Okay, let's, it wasn't a valid deportation order. The administration literally says it was an administrative error. Second off, and this is where I have a problem with softball interviews. Yes. So that means that if the means to getting Abrego Garcia out of the country and not bring him back, if the means involve hurting 3 Americans, namely his wife and kids, and maybe there's a third kid, if the means involve hurting actual American citizens, do the ends justify those means. And I say no. And I think the courts are saying no, that these fools are more concerned about President Trump losing a court battle over an honest mistake. That actually is a problem. The courts aren't the problem. The executive is the problem. Fucking, you know what? So you made a mistake. You know, if you're going to deport 5 million people, you might have a couple mistakes every now and again. Just deal with it and move on. But they would rather just be childish in their obstinance and not do the right thing. What they're doing is not the right thing.
Made here. I understand there may be disagreements about the judgments that we made here, but there's just something that it's hard to take serious.
Kim,
when so
he
many of
was
the
not
people who are
illegal.
saying we made a terrible error here are the same people who made no protests about how this guy got into the country in the first place or what Joe Biden did for 4 years to the American southern border.
In that meeting, the other thing that the president of the United States said was that he hoped or aspired to a situation where he could potentially send American citizens to El Salvador's prisons.
Also,
the worst of the worst.
Also said explicitly he would
No,
follow the law.
it's
and
not
he'd
like
follow
parents in a
American courts.
custody battle, Kim.
I don't think it's unreasonable for the president to say, here's this thing I'd like to do so long as it's consistent with the law.
I think that you should be able to see, though, why in the context of sending illegal immigrants to an El Salvadoran prison and claiming to be unable for diplomatic.
Let me stop it here for my friend, Brooklyn Watson. Ma'am, it is not like a custody battle. And if you're saying putting America first should never be superseded, well, America first means putting Americans first, I assume. And when you have 2 or 3 children and who are natural born citizens and a wife who is a natural born citizen, and you have Abrego Garcia who entered the country illegally but had a legal status, and taking him out of the country away from his American family is going to hurt. That's not putting America first. That's not putting an American family first. That's not putting American kids first. That's not pro-family. The bottom line is I know Abrego Garcia has issues and all that stuff. The bottom line is Trump fucked it up, and he is not man enough to own up to his mistake. Okay, it is not like a parental custody case. Not by any stretch.
Diplomatic reasons to bring them back. The prospect of then saying, and we'd like to send U.S. citizens to that prison, would raise some concerns about how the administration uses the immigration powers that you think it should have under arguable wartime conditions. Again, right? Like, regardless of the particulars of a case, regardless of the particulars of a case, it just seems like you are setting up a machinery that people of good faith who are not hostile to your policies would reasonably regard as dangerous to particular people who are caught up in the system. That's all.
Look,
right?
I understand the point, especially as it's, what the president says or what I say is refracted through the lens of an American press that, I have my complaints with. But what did the president, again, I'm going to defend my boss here. What did he say? I'm going to think about doing this only in cases of the very, very worst people, number one. And number two, only if it's consistent with American law. I think that if that was the headline that was reproduced, the president is considering sending the very worst violent gang members in America to a foreign prison, so long as that is a legal thing to do. I don't think that would inspire so much passionate resistance. That's my understanding of the American people.
In a context where the administration is saying, notwithstanding the Supreme Court's desire that we facilitate the return of someone who was sent there in error, we can't do it.
It said that we understand facilitation to mean something. Of course, the Supreme Court or any other court can further illuminate that.
Yes.
But this point is interesting to me. So, the thing that there are two things about my boss, and I never reveal private conversations. There are two things about the President of the United States that I am extremely fascinated by. One is he has better instincts about human beings than anybody that I've ever met. We can talk about that, but I'll set that to the side. Just sort of almost a bizarre level of intuition about people. The second, which I think is very underappreciated, and it motivates the foreign policy in Ukraine and Russia, it motivates the things that he said about the Middle East, it motivates really a lot of them, is he has this sort of humanitarian impulse, okay? And, I've heard the president say, well, maybe if we sent the very worst people to different places, then American prisons would be a little less violent. Because as you know, American prisons are not a good place. They're not very good at rehabilitation. Sometimes people go in there for not, I think we overstate how much people go to prison for truly pain.
See, 12th man, if you're still out there, here's my point. Maybe if we sent Americans who happen to be prisoners, because they are American, the vast majority of them, maybe if we sent them to different places, it would be less violent. So he's talking about sending Americans to foreign prisons. This is a slippery slope. People get imprisoned and are found innocent or not guilty years later, occasionally. Now, it doesn't happen a lot, but it does happen. Imagine sending someone to fucking Yugoslavia for 20 years and they were convicted in error. Slippery slopes that people like Trump are just going to go, oopsie, unacceptable. That's not what America is, who America has been, though, I could probably be argued that America has been like that. But we're not like that in 2025, at least. So these MAGA slippery slopes, they are not democratic norms. And these motherfuckers have America fatigue. Okay, the American way fatigue is what they have. Hey, these laws aren't doing what we want them to do, so let's not change them. Let's just do what we want. Let's just be a unitary executive and do what we want. These are not people that should be unitary executives.
Petty crime, but they go in there for something that should at least give them an opportunity for a second chance. They end up getting stabbed while they're in prison. So the idea that sort of there is just something fundamentally inhumane about sending a very violent person to another prison outside of the country, I don't buy that. I don't think that's what motivates the president. And again, that's a separate question from whether it's legal, which the president's been very clear he would follow the law.
All right, let's pull back. Let's pull back to another issue, trade. And I'm going to ask the same question about what does success look like? So we've ended up in a place where we had Liberation Day. We had a period of, let's say, market difficulty and chaos. It seems like we're in a zone of partial stability where we're setting tariffs around 10%. We're negotiating new trade deals. So you have a version, you have a policy set in motion that is trying to produce some kind of results.
Yeah.
What results do you want? At the end of four, and specifically at the end of 4 years, are you looking at as indexes of success? Is it the number of manufacturing jobs? Is it the number of new factories open? Is it particular industries that are currently overseas that have national security implications that you want back home? Is it tariff revenue to help with the deficit? What?
Well, let me interrupt this love affair between SKC and Brooklyn Watson. I think protecting democratic norms that have been around for a couple centuries or more, the the respect for the law, the mutually accepted notion that we are a nation of laws. I think that in the long term has been more protective of American values than someone who has literally turned the Oval Office into the throne room of Versailles. The argument you make, rule of law, and a president who understands that he is not above the law is much more in line with protecting American values and America first than what Trump is currently doing. So I don't know how to say it better than that.
What do you want from this policy that we can actually measure and say in 3 years it succeeded or it failed?
Okay, so I want to answer your question, but I want to give some context here and back up a little bit, because I do think that there's been a little overconfidence from the economic class and from other watchers of this policy that they know what Donald Trump doesn't, that we're sort of motivated by, chaos or stupidity or something else. And you don't have to agree with the policy, but I think there are a couple of very important points that I think illustrate this. Number one, yes, we are at a global minimum tariff of effectively 10%. That understates it in a lot of ways, because we also have substantial tariffs on automobiles. We have substantial tariffs on steel. We have substantial tariffs on a whole host of other product categories. And one of the very classic, very straightforward predictions of the economics profession is that if you do this, the currency, being the US dollar, the currency of the importing nation that's applying the tariff, is going to appreciate. Okay, what happened? The currency actually depreciated. I think it's worth just stepping back and saying the consensus forecast of our economics profession is like profoundly wrong on this particular question. Similarly, if you look at the inflation numbers, if you look at the jobs numbers, if you look at nearly every metric, we keep on beating expectations. The one exception was the GDP number, which even, sort of our critics have acknowledged the GDP number, which went down, I think, by 0.3% last quarter. That is very much an artifact of how the stuff's measured. That's not real GDP actually decline. That's how it's measured. So just to step back here, I think that we're trying a new economic paradigm, but people who think that they know everything should have a little bit more humility. We have a lot of humility. Trust me, me and the president and the entire team, we are constantly testing this stuff. I know you. Do you want to say something?
No, I don't. I'm trying to avoid having a long argument about the wisdom of the specific tariffs that were announced.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was muted. Hold on. Let me say this again. So, a novel economic paradigm. These guys are basically saying that, hey, the way we've been measuring GDP for decades is incorrect. We're the new economic paradigm. It needs to be measured the way Trump wants to measure the economy. This is hilarious. It's been wrong all lo these many decades, but now it's being done right. Economic paradigms, they have been wrong and we are right.
I found it, as someone who, hosts a podcast and tries to talk to people, I found it very difficult to get anyone inside the administration or sympathetic voices outside.
It's very
to sort of
funny,
straightforwardly
River.
say, this is why this set of policies are good and defensible, the nation by nation tariffs. However, the place we're in now with a global minimum tariff, I can find people who will defend that policy. So rather than litigating it, I want to start. I want to start where we are.
So again,
I want you to tell me.
Okay.
Let's say the economics profession is wrong in some way, and the U.S. economy can absorb these tariffs without, dramatic impacts on prices and jobs and so on. Let's say that's the case. Still, you're doing these tariffs not to just have them absorbed by the economy, but to achieve something.
Yes.
So tell me what you want to achieve.
That's right. So again, I don't want to litigate this either. Let me a bit of litigation here is I gave you 20 more minutes. Give me 30 seconds to make this point.
I have 30 more questions.
I'll be brief. Look, the point of Liberation
It's
Day,
innovative.
the president himself has said,
my Lord,
was to one, announce that the old global.
Well, Kim, that is a very interesting statement you make. So if they are being innovative with their economics, that is literally 180 degrees out from Burkean conservatism. Okay. Edmund Burke and actual conservatives don't want innovation unless it is over time. Trump has been in office for what, 100, 110, 120 days? They're not conservatives. Is that your point, Kim? And I would agree. If they want to innovate in 4 months, then they are not conservative. They are MAGA. MAGA is not a conservative movement. We might agree on that.
Global trading system was over, and two, that America was now open for business, open for negotiation, open.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Kim,
but
you know what?
Which is why the numbers were randomly selected
I'm stirring
by
the
Magic
pot.
8 Ball, and it didn't really matter what the numbers were.
I totally
right?
disagree with that. I think they're based in large part on the trade deficit, which is a very reasonable place to start, especially large economies versus large economies. But anyway,
and MAGA is not one of them.
Tell me about
MAGA is not one of them, SKC.
The goal here, Ross, is there are a few things that we want out of this. So first of all, I think the president's been very clear. The 10% minimum is going to apply nearly universally, if not universally. So yes, there is one way in which we're trying to raise revenue. Meanwhile, we're trying to, lower taxes on domestic producers and consumers. And if you sort of combine those two policies, he's trying to make it more expensive to import into the United States.
Well, what is your
make it a
point?
little bit cheaper to produce or to work in the United States, right? So those two policies go hand in hand. Second of all, and this is related, you ask sort of what does success look like? Look, does it mean that we have more manufacturing jobs than we do right now? Yes, I think that's what one of the things that we want. Now it's going to take a little while to get there. Does it mean, one very important metric of success, which I think you already saw in the Q1 numbers, which are way more important than this sort of weird artifact of measurement on GDP, was how much private capital investment is coming into the country. You saw a very significant increase. A lot of people poo-poo, the Middle Eastern trip. They say, oh, well, these investment numbers that he's getting from foreign countries or from American companies.
So foreign investment is coming in, but not manufacturing. Manufacturing isn't coming back. Foreign investment is. And I wonder why. Okay, the foreigners want to produce stuff domestically. And if I recall, that was one of the goals. So foreigners are going to invest. At least I know you're not true xenophobes. As long as them foreigners come in with bucks, you're okay with it.
Those aren't real numbers. But if you look at the actual measured amount of capital investment in the country, that is on the rise. And we think that capital investment will produce factories and other companies will produce good jobs and so forth. I think the best way of measuring where we're headed here is whether we still have a $1.2, $1.3 trillion trade deficit. And that to me, not next year, because it takes a while. You got to build factories. You got to change the trading regime with other countries. We're trying to make our exports cheaper, which, by the way, give the president credit. If you look at the UK trade deal, it is very, very good for us. Our manufacturers got better access to the 6th largest economy in the world. Our agricultural producers got major access in a way they've never been able to get to the 6th largest economy in the world.
Okay, SKC, you know as well as I do that factories equal manufacturing, but if the factories are not American owned, that presents a problem in excess as well. Where are you going with this? Yeah, we want foreign investment, but you know what happens when you get too much foreign investment? How about China? And I think there was a law maybe a couple decades ago, because Saudi Arabia was buying up a whole bunch of stuff over here, and there had to be laws imposed, to limit how much foreign investment. Is Trump going to change those laws? There are laws, if I recall, that limit foreign investment. You want foreign investment, but you really want more American countries repatriating. Okay, foreign investors are not fundamentally America first. They are not going to be America first. Consistency is not something these MAGA people care about. They think you're all dumb. Donald Trump thinks his voters are dumb. That's why Vance can sit here. And I think Vance actually believes a lot of what he's saying. It's not all disingenuous.
But all of this is, I think, in service of America making more of its own stuff, relying less on foreign countries. And the best way to measure that, not the perfect way, but the best way to measure that is, are we still losing, as the president would say, 1.2, 1.3 trillion?
SKC, cross that bridge when you get to it. Okay, what happened to forethought? I thought conservatives liked forethought. Come on now. You sound like a liberal when you're saying, or actually you sound even progressive. We'll deal with that problem when it arises. Yeah, okay. When did you become a progressive, SKC? You liberal?
$1 trillion on trade.
Okay, so if that's the case, isn't there then a big missing piece of this agenda, which is China has major industrial policy? And again, if you talk to a lot of the people who are most supportive,
it's so far off. Really?
Economic change along the lines you're describing. They will say, look, tariffs,
what about
and trade
the
barriers
pandemic?
Are part of it.
Far off
but you
might
also
not
need
be
to
far
increase
off
manufacturing,
in an
domestic
emergency
industry,
like
and the
a
government
pandemic.
has a big role to play in that. So is that true? Two, to the extent that it is true, when I look at things that Doge has done in terms of cuts.
Stop calling me out, Brooklyn.
The big, beautiful bill working its way through the House and Senate. I see
I
very
don't think
conventional
Trump
sort of
voters are
small
dumb.
government
I
Republican
just think they made a
certainly
mistake.
not a kind of
They'll
new
do better in
industrial policy for the
2028.
21st century. So is that out there as a possibility for the administration?
So yes, I think you're underweighting how much there's both a carrot and stick element to this in the Trump administration. Again, you see traditional Republicans, small government, blah 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 blah. Okay, but we're talking about no tax on overtime, no tax on tips. These are things that give domestic consumers.
And Kimmy,
more
I'm
money.
just messing
And
with
if you
you.
combine giving domestic
Please take it
consumers
that
more
way. I'm
money
just
with making
joking
it
with you,
easier
back
and
and
cheaper to
forth.
produce in
It's
America and more
good-natured
expensive to produce
political
overseas,
ribbing.
then that is, in our view, at least a form of industrial policy. There are other things that we're doing. Number two, massive changes to the regulatory regime. Our biggest belief, or at least mine, I don't want to speak for the president because I haven't talked to him on this issue, but I think his policy is consistent with his perspective, is we actually have an industrial policy in this country. The biggest industrial policy that we have is a regulatory regime that is incredibly rewarding to software, to the world of bits, as Peter Thiel and Tyler Cowen might say, and is incredibly punitive in the world of atoms. We would like to reverse that, or at least equalize it. If you look at what we're trying to do on the regulatory regime, we're trying to make it so much easier to produce things in the real world, not just to write code, as important as that can be. That is a form of industrial policy. To that point, I think our energy policy is a form of industrial policy because that's the most important cost input, especially for high value added manufacturing. And then the final point here, give us some credit here, because what our Secretary of the Army did 2 weeks ago didn't get a whole lot of headlines, but he's completely rejiggering the Army's procurement process, because we see industrial policy. We have $1 trillion industrial policy at the Department of Defense that's rewarded slow incumbents instead of.
Here, let's deal with what SKC says here. SKC says, when you need your team to win syndrome. I get it, though. I would be embarrassed of what Team Blue looks like right now, too. Let me propose, SKC, that you and 12th Man and all the other whataboutism driven polemicists, you're the only ones looking at Team Blue. I'm Team Blue, but even I recognize Team Blue has not a whit of power. They aren't controlling anything. Therefore, I look to the people in power and I criticize their missteps, or what I think are their missteps. I don't look over my shoulder at the past. I look forward. I think of the future and the present. So all y'all little Biden obsessed MAGA folks, 12th Man, SKC, and River of Hate, y'all keep bringing up the Bidens, the Obamas. They're not in power, sirs and ma'ams. Trump is. Therefore, I criticize power. Y'all want to speak truth to the past. I'm speaking truth to power. Now, who is more relevant?
Of innovation and technology. And so we've empowered our service leads in a way that no administration has in a generation to actually spend that money on tech and innovation and developing the next generation of tools. So I agree with you that industrial policy is part of this, but it's got to be smart industrial policy. And I think that's what
but you want to, River of Hate. Just give you time. You'll mention Biden.
Passes?
You have to bite off so much at a time, Ross. And I think that, it's not just a tax bill. Of course, it's an immigration bill. There are a lot of other parts of the policy agenda that matter. There's a lot of regulatory relief in this bill. This bill is what we're focused on. And then, yes, once we get this bill passed, we're going to think about other legislative priorities. But I would be lying to you if I told you I had some detailed legislation idea for what comes next. The president
operative
probably
word
does,
is
but we're focused
when,
on, we have to take
when.
one step at a time.
Okay. Speaking of the economy, industrial policy, and everything else, and the Pope. Bring it all together, right? No, we've
come full circle.
Pope Leo took the name Leo the 14th, the reference to Leo the 13th,
of course,
who was sort of engaged in figuring out the Catholic response to the industrial era. And the new Pope has said explicitly that he's thinking about the Catholic response to the age of information technology and AI. You have been a point person for the administration on AI issues, and I'm both curious. One, there are people who think that we are essentially getting a profound economic revolution driven by AI while you guys are in office in the Trump-Vance administration.
Yeah.
So I'm first curious how likely you think that is. And then second, because the last guest on this podcast was, making prophecies of imminent AI-driven doom, how much do you worry about the potential downsides of AI, not even on the apocalyptic scale, but on the cultural scale, the way human beings respond to a sense of their own obsolescence, these kind of things?
So one, on the obsolescence point, I think the history of tech and innovation is that while it does cause job disruption.
Want to make a point here. When we start talking the downside of AI, we already know that, kids and phones too early is problematic. Why do we even need to think about what harm AI could do? We already see it with just simple smartphones. Why are these two just like pretending that these are questions and not common sense? You really have to ask that question, Ross. It's going to fuck things up. And we will have to deal with it. Hey, Mela, haven't seen you in a while. How you been?
Disruptions, it more often facilitates human productivity as opposed to replacing human workers. And the example I always give is that the bank teller in the 1970s, there were very stark predictions of hundreds of thousands of bank tellers going out of a job, poverty and immiseration. What actually happened is we have more bank tellers today than we did when the ATM was created, but they're doing slightly different work, more productive. They have pretty good wages relative to other folks in the economy. I tend to think that is how this innovation happens. AI,
but that is then just to be clear, that is a prediction of by the standards of the predictions people are making, yes, a relatively slow pace of change, I think, right?
Well, I think it's a relatively slow pace of change, but I think on the economic side, the main concern that I have with AI, it's not sort of the obsolescence. It's not people losing jobs en masse. You hear about truck drivers, for example. I think what might actually happen is that truck drivers are able to work more efficient hours. They're able to get a little bit more sleep, but they're doing much more on the last mile of delivery than staring at a highway for 13 hours a day. So they're both safer. They're able to get higher wages. So anyway, I'm more optimistic, I should say, about the economic side of this, recognizing that, yes, there are concerns. I don't mean to understate them. Where I really worry about this is in pretty much everything non-economic. I think the way that people engage with one another, I mean, the trend that I am most worried about, there are a lot of them. And I actually, I don't want to give too many details, but I talked to the Holy Father about this today. If you look at basic dating behavior among young people, and I think a lot of this is the dating apps are probably more destructive than we fully appreciate. I think part of it is technology is just for some reason made it harder for young men and young women to sort of communicate with each other in the same way. Our young men and women just aren't dating. And if they're not dating, they're not getting married, they're not starting families. There's a level of isolation, I think, mediated through technology. That technology can kind of, be a bit of a salve. It can be a bit of a Band-Aid, maybe make you feel less lonely.
And see, this is weird. Exactly. Smartphones, the isolation, they are connected. And, I have personal experience. I have a son who is into his iPhone. I don't even have an iPhone because I can't afford one, but apparently he can. So, AI is just going to be smartphones on steroids. So to me, this is self-evident. Some of the problems that the natalists just don't. A natalist like Vance wants on one hand to complain about kids not getting together and producing kids, but on the other hand want to encourage AI. I admit it's a dichotomy, but I don't think there's a middle ground here. You're either pro AI and anti natalist, or vice versa. Now, I might be a little hyperbolic in this analysis, but I'm not sure that I am.
Lonely even when you are lonely. But this is where I think AI could be profoundly dark and negative. I don't think it'll mean 3 million truck drivers are out of a job. I certainly hope it doesn't mean that. But what I do really worry is, does it mean that there are millions of American teenagers who are talking to chatbots who don't have their best interests at heart, or even if they do have their best interests at heart, they start
there
to
is
develop a
no middle
relationship. They
ground,
start
sir.
to expect that a chatbot.
There is no middle ground between chatbot and 3 million truckers out of a job. You are kidding yourself if you think that. This is where I find people like JD Vance either outright morons or disingenuous. And again, elites like him, they don't give a fuck about, whether people, have trucking jobs or not. He doesn't really give that much of a fuck about chatbots. He is rich enough to insulate him and his kids from some of the harms that AI will do. And I want to, reiterate a point I've been making, over the past 4 months. MAGA is essentially populist, oligarchs in populist clothing. Okay, this motherfucker does not care about Joe Plumber. He cares about Peter Thiel. Joe Plumber being unhappy, Joe truck driver not having a job because of AI. Hey, Joe truck driver, I don't know Joe truck driver. But I do know Peter Thiel. So
bot that's trying to sort of give you a dopamine rush, that compared to a chat bot, a normal human interaction is not going to be as satisfying because human beings have wants and needs, right? And I think that's one
Deacon
of the,
Dave,
like, the great
why do you
things
think
about
I
marriage
keep
in
playing
particular
Lot
is you have
Lizard
this
at
other
the end of these
person,
shows?
and you just have to kind of figure it out together, right? But if the other person is a chat bot who's just trying to hook you to spend as much time on it, that's the sort of stuff that I really worry about with AI. And then there's also a whole host of defense and technology applications. I mean, we could wake up very soon in a world where there is no cybersecurity, where the idea of your bank account being safe and secure is just a relic of the past, where there's weird shit happening in space mediated through AI that makes our communications infrastructure either actively hostile or at least largely inept and inert. So yeah. I'm worried about this stuff. I actually read the paper of the guy that you had on. I didn't listen to that podcast, but
if you read the paper, you got the gist. Last question on this. Do you think that the U.S. government is capable in a scenario, again, not like the ultimate Skynet scenario, but just a scenario where AI seems to be getting out of control in some way, of taking a pause? Because for the reasons you've described, the arms race component,
the honest question to that is I don't know, because part of this arms race component is, if we take a pause, does the PRC not take a pause? And then we find ourselves, we're all sort of enslaved to PRC mediated AI. One thing I'll say, just I know we're here at the Vatican embassy, or the embassy in Rome, is I think that this is one of the most profound and positive things that Pope Leo could do, not just for the church, but for the world, is like, the American government is not equipped to provide moral leadership, at least full-scale moral leadership, in the wake of all the changes that are going to come along with AI. I think the church is. This is the sort of thing the church is very good at. That's what the institution was built for in many ways. And I hope that they really do play a very positive role. I suspect that they will, but it's one of my prayers for his papacy, is that he recognizes there is such great challenge in the world, but I think such great opportunity for him and for the institution he leads.
Last question. So a couple times in this interview, you've said something to me to the effect of, I know New York Times readers hate me, or I know New York Times readers don't like me, and so on. But here's the reality of the last couple of years as I experienced it as a New York Times conservative. The Trump-Vance ticket won a constituency that you didn't have before, that Trump didn't have before in 2016, that included some of the kind of people who read the New York Times.
Yes.
People who were exhausted by wokeness.
And by the way, if they don't like me, I still love them.
You still love them, but I'm
just trying to acknowledge that the point that I make may not land particularly well, but go ahead.
I'm interested in this constituency because I talk to these kind of people all the time. So I may have an outsized sense of their importance, right?
So I do. They all live in Washington.
They all live there. They live around the country, right? But there's a group of people who, it's not millions and millions of people, but it's a real and substantial constituency that voted for you guys, maybe to their own surprise, or even if they didn't vote for you, woke up the day after the election. I heard a lot of people say this and said, you know, in the end, I was glad they won. And then a lot of those people have experienced the first few months of the administration as a series of unpleasant shocks, where it's not one big issue, but it'll be something that they care about in particular, that Doge has cut, or it's, you know, the issue we were arguing about before with renditions to El Salvador, where they're like, well, I voted for this administration, but I didn't expect them to go this far or push this hard. And so I want to know what you say to them in general, but I have two examples of that I think are close to your own interests that I've hear a lot about from people. One is how we handle addiction in the U.S.
Yeah.
The Trump administration has cut staff to the health administration that handles addiction and mental health. It's being reorganized inside RFK Jr.'s HHS department.
Yeah.
But people I know in addiction medicine around, you know, people who are working with people addicted to fentanyl and other drugs are incredibly anxious and distressed about some of these changes. Another case where it's people who you know who are evangelical and Catholic who are concerned about is foreign aid. The Trump administration came in and said, look, we're reorganizing foreign aid. We're not getting rid of it entirely, but we're looking at it anew. But right now, foreign aid has been dramatically cut. So on those two issues, is your expectation at the end of 4 years that in the end, the Trump administration is just, we're just going to spend less on drug addiction treatment and foreign aid? Or do you think at the end of 4 years, people who have those kind of anxieties will feel like, no, in the end, the administration, you know, took our concerns seriously and took our concerns about life-saving treatments in Africa seriously, took our concerns about fentanyl addiction treatment seriously here?
So let me give you a couple. Let me answer the specific question first, because I think they're basically the same answer, though different questions. One is, you know, while there have been, you know, some disruptions, what really has happened here is not an end to supporting people with fentanyl problems or an end to supporting humanitarian causes and people who are suffering from famine or HIV help, you know, HIV drugs in Africa or other places. What has really happened is a reorganization of a very complex bureaucracy. And I'm not saying there haven't been disruptions, because there have been, but I've talked to Marco about this actually a number of times just in the past 2 days. The goal here is to, one, make the spending a little bit more efficient, is two, to eliminate the graft that is built into the system. I mean, Marco's told me stories as he dug into this.
Okay, and once again,
our Secretary of State was
he's the archivist.
Here is where that argument falls down. It is not the executive's constitutional job to make spending efficient. That's Congress. And if the process is inefficient, that's fine. Change the Constitution, okay? But don't assume the power.
He's the archivist. He's the USAID director. That some of the model in USAID was to subcontract. I mean, completely separate the crazy stuff like, you know, doing lesbian puppet shows in very conservative Christian societies. That's insane. But a more fundamental problem is a given NGO contracts to another NGO, which contracts to another NGO. And this isn't true across the board, but some of these grants, they felt like they were getting 11 to 12 cents on the dollar that was actually making it to people. So if we eliminate most of that graft, we could actually save a little money while simultaneously ensuring
Good morning,
better services
Dolomite.
for people. And that, I think, would be a win for the American taxpayer. And of course, we care a lot about them, but would also be a win for a lot of poor populations across the world. And that's the same thing with Bobby Kennedy and HHS. A lot of what we've done is, yes, about saving money, making government more efficient, but it's more fundamentally about bringing some of these bureaucracies within the control of the Secretary of State, as opposed to this random entity that's out there, or within the control of Bobby Kennedy, the Secretary of H&HS, as opposed to this vast bureaucracy that's out there. Do I promise that everything is going to be perfect? No, but do I think, having talked to Marco a lot about this and having talked to a lot of folks in the administration, is our goal to radically cut the provision of mental health services for people who are dealing with fentanyl abuse? No, not at all. That's not what the president has said. Our goal is to make things more efficient, and importantly, to make it more subject to democratic control. And the general point, just about,
let me frame this. This is really the last question, but frame it as a question. So then, generally, you're going to face the voters by proxy in the midterm.
Sure.
You may face the voters personally in some future, right? But to this constituency that would.
Okay, dude, this comment about bringing things like addiction and foreign aid under Democratic control is literally crowdfunding wisdom. It will not work. Okay, democratizing decisions that should be made by experts, it's gonna blow up.
That was pro-Trump, again, maybe it's to its own surprise, but has found itself sort of shocked at various points in the first few months. What is your pitch to them right now?
I guess my pitch to them would be...
Oh, and by the way, Trump is not a Democrat. He is not into democracy. He is
government more
fooling y'all.
responsive to the elected will of the people and less responsive to bureaucratic intransigence. And that changing that is not perfect. And I won't even say that we've gotten every decision right. I think that, sometimes, even Elon has admitted we made a mistake. We corrected the mistake. So the point is not that this is perfect. The point is that it was a necessary part of making the people's government more responsive to the people. And I think that if you look over the next, in 2 years, you look at the past 2 years, or in 4 years, you look at the past 4 years. What I hope to be able to say, and what I think is true today and will still be true then, is that we actually have done, with some bumps, we've done a good job at making the government more responsive, at more efficient to the cabinet secretaries or the deputy secretaries in those departments. And that this sort of feeling of shock, I don't dismiss it or diminish it, but I think that the system actually needed some pretty significant reform. And I'd ask people for patience, because we're on the inside of this. You elected us to do a job, and you get to make the judgment with the benefit of hindsight, whether we were just breaking stuff or whether we were actually doing something in the service of fixing things. I promise you that I believe that we're fixing things, but ultimately the American people will be the judge of that.
All right. Well, hopefully we can talk again around when they make that judgment, perhaps in Jerusalem.
Okay.
Next
we'll
time,
see.
Athens.
We'll see.
Probably not Moscow, but Mr. Vice President, thank you so much.
Good to see you, Ross. Thank you.
Yeah, well, all I have to say, let's deal with Mr. Dolomite here. JD Vance is explaining the shit they got to deal with, and Stanley can't handle whatever those, handle it. Ad hominem. Oh my God. Do you realize you didn't spell ad hominem correctly? You misspelled it 3 times. At least you got the ad right. And then head in the sand. No, ad hominems are fun, but you know what? And I will continue to use them because they are part of my argument style. However, half the shit that JD Vance and the president are dealing with are self-created problems. They don't have to break things. Okay, you don't have to break things to fix them. It's not like a motherfucking bone where you break it to make it stronger and reset it. No, bad analogy. They don't have to break government to fix it. You can skip the break part and just fix it. These motherfuckers are literally, the reason they flood the zone is they don't want principled opposition. So you guys believe what they say. I think, again, that this fake, oh, we want people, we want to democratize things, they do not. There is nothing in what they have done that is democratic. We were elected to be autocratic, is what they really mean. And there are plenty of people who actually think democracy is kaput and we need a strong autocratic unitary executive to fix things. And then maybe we can get a little more democratic once we make America more white Christian nationalist. So that's my thoughts. And fuck you if you don't like the ad hominems. I like them. Let's see what 12th man. 12th man has awakened from his drunken stupor. Stanley's more concerned with the legal immigrants. Fuck all that. That's just rhetoric. Not really that interested in that sort of stuff. Opposition is not principled and is immune to principles. Yeah, whatever, Deacon Dave. These issues were already broken. Kimmy, I don't agree with that. Like I said, they were not broken. And even if we go with your very bad analogy, Kim, if they were broken, just fix them. Don't break them more. Just fix what's broken. That would be, I would support that. And for the, there's another comment. I can't remember who made it. Somewhere up there, something about conservatism. You know what? I actually don't have a problem with a smart conservative. There are conservatives out there like a Condoleezza Rice who, you know, she'll never run for office now. There are literally conservatives out there who are way better, in my opinion, who would be way better as president than Donald Trump. Donald Trump is not a conservative. Which part of that can't you conservatives figure out? And great again. Kim, I struggle to think of a time when America was great. Greater than other countries, but great in and of itself. It is a human endeavor, can never be great. And I'll just do an appeal to authority. Man can never be great. We can just be greater than we were, you know, a few years ago. Now, don't make me get all religious on you. So anyway, enough of the fun with two pasty white boys. For they were. We can get into news now, and I'm going to breeze through the news because I'm kind of in a watch videos and make funny comments mood. So forgive me. I you know what? I actually enjoyed that interview, and I think it was definitely worth watching. So you know, hopefully we'll do more Ross Douthat interviews. Did one a few weeks ago, so he's a good interviewer, quite frankly. So anyway, let's get into news here. Two Israeli embassy aides fatally shot outside event in Washington. I kind of want to see what they make of this. You know, Trump and his sycophants are thinking America is anti-Semitic. They care about racists against Jews, but they don't care about racists against blacks or other minorities. So Jews for the win.
2 Israeli embassy aides are fatally shot outside event in Washington. This article is by Maggie Haberman, Glenn Thrush, and Chris Cameron, and read by an automated voice. 2 young Israeli embassy aides were shot and killed outside an event at the Capitol Jewish Museum in downtown Washington on Wednesday night by a man who shouted pro-Palestinian slogans after he was detained, according to law enforcement officials. The close-range shooting occurred shortly after 9 p.m. on a street outside the Capitol Jewish Museum, where the American Jewish Committee was hosting a reception for young diplomats. The area is the heart of official Washington, packed with federal buildings, embassies, and museums. The Capitol, the FBI's Washington field office, and the headquarters of the Justice Department are all near the museum. The suspect, identified as Elias Rodriguez, 30, of Chicago, was detained shortly after the shooting, and there was no ongoing threat to public safety, law enforcement officials said. Pamela A. Smith, the chief of the Metropolitan Police Department, told reporters at a news conference that Mr. Rodriguez exclaimed, "Free, free Palestine," after he was in custody. He also informed the police where he had discarded the weapon used in the shooting, Chief Smith said. Israel's foreign ministry identified the victims as Yaron Lishinsky and Sarah Lynn Milgram. Yechiel later, the Israeli ambassador, said at the news conference that the 2 people killed were a couple about to be engaged. The young man purchased a ring this week with the intention of proposing to his girlfriend next week in Jerusalem, he said. The people of Israel are resilient people, and the people of the United States of America are resilient people, he added. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel was outraged by the killings and had ordered stronger security for Israeli diplomatic missions around the world, his office said. On social media, President Trump wrote, "These horrible DC killings, based obviously on anti-Semitism, must end now. Hatred and radicalism have no place in the USA." Mayor Muriel Bowser of Washington said that the shooting would frighten a lot of people in our city and in our country. "I want to be clear that we will not tolerate this violence or hate in our city," she said. "We will not tolerate any acts of terrorism, and we are going to stand together as a community in the coming days and weeks against anti-Semitism." After the deadly Hamas-led October 7, 2023 attack on Israel, the Israeli military began a campaign in Gaza has devastated the enclave. It set off a wave of pro-Palestinian protests, including at Israeli embassies and at American college and university campuses. The Israeli embassy in Washington has been a particular focus for protesters. The debate around the protests has often been vitriolic. Some critics, including the Trump administration and Israel, have said the protesters are promoting anti-Semitism and inciting violence against Jews. Many demonstrators and their supporters have said that such accusations are intended to suppress political speech and their support for the Palestinian cause. Police officials said a single suspect seen pacing in front of the museum before the shooting on Wednesday was responsible for the attack. He approached 4 people who were leaving the event, shooting the 2 victims, and then walked into the museum, where he was detained by security officers, they said. Tal Naim Cohen, a spokeswoman for the Israeli embassy, wrote on social media before the news conference that the 2 staff members were shot at close range. Ms. Smith, the Washington police chief, said it was not immediately clear why the suspect walked into the museum after the shooting or what he planned to do inside. Mr. Rodriguez had not been previously identified as a threat in Washington, officials added. Dan Bongino, the deputy director of the FBI, said the suspect was being interviewed by Washington police in conjunction with the agency's counterterrorism team. Early indicators are that this is an act of targeted violence, he said on social media. The American Jewish Committee event at the Capitol Jewish Museum was described online as a young diplomat's reception, intended to bring together young Jewish professionals between the ages of 22 and 45, as well as the Washington diplomatic community. "We are excited to introduce this year's theme, Turning Pain into Purpose," the group said in the online invitation, adding that the event would feature members of groups working to respond to humanitarian crises throughout the Middle East and North Africa. Ted Deutsch, the American Jewish Committee's chief executive, said, "We are devastated that an unspeakable act of violence took place outside the venue." Secretary of State Marco Rubio condemned the attack. "This was a brazen act of cowardly, anti-Semitic violence," he wrote on social media. "Make no mistake, we will track down those responsible and bring them to justice." Kasim Nauman, John Yoon, Aaron Boxerman, and Celeste Levine contributed reporting.
Definitely a tragedy. While I'm thinking about it, everyone, please hit the like button and make sure, if you're new to the channel, subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel, and make sure that you share this out. Where else could you possibly get cogent analysis of the failings of the Trump administration, complete with ad hominems? And in my opinion, my ad hominems are pithy. So also make sure that you subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. I actually am in the middle of producing a video essay. It's at Stanley Cross 6000. And who knew that just making a, like a 12 or 15 minute video took so much work? I'm not sure. I think I'm just going to start clipping shows instead of just like making new video stuff just from scratch. Also, make sure you support the host. As you all probably know, because I make my weekly pitch, please give me beer money. Did you know that Bud Light is made with rice? I did not know that until I started reading the ingredients. So support the show by supporting the host. And I appreciate the folks who are regular supporters of the show. I thank you so much. I don't often stop to acknowledge that I actually don't have to do this. Waking up at 3 a.m. It's not a job, but I actually enjoy, the folks that I interact with on a regular basis on the show. I like news, and I like hanging out even with people like River of Hate. who should support the show more, even if it's only by hitting the like button and giving me shit from the chat. I do enjoy y'all, and I don't often take the time to admit that. Even you, 12th man. And let's see what else. Make sure you support Portia J. I have made the joke that she is due reparations. She thought this show, when she proposed it, was going to be, very entertaining and, kind of a magnet for, all kinds of stuff that I have not delivered on. So we need to make sure that she gets her reparations for making a bad decision for creating Stanley versus the World and installing Stanley as host. She often tunes in, and she humors an old man, but really, quite frankly, she does a lot behind the scenes. And please make sure that you consider her when you support the channel. So, all that being said, let us sally forth. We talked about Israel. We talked about a guy basically taking, support of Palestine way too far. Let's come and let us look at Palestine as it is.
Israel said it eased its blockade, but Ghazians are still waiting for food. This article is by Aaron Boxerman, Bilal Shber, and Iyad Abuhuela, and read by an automated voice. For Abdul Halim Awad, who runs a bakery in central Gaza, the hope of food arriving for hungry Gazans has become like the endless reports of an approaching ceasefire, constantly rumored to be just around the corner, yet always out of reach. 3 days after Israel announced that it would ease its blockade of humanitarian aid to Gaza, it appeared on Wednesday that little, if any, of the desperately needed food, fuel, and medicine had reached hungry Palestinians. Dozens of trucks ferrying supplies have crossed into Gaza at the Israeli-controlled border crossing of Kerem Shalom, according to Israel. But the United Nations has so far been unable to move any trucks from Kerem Shalom to warehouses inside Gaza, according to 2 UN officials who requested anonymity to share sensitive details. Stefan Dujarric, the UN spokesman, said on Tuesday that UN teams had waited for several hours for Israeli permission to head to the crossing. But they were unable to secure the arrival of those supplies to aid warehouses, he said at a news conference. Mr. Awad said he and others had been informed by the United Nations that some shipments of flour might arrive on Wednesday. But even if they did, it would only be a dent the daily hunger that became widespread in Gaza under the Israeli blockade. Even if we get some flour today, it seems we won't have anything close to what's needed to feed people, Mr. Awad said. In the meantime, Palestinians reeling from Israel's 2-month ban on food, fuel, and other supplies have been left waiting. The delays suggested that distributing aid across Gaza was likely to take time, even as Israel threatens a major ground offensive that could upend the process. Today we will mostly eat lentils or pasta, Riyad al-Hawsari, a 25-year-old in Gaza City, said in a phone interview. We eat one meal in the late afternoon. It is one meal, and there is no other. Israel's blockade has rendered the situation so dire that Gazans are at, quote, critical risk of famine, a panel of UN-backed experts said this month. They projected that tens of thousands of children could suffer from acute malnutrition if the restrictions continued. Israel argued the report was based on faulty data and assumptions. The worsening humanitarian crisis in Gaza has ignited growing international opprobrium against the Israeli campaign against Hamas. Even Israel's allies, who offered vigorous support after the Hamas-led October 7, 2023, attacks started the war, have voiced frustration and even anger over the conflict and its cost to ordinary Palestinians. This week, Britain, France, and Canada denounced the Israeli blockade and planned ground offensive in unusually stark and harsh terms, labeling them disproportionate and egregious. On Tuesday, the British government said it was suspending negotiations on expanding the country's free trade agreement in protest. On Wednesday, the newly anointed Pope, Leo XIV, joined the chorus calling for aid to be allowed into the Gaza Strip. He described the situation as increasingly worrying and painful, and urged the entry of dignified humanitarian aid and to put an end to the hostilities. Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli prime minister, rejected the international criticism and reiterated his threat for a huge escalation of the war in Gaza. He described the coming ground offensive as the final and decisive blow against Hamas, adding that by the end of it, all of Gaza's territory will be under Israeli security control. The Israeli ban on humanitarian aid began in early March, as the initial phase of a 2-month ceasefire between Israel and Hamas ended. Both sides were supposed to be negotiating the next steps in the truce. Israeli officials argued the restrictions aimed to pressure Hamas to compromise. The impact on ordinary Gazans was immense. Aid organizations suspended their operations as food stockpiles dwindled, and the price of food skyrocketed. In late March, Israel ended the truce with a massive bombardment and resumed its offensive against Hamas in Gaza. By this month, relief officials were warning that widespread hunger had become a daily reality. But for weeks, Israel refused to allow aid agencies to resume operations unless they agreed to new Israeli conditions, purportedly to prevent supplies from falling into Hamas's hands. Israeli leaders publicly insisted that Gaza still had plentiful stockpiles of food, but behind closed doors, some military officials privately concluded that Palestinians there could face starvation within weeks. Even the United States, one of Israel's most stalwart supporters throughout the conflict, began suggesting that the humanitarian crisis was spiraling out of control. Last week, President Trump said that a lot of people are starving in the Gaza Strip, and that the United States was working to alleviate the situation. After those comments by Mr. Trump, the Israeli authorities relented on Sunday night announcing that they would begin allowing in small amounts of food. Without any new aid having actually arrived, many in Gaza are trying to make whatever provisions they have last as long as possible. "We don't plan meals anymore," said Saba Abu el-Rus, 63, in the central city of Dar al-Balah. "We just work with whatever we can find." Produce like eggplants and tomatoes is often hawked at eye-watering prices, according to several Gazans. Ms. Abu al-Rus said that one vendor in a local street market had been selling a single onion for $8.50. Iman Jundia, a mother of 4 in Gaza City, said she could only dream of the regular meals she used to enjoy before the war: fragrant sliced lamb, chicken, potatoes, and rice, and mafdul, a kind of Palestinian couscous. She now relies almost exclusively on soup kitchens run by charities that still manage to stew pots of lentils and other staples for crowds of displaced Palestinians. "Everything else is either unavailable or too expensive," she said. "Just yesterday, my son begged me for watermelon," said Ms. Jundia. "I started to cry with him." Amira Haruda, Rawan Sheikh Ahmad, and Jonathan Rice contributed reporting.
Sorry about that. Yep, it is a problem. I think that Israel's going to have is going to be checked. Wanting to basically take over Gaza, and then Trump with this weird idea of sending everyone in Gaza to Libya. It's like a weird form of neo-colonialism in absentia. We're just going to displace 1 million people just so he can build a resort. Yeah, that is white supremacy in crystallized form. So only in America. So House approves Trump's massive tax and immigration package. 12th Man mentioned that there was immigration reform in there. I doubt it. And I actually am kind of surprised that they have gotten it into a form that it can go to the Senate. Senate's going to be a whole lot more tough on the big, beautiful bill.
This news story was written by Jacob Bogage, Mariana Sotomayor, Matthew Choi, and Paul Kane. House approves Trump's massive tax and immigration package. The legislation would extend tax cuts and add billions in new spending and trillions in new debt. House Republicans approved President Donald Trump's sprawling tax and immigration agenda Thursday morning, sending to the Senate legislation that the GOP hopes will transform the federal government and the economy and power the White House's drive to deport immigrants and build up the military. Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill, as the measure is formally known, extends trillions of dollars in tax cuts from his first term, along with new campaign promises, including no taxes on tips and overtime wages, and hundreds of billions of dollars in new spending. But the legislation, which passed 214-1 after marathon talks, carries a hefty price tag. The latest projection from Congressional Budget Office, lawmakers' nonpartisan bookkeeper, showed it will add $2.4 trillion over 10 years to the national debt, which already exceeds $36 trillion. To offset the cost, the measure would slash spending on social safety net programs by more than $1 trillion over 10 years. Even then, the mammoth legislation could also force nearly $500 billion in cuts to Medicare over the next decade to keep the national deficit within legal limits, unless Congress later adjusts the limits. The legislation could strip Medicaid coverage from 8.7 million people and lead to 7.6 million more uninsured people over 10 years, CBO projected. The final vote came just before 7 a.m. Thursday, wrapping up a more than 24-hour session that started in committee at 1 a.m. Wednesday. Determined to pass the bill to keep it on a long track to win approval by July, House Republicans forced debate deep into the night, as each caucus hauled in food, coffee, and other energy drinks to keep bleary-eyed lawmakers alert. The last hour of debate provoked clashes over Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries' nearly 40-minute speech blasting the proposal, interrupted by Representative Steve Womack, Republican, Arkansas, serving as the referee of the debate and admonishing the New York Democrats' tone in attacking Republicans directly. "I don't work for you," Jeffries replied, vowing to add time to his speech. Members of both chambers expect the measure to undergo extensive revisions in the Senate, where similar tensions could force major policy shifts that would likely reignite ideological feuds among congressional Republicans. The House legislation, though, was a product of Trump's creation and execution. Many of the proposals were ripped directly from the president's campaign rallies. No tax on tips, then candidate Trump said, came at the suggestion of a waitress. No tax on overtime soon followed in stump speeches. Another campaign pledge, ending taxes on Social Security benefits, did not make the legislation. Republican lawmakers swapped it out for a $4,000 bonus to the standard deduction for seniors. And when the legislation on numerous occasions appeared doomed because of Republican divisions, Trump himself stepped in as the closer. In January, he spoke to the House GOP policy retreat, hosted at his luxury golf resort in South Florida, a gathering from which lawmakers emerged with the early contours of the legislation. Twice, Trump intervened with holdouts as the House debated a budgetary framework for the measure. Each time, Speaker Mike Johnson, Republican Louisiana, convened naysayers in a private room off the House floor to broadcast the president on speakerphone. As recently as Wednesday, the White House warned that a GOP rejection of his bill would amount to the ultimate betrayal. Disagreements among Republicans in the lower chamber led to a marathon committee hearing in the House that lasted nearly 24 hours. That afternoon, Trump summoned hardline budget hawks to the White House with instructions to toe the line. Hours later, the holdouts flipped. "He's the maestro. He's the master of the deal," said Representative Eric Burleson, Republican Missouri, one of the fiscal hawks. "It was amazing to see him in action. Republicans have insisted the U.S. economy is waiting for tax cuts to blast off on years of growth. With this bill, your life will be dramatically better because you're going to have more money in your pocket." House Majority Leader Steve Scalise, Republican Louisiana, told a crowd of conservative activists on Tuesday, "Your small business that you're working for, or large business, is going to now invest more money into the economy to allow you to get a higher-paying job, to grow more jobs so they can hire more people. But much of uncertainty in the markets, economists say, is a result of Trump's tariffs, which have disrupted supply chains and threatened a new round of consumer inflation. The fiscal impact of the bill, too, has investors spooked. As lawmakers zeroed in on a deal Wednesday and eschewed further spending cuts, bond yields inched higher in a sign of growing investor concern over the country's financial health. "This bill is a debt bomb ticking," Representative Thomas Massey, Kentucky, said early Thursday on the House floor. "Congress can do funny math, fantasy math if it wants, but bond investors don't." Republicans are attempting to pass the measure through what is known as the budget reconciliation process, which would allow them to bypass a Democratic Senate filibuster. But that maneuver comes with its own complicated rules that could still threaten the bill's path to becoming law. With internal divisions brewing Tuesday between budget hawks and blue state Republicans, Trump visited the Capitol for a conservative pep rally, and lawmakers emerged from the gathering bullish on finalizing the legislation. In the meeting, the president scolded blue state Republicans seeking a higher cap on state and local tax deductions, SALT, and he chided GOP hardliners not to F around with Medicaid benefits. A consensus, lawmakers said, appeared in the offing. But lawmakers raced to put their own spin on Trump's words. To some, the president's comments about SALT meant refusing to raise the tax deduction, and to others, he meant accepting moderates' demands. To one group, his remarks about Medicaid meant searching for only egregious abuses, while another handful thought it meant finding waste within the program's DNA. The dynamic set two ideologically disparate factions of the GOP against each other. The blue state Republicans, the conference's more moderate members, argued they'd already been forced to accept cuts to federal benefits programs, namely Medicaid and SNAP, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, formerly known as food stamps. The arch-conservative House Freedom Caucus said the bill came up short of Trump and the GOP's goals to cut federal spending. Many complained that SALT rewards predominantly Democratic states that impose higher taxes. Right now, we're stalled, Representative Nick LaLota, Republican New York, a leading SALT supporter, lamented Tuesday after Trump's Capitol visit. You have folks fighting about SALT and Medicaid and SNAP and deficits. I think if you do a deal on SALT, you can get the ball rolling, and you'll get the SNAP folks on board, you'll get the Medicaid folks on board, and ultimately, they gotta figure it out with the deficit hawks. That's precisely what Johnson did. Late that evening, he cut a deal with the blue state Republicans would raise the cap on the amount of state and local taxes filers could offset from their federal tax balances. Trump's 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act limited the deduction to $10,000. The deal struck with Johnson would raise the cap to $40,000, beginning in 2025 for taxpayers earning less than $500,000, and the cap and income limit increase by 1% each year for the next decade, 10 years. Meanwhile, White House tax negotiators and the Freedom Caucus discussed new policies around reducing Medicaid spending, the Washington Post reported. When those proposals did not end up in the bill, though, the hardliners rebelled against Johnson and his self-imposed Memorial Day timetable to ship the bill to the Senate. This is a completely arbitrary deadline set by people here to force people into a corner to make bad decisions, Representative Scott Perry, Republican, Pennsylvania, said Wednesday morning. It's more important to get this right, to get it correct, than to get it fast. By that afternoon at the White House, Trump had swayed enough holdouts to back the legislation by endorsing policies House leaders had mostly already backed. When have I ever been a no? Representative Clay Higgins, Republican, Louisiana, asked after returning from the White House. Earlier Wednesday morning, he'd stood with Freedom Caucus colleagues to oppose a substantially similar version of the legislation that ultimately passed. We've been focused on getting to consensus, resolution, and the most conservative product. When have we ever wavered on that?
Yeah. Adding to the budget deficit. Very interesting. And 12th Man, I thought you said there was something in this big, beautiful bill about immigration reform. Apparently, the Washington Post didn't get around to that. Can you let me know with links if you're that interested in your argument? I didn't hear anything about immigration reform or anything that would be a sane way of dealing with attracting immigrants here in the first place. I don't expect a cogent response, but, I can always hope. So next is, let's see. Speaking of immigration, how Trump officials debated handling of the Abrego Garcia case. Keep him where he is. So this is just going to kind of add to my point about the ends don't justify MAGA ends. I'm sorry, MAGA means. It is essentially MAGA's method is break shit and then fix it. So we convince people that shit was broken in the first place. Inelegant, bull in a china shop. I could go on.
How Trump officials debated handling of the Abrego Garcia case. Keep him where he is. This article is by Hamid Aliaziz and Alan Foyer and read by an automated voice. A mistake had been made. That much was clear. The Trump administration had deported a Maryland man named Kilmar Armando Abrego Garcia to a prison in El Salvador, even though a judge had issued a ruling expressly prohibiting that from happening. But when the news reached the Department of Homeland Security, it set off a days-long scramble and clashes among officials in 3 different agencies over how to deal with what everyone knew had been an error. As it became clear that keeping it quiet was not an option, DHS officials floated a series of ideas to control the story that raised alarms among Justice Department lawyers on the case. In the days before the government's error became public, DHS officials discussed trying to portray Mr. Abrego Garcia as a leader of the violent street gang MS-13, even though they could find no evidence to support the claim. They considered ways to nullify the original order that barred his deportation to El Salvador. They sought to downplay the danger he might face in one of that country's most notorious prisons. And in the end, a senior Justice Department lawyer, Erez Rioveni, who counseled bringing Mr. Abrego Garcia back to the United States, was fired for what Attorney General Pam Bondi said was a failure to, quote, zealously advocate on behalf of the United States. Documents obtained by the New York Times laying out the debate among leading lawyers at the state, Justice and Homeland Security departments reveal new details of the administration's early efforts to develop a strategy for a case that has become a major test of President Trump's mass deportation effort. The discussions do not directly capture any conversations about the case inside the White House or at the level of the relevant cabinet secretaries, but the documents show how Trump officials, from the start, tried to keep Mr. Abrego Garcia out of the reach of the American judicial system. To this day, Mr. Abrego Garcia remains locked up in El Salvador, despite court rulings demanding that the United States work toward securing his release. And he got there in the first place through what everyone agreed was a bureaucratic slip-up. This was an administrative error, James Percival, a DHS official appointed by Mr. Trump, wrote to his colleagues on March 30th. Not that we should say publicly. Tricia McLaughlin, a DHS spokeswoman, said in a statement that Mr. Abrego Garcia's deportation was part of, quote, a highly sensitive counterterrorism operation with national security implications. We invoked the state secrets privilege over many of the details. Of course, our officials discussed what should be divulged publicly, she added. This just proves they are responsible public servants, putting the safety of the American people first. The leakers of these emails, on the other hand, clearly do not care about public safety. Far-reaching consequences. According to the documents, administration officials realized quickly that the case had sweeping implications for Mr. Trump's efforts to remove other immigrants from the United States and send them to a Salvadoran mega-prison. As Mr. Raveni pointed out to the group, the case potentially, quote, jeopardizes many far more important initiatives of the current administration. If the government fought and lost, it could have legal repercussions, not least of which for the nearly 140 Venezuelans who were sent to the same facility under the authority of a rarely used wartime law, the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. Ultimately, 3 courts, including the Supreme Court, pushed back against the White House, ordering Trump officials to at least take steps toward freeing Mr. Abrego Garcia. But Mr. Trump and some of his top aides have taken a defiant stance, insisting that Mr. Abrego Garcia will not be coming back to the United States. The turmoil started on March 12th, when Mr. Abrego Garcia was arrested as he drove home from work in Maryland, swept up as immigration agents scrambled to meet one of Mr. Trump's signature promises: the biggest deportation operation in U.S. history. Mr. Abrego Garcia had been under deportation orders, but there was a catch. In 2019, an immigration judge found that he could be deported to anywhere except El Salvador, his homeland, because his life was in danger there. But on March 15th, El Salvador is where the United States sent him on one of 3 charter planes with scores of other immigrants. While Mr. Abrego Garcia was not deported under the Alien Enemies Act, he was a last-minute addition to the flights.
I have to ask, if it was as simple as, hey, send him anywhere but El Salvador, how the fuck was that hard to accomplish? That makes it even worse. The motherfuckers couldn't even deport him somewhere other than El Salvador. This administration is hapless. What they expect is to be able to just be sloppy. This is like frat boy sloppy. It's good enough for government work. That should literally be the Trump administration's mantra. Good enough for government work. Just fucking sloppy.
After someone in front of him was taken off the manifest. On March 24th, lawyers working with Mr. Abrego Garcia's wife, a U.S. citizen named Jennifer Vasquez Sura, filed a lawsuit in federal district court in Maryland, asking Judge Paula Sheenis to issue an order forcing the White House to bring her husband back. The news of the lawsuit was received very differently at the Justice Department's Office of Immigration Litigation, which typically handles such matters, than at DHS, which has been overseeing Mr. Trump's deportation policies. The documents obtained by The Times show correspondence among the agencies and the State Department between March 27th and March 31st, a critical early period that ended with the administration acknowledging its error in deporting Mr. Abrego Garcia, setting off a legal and political furor. A State Department spokesperson declined to address the documents obtained by The Times, saying the agency would not discuss internal deliberations or ongoing litigation. On March 28th, Mr. Percival, the DHS official, told his colleagues that they would be working to make sure that Mr. Abrego Garcia would not return to the United States. "We are working to fix it so he doesn't need to be returned to the U.S., he wrote. Joseph Mazzara, a Trump-appointed official serving as the top lawyer at DHS, concurred. "We're also trying to keep him where he is." Not everyone was on board. Over several days, Mr. Reuveni, a Justice Department lawyer who had risen up the ranks over more than a decade with the agency, advised colleagues that they needed to return Mr. Abrego Garcia at once. That was standard practice. Migrants wrongfully removed from the country had been brought back under both Republican and Democratic administrations, including during Mr. Trump's first term. One of Mr. Reuveni's chief concerns was that Judge Sheenis would not look kindly on the fact that the U.S. government was keeping someone abroad who had been wrongfully removed. "I do not think the court will receive the suggestion it's fine to keep him there while we sort this out with any sympathy," he wrote. "And the longer he stays there, the more difficult it becomes for us to hold the line on, this is not our own custody just paid through the El Salvadorans." DHS officials said they wanted to solve the problem by trying to reverse the original order that should have kept Mr. Abrego Garcia from being sent to El Salvador in the first place. And they wanted to do so while he was still in Salvadoran custody. Mr. Reuveni did not agree. "How do we reopen his removal proceedings with him abroad?" he asked. "At that point, he won't have a valid executable order. The cleanest solution," Mr. Reuveni had said just days before, was to bring Mr. Abrego Garcia back to U.S. soil. The PR battle ahead. State Department officials wanted to know more. Were there any reasons, one asked, to avoid complying if Judge Sheenis ordered the government to bring Mr. Abrego Garcia back? "I cannot think of any basis for us to take the position that we can ignore such an order, nor would we," Mr. Reuveni wrote. Already, the government appeared to be highly alert to any possible backlash over the mistake. Mr. Percival, for instance, had asked his colleagues early on if the DHS spokeswoman had been informed about the comms implications of the case. Mr. Percival appeared to quickly realize that withholding the information was not tenable. A day after telling his colleagues that the government should not admit its error publicly, he reversed course and suggested the Justice Department's response in court would be much better if we could own that we made a mistake. "But I guess we need to figure out whether we're allowed to say that," he added. Around the same time, officials at DHS began to float the idea internally that Mr. Abrego Garcia was a leader in MS-13, a violent street gang at the center of the president's deportation agenda. If that were the case, it might make leaving him in El Salvador more palatable. The only problem was that nobody seemed to know if it was true. Mr. Percival asked other officials at one point whether they could tell Judge Sheenis that Mr. Abrego Garcia was a Mississippi 13 leader. Mr. Reuveni said that they could, but only if someone put their name to the accusation in a sworn court declaration. Mr. Percival also wanted to say that Mr. Abrego Garcia was not in any immediate danger. In the end, Immigration and customs enforcement officials backed away from the claims. So far, I have found, quote, verified member, which is included, an ICE lawyer wrote to Mr. Percival. I have not found anything indicating, quote, leader, but I'll keep looking. In a statement, a Justice Department spokesman said that Mr. Abrego Garcia was illegally in our country and has been identified as a member of MS-13, a foreign terrorist organization, by multiple officials, including an immigration judge and an appellate board. Mr. Abrego Garcia has never been charged with, let alone convicted of, being a member of the gang. He has said that he came to the United States illegally more than a decade ago because he was fleeing a different gang, Barrio 18. During his deportation proceedings in 2019, some evidence was introduced that he belonged to MS-13, but Judge Sheenis has cast doubt on it, saying in a court order that the evidence against Abrego Garcia consisted of nothing more than his Chicago Bulls hat and hoodie and a vague, uncorroborated allegation from a confidential informant. In 2019, an immigration judge in Maryland had ruled that Mr. Abrego Garcia should not be sent to El Salvador at all because the gang was targeting him and threatening him with death over his family's business selling pupusas. The gang had menaced Mr. Abrego Garcia's older brother, Cesar, and then turned its eyes on him after Cesar fled to the United States. When Mr. Abrego Garcia refused to join Barrio 18, some of its members threatened to kill him, the judge determined, prompting him to follow his brother to America. Because of the potential danger that Mr. Abrego Garcia faced from members of Barrio 18 inside El Salvador's Terrorism Confinement Center, or CECOT, a State Department official, James L. Bischoff, asked officials from both the Justice and Homeland Security Departments what he should advise the U.S. ambassador in San Salvador to do. Should the ambassador ask the Salvadorans to keep Mr. Abrego Garcia separate from the prison's gang population, or ask for his release? Mr. Ruveni's answer was clear. They needed to do both. We should seek to keep him from the gangs, he wrote, but more importantly and soonest should bring him back. Mr. Mazzara, the DHS lawyer, told his colleagues that Kristi Noem, the Homeland Security Secretary, had taken steps to seek Mr. Abrego Garcia's segregation from other inmates, including members of Barrio 18. And the next day, he said the administration was still waiting for assurances from El Salvador that he was safe in the prison. But Mr. Mazzara still seemed unconvinced that the gang was a threat to Mr. Abrego Garcia. Is Barrio 18 even in Secot? He asked. In fact, the documents show that Mr. Bischoff had told Mr. Mazzara 2 days earlier that there were many members of Barrio 18 in Secot. We concede the facts. The tensions between Mr. Ruveni and his Homeland Security colleagues came to a head on April 4th, when he appeared for the first time in court before Judge Sheenis. We concede the facts, he immediately told her. This person should, the plaintiff, Abrego Garcia, should not have been removed. That is not in dispute. Mr. Ruveni went on to explain that although there was a final order allowing Mr. Abrego Garcia to be deported from the United States, there was also another, known as a withholding of removal order, that was supposed to have ensured that he was not sent to El Salvador, where he might face persecution. Judge Sheenis thanked him for his candor, but said she had more questions. Mr. Abrego Garcia had been living in Maryland under the protection of the withholding order for nearly 6 years. So what authority, she asked, had law enforcement officials used when they took him off the streets on March 12th? Your Honor, my answer to a lot of these questions is going to be frustrating, Mr. Ruveni replied. I am also frustrated that I have no answers for you on a lot of these questions. The hearing, which took place on a Friday afternoon, ended with Judge Sheenis entering an order clearly instructing the White House to bring Mr. Abrego Garcia back to the United States by no later than 11:59 p.m. that Monday night. The order did not survive. The Supreme Court, quickly stepping in, first put it on hold and then issued an order directing the administration to facilitate Mr. Abrego Garcia's release from Salvadoran custody. By the time that order came down, however, Mr. Ruveni was already out of a job. On Saturday, April 5th, Justice Department leadership suspended and ultimately fired him. At my direction, every Department of Justice attorney is required to zealously advocate on behalf of the United States, Ms. Bondi, the Attorney General, wrote in a statement sent to the Times that day. Any attorney who fails to abide by this direction will face consequences. The case has moved forward without Mr. Reveni, who declined to be interviewed for this article. Judge Sheeness has opened an inquiry into what steps the White House has taken to comply with the Supreme Court's ruling. Joseph A. Darrow, who is one of Mr. Reveni's former colleagues and left his own job in the immigration section last month, said in an interview that people in the office were shocked and despondent over the retribution that Mr. Reveni faced. 2 other lawyers who worked with Mr. Reveni also left in recent weeks, citing his firing. I agree with what Joe wrote in his goodbye email. This was an act of intimidation against all the attorneys who work here, said Erin Ryan, a trial lawyer who announced her resignation on May 16th in an email. She said it put us in an impossible position where we have to decide between keeping this job pushing a partisan agenda or maintaining our ethical obligation to the court and thus our bar license. I choose the latter.
Well, that is riveting. I don't know what to say other than what I have said. These guys are ham-handed, and you get what you vote for. So let's see. Next story. Another in the same vein. They're gonna, I think the goal of the Trump administration is to just break the justice system so it's no longer needed. You know, they're gonna consolidate the judicial branch into the executive branch.
Judge finds U.S. violated court order with sudden deportation flight to Africa. This article is by Alan Foyer, Tyler Pager, Hamed Aliaziz, and Mattathias Schwartz, and read by an automated voice. A federal judge in Boston said on Wednesday that the Trump administration had violated an order he issued last month, barring officials from deporting people to countries not their own, without first giving them sufficient time to object. The finding by the judge, Brian E. Murphy, was one of the strongest judicial rebukes the administration has faced so far in a series of contentious cases arising from its sprawling deportation agenda. It was not immediately clear what punishment, if any, Judge Murphy intended to mete out against the administration or those who took part in the operation, but he asked for a list of names of everyone involved so he could notify them that they might face criminal contempt penalties. The judge's decision came at a hearing in federal district court in Boston to consider an emergency motion filed by lawyers for a group of men who they said were deported after being told they were being sent to South Sudan, a violence-plagued country in Africa. As the hearing began, officials from the Homeland Security Department in Washington disclosed that 8 immigrants had been deported Tuesday on a flight to a third country, but they refused to say where the men were going. While much of the discussion at the court hearing took place under seal, Judge Murphy said that the government had given the deported men little more than 24 hours' notice that they were being removed from the United States, a time frame that he described as plainly insufficient. The department's actions in this case, he went on, are unquestionably violative of this court's order. Judge Murphy, who was appointed by former President Joseph R. Biden Jr., said the administration's violation could ultimately result in a finding of criminal contempt. He also said he was searching for a way to provide the men some version of the due process they had been denied. In an order after the hearing, the judge said the men should have legal representation and be granted an interview, which would allow them to tell U.S. officials if they feared being sent to a different country. According to 2 people familiar with the matter, who spoke on the condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to comment publicly, the flight carrying the deportees had landed for now in the East African nation of Djibouti. U.S. military personnel in Djibouti were standing by to assist with securing detainees if needed, one U.S. official said. Flight tracking data shows a private jet owned by a company that has previously provided deportation flights left an airport in Harlingen, Texas on Tuesday around noon local time. The aircraft, a Gulfstream 5, crossed the Atlantic Ocean, stopped at an airport in Shannon, Ireland, and continued on to Djibouti, where it landed on Wednesday. Flight tracking data shows it was the only U.S.-registered civilian aircraft to land in Djibouti on Wednesday. When pressed Wednesday about where the plane was headed, Tricia McLaughlin, a spokeswoman for DHS, would say only that South Sudan was not the final destination for the flight. Documents provided by DHS showed that the 8 men were citizens of Cuba, Laos, Mexico, South Sudan, Burma, and Vietnam, and had been convicted of crimes including murder, sexual assault, and robbery. We conducted a deportation flight from Texas to remove some of the most barbaric, violent individuals illegally in the United States, Ms. McLaughlin told reporters, adding that the offenses the men had committed were uniquely monstrous and barbaric. Hours after the hearing ended, Judge Murphy issued an order laying out how he intended to provide due process to the men on the deportation flight. He said that each of them should be provided access to a lawyer and given an interview in which they could inform the government if they had reason to fear being sent to a country like South Sudan. If the government did not believe the claims, Judge Murphy said, the men would have 15 days to challenge that determination. The United States would then have to arrange housing for them as they awaited a final decision. During the hearing, Trina Real Muto, a lawyer for the detainees, called this proposed remedy a legal and logistical nightmare and asked the court to give lawyers face-to-face access to the detainees, not just phone calls. Shortly after the hearing, she said such a measure was necessary to ensure the well-being of the detainees, who had been in limbo for more than a full day. We are concerned with every hour that passes that they are remaining on this plane, Ms. Real Mito said. She added that little was known about the men's condition and that she could not disclose the plane's location, which was discussed before Judge Murphy in a closed portion of the hearing. Ms. Real Mito and her colleagues had rushed to court on Tuesday to ask Judge Murphy to intervene in the possible deportations to South Sudan. During that initial Tuesday hearing, Judge Murphy said he was concerned that his order had been violated. The order, which was handed down in April, directed officials to allow any immigrants who wanted to contest their removal to a country not their own at least 15 days to challenge the deportation. Those challenges needed to be based on credible fears that the immigrants would face danger if they were sent to a third country. Flight tracking data shows that the plane that traveled from Texas to Djibouti is owned by Journey Aviation, a charter aircraft company that has worked for the U.S. government. In an email, the chief executive of Journey Aviation.
Yeah, this is getting into detail. I'm not sure that the details are important for my purposes. Trump is basically pushing limits, and I applaud him for doing that. But the limits he's pushing don't need to be pushed. You can deport people. And be smart about doing it. But being smart is not a MAGA goal. Being just, I don't know, just being like, I don't know, what is the goal? Why do MAGA people feel good about being MAGA? That is maybe Dave or River of Hate or somebody, Webster, can just fucking, why does it feel good to be like American Man? Why does it feel good to be stupid? Somebody help me out with this. You know, I was raised to avoid being stupid. So next story, and I think we all knew this was going to happen. U.S. formally accepts luxury jet from Qatar for Trump. Tell me how that is making America great again. Have no clue how that fits into the overall blueprint of making America great. Good luck with that. Your president has been bought by Qatar. To be honest, and I'm dead serious here, I'm not even doing like an ad hominem. This is basically confirming that the United States is a banana republic. Super luxury gift, appease the president. President accepts, and the Webster Papadopouloses and the River of Hates just fucking adore our dear leader. He got a plane. Isn't that so cool? That means he is respected in the world. The motherfucker just literally accepted a bribe. Yet these people are claiming patriotism. So here is a rather disturbing story. You know what? Biden should have accepted a jet, and I hope the next president accepts a jet too. Kind of wish I were running for president. I wish I could have a jet. So Trump gets a jet, and some Joe the plumber guy gets Medicaid revoked. Yeah, that seems fair. That's making America great again. What a screwed up bunch MAGA voters are. So here we go. So this again was fairly disturbing. This is, and the next story is going to be even better because it's related.
Inspector let recruits who failed psychological exam join the NYPD. This article is by Maria Kramer and read by an automated voice.
Let's have
A New York
weird,
police inspector
psychologically
was transferred after
unbalanced
allowing
cops out
dozens
there.
of prospective officers to continue in the hiring process,
Deacon
even
Dave,
though they failed to meet mental health standards
let me
set
stop.
by the
This is
department,
why I
according
think
to two
MAGA voters are obtuse. So, who is the commander in chief, Deacon Dave? Who will be flying the plane, Deacon Dave? Not the Air Force. The Air Force are the taxi drivers. And by the way, where is the plane going after Trump is not in office? To the Trump Library. Deacon Dave, I appreciate and applaud your undying love for Trump and the Trump way of making America great again. However, you really don't, you're not making the point you are when you say the Air Force is getting the plane. Who the fuck commands the Air Force at the apex? The commander-in-chief, son. We are now a banana republic because we are accepting expensive gifts from countries like Qatar. It's a bribe.
Two people briefed on the matter. Terrell Anderson, who had commanded the Candidate Assessment Division, was sent to the housing unit because officials learned he had overridden negative psychological reports for 80 candidates that allowed them to go into the police academy even though they should have been disqualified based on their psychological assessments. According to the two people, it is not clear how many of the candidates went on to graduate from the academy and become police officers. The psychological reports had been overridden over the past several years, according to one of the people. In a statement, the police said that Inspector Anderson had been transferred and that the matter was under investigation. The inspector declined to comment. The inspector's decisions came as the department, the nation's largest police force, has been hemorrhaging officers. The department's headcount has been falling since 2020. There were 33,531 uniformed officers in the department as of April 1st, according to the city's independent budget office, down from a peak of 40,000 in 2000. Chris Monahan, the president of the Captain's Endowment Association, the union representing Inspector Anderson, said the inspector was always open and above board about overriding psychological reports he did not agree with. "He's not wrong here," Captain Monahan said. Under New York state guidelines for psychological exams, the commander in charge of the division can make the final determination about whether a recruit can move on to the police academy, Captain Monahan said. He had the authority under previous administrations to make those decisions. Inspector Anderson, who was transferred to the housing unit on May 12th, joined the department in 2004 and has no history of disciplinary problems, according to police records. He has been cited for excellent or meritorious police duty 38 times, according to police records, and has been lauded as an innovative officer who has tried to work more closely with community leaders in troubled precincts. In 2020, he took over the 73rd Precinct, which covers Brownsville, a neighborhood of Brooklyn where he was raised and where residents had complained that officers had become too aggressive, grabbing men off the street to arrest them for minor offenses. Inspector Anderson came up with what became known as the Brownsville Safety Alliance, a group of neighborhood and city groups, police officers, and members of the Kings County District Attorney's Office, who worked together to ensure that fewer people were arrested and entangled in the criminal justice system. Inspector Anderson said he decided he wanted to change the way precinct officers interacted with residents after he approached a woman grilling outside. "The look of fear she gave me, and I was like, wow, I didn't come on this job for someone like that to look at me," he said in an interview posted by Mayor Eric Adams on social media in November 2021. "That told me we had work to do." Inspector Anderson was transferred to the Candidate Assessment Division in 2022 and became known for his eagerness to recruit more officers of color into the department, according to law enforcement officials who know him. Many recruits fail the psychological exam not because of serious mental disorders, but because they appear inauthentic or overthink their answers, according to Kevin Sheeran, a lawyer and a retired New York police captain who has written at length about the department's hiring process on his website. Failing to prepare for the psychological exam is one of the top mistakes recruits make, he wrote in one recent blog post. "This is a critical step in the hiring process designed to assess your emotional and mental fitness for the demands of the job," Mr. Sheeran wrote. "Many candidates assume they can wing it, but that is a huge mistake." Recruits who fail the psychological test can appeal the decision to the Civil Service Commission. They can also opt to take another civil service exam and try to rejoin the police academy later. The psychological test is divided into two parts. A written test made up of true or false questions that takes about 5 to 6 hours to complete, and a one-on-one interview with a psychologist. A recruit can be disqualified for a wide range of reasons. Candidates are tested for personality disorders, mental illness, substance use disorders, and traits incompatible with police work, such as immaturity or aggression. The department's recruiting crisis has led it to scale back educational requirements, even as it brought back more rigorous physical requirements. In February, the department lowered the number of college credits that applicants need to become recruits to 24 from 60. Officers have been lured away by jobs that offer higher pay and less stress. The attrition has forced overtime shifts that many officers say leave them burned out. Earlier in the year, officials said they expected mass departures in 2025, when about 3,700 officers will reach their 20th anniversaries, making them eligible for full pension. Commissioner Jessica S. Tisch has said she wants to get the headcount back up to 35,000.
Yeah, we just did a story a few days ago about the high suicide rate among police. Basically, more police kill themselves in a year than are killed in the line of duty. And you know what? That will generate some real sympathy and support for police and policing. This kind of story where they're cheating to get people who don't meet psychological criteria just reinforces the point that, you know what, police on any given day, the guy making that traffic stop might be someone who doesn't meet minimum standards. This is not something that's going to create public trust in policing. And for a community, a quote community like Legacy Black Americans who have a history with police and police not always being, uh, let's just say, professional, this is not going to make um, Black people a believer in the quality of policing in America. And I don't know that I can say much more than that. You don't build trust in communities that don't trust police by um, cutting corners. And this kind of is related. Justice Department abandons police reform. Yeah, good job, Trump administration. Let's just not have high
The Justice
standards for
Department moved
policing.
Wednesday to drop police accountability agreements with Minneapolis and Louisville, abandoning the Biden administration's attempt to reshape law enforcement in cities where high-profile killings by officers ignited widespread outrage. Harmeet K. Dillon, who leads the Justice Department's Civil Rights Division, also said the government would close Biden-era investigations of multiple other local police departments, including in Phoenix, Memphis, and Oklahoma City, and retract the government's conclusions that those agencies had violated the Constitution. Dillon announced the decision to back away from broader federal oversight of police just days before the 5th anniversary of George Floyd's death at the hands of officers in Minneapolis in 2020, which helped set off worldwide racial justice protests that summer. I was not confident that the Justice Department could stand up and justify these in court, Dillon said of the consent decrees with Minneapolis and Louisville. She criticized both agreements as reliant on faulty legal theories. Leaders in both cities pledged to follow through on efforts to improve policing despite the Trump administration's announcement. We will comply with every sentence of every paragraph of the 169-page consent decree that we signed this year, Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey, D., said at a news briefing. Dropping the federal agreements is part of Dillon's broader push to reshape the Justice Department's Civil Rights Division, discarding a focus on racial discrimination to instead take aim at alleged anti-Semitism on college campuses and investigate diversity initiatives and other issues opposed by the Trump administration. About half of the division's lawyers have left since Dillon was sworn in last month. During President Joe Biden's administration, the Justice Department championed greater federal.
Yeah, I've got to emphasize that anti-Semitism in America is a bigger problem than anti-Black racism. The numbers reflect that. This is hilarious.
Scrutiny of police, launching a dozen investigations into local and state agencies and releasing critical in-depth reports on the departments in cities including Minneapolis, Louisville, Phoenix, and Memphis. But by the time Biden left office in January, the department had reached agreements with only Minneapolis and Louisville. Both pacts were submitted to judges for approval. Neither has been formally adopted, and the Justice Department faced deadlines this week to submit briefs on the proposed decrees. On Wednesday, the department asked judges to dismiss both cases, writing in court papers that the agency no longer believed the consent decrees would be in the public interest. Federal officials and police accountability advocates who support consent decrees have described them as a vital tool to ensure troubled police departments adopt substantive changes. Opponents of consent decrees, which can include police unions and some local officials, say they are too expensive and can stretch on too long with mixed results. Consent decrees have never worked and will never work, Patrick Yos, national president of the Fraternal Order of Police, said in a statement after Dillon's announcement. During President Donald Trump's first term,
the Justice Department shied away from intensive investigations into local police and pushed back on consent decrees. Days before Trump's 2017 inauguration, the Obama Justice Department reached an agreement with the Baltimore police. After Trump was sworn in, his administration tried to abandon that agreement. A judge rejected those arguments and approved the consent decree, which remains in effect. Under Trump, then Attorney General Jeff Sessions significantly restricted the Justice Department's ability to use consent decrees, an order that was rescinded during the Biden administration. Trump has been a proponent of police using more force and a critic of efforts to impose restrictions and more oversight on officers. Last month, he issued an executive order denouncing local leaders who demonize law enforcement and impose legal and political handcuffs that make aggressively enforcing the law impossible. The president also directed Attorney General Pam Bondi to review all active consent decrees with state or local departments and modify, rescind, or move to conclude such measures that unduly impede the performance of law enforcement functions. Dillon assailed consent decrees at length on Wednesday, describing them as overly costly tools that strip away local control of police departments. She said her division would be willing to prosecute police officers when necessary, but described the broad, negotiated agreements as a flawed way to try to improve policing. Notably, Dillon's announcement did not include every investigation launched during Biden's term. The Justice Department did not retract its findings of wrongdoing in the Worcester, Massachusetts, and Lexington, Mississippi, police forces. The department also has launched investigations into the sheriff's office in Rankin County, Mississippi, and the New York Police Department's Special Victims Unit, but officials have not announced findings in either case. Dillon said the Justice Department was undertaking a thorough review of all findings by the agency. Still, Wednesday's announcement was much broader than the Justice Department's efforts to back away from consent decrees during Trump's first term, particularly the pledge to retract findings of wrongdoing in several departments, said Christy E. Lopez, who oversaw federal investigations into local departments during President Barack Obama's administration. Justice Department investigations launched under Biden documented myriad civil rights violations, including how officers in some cases sexually assaulted women, threatened minors, mistreated the homeless, and punished protesters. The Department of Justice can retract those findings reports, but they can't retract those facts, Lopez said. Kristen Clark, who led the Civil Rights Division under Biden, said the investigations were led by career attorneys based on data, body camera footage, and information provided by officers themselves. The consent decrees were carefully negotiated with the full support of law enforcement leaders and local officials, her statement said. Police accountability advocates describe the Justice Department's shift as a betrayal of local communities. These moves will only deepen the divide between law enforcement and the people they are sworn to protect and serve, Ben Crump, a civil rights attorney who represented Floyd's family, said in a statement. Trust is built with transparency and accountability, not with denial and retreat. The American Civil Liberties Union on Wednesday said that it and local organizations were seeking public records in places where the Justice Department had investigated local police forces, hoping that gathering the information would help these communities push for accountability and reform. The agreements reached in Louisville and Minneapolis followed extensive investigations into both departments. The Justice Department concluded in 2023 that officers in both cities acted unconstitutionally, used excessive force, and discriminated against local residents. The proposed Louisville consent decree was announced in December, nearly 5 years after the fatal police shooting of Breonna Taylor set off repeated demonstrations in that city. U.S. District Judge Benjamin Beaton, a Trump nominee, held a hearing and expressed skepticism about the consent decree, suggesting both sides could reach an agreement without court intervention. A hearing is scheduled in that case for Friday morning, though the Justice Department has asked the judge to postpone it. No hearings have been held on the Minneapolis consent decree, which was announced in January. The Minneapolis police are already operating under a separate settlement with a state agency imposing changes to the local department. Fry, the Minneapolis mayor, said Wednesday that the city was also proceeding under the consent decree it reached with the Minnesota Department of Human Rights. The agency said in a statement that its agreement with Minneapolis isn't going anywhere. Fry sharply criticized the Trump administration for the timing of Wednesday's announcement, citing the May 25th anniversary of Floyd's death. There had been multiple previous deadlines for the Justice Department to submit legal filings in the Louisville and Minneapolis consent decree cases, but the agency repeatedly asked for more time, citing a need to brief its new leaders. That led to the deadlines this week in both court cases. They had every opportunity to move for a dismissal in the months previous to right now, he said. It is predictable that they would move for a dismissal the very same week that George Floyd was murdered 5 years ago. Dillon denied that the timing was related to the anniversary, saying it was solely based on court deadlines. At a separate briefing, Louisville Mayor Craig Greenberg, D., said his city was adopting its own police reform pact that would incorporate the goals detailed in the federal consent decree. This includes hiring an independent monitor to report on the police department's progress. As promised, we are moving ahead rapidly to continue implementing police reform that ensures constitutional policing while providing transparency and accountability to the public, Greenberg said. Dillon criticized the Justice Department's findings of wrongdoing in Louisville and Minneapolis, alleging problems with the methodology and data. Greenberg emphasized that the city did not agree with her assessment. We accept the findings of the original DOJ report, he said. But Greenberg added, Louisville did not plan to contest the Justice Department's effort to scuttle the consent decree to allow the city to move forward and focus on reform.
Uh, 12th, 12th man was here and then he has left. I basically, America's going to learn, just, what it is. I think that, Trump's poll numbers are going to pretty much, indicate, buyer's remorse. So, you know, the little fanboys of Trump can fritter on or natter on about this. Actually amazed me. First it's defund the police, then it was we want DEI. Now Stanley complains about lower standards. DEI equals lower standards. I think the lower standards is that first statement you made about defund the police. Yeah, probably not the best way to say police are dumb in the way we policing in America is dumb. I think that New York Times story kind of at least lends a portion of credence to my argument that the best and brightest, the most prudent and judicious, the best critical thinkers are not becoming police officers, and it shows. Okay, don't talk to me about standards when I just presented one example of lowering standards because you're making exceptions. You fools who want to just do the fake dude, if you're going to level ad hominems, at least make them grounded in some form of reality. River of Hate and Webster, do better. You're not making the points. You're not landing the punches. People in the chat are not enjoying your comments because they make no sense. Do better, gentlemen. Do better. So that pretty much is the end of all the news stories I'd planned, and I'm just not sure where to go. I have something here that, at least I said a few months ago, kind of still navel gazing at why Democrats lost. And I'm inclined to just kind of do the navel gazing because 12th Man and who else? Someone else today, wants to, they want 12th Man and a bunch of folks in this chat want to do the whataboutism of what about Biden? So that makes this appropriate, I guess. So what about Biden? People get what they vote for.
Victory, a convincing victory.
And so, like a lot of reporters, I found myself continuously asking top White House staffers during his presidency, how's Joe Biden doing? What's he like in the meetings? How's his energy? I always got the same answer. He's great, completely in command. His energy is amazing. These are people I'd known for a long time. I don't think they were lying to me. The harder question, in retrospect, was whether they were lying to themselves. We all know the story from there. Biden's collapse in the presidential debate.
With with dealing with everything we have to do with.
Here, let me stop this to emphasize. Here, let's put this up here. River of Hate says, Stanley has no arguments, just insults. And because you don't have the ability to critically think, because you probably weren't taught it in a substandard education system, the insult is the argument. If I say you're dumb, it is the argument. It serves two purposes. The argument that you are dumb is obvious, in that it happens to be an insult. Well, that's just a bonus. Kind of like cruelty is the point.
Look, the push to remove him from the ticket.
The growing number of congressional Democrats have called on President Biden to step aside.
Kamala Harris's sprint of a campaign. Donald Trump's return to the White House. Back when I and others were arguing that Biden shouldn't run again, it was seen as, at the very least, a contestable argument, maybe a crazy thing to be saying. In the last 6 months, though, I've watched a new conventional wisdom solidify.
One of the most powerful figures in the Democratic Party is putting the blame for Tuesday's historic loss on President Biden.
Yes, of course, it would have been better for President Biden to have made that decision earlier. I think there's no question about it.
And his close advisors shouldn't have told him to run again, and they shouldn't have told him he was going to win.
Was there a cover-up? A cover-up would at least reveal a core of cold rationality to this system. It would mean the people dealing with Biden every single day, they knew the truth, they saw it clearly and decided to lie. That there were adults in the room, if only malign ones. In a way that would be more comforting than what I think actually happened. And so there are questions here that are relevant long beyond the Biden campaign. How do you see what is right in front of your eyes when you don't want to see it? How do you not let loyalty to a person, to a party, to a cause blind you? Jake Tapper and Alex Thompson's new book, Original Sin, is a reconstruction of what Democrats should have known and when they should have known it. Thompson had covered Biden at Axios. Tapper is, of course, an anchor at CNN, and he was co-moderator of that historic and, for Biden, disastrous presidential debate. So I asked Tapper on the show to talk through what they learned in the more than 200 interviews behind that book and what lessons we can take from it. And just to note, we taped this before the news of Joe Biden's cancer diagnosis. The episode isn't any less relevant. In fact, maybe it's more relevant. But of course, I want to say that we wish him well. Jake Tapper, welcome to the show.
It's great to be here. Thanks so much, and congrats on all the success of this.
Thank you. I want to start a bit in the middle.
Okay.
You tell the story of Special Prosecutor Robert Hur's interviews with Biden in a lot more detail than I'd heard it before.
Yep.
And I think people know that report comes out and the prosecutor calls Biden a sort of well-meaning old man with a flagging memory.
Something like that, yeah.
But
Which is
happened in
nice,
those
by the way. It's a
conversations?
nice description. That's not a mean description. That's an accurate, nice description. He could have been.
Well, at the moment, it was taken as a very mean description.
It was. Yeah.
So what was going on behind that description?
Well, I think for Robert Hur and the prosecutors, they were legitimately flabbergasted by how President Biden appeared in that deposition, in the interview in October 2023. They were stunned. And I think they legitimately debated how he would appear to a jury. That I think they legitimately thought, if there's even one person that sees him the way that we see him, which is addled, we're not going to be able to get a conviction. I mean,
what was happening in those conversations that he seemed so addled?
Well, if you read the transcript of her interview, he is just meandering, unable to focus on the train of thought. He doesn't know dates. He's asked about a period that's significant for the investigation about, his holding and sharing information that is of a classified nature. So 2017, 2018. And first of all, he thinks that it is around that time that Bo died and that Bo was deployed. And it's not. Bo died in 2015 and Bo had been deployed years before that. And then second of all, he's just unable to place events.
And Trump gets elected in November of 2017? 2016. All right. So, why not 2017 here?
That's when you left office, in January of 2017.
Okay. But that's when Trump gets sworn in.
Right.
January.
Right. Correct.
Okay. Yeah.
It's beyond just an avuncular, charming Irish Paul sharing anecdotes. It's a meandering old man.
And in 2017, Bo had passed, and this is personal. The genesis of the book and the title, Promise Me Dad, was I know you're all close with your sons and daughters, but Bo was like my right arm, and that was my left. These guys were a year and a day apart, and they could finish each other's sentences. And Bo, I used to go home on the train in the period that I was still in the Senate. Anyway.
And while he got assailed, Robert Hur, as a partisan hack out to destroy Biden, my conclusion, and the conclusion of Attorney General Merrick Garland, by the way, was far from that.
My read of how people reacted to that document was it was a suspicion.
River of Hate, I really do wish that you could come on panel. I literally agree with Joe Biden, except I wouldn't call it white supremacy necessarily. I would literally call it stupidity, because white supremacy is stupidity. There are a lot of things you can put under the umbrella of stupidity. You can put a lot of things that are kind of not good for culture under that umbrella. But yeah, white supremacy is literally, when I hear that America is a white country by people who have contributed very little to white supremacy. If white supremacy is real, about 99% of white people have not contributed because they are not excellent. So yeah, you put it up there. The only one that will, see this as poignant will be your fellows in the chat. This host thinks Joe Biden's right about that.
Suspicion that Herr was trying to find a middle path, that he didn't want to prosecute the president. And so he sort of dinged him on memory so the right could feel good about that. I think people understood that as a political document. When you read those transcripts, though, and you produce some of them in the book, the sense that the president of the United States is actually appearing too forgetful to be convicted of a crime that requires intent in front of a jury is a much more extraordinary and damning thing. And in retrospect, it makes the reaction to the Herr report look much too modest because I think people assumed it wasn't quite on the level.
I think it was on the level. The pushback was interesting because the pushback was not about, well, there was the White House pushback, which was not about, hey, the president broke the law, which is how people, by the way, how prosecutors at DOJ thought it was going to be received. They thought the White House is going to be, oh, crap, the president broke the law. But the pushback was not on that, but that he was old, which I think is the tell from the White House. And the White House went to war not just against Robert Herr, they went to war against their own Attorney General, Merrick Garland. And Garland comes to the conclusion, and this is in our book, that ultimately Biden, even though he brought him on board saying he wanted a fair, just Attorney General and a Justice Department that had no fear or favor for anyone, Garland ultimately came to the conclusion that's not what he wanted. That's not what Biden wanted. Biden did not want an independent Justice Department. He wanted one that would protect him and his son.
So I have this weird experience with this, which I happen to be at the White House on the day the Herr report comes out.
Oh, wow.
And I'm there doing a bunch of other reporting. But one of the things I'm there working on is a story that in my head at that moment is titled, "Is Joe Biden up to this?" Because he'd been doing basically no interviews, not really doing press conferences. We had no real evidence that he was capable of the rigors of campaigning at that point. And then they decided not to do the Super Bowl interview.
Yeah.
Which for me was some kind of very big tell. Like that was a moment when I really shifted. You have a different explanation than they ever gave me on why they didn't do the Super Bowl interview. Why?
Well, first of all, lay it across.
Well, apparently, River of Hate and Webster, you all are offended by my critique of white people in America. So let's start slow here. Stanley has lived his whole life, that's a Freudian slip, surrounded by and benefiting from white people. Yeah. And I grew up in a black neighborhood with black parents. So I benefited by people in general, smart people generally. So white, black, doesn't matter. Brain power and culture, matter. And then let's see. Webster, you had something here that was interesting. No. I grateful for white culture. Number one, I don't really think there is a culture that is white. That is literally a bad thing to call a culture. See, when I talk about white supremacy, when I call, excuse me, I'm sorry. This is what I mean by white supremacy. Is it Western culture? Is Western culture automatically white? This is my thing about America not being capable of educating kids to critically think. I didn't know culture had a race. And then the other thing, I literally, for some reason or another, the racists don't seem to be able to accept that you can live in a very nice neighborhood with trees that is mixed. Now, there are not a lot of young adults. I think most of the people that I tend to meet in my neighborhood are fairly established. They're like in their 30s or 40s or older. So, it's not a lot of young people who even want to live this far out from Atlanta, but it is. And this grateful for white culture, dude, Webster, I create culture. I don't have to be grateful. Culture is not white. And the sooner you stop racializing things like culture, sooner you stop racializing things like crime, that's when America will be post-racial and when America will be great. As long as we have Websters and Rivers of Hate and Be Braves and the like, the Trumps, America won't be great. So y'all need to stop being so racial, so racist. Everything is not white or black. So let's carry on.
Across all of this is the fact that he's not capable of doing good interviews as of 2023, period.
Right. They don't do the Super Bowl interview the year before either. Well, they blame that on it being Fox,
right,
but they don't do it.
They told me actually it's because they knew that her report was about to drop. And they knew it would have all this stuff about classified information and about him seeming super old behind the scenes and adult behind the scenes. And they didn't want to have a interview on that, no matter with whom and no matter what the format was going to be. They didn't want 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes about what it would have been. Oh my God, this Her report says that you're not up to the task.
The Her interview comes out. Biden seems himself authentically furious. And they call a press conference. It happens late that night. I remember being in my hotel room after being at the White House all day watching this press conference.
In addition, I know there's some attention paid to some language in the report about my recollection of events. There's even reference that I don't remember when my son died. How in the hell dare he raise that? Frankly, when I was asked the question, I thought to myself, wasn't any of their damn business.
Biden attacks her. He is angry about the allegation that he didn't remember when Bo died.
For any extraneous commentary, they don't know what they're talking about. It has no place in this report. The bottom line is the matter is now closed. I'm going to continue what I've always focused on, my job of being president of the United States of America.
And then at the end, he takes some questions.
Yeah.
And in this interview meant to reassure people about his memory, he mixes up Egypt and Mexico.
Yeah.
As you know, initially, the president of Mexico, Sisi, did not want to open up the gate to allow humanitarian material to get in. I talked to him. I convinced him to open the gate.
For me, like, that was the moment when I realized, okay, it went from the question mark, like, can he do this, to he can't, right? If you can't go out and not have a memory flub in the press conference about your memory, you're in real trouble.
And I would note that what Biden said in that press conference was not true. To hear Biden tell it, Robert Hur says, do you remember what year Bo died? But that's not what happened. Biden brought up Bo.
Where did you keep papers that related to those things that you were actively working on?
Well, I don't know. This is what, 2017, 18, that area?
Yes, sir.
Remember, in this time frame, my son is either been deployed or is dying.
And look, I can't imagine the grief he feels about Bo or his first wife and daughter. And that's also one of the subtexts of this book, obviously, or texts in this book, is that the two main areas where we think, according to top aides, that his diminishment happened the most had to do with times of extreme stress for Hunter in the summer of 2023 when the plea deal fell apart, and then the summer of 2024 when he was convicted of a crime in a Delaware jury, because in Joe Biden's brain, understandably, he thought there was a very real fear he was going to lose a third child, that Hunter was going to either overdose or commit suicide. And I'm not saying that as an excuse. I'm not saying that lightly, but I'm just saying this is part of what happened. That stress helped really deteriorate his essence.
I think those parts of the books are really persuasive and sad. The reason I wanted to focus on this Her week is that, to me, it's a moment when a lot of things burst out into the open. For me, after that press conference, I write this series of pieces arguing that Biden should step aside or be convinced not to run. There should be an open convention.
You didn't ask me to toot your horn, but let me just say that was very gutsy and very difficult for you to do. And I applauded you then, and I applaud you now, because, first of all, probably a lot of people who are fans of yours didn't want to hear it. And also, it's kind of lonely to be saying things like that.
Well, I appreciate that. But the thing I want to get at here, because you have more information on this than I do, is as you can imagine, when I write these pieces, I get a lot of incoming from Biden world.
Yeah.
And they're not happy about it. And my honest assessment of them, my view of how they think of this, is that they actually think I'm wrong.
Yeah.
They think I'm being unfair.
Some of them do.
Some of them do. Certainly the ones I hear from.
You're not telling me who you heard from, but I'll tell you that this disaster that happened with Joe Biden running for re-election, and then the cover-up of what he was like behind the scenes, what Robert Hur saw, was orchestrated by Joe and Jill and Hunter and Mike Donnellan and Steve Ricchetti. And there are other people to a lesser extent, but those 5 people are the most responsible.
Cover-up. That's the word I want to get at here.
Yeah.
One thing throughout this whole period, and for years before it, which was always a bad sign, is, like a lot of political reporters, I am asking people in the White House constantly, how's Joe Biden in meetings? How's he doing? And they all say,
fine,
to a person. The line you often hear is he can perform the presidency, but he can't, quote unquote, perform the presidency. Right. His communication skills have degraded, but as a decision maker, he's better than ever. And it keeps a lot of people from writing what's sort of in front of your face. You think, well, these people are seeing things I'm not, right? If they tell me he's good in the meetings, I don't know if he's good in the meetings.
Right.
So when you say there's a cover-up, my sense of these people is that this is what they believed, or at least had talked themselves into believing. Do you feel most people were seeing him in meetings and he came off the way he came off with Robert Hur and they're just not telling anybody? Or is it something more psychologically complex going on here?
Both. Yes, they were lying to themselves, they were lying to others, but it all, like, the definition of a cover-up is when you are hiding something that is an ugly fact. And the ugly fact is that the Joe Biden that we all saw at the debate on June 27th, 2024, did not just step out of nowhere. That was Joe Biden, and that was the logical consequence of what they had been hiding since, really, in a big way, since 2023. Look, I'm not saying that every meeting President Biden had, he came across as addled. What I am saying, what Alex Thompson and I, he's my co-author, Alex Thompson from Axios, what we are asserting is that there was, as far back as 2019, a Biden that was fine, and then a non-functioning Biden. And that from 2019 to 2024, the non-functioning Biden would rear his head increasingly. And what do I mean by non-functioning? I mean losing his train of thought in a manner that's uncomfortable. I mean not able to come up with the names of top aides or close friends. I mean not recognizing people that he should recognize. I mean not able at all to communicate to the American people. And I think there's a degree to which, and this metaphor was used by so many White House aides we interviewed, the frog in the boiling water. I think there is a degree to which people, as the water is increasingly turned up, they don't notice that it's getting hotter and hotter. And then we would hear from so many people who worked at the White House, then left, and then came back 6 months later or turned on the TV 6 months later, and they could not believe what they saw.
I always feel like you can track this across the couple of elections. Biden rescues the ticket to some degree in 2012 after Obama's bad first debate with Mitt Romney. Biden mauls Paul Ryan.
Here, let me so see Webster says he's leaving. Webster, I live in Zimbabwe as much as you live in fucking Yugoslavia. This cartoonish version of you thinking you're making a point, son, I eat weak logic and dumb comments for breakfast every morning. Do better. I don't live in Zimbabwe. What you need to do is come prepared to use your brain when you engage me. I am not hood-servative. I actually have a brain. So you go back, you tuck tail, and you do better tomorrow. Who knows? You might make a good point. And you too, River of Hate. Let's see what you have to say. Can anybody name a single product in their house manufactured in Africa? Like, who gives a fuck? Really? If I found something that was manufactured in Africa, what goddamn point would that prove, River of Hate? You need to join Webster Papadopoulos in your defeated logic. I eat dumbasses and their comments for breakfast. And I don't even use white milk. I use chocolate milk just to make sure it's brown. Team Blue lied about health of absolutely. That's literally why we lost. And this is kind of like a post-mortem. So thank you, SKC, for kind of giving a synopsis of what this interview is about. Hit the link if you want. River of Hate, Cool Kamasi, not a single one, huh? Once again, River of Hate, let me put it to you this way. Only a white supremacist would even go about the house fucking looking for something manufactured by Africa. Who gives a fuck? It needs to work. It needs to be worth me buying. People don't go about their house looking for stuff manufactured in America. Why the sudden interest in why or where things are manufactured? Weak sauce, River of Sludge.
Paul Ryan.
You can cut tax rates by 20% and still preserve these important preferences for middle-class taxpayers.
Not mathematically possible.
It is mathematically
what badge,
possible.
Cool Kamasi?
It's been done
The
before.
white
It's precisely what we're
supremacist
proposing.
badge?
It has never been done before.
Shit.
It's been done a couple of times.
It has
actually.
never been
Jack
done
Kennedy lowered
before.
tax rates, increased growth. Ronald Reagan.
Now you're Jack Kennedy.
Ronald Reagan.
You don't have to tell River of Hate to wear a badge. That motherfucker has a hood. That is his badge of courage.
Republicans and Democrats.
It's an exceptional debate. And he sort of gives a ticket its mojo back before Obama's second debate with Romney. You go to the 2016 convention, I think he gives the best speech at the convention.
His lack of empathy and compassion can be summed up in a phrase I suspect he's most proud of having made famous. You're fired. I mean, really, I'm not joking. Think about that. Think about that. Think about everything you learned as a child, no matter where you were raised. How can there be pleasure in saying you're fired? He's trying to tell us he cares about the middle class. Give me a break. That's a bunch of malarkey.
Well, 2020, I thought his communication poems were already clear.
There's a reason why he's bringing up all this malarkey. There's a reason for it. He doesn't want to talk about the substantive issues. It's not about his family and my family. It's about your family. And your family's hurting badly. If you're making less than, if you're a middle-class family, you're getting hurt badly right now.
As even top campaign advisors told me and Alex, COVID was a disaster for the American people, but it was a blessing for Joe Biden's campaign in 2020 because he got to basically run from his basement. I mean, there were some appearances outside, but nobody was judging the size of the crowds. And a lot of the stuff was just done on TV.
You mentioned some of the accommodations that his staff begins making for him. One of the ones that feels very striking is the teleprompter at what are usually impromptu fundraiser remarks.
Yeah, I'm talking about like 40, 50 people.
Yeah, do you want to talk through what that was?
So his presidency starts off, he's still, you know, we're all still in COVID lockdown. People forget the degree to which 2021 is still part of COVID. And note cards and teleprompters are just standard procedure for him. They become crutches to the degree that Democrats are getting phone calls in 2023 because he's doing small fundraisers, 40, 50 people, and his campaign staff is demanding a teleprompter. We have a Chicago fundraiser where the host doesn't want to have a teleprompter there, and they're like, this is the price of admission. And Biden will walk in, read from the teleprompter, and walk out. Sometimes he'll do a photo line, sometimes he won't. But it's very odd, and it's very weird, and that's not what happens in these fundraisers. The whole point of these fundraisers, if you're giving huge money to the Democratic Party or to a pro-Biden super PAC or whatever, is you're getting time with the stars of the event. And he's not really doing that in any comfortable degree, and he's making people feel very uncomfortable because why does he need a teleprompter to come in and talk for 10 minutes, something that anybody in politics or the media should be able to do, just talk for 10 minutes about whatever. And those become crutches to the degree that then they become also part of the cover-up, even if they didn't start out that way.
What are other accommodations that the staff begins to make over the course of that term?
The hours in which he's asked to function. It's not normal to say that a president can't do anything after 6 p.m. or should only very, very rarely do something after 6 p.m. That's not normal.
But they would always say he had lots of fundraisers that were at night. They always resisted this. It got reported, it got rebutted. But your view is that they really did try to keep him unscheduled after 6.
As much as possible. That's not to say it was 100%. Of course not. But like as much as possible. The degree to which they started keeping him away from people, or rather keeping other people away from him, a cabinet secretary told us. So he had a cabinet meeting in October 2023, and then he didn't have another one until I think September 2024, after he had dropped out. Why would he keep the cabinet at bay? Why? We had a White House staffer say, somebody who left because they were so upset by what was going on, that there was a very purposeful decision to just limit his interactions with anybody who wasn't in the Politburo or a must visit.
Who makes a decision like that?
Well,
because I don't get the sense Joe Biden himself believed Joe Biden was diminished.
I don't know what he's aware of. I don't let him off the hook because I'm older than you, Ezra. I'm 56. How old are you?
41.
Okay. So
You look great, Jake.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm not capable of doing things that I was capable when I was 41, both physically and probably mentally. I find myself stumbling a little bit more on the teleprompter than I did 5 or 10 years ago. It just happens. It's just part of aging. I only say this because I'm aware of my limitations. I don't believe that Joe Biden is not aware of his limitations.
My sense of Joe Biden's belief about himself is not that he has no limits. He knows he walks more slowly and might fall, and they change the way he gets off the plane, that kind of thing. But that he is not sitting there thinking, I am addled. I am losing it. I have to limit my meetings.
No.
Someone is doing, if you are saying someone is doing that, who is doing that? Because you just said a minute ago, right? Mike Donnellan, Ricchetti, from everything they say in public, they seem to believe he could have been president through the end of this term. So,
which is crazy.
Fair enough.
It's
but
crazy.
I believe on some level they believe
I believe that they believe it too.
So when you say somebody is deciding to limit his meetings with other people, Who is deciding to limit his meetings with other people? And are they saying this to the rest of the staff? Does a memo go out? Like, what is going on here?
So, as JFK quoted after the Bay of Pigs, success has 100 fathers and defeat is an orphan. There are very few people willing to acknowledge who made the fateful decisions X, Y, or Z. I would say that ultimately, on the staffing level, who do I think is responsible for decisions that protected Joe Biden the way that we're talking about? I would say Anthony Bernal, who was the chief of staff for the First Lady's office and perhaps the most powerful chief of staff in the history of First Ladies, and Mike Donilon. And those two would convey the wishes of the president and the First Lady. So when the decision was made by Joe Biden that he was going to run for re-election, that decision would be conveyed to the staff from Anthony Bernal and Mike Donilon. Mike Donilon would say, presidents get to decide if they're running for re-election, and he's decided he's running for re-election. End of story. Anthony Bernal would say, you don't run for president for one term, you run for president for 2 terms. And they were conveying the wishes of the first couple. And in the book, we talk about this. There is a shocking lack of discussion about this with Biden. It is just Biden decides he's running, and that's it. And in fact, there's a very good, and I'm sure you know him already, John Anzalone, the pollster, who he worked for Biden all the way back in the 80s when Biden was plagiarizing speeches in Iowa. John Anzalone has known and loved Joe Biden forever, and Anzalone wants to poll for it. He wants to see what are the liabilities, how do we do this? Obviously, he's aging. And Anita Dunn says, we're not polling for this. The decision's already been made. And there is not one meeting where they all sit down and talk about this and kick the tires of it. And when Jeff Zients, who becomes the White House chief of staff after Ron Klain leaves in early 2023, he comes in, and he's a former Bain Capital guy. He has Bain brain. He wants to run the diagnostics. He wants to kick the tires. He wants to see, is this a good idea? But the decision's already been made. It's done.
One thing I saw happen during this period is the bar got set really low for Joe Biden.
Oh, yeah.
Because there was a big right-wing argument that this guy is senile. He has actually lost it. And the counter argument then became pretty easy because he wasn't senile. But there's this really vast range between senile and at the peak of his powers. How do you think his age affected just how he carried out the day-to-day work of the presidency? Not the campaigning, not the politics, but the decision-making, the attention, the party leadership.
I think that his presence in the Oval declined, and he would spend more time in the residence. Now, in terms of the decision-making itself, what we call them in the book, the Politburo, we didn't call them that. People in the Biden administration called them that. The Ricchetti, Donilon, et cetera, the people that surrounded Biden that were the true believers, they would argue, the Politburo, that the decisions were always fine and sound and never problematic. There are people in this book, senators, Democratic senators, who would take issue with that. Not as an affirmative prosecution against him, but just as a question. There's a scene in the book where Biden talks to the top Democrat on the Senate Intelligence Committee, Mark Warner, a man with whom he does not have a particularly close relationship. And Warner is concerned because the White House is about to authorize the release of, I think it's 11 Yemenis from Gitmo. And there are a lot of senators, Democrats and Republicans, who are worried these guys are just going to go rejoin the fight, whether with the Houthis or Hamas or Hezbollah or whatever. They're going to, or the militias in Iraq or Syria, they're going to rejoin the fight. And Biden calls Warner, and Warner is under the impression that Biden does not know much about this, that he doesn't really understand what's going on. And that concerns him. And then there's another scene in June 2024, before the debate. Biden has an immigration event, and Senator Bennett of Colorado goes to it, another pro-Biden Democrat, And Biden has just like this moment where he's like whispering into the microphone. Nobody can hear a word he's saying.
Secretary, I'm not sure going to introduce you all the way.
It's very odd. And it's reported as Biden forgets the name of his DHS secretary, but it's much worse than that. But in any case, Bennett leaves the White House thinking, well, this is why Biden's immigration policy is such a mess. He's not capable of leading the disparate factions in the Democratic Party and in his administration on this. And in fact, there had been a desire to beef up border security at the beginning of the Biden administration, and that kind of just like faded away. And Secretary Mayorkas and others never knew why. It just went away. And Bennett's overall conclusion is this did have an impact on the country.
I want to pick up on the Bennett vignette because I took note of that too in the book. This binary, I guess, that they created between can you make good decisions and can you do the superficial theatrical dimension of the presidency. One is real presidenting and the other is just BS the media cares about. So I always thought that distinction was incredibly false. The power of the president, as is famously said, is the power to persuade. If you can't communicate effectively, you can't persuade. You are giving up a lot of your power. But a lot of the presidency isn't about major decisions. I mean, you know all this better than I do, but it's just constant presiding over meetings, constant taking in information, constant sensing into the shape, the zeitgeist of the country, of your party, of the issues, of the constituencies. One of my sort of conclusions covering the White House was that Biden's just attentional bandwidth was more limited than it would have been when he was 65.
Of course.
And so he was extremely engaged on Ukraine, extremely engaged on Israel and Gaza. But his attention to domestic policy seemed to me to flag.
100%.
And his ability or interest, I mean, Biden had sharp elbows for his entire career. He was a moderate Democrat who had little patience for a lot of the people who would disagree with him. And that intense party leadership, we're going to do this, not that. You guys have gotten too far away from the American people here. We're pivoting back. That was just gone. That doesn't mean he was making bad decisions, but energy matters, right? How present the president is on different topics matters, because without him, the White House is not going to do risky things that might cause problems for him.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. I think that when it came to domestic policy, he let his first chief of staff, Ron Klain, kind of run things for a while. Ron Klain, who was a hero to progressives, and therefore Joe Biden in many ways was a hero to progressives. And that's one of the reasons, by the way, that the progressives were the very last ones to abandon him, the progressives and the Black Caucus, because they had gotten so much that they wanted from him policy-wise. I don't mean that in a pejorative way. Policy is why they're in the game. So I think you're right. I think it became something that he was not focused on. And then beyond that, I think also is just the fact that, as you note, he was interested in foreign policy. That's his area of expertise. And in fact, one of the reasons Obama picks him is for that. And that really is just what he likes. But we had a cabinet secretary say, and this is in the book, that if you expect the president to be somebody who can be woken up at 2 a.m. because there's a national or international crisis, that Biden was not capable of that in 2024. Then that's a cabinet secretary telling us that. That's not, Donald Trump Jr. It's not Steve Bannon. It's a Biden-loving Democratic cabinet secretary.
Did this person believe that at the time, or do they believe it in retrospect?
At the time. I mean, I the way they presented it to me, they didn't say it to us. I mean, 99% of this book was told to us after the election. Mm-hmm. As you know, very frustratingly, they got really honest after the election. And before that, they were either not so honest or elusive or didn't return calls and texts. But, we interviewed more than 200 people, and that was almost all after the election. But yeah, I mean, we have cabinet secretaries in there talking about something happened. They kept them at bay, and one of them saying that they didn't think that he could be relied upon to handle that 2 a.m. phone call, which is actually a very terrifying thought.
It seems to me that in the campaign, the most consequential decision made after Joe Biden decides to run for re-election,
which is a huge decision, but yes.
Although, as you say, doesn't even seem to have been a decision at all in the sense that there was a process, conversation.
There was no process, but it was a decision, by the president.
Is the decision to go for a June debate.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you're not a presidential campaign nerd, that doesn't happen usually. We do not have June debates.
No, we wait until after Labor Day.
Yes. How does the June debate happen? Because in a way, it's a show of confidence.
It's a complicated process, and there are lots of different parts. One of the parts is that both Trump and Biden had lost all confidence in the Commission on Presidential Debates. So they had discarded it. And so it was really for the networks, every network for himself or herself, trying to get a debate. There was an eagerness by both Trump and Biden to start the presidential campaign. For Joe Biden's case, he and Donilon thought the sooner we make this a choice election, the better. Right now, it's a referendum on Biden. And as Biden would always say, don't compare me to the almighty, compare me to the alternative. Biden thought the moment people realize that it's between me and Donald Trump, they will come back to me. Now, there were people internally who thought, no, we shouldn't do this. Steve Ricchetti.
I want to talk about that specific point. Boy, howdy, did Democrats in general make a mistake. They literally thought that no way would America vote for someone like Donald Trump. And quite frankly, Hillary Clinton made that mistake. I don't know why it got repeated. Of course, America would vote for Donald Trump. Donald Trump, honestly, and I've said this before, Donald J. Trump is the most American president, possibly in history. He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, so don't mistake what I'm saying is he is an everyman. He is the American dream. He is the most American president. There are grown-ass men who want to be like Donald Trump, and that's not a compliment.
Eddie thought that debating Trump just like sullied everybody involved in the process. He brings out the worst in everybody. The old saw about don't ever wrestle with a pig because you just get dirty and the pig likes it. And Anita Dunn initially, and Jen O'Malley Dillon, his campaign chair, didn't want Biden to debate Trump for any number of reasons. But then the Her report dropped, in which there were serious questions and a permission structure for folks in the media to talk about the aging issue. And then Anita Dunn thought, okay, we do have to do this. We have to show that he's okay and he can do this. And that's where the June debate came in. An eagerness by Biden to change the subject from himself to Donald Trump.
So on some level, doesn't the June debate imply this is not a cover-up, that they believed he could do this?
I would say it was malpractice by his people, and the degree to which they were not honest with themselves about Joe Biden's abilities and such is kind of striking. The evidence for the fact that it was a cover-up is the fact that we were also shocked by what we saw on the debate stage on June 27th, when in reality, that was not a shock to people who had seen him like that behind the scenes.
You were right there.
Yeah.
I mean, you're moderating this debate.
Yeah, co-moderating with Dana Bash, yeah.
Tell me about your experience of it, because on some level, I was a little bit shocked by everybody's shock.
Oh, really? That's funny.
I guess because I had done this thing after I'd done these pieces, and before I did these pieces where I went back through all of these speeches and looked at all these clips and came to the view he really wasn't looking good quite often. But what's it like for you being there? You're co-moderating that debate. Yeah. It begins.
He walked.
Tell
Well,
me about your
first
experience that night.
before it begins, he is late showing up. We're in Atlanta, in a battleground state, Georgia. So Biden won in 2020 and Trump won in 2016, and both campaigns and candidates had been offered walkthroughs. Donald Trump shows. Neither of them show up on time, of course, but the time for them to show up was still, laughably early. It wasn't really necessary for them to show up as early as CNN asked them to be. But Donald Trump shows up, and whatever you think of Donald Trump, he's a pro. Which one's my camera? What if I want to ask a follow-up? What if I want this? What do I do? When he's talking, when Biden's talking, is the camera on me, et cetera, et cetera. Now, I'm supposed to go out. The debate's starting at 9 p.m., which, by the way, was another shocker to me when I found out that they had agreed to do a 9 p.m. debate for an hour and a half. I thought to myself, that seems late. That's late for me. Like, how is it going to be for Joe Biden? I mean, I understand Donald Trump runs on some energy force that I don't understand, but that's late, but okay. I guess they know what they're doing. I think there was a degree to which I guess they know what they're doing infected the heads of so many of us covering him. Because why would you put him out there for an hour and a half debate at 9 o'clock at night when they could have agreed to a 7 p.m. debate? But in any case, he walks out. Oh, wait, I didn't.
Well, he had also, I think it's an important thing in their heads, as I understand it. They sort of see him as a clutch player. He gives this pretty excellent, at least for him, at this period, State of the Union address in 2024. And he's vibrant and he's loud and his quiet voice is gone. And there's all this talk about, do they have him on stimulants?
Right.
But I think they had come to the view that Biden can perform in the clutch.
He's a gamer. That's what they say. He's a gamer. To look at the legend of Joe Biden and everything he has overcome and not realize that infuses the man with a degree of, not just the man, but the man and his family and his supporters with a sense of, this guy rises to the occasion, and it doesn't matter what fate throws at him, and fate has thrown a lot of horrible things at him. He will rise. And his whole philosophy, as he lays out in one of his books, is get up. His dad used to say to him, get up. So, yes, this idea that he's a gamer, this idea that he will rise, that, yes, this has been a horrible month for him. He's traveled all over the place, and his son was convicted in a court, but he showed up to debate rehearsal, debate practice, unprepared and sick and needing to take naps, but he is going to rise to this moment. Okay. Yeah, I get it. That's how they think about these things. And that's how Joe Biden thinks about these things, because at 8:30, I'm supposed to be out on stage just sitting there, and we're doing lighting and all that stuff. And I can't go out there because Joe Biden has just shown up a half hour before the debate. He's supposed to have been there hours before. And why was he so late? Because he didn't think he needed to do it. He didn't think he needed to do a walkthrough, which is crazy. Every candidate does a walkthrough. Barack Obama did walkthroughs. Like, you just do this. So he walks out, he hobbles out, he does that shifting thing, shuffling thing, seeming really old, but I had seen him, so I was not surprised. He starts talking. He obviously has a cold. He sounds awful. His voice is already thinner and reedier than it had been, but now it's really bad. His first answer's whatever, it's fine, serviceable. But then he gets to that horrible answer where he completely loses his train of thought.
Eligible for what I've been able to do with the with the COVID. With dealing with everything we have to do with. Look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death. And
we have these iPads, and I wrote to the control room, holy smokes. And Dana writes to me on a piece of paper, he just lost the election.
It's one thing about this debate, and it was why his just complete absence of doing any serious extended oppositional interviews, just tough interviews. I don't mean like with Fox News. I mean, say with you, was, I think, worrying. You can talk about communication style. You can talk about how somebody comes off when they're communicating, but one thing communication is supposed to reveal is train of thought, is how people are reasoning under pressure. And what I watched in that debate was somebody who, under pressure, was not reasoning well. You would not want this person in the meeting with Xi. You would not want this person exhausted after a couple nights of poor sleep in an international crisis. You wouldn't really want this person being the principal structuring and deciding between competing alternatives in a hot meeting about immigration or inflation. That I feel like this is where saying it's all communication, as they often did, really fell apart.
Right.
Like communication is like how you think.
Right. Yeah.
And he was not staying on normal tracks. Like his own train of thought was derailing.
There were people that we talked to who worked for Joe Biden. Okay? I'm not talking about Sean Hannity and Laura Ingraham who worked for Joe Biden, who watched that debate and thought, who is running the country? Because it's not that person. Now, that's not me saying that, that's them saying that, but I think it is a reasonable question. So I found that debate incredibly disturbing. And the degree to which the Democratic Party attempted to gaslight the country, and when I say Democratic Party, I mean mainly the White House, but also leaders of the Democratic Party, attempted to gaslight the public about it immediately, as if like, oh, he had a cold. I've had colds. We've all had colds. This was not that. And I think one of the reasons why the Democratic Party's numbers are still so low is that they have not reckoned with the lies that they told about this. And these are lies. These are not lies about tariffs. These are not lies about economic policy or things that I don't fully understand as the average voter. These are lies about things that we all perfectly understand. Aging, colds, being addled, not being at your best. I mean, these are things that we all have access to.
So I talked to a lot of members of Congress in that period between the debate and Biden stepping aside. And I'd watch them go through this thing where they would talk me through every meeting basically they had with him in the past, year or two. And those meetings, they began to realize had become more seldom than they had been before.
Yeah.
But there'd be the meeting where he was great.
Yeah, 2021, 2022.
Or even there were meetings like that in 2023 and even 2024. People still had good experiences with him in those years. And there would sometimes be the memory of something they had sort of pushed aside where they thought he was tired or they thought he was distracted. I often heard people say they often thought he was distracted by some other matter, which when it's the president is not a crazy thing to imagine, that their mind is on, some terrible crisis. And that, we all have a bunch of data points in our head about other people. And we have an image of them. And then we have also the image of them it is convenient for us to believe. And it can take a lot to push us off of that. But then when you get pushed, you sort of reconstruct a new story out of things you had been downplaying. How much do you think that was happening?
A lot. And I think that especially these are political animals, and they were terrified of Donald Trump. And I think that after it became clear that Donald Trump was going to be the nominee, a lot of people said, well, this is what we got. This is the only person who's ever beaten Donald Trump. So this is what we got to do. And a lot of members of Congress who saw things and wanted to speak up were told, what do you want, Donald Trump? This is what you want? They were called a traitor.
I want you to be more specific, because that isn't what they were told in a way. They were told, at least in my experience, they were told, do you want Kamala Harris?
Oh, well, that was another argument. And that
was the actual, it seemed to me, first line of defense.
Sure, absolutely. The Kamala defense, which is, if Joe Biden doesn't do it, do you want his vice president, who is even less popular than him, to be the nominee? That's crazy. So, yes, she was their line of defense. And by the way, this drove David Plouffe insane. David Plouffe, of course, he was Barack Obama's incredibly successful 2008 campaign manager, served as a senior advisor to Obama, and then basically retired from politics in 2012 until he was called back to help Kamala Harris run for president in July 2024. This drove Plouffe crazy, because Plouffe's whole argument was, you picked her to be the vice president. if you didn't have confidence in her, you shouldn't have picked her. And he knows what he's talking about because he and Axelrod helped pick Biden for Obama.
Well, this was a thing that drove me completely crazy in that post-debate period. The Biden team's response, Joe Biden's response, when he called in to say morning Joe, was the elites are trying to push me out of the race.
I'm getting so frustrated by the elites. Now, I'm not talking about you guys, but about the elites in the party who they know so much more. But any of these guys don't think I should run against me. Go ahead, announce for president. Challenge me in the convention.
But the elites, myself very much included, you know, with my stuff in February of that year, were late. If you looked at polling, going back years at that point, super majorities of the country believed he was too old to run again. This had been true in 2022. It was something that Biden himself had to finesse in the 2020 race when he didn't quite promise to be a one-term president, but he said things that sounded like that he was going to be a transitional figure. But the public had already come to this conclusion long ago. And you could see it. It was in every poll forever. It was the Democratic Party that was late to give it credence. Put aside whether or not you thought the issue was that he could or could not perform the role of the presidency. The public was saying, we don't want this guy. We don't think he should continue being president. And then the party, you know, in the ways that parties do, closes ranks around him. Nobody of any national profile will dare run against him in the 2023,
even though people are trying
primary.
they're trying to get, like Bill Daley and others, Bill Daley, Obama's former chief of staff, and others are trying to get Pritzker, Whitmer, whoever.
Dean Phillips is you know, attacked. There's efforts to not allow him on the ballot in certain states. In Wisconsin. But I think there's a reason that you don't get a big primary that year. I actually had been planning to write right after the midterm election, Democrats need a primary. Just to see if Biden is capable of running again. You just can't give this to him without testing his capability to campaign. But Democrats were so thrilled with how they gained some ground in the Senate in 2022. They held down losses in the House. And even though Biden hadn't been in any super significant way out there on the campaign trail, even though his approval rating was the main thing the Democrats had to get over, the sense was, oh, Biden did it again. He was underestimated by the media again. He was underestimated by the politicos again. And here he is, and he led his Democratic Party to a much better midterm result than Barack Obama did in 2010, than Bill Clinton did in 1994.
That's what Ricchetti and Donilon would tell everybody.
And you just felt like all the energy out of the possibility of anybody primarying him, who is a sort of serious national figure in the party, drain, right? It was just gone.
I would add on the midterms, there is a lot of evidence that they went the way they went despite Biden, not because of Biden. That the two main things that Democrats had going for them were the Dobbs decision, the overturning of Roe v. Wade, which resulted in a lot of single issue voters very mobilized by the abortion rights issue. The Republicans had less than stellar Senate candidates and in some cases House nominees too. And that's really one of the reasons why I think that midterm went the way it did.
This is one of my sliding doors moments in recent American politics. Imagine the red wave had hit. The Democrats get wiped out in the House. They get wiped out in the Senate. Biden does not look like some uncanny political genius. And also the party has to take his unpopularity seriously. So Biden is unpopular by this point. And I'm talking to his people, the same people you're talking about here, after the election, and asking them, okay, well, what are you taking from this? What's your read of this? Mm-hmm. And they are telling me directly that this proves that presidential approval has decoupled from election results. That the fact that Biden is low 40s, high 30s, that in this era of highly negative polarization, with a Democratic Party that's highly committed to beating Donald Trump, to restoring abortion rights, that the fact that Biden is unpopular, well, you just saw the midterms. Unpopularity doesn't tell you that much about how the election is going to turn out. And so there also isn't then a need to address his unpopularity, to do a kind of big center pivot in the way that Bill Clinton did after 94, in the way that Barack Obama did after 2010, a thing that annoyed liberals in both cases, but was part of them confronting the fact that voters did not seem to be buying what they were selling. That also feels like it was very, very significant.
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, do all your listeners know this 1990s Gwyneth Paltrow movie, Sliding Doors? Are they all familiar with it? I mean,
you can tell them about it.
Well, it's just a question about like she walks out walks out of a subway and she lives one life, and she stays in the subway. She lives another. It's a great movie, but I just wanted to make sure. I similarly date myself with Gen X references, and my staff is so much younger than me. They look at me blankly all the time. I just wanted to.
You know what? The truth is, I don't think I've ever seen the movie.
I don't think I have either.
It's just a
even though I said it's a great movie.
Yeah.
It's
and you can't trust the media.
By reputation, it's a great movie. Let me just say by reputation, and it's great enough that Ezra's referencing it in 2025. Yeah, I think that is very wise. I also would say that Mike Donilon, who came up as a pollster, it is one of the most interesting things about him and his character, that so much of what he does is based on gut and not data. You know, Battle for a Soul of America, that's gut. There's no, the numbers that support that was a strong argument are questionable. The decoupling of the presidency from midterms. I mean, there's no actual data to back up these arguments, but it's what they think. It's how they convince themselves of these arguments. He's the only one that ever beat Trump. Okay, that's true, but that doesn't mean
There's been only 2 general elections Donald Trump is running at this point.
Yeah, I mean, and Hillary, won the popular vote. It's kind of that one was kind of a fluke,
and it created this sort of distance that opened up, I think, between Democratic Party elites in the country, where their view, the Democratic Party, was that Biden was historically successful, and under any normal measure, 1, he deserves to run for re-election and win it, but 2, who are you to question him when he has been so successful? On the other hand, the country didn't feel he was being that successful. He was unpopular. People were unhappy with his administration. They were not feeling the Bidenomics. They did not feel the world was a more stable and orderly place. And I think there's this way in which the Democratic Party just kind of got a little bit into an insular conversation with itself. Why did that happen?
I mean, I think your question answers itself, which is the Democratic Party was talking to itself. I would, without question, argue that the CHIPS Act and the infrastructure bill are huge achievements. There's no question. But why did the American people not know that? Was it because you weren't talking about it? No. Was it because I wasn't talking about it? No. I was talking about it. There's nothing that Washington media loves more than bipartisan legislation passing. I mean, that is the wet dream of every reporter in Washington, D.C. It's bipartisan and it passed. Therefore, it must be good. But in this case, investing in infrastructure in this country is a good thing because our infrastructure is so horrible. So why weren't the American people sold? I would argue that it was his cluelessness on the inflation people were feeling, and how much of that is age and how much of that is just his stubbornness. And beyond that, his inability to communicate.
And so then, having not been given a choice in the primary, the party then goes and says, see, the Democratic voters chose Joe Biden.
Right.
And now you'd be betraying them.
Yeah.
Put aside everything else. This is just a party that is not, in this period, listening. In your reporting, what actually mattered? What took Joe Biden from the defiant Joe Biden that we heard on Morning Joe, saying that the elites are trying to push him out, that Biden, who is sending a letter basically threatening Democratic members of Congress.
Oh, yeah.
To the Biden very shortly thereafter, who leaves the race. What pushes him to where so many people said he couldn't be pushed?
I would say that there are 2 reasons. One, the lack of support among senators meant a lot to him. And there is a meeting that the Senate only gets, well, they want one with Biden, but they don't get it. And they only get one with leaders of his campaign in the White House because they...
That was very telling, by the way, when they wouldn't send Biden to that meeting.
Yeah, of course. Basically, it comes down to there are 5 senators in I think it's a 51-member Senate Democratic caucus. There are only 5 who are standing with Biden. And there are a lot of Democrats who are running for re-election who are on the bubble, their jobs are really at risk. And then I think he kept on being told, the polls say you can't win, but Biden kept saying that's not what my guys say, and he's not talking about his pollsters, but he's talking about his pollsters' polls as described to him by Donnellan and Ricchetti, who constantly give this unrealistically optimistic view of the polling. It would have been a wipeout without question.
There's also one of the things in this period when they're saying, look, he's still only 3 or 4 points behind Donald Trump. We can make it up. At that point, you had a history of him just not being able to make it up. You come out for the Robert Hur press conference, you flub the countries, you fail at the debate. You could have had more things happen. This was, to me, the sort of crazy risk that I was watching a lot of Democrats at least publicly say they were willing to take, that this guy had not been a game time player for a long time, with the exception of one scripted State of the Union. The idea that you're going to get through a tough campaign where you had to make up ground, and this guy can't even do interviews?
The fundamental problem, the pollsters, ultimately, they were supposed to have a meeting with Biden, and then that got canceled. So they had a meeting with the Politburo, a Zoom meeting. And basically what they say is the fundamental reason why you're behind cannot be changed. The American people have concluded that you are too old and cannot do the job, and you are not capable of disproving that to them. And at this point, we've all seen you don't have to be a political science major or a highly paid operative to say, okay, he had a bad debate. Go out there, do 10 tough interviews and 5 town halls and settle this issue. Everybody knows that. And he couldn't do it. And ultimately, the Democrats who were seeing him, giving him the benefit of the doubt, Chuck Schumer, others, come to that conclusion. He can't do it. But then the other thing, the last thing that I think was decisive, Mignon Moore was in charge of the 2024 Democratic Convention. Longtime Democratic operative, very respected in this town. When she got the job, she set up an unofficial group called the What If Committee. And the What If Committee was there to talk about, well, what if Biden drops out? What if the protests are so bad they shut down Chicago? Just any possible thing. One of the reasons why it wasn't as difficult in 3 weeks or whatever it was to swap out 3.5 weeks, I think it was, between Biden dropping out and the convention, why it wasn't as difficult to do is because Mignon Moore had decided they were going to have decorations in as vanilla a flavor as possible, so that if somebody else's name needed to be in there, it wasn't like everything was in the shape of Delaware. Let's put it that way. The What If Committee was in touch with all the delegates, and they were monitoring everything. And eventually, before the weekend where Ricchetti and Biden and Donnellan talk, and that Sunday, the 21st of July, when Biden announces he's not running anymore, the What If Committee conveys to the Politburo, you can win at the convention, but it will be really ugly. They were losing delegates to that degree. The delegates were losing confidence in the president. They were with him 100%. But after the 3 weeks of torture, they were out. Not all of them, but enough of them that it would have been an ugly, ugly fight. And Biden would have won, but it would have ripped the party apart. So when Biden talks about he dropped out because he didn't want to have a divided party, he means it quite literally. He doesn't mean emotionally a divided party. He means an ugly floor fight on the convention floor in Chicago, and it would have been nasty, and there was always a chance he would have lost. But even if he'd won, it would have been really ugly. And I think Donnellan and Ricchetti and Biden just ultimately concluded, like, these bastards are chasing you out.
I want to just talk through some of the lessons of all this. One that has been on my mind is, and I wonder how much you had this experience, how much in the media we prize inside information. And often the truth is just right in front of you. If you were asking people around Biden in 2023 and 2024, how good is he? How capable is he? You are being told, broadly speaking, he's doing great. You have a fascinating little vignette about, his press people pulling members of the administration onto these phone calls to say things that they may not even believe. If you were just watching him at his public appearances, you were getting a more accurate presentation. How do you think about that? How that should make us think about the balance between, it sure seems very official when you get a anonymous senior administration source in a story, but just watch these guys and listen to them. What they do in public is what tells you what's true.
I think that's right. We have a senior Democrat in the book, in the first chapter, who talks about how he would call seeing what you're talking about, his inability to communicate in a way that you would want for a president. And he would call inside people, Donnellan, et cetera. And they would all say, he's fine, he's fine, he's fine. And then after Biden dropped out, this Democrat went to the White House and sat down with Joe and Jill Biden, the First Lady and the President of the United States, behind closed doors, just the three people. And this Democrat told us he wasn't fucking fine. Jill had to complete his sentences. He was losing his train of thought. He wasn't fucking fine. So, I think one of the things that there are a lot of failures in this book, and certainly the news media, it's hard to argue that we were on top of this. Even people like you and me who were questioning this publicly, it's hard to argue that any of us, in retrospect, covered this sufficiently.
Although there was, I want to give credit to a bunch of my newsroom colleagues here and Alex and others. There were a bunch of stories.
Sure.
There were great Times stories, great Wall Street Journal
100%.
stories, Axios stories.
100%.
It was harder to get people to say anything.
That's the point.
And it's hard to get, you need evidence for stories.
Well, look, we
were trying to crack this.
Well, that's my point, is if a president's inner circle is willing to lie, and if they don't even think they're lying, that's an incredibly dangerous thing. I wish I had a solution. Here are the three things we need to do, and then this will never happen again. One of the things that we talk about in the book, and we have Jonathan Reiner, a doctor at GW, who's an advisor to the White House Medical Office, who says that he thinks the White House medical reports should be affirmed under threat of perjury and given to Congress every year, so that there could be no lying or dissembling. But beyond that, what can we do? I don't know.
But I think there are lessons from this that are broader even than that. And honestly, to me, they reflect Trump as well as Biden. I think modern political parties have become very personality driven. They have leaders, and the structure of them is to really fall in behind the leader. That was true to some degree in the Democratic Party. It's true incredibly strongly in the Republican Party. I feel like a big difference even between Trump 1 and Trump 2 is that in Trump 1, his own staff was willing to tell people all the time that this guy was wrong. He was making crazy arguments. They had to restrain him. Now they see him as kissed by destiny. And, how dare you question the sun god? And I think that recognizing as a structural mode of failure that parties have a lot of trouble saying what is just obvious to everybody in front of them is a thing to grapple with, because I feel like Democrats would not admit what just everybody knew about Joe Biden. And now I'm watching Republicans not admit that, what everybody's always known about Donald Trump, that he's erratic, he's all over the place, that the stuff he says often doesn't make sense, that he's surrounded by yes men and sycophants, that the parties have just become too weak. They can be so easily taken over by whoever leads them.
Yeah, it's not just the parties, though, right? It's all of the things, all of the structures that are supposed to all the institutions that are supposed to structurally check any leader to one degree or another failed. I mean, Congress, there are any number of moments that one could point to of interviews or weird moments where, let's say, Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer should have marched up to the White House and said, what the fuck is this? Like, what is going on? And they didn't. So it was on them. But then also, like, donors should have been able to look at Biden any one of these moments and say, what's going on here? But the modern presidency, in addition to the weakening of the party, I mean, I'm sure you know the name of the Democratic National Committee chairman during the Biden years, but I bet 99 out of 100 of your incredibly smart listeners do not. It was Jamie Harrison from South Carolina. And we have a vignette where Biden doesn't even know Jamie Harrison's name.
Although, you know what disturbs me so much about that vignette? There was no stronger Biden defender in this period than Harrison.
Still to this day.
Saying, you know, what you do is you protect your quarterback from getting sacked, right? Treating this as if the question is loyalty.
To this day.
As opposed to the country itself. I thought Jamie Harrison like covered himself in dishonor in this.
Harrison is still out there saying that the mistake was having Biden step down from the ticket.
That's a little bit what I mean when I talk about this is a thing people have to begin thinking about in the structures of their parties. I mean, look, Laura Trump was co-chair of the RNC. I think you're right to say Congress is probably where authority to check things like this should lie, and people need to be able to speak a bit more freely. But when you look back at just what people were willing to explain away, to cover up, to talk about this as if the point of politics is your loyalty to the politician and not what the country needs from them. Right. The number of Democrats who made arguments like Joe Biden has had our back. Now we have to have his.
Man, what the hell does that even mean?
The point of the party is to come up with a candidate who is the best person to lead the country. And if you're a Democrat, keep the country out of Donald Trump's hands. Like, this is not some kind of interpersonal payback for years of friendship with Joe Biden or any other president.
100%. I keep thinking about the Clooney fundraiser, which is in June, and Biden shows up, and the behind the scenes, behind the stage Biden is shocking to George Clooney, to Barack Obama, to a whole bunch of people. The only one who said anything was George Clooney. But this is a room full of people who saw this. And Barack Obama is one of them. I'm not blaming Barack Obama, but institutionally, there's so much deference given to a president, even by a former president. I don't think it's healthy for this country. So you're talking about the weakness of the parties, and I agree. I also think that the strength of the presidency in this regard is a problem.
Well, in a way, no one is saying anything because no one is saying anything. It's such an obvious dynamic that it barely bears pointing out. But people look to each other to see what is safe to say. And if you watch Dean Phillips get defenestrated by the party, if it seems clear that you'll be profoundly on the outs, and if you don't think you saying anything will do anything, even people who would privately tell me they understood how bad this problem was, what kept them from saying anything on some level, in addition to careerism, was fatalism. Nothing's going to change. Joe Biden's not stepping aside. It's impossible. So to say anything about it is simply to weaken him against Donald Trump.
Well,
to admit what is in front of your face,
right,
is to empower the other side.
That's certainly
and
part
that
of
became a very powerful enforcement mechanism inside the party.
Right. And in this time of silos and social media, the fear of being labeled, oh, MAGA Ezra, or whatever. When Annie and Siobhan, the great Wall Street Journal reporters, put out their piece about Biden behind the scenes, the degree to which Dean Phillips was defenestrated, Annie and Siobhan got kneecapped. I'm sure it wasn't pleasant when you did your things. I know it wasn't pleasant when I did mine. Alex, the same.
No, you felt like you were destroying all of your relationships with the White House all at once.
Yeah, and not just.
I mean, I'm not saying
not just the White House, with the Democratic Party,
with the Democratic Party. And I'm not saying it was literally that bad, but I mean, I was fairly public on this, and it was a bigger firestorm of pushback coming from, I would say, like privately, a lot of people said, "Oh, you're right." In the email inbox, like just normal people, like, "Oh, thank God somebody's saying something." But then people I thought of as sort of friends who are like liberally aligned pundits or, people in politics proper, in public, even people I knew who believed this stuff in private, were absolutely flaying me. And that was, to me, the most shocking part. Having people who I'd had a version of this conversation with in private then slam me in public when I said it publicly.
There is a Democratic operative in our book who defended Biden publicly, who says to us on background that Biden stole an election from the Democratic Party and from the American people. This person has only publicly said positive things about Joe Biden. I mean, this is where we are. We're truth-telling of any sort because we're so tribal and in camps is legitimately a career ender, or at least a risk. Robert Hur could not find work after being special counsel. He finally did months later. But the word went out, don't hire him. I mean, it's nasty. Look, the same thing is going on now in terms of anybody questioning Trump, although it's more, questioning what he's doing with, it's more policy oriented, at least at this stage. But none of it's healthy for a republic to be able to. And I don't think, by the way, that it's like this in other democracies. I think there's much more room for debate in other democracies, whether England or France. I mean, it seems like they have more room for inter-party criticism, or even the notion that journalists or commentators are allowed to say things without not being able to feed their families.
Well, it also reflects different political systems. So in a lot of the systems, they're parliamentary, and the party leader is chosen by, the party elites and the people in parliament. And if the person loses the confidence of his supporters or her supporters, they're out, and they get, we just have watched the UK go through a bunch of different party leaders in both parties in the last couple of years. And I think here, the division between we choose with primaries, which is not how, we've done it for most of American history. This is a sort of one of the whole arguments about open conventions, that we actually did used to pick people at conventions. It's not a completely unknown thing to do.
Yeah, but it's
still how the convention is structured.
But it was back.
Right. But that's what I mean, that I think one reason in some other countries it's easier to deal with these problems, if you believe it is it more power is still in the back room. I think we have both quite irresponsible political elites in this country, but we also have quite weak ones. And I think those two things exist in relationship to each other, that elite failures are most obvious when elite power is most degraded. I don't think elites were some grand class of hyper-competent guardians of the public trust in the 1950s or the 1940s or the 1930s. But among other things, they had more privacy and they had more power.
The closest we got to that in the last few decades was in 2020, when the elites got involved because they feared a Bernie Sanders nomination and rallied around Joe Biden. And they didn't do it because they liked Joe Biden. They did it because they thought Joe Biden could beat Bernie and then Trump. And that was just strictly on the numbers. Who can win college-educated white voters in the suburbs of Philly, and also black voters in South Carolina? And there was only one person who was running who could do that, and it was Biden. And we'll never know probably the extent to which Barack Obama and others called Buttigieg and Klobuchar and Booker and Warren and all the others and encouraged them to drop out and get behind Biden, but it did happen. And that's the closest we've gotten to a smoke-filled room in my lifetime.
I mean, I give the Democratic Party some credit here. It did in the end happen in 2024. It happened too late. But the party did something very unusual and pushed him off the ticket, did persuade him not to run.
Well, it's like what Churchill said about the United States. You can always count on them to do the right thing after they've exhausted every other possible option.
I think it's the place to end. Then also final question. What are 3 books you'd recommend to the audience?
Oh, that's such a great question. I assume abundance is implied. I am reading right now, and this is a fun diversion if you're like me and you spend too much time lying in bed doom scrolling. Susan Morrison has a book called Lorne, which is about Lorne Michaels and the history of Saturday Night Live, which is great. There's a book called Hitler's People, I think it's called, by Richard Evans that I'm reading also, which is about how it came to be that the Holocaust happened in Germany. And it's kind of like if anybody out there read Goldhagen's Hitler's Willing Executioners, which is very damning of the German people. It's kind of building on that scholarship. Like, what is it about Germany that this happened there? And then just because I am also a fan of graphic novels, I will say that there is a graphic novel that is written by Andy Samberg and some others with him called The Holy Roller, which is about a Jewish bowling Ohio superhero that I have started and is enjoyable and weird.
Jake Tapper, thank you very much.
Thank you. What a pleasure.
Well, thank goodness. Now I get to engage with the rivers of hate. This concept, river of hate, you are white. Okay. You are white. Doesn't matter your skin color. Content of character, your character is white. That is the content of your character, not the color of your skin. Haven't you actually understood what Martin Luther King meant? Dude, you don't know how to read a book or understand it. And Latino, let's see what you got. Latino, I don't know why you keep struggling here. Bottom line is whatever it is you're nattering on about is uninteresting. You are the one who's emotional. I honestly have no clue what your point is. Try and make whatever it is your point might be, and I will move on. The Trump bilateral meeting with the president of South Africa, it actually, I'm not doing news sources. This is literally whitehouse.gov. Trump lives in the White House, so I assume he and his ilk approve of it. So this is from the White House, whitehouse.gov. So fuck whoever wants to hear what Hood Conservative has to say or any of that junk. Let's hear it directly from Trump. White. Remember, content of character, Gorp. We are evolved past skin color. You are white. If you say you are white.
Two guys are fantastic, and we could add Gary to the group. Gary Player. What a group of golfers South Africa's had on there. There must be something in the water, right? Something good. These two guys are unbelievable. Gary's Gary. And David Frost, also another one that I know is such a great one. Was he as good a putter as they say, David? He's a putter. He's a putting machine, right? But he's another one. So something very good about South African golf, and golf is still doing great in South Africa. And they have young players, I hear, coming up that are going to be very good.
See, who gives a fuck about what this idiot is talking about?
Businessmen in South Africa and long beyond. Thank you.
It's Versailles.
Appreciate it.
On the
So we're
Potomac.
going to be discussing certain things. As you know, we have the G20 is going to South Africa. When is that going to be?
In November.
In November.
Thereafter, I hand over to you. And
yes, we have it next.
You originated the G20, so I'll hand over the baton to you, and then you lead the G20.
Right. We're going to have it. We're going to have it the following year.
Yeah.
So we'll be discussing many things, and some of the things you've been reading about in the papers, and the media, and I would say that look, the president is a truly respected man in many, many circles, and in some circles he's considered a little controversial. But we're going to be discussing some of the things that are taking place in South Africa and see if we can help. And we want to help. And we've had a long relationship with South Africa. I have, because indirectly I have so many friends that live there. I have a lot of friends. I mean, these are famous guys, but I have a lot of friends that live there that are tremendous people. And we'll be discussing that. We'll have a nice conversation. And I really appreciate that you guys came.
Hey, River of Hate, are you
really helps
Jewish?
us in our thought process.
I don't mean to be
But it is a great
anti-Semitic,
honor
but
to
you
have you,
say
and I appreciate
you're
you calling
not
me.
white.
I don't know where you got my number,
So
but I
are
picked
you
up.
Jewish? Is that why you're asking these dumb
That
questions?
was my honor. Thank you very much for being here.
You're most welcome. Most welcome. Well, thank you very much for welcoming us to this reformed White House. I've been here before, and it looks really fantastic. I must congratulate you.
I'm okay with it being long, SKC. Let's
Allowing
do
our
the
delegation.
context.
This is a very mixed delegation that you've got. We've got people from government, my ministers.
See, I'm not
someone
hood
from
conservative.
trade union
I don't
movement
motherfucking
we
take
really collaborate with.
sissy shortcuts. I don't care about the show as much as the truth. So, of course, you want to get to the entertaining part, but no, I want the context. And this is an hour and 4 minutes long. Let's watch all four. Let's watch all hour and 4 minutes of it. Therefore, we get context, and maybe we diffuse some of the. I didn't watch Hood Conservatives' take on it. Therefore, I will try and be kind of open and not castigate. But I don't have a high appreciation or respect for Hood Conservatives' politics or his culture critique. I think he is literally a moron.
From business,
Make sure you let him know.
and our sporting legends. When I spoke to you, you said
He won't be
"Yes, come
surprised."
along and bring Gary Player, bring any else, and Retief Person. I brought the two of them. Gary
what
Player,
happened again?
I spoke to him, and he said, "Look, I'm getting rather on in my years, but wishes us luck in this discussion with you. So it's a real joy, and I'd also like to thank you for allowing your people to start discussions with us at the trade level. I mean, we are essentially here to reset the relationship between the United States and South Africa. We are long-standing partners in many, many ways. We've collaborated in many fields, in space issues, in energy, and in trade, and we therefore need to reset that, particularly in the light of some of the announcements that you made on trade and investment. So we want to advance more trade between the two of us, two countries, and our people now have been empowered by yourself and by myself to start engaging. And we hope that we will be able to fuel that engagement during our talks. And we also want to discuss issues that have to do with how we promote further investments in both countries. We've got about 22 companies from South Africa that have invested in the US. That's creating a number of jobs. And similarly, you've got almost 600 companies that have invested in South Africa, and some of them have been in South Africa for more than 100 years.
That's true.
So our links are really long-lasting, and we would like to recalibrate those relations between our two countries and discuss a whole range of geopolitical, the work that you're doing to bring peace around the world, in Ukraine and in the Middle East. So we value
This
that.
sounds
We are
mighty,
also a great
mighty
contributor
complimentary
processes
of
that are going on around the world.
President Trump.
And of course, we want to
Why did
discuss
Trump
how
get so
we can support each
mean?
other. You are a much bigger economy than we are. We're just a
Look
tiny
at him, just
economy,
talking up
but we
America
rely
and
on
the
each other
president.
on a number of issues. We've got critical minerals that you want to fuel the growth of your own economy and reindustrialize. So we have that on offer, including rare earth minerals. So all
They're
that
offering minerals. They're offering
opportunity
jewels
and
to the
products that we
king.
buy from you, as well as what we sell to you, I believe makes up a really good and powerful relationship, which we need to strengthen, which we need to engender. And that is really what has brought us here. And we are really privileged to have, great South Africans.
They're privileged. They're acknowledging white privilege. Why would the anti-blacks not like the groveling?
Weighs 14 kilograms. Oh, that sounds good. And it showcases the golf courses in our country. Johan Rupert Road.
Talk to the king about golf.
And I want to showcase our golf courses. You might remember when I spoke to you and we spoke about golf, you said I should start practicing. And I've started practicing, President. So I'm ready. But
I'm ready to play you, King Trump.
By thanking you, you may not recall that 5 years ago, I spoke
This groveling dude.
during the COVID period.
And then Trump just,
And
no
it was
wonder
at a
Trump
time when,
trampled him.
The whole world was going through
You
really
groveler. You know what, Brian Nichols? I wish you were up on this panel because I know you would have pithy things to say. And Daniel Nixon, I'm waiting for you to put monkey in the chat as you usually
You
do.
kept to your word and you delivered respirators to us. We didn't have as many in our country, and it really helped to help us deal with COVID. So I'm here also to say thank you and to thank the people of America for having helped us during really
You know what?
time.
Oh, you were so funny, Cool Kamasi. Yeah. I acknowledge you're a great leader. You're a great leader from the great city of New York City, from Queens.
The respirator
I acknowledge
came, we started
he is a
making them. Nobody
great
had them.
and
We had
white
very few of them.
supremacist.
But they were very helpful. But we sent 150, and I appreciated the letter. You wrote me a letter, and that's right. Thank you. I appreciate that very much.
Thank you very much for that.
And you know what, SKC? You are absolutely right. He is being a beggar.
We're going to be discussing today.
Likable.
When you say we don't take others, all you have to do is take a look at the southern border. We let 21 million people come through.
Oh,
our
of
border.
course. Yeah, white
Totally unchecked,
supremacists
totally unvetted. We
are
keep them all
often
over the world.
anti-Semitic.
In many
Thank you for
cases, they're
pointing that
criminals. They
out,
come from
River
prisons,
of
they come
Hate.
from mental institutions. They come from street
You
gangs,
know a
drug
lot
dealers.
about racism because you're
So
a
don't say
racist.
that we didn't take them. We take them. We're trying
Oh,
to
no,
get
no,
them
no,
out
no,
as
no.
fast as we
Deacon
can.
Dave,
And we're doing
if
record
you can't
business,
bring
and,
your
we just won
ass
a
up
big
to my
case. We're
chat,
allowed to send
I don't
back
owe you
hundreds
respect.
of criminals
What
to
channel do you think
Venezuela.
this
Just
is?
won that today in the Supreme Court. I'm happy to hear. But we do have a lot of people are very concerned with regard to South Africa, and that's really the purpose of the meeting, and we'll see how that turns out. But we have many people that feel they're being persecuted, and they're coming to the United States. So we take
Your
it
intentions
from
are pure.
many locations if we feel there's
That's funny.
persecution or genocide going on.
Us New Yorkers
And,
are actually the
we
most
had a lot of
generous.
people.
Oh,
I must
dude,
tell you, Mr.
you know
President,
what?
we
Oh,
have
let me
had a
stop this.
tremendous
Us
number of
New
people
Yorkers are fucking cool, Kamasi. I'm from Georgia. You probably already know that. I think the North and big city North in particular, y'all think y'all are all the shit. Look, you're cold. I like my cold cuts between white bread cold with a little bit of cool lettuce and some tomatoes. Motherfucker, y'all are as cold as the weather gets there in January. There's a reason why Florida has a bunch of Northerners living there, and it's not because New Yorkers are generous. New Yorkers are generous. That is funny. Who gives a fuck if you're generous?
Especially since they've seen this. Generally, they're white farmers, and they're fleeing South Africa, and it's a very sad thing to see. But I hope we can have an explanation of that, because I know you don't want that. It's a kind of a different meeting. Normally we have meetings, we talk about trade, and we'll be talking
Hey,
about trade.
Cool Kamasi, how am I gonna
certainly will be the subject that
argue
comes up, yeah.
aesthetic? I prefer Carter over Trump any day. Carter was a fucking nuclear engineer. Trump is driving a country into the ground. If you enjoy Trump driving the country into the ground and making it cruder versus Carter, who was a much more honorable man, not a good president, but a good man.
I'm not involved in that
Trump
at all.
isn't even a good president.
Handled by various groups, I guess, but it's major fraud, mortgage documents, and
you know what,
fraudulent everything.
Deacon
I think she
Dave,
said
let
the
me,
father was
God
her
damn it,
husband.
y'all are just being little annoying. I think Carter, bad president, but has a better chance at going to heaven than a Donald Trump. Arguably, and I personally don't think he's a good president. I think he's a fucking walking disaster. But let's give you Trump sycophants the benefit of the doubt. Great president, the motherfucker's not going to heaven. He's a bad person. And I don't hate Trump, but objectively, I don't want my son to be a Trump. And maybe y'all are the type of fathers who want your sons to grow up to be a Trump. Okay, well, I don't make parenting decisions, but Carter to Trump comparison is fraught with all kinds of me lobbying ad hoc. To sum it up, Carter was a good man. Trump is not a good man. President Carter obviously wasn't a good president. Trump got elected a second time. Arguably a good president. God doesn't care, to be all religious about it, and I'm not religious. God doesn't care what kind of president you were, you dumb fucks. The religion y'all profess doesn't support your politics. And I noticed
She had to have a
this.
husband, so she chose her father, and she put it down, and she had didn't she sign in Virginia? Yet she said she lived in Virginia. Yet she's the New York State Attorney General, and she did that for tax reasons, so she could take advantage of taxes. And she had the wrong number of units. She had a much different number, which wouldn't have allowed her to qualify and scam the government. So I don't know. I think she's very bad for New York.
As a matter of fact, Deacon Dave,
but I
you are
appreciate the
100% right. I would vote for Carter 100% of the time over Trump. That's not even, I'm surprised you would even ask that silly question. Of course I would.
The celebration of Africa Day, which pretty much a lot of celebration will be taking place around the world, including here in the United States. What is your message to the entire African
Shenard, I see you in the back. I've let you up, but it is very provisional. I'm not in the mood to deal with your bullshit. So you either heal or leave of your own accord.
value in the land, the value you have. We
Kind
have
of just set the tone already.
situation.
Just
I think
came up
you
here to have a
probably heard
discussion.
about it. We've
I'm sorry, what?
done through some very talented people.
Let me stop this. You came up here to have a discussion?
Yeah, I just wanted to get your take
Well,
on
let
the
me
whole
ask you a question
South
before you get too far into this discussion. Do you think that I have open panels? Does
Oh,
the
link
link up pinned? Well, hold on. I'm not done with the Inquisition. Do the links at the top of the chat fool you into thinking this is an open panel?
Say it again.
Because I didn't put, whoa. I didn't put the link up at the top. Portia did. I don't really, I'm not
Why
an
you
open
put?
panel
What does
guy.
Portia have to
Okay,
do
dude,
with
you want to, well, if you would shut up and listen instead of over
link is
talking.
there?
I don't do open panels. And you wouldn't know this, but I haven't been putting the links at the start of my show. I haven't been putting the links or pinning them. I pretty much, pin them towards the end of the show because I'm not an open panel guy anymore. So Portia pinned the link at the top. And I understand how you might be fooled into thinking that I'm an open panel guy. I'm not. So when you say you want a discussion, you hit the link, and I will please ask Portia at some point not to pin the links anymore. I don't give a shit about open discussions anymore because most of the people that come up here tend to be 12th Man or Solid Snake or King Shenard. And I'm just kind of tired of these types of discussions.
When did that start?
Well, it started probably about a month ago.
So she's been
And
posting
I kind of feel guilty when people click the link. It's like, well, God damn it, I guess I have to let them up. But
So within the
it
past
is a
month,
motherfucker. I'm talking. Let me convey that when people click the link, it depends on who they are. But
so now it depends on who they are.
okay, dude, I
you
don't
drunk, man? Are you
understand.
drunk?
Well, I don't understand why you feel the need to talk.
No,
I'm
because I've
trying
heard
to make
on several
okay, dude.
occasions.
Okay, then you will hear it one more time in the back. There are certain people who click that link that I feel guilty if I don't let them up because they are, people in the John Galt urban landlord space. But I'm getting to a point to where I regret letting the King Shenards up. I regret letting the 12th men up. I regret the Solid Snakes because y'all want to come up and just fucking have a discussion. And I'm not that much into the types of discussions that anti-blacks have. King Shenard, you're an anti-black. You know what? I much prefer someone, and I'm sorry, I'm just going to be discerning. There are certain people I want to come up and ask to come up. There are certain people who come up of their own accord, and I regret letting up. Reluctance leads to regret. So you're back, but this is not an open panel. If you want to discuss something, make it interesting. Otherwise, just go along for the ride.
My bad. Discussion was the wrong word. My bad. I should have said.
Well, people like you often use the wrong words, and I am not into motherfucker. I am
You
not
use too many
into.
words.
Okay, dude.
It's already been 5 minutes already.
You think this can be over discussed? I will insist. Don't tell me you used the wrong word. How about use the right word in the first place? Stop the bullshit. This is why I don't look forward to having a quote discussion with you, Shenard. You are full of wrong words. You are full of oopsie. I didn't know the right word, so I just used a word. Fuck that bullshit. It gets old.
I just wanted your take on the whole South African migrant thing. just want to see how you feel about it. You playing
Dude,
the video?
we are literally, I did not watch it. I'm literally watching
your
the
first time hearing about
whitehouse.gov motherfucker. I literally am watching the whitehouse.gov coverage, which is an hour, 4 minutes, and 9 seconds. And I am 13 minutes into it.
Is this your
I
first
don't
time
have
hearing
it,
about it?
motherfucker. God damn it.
There's something wrong.
It is frustrating.
Something wrong with you.
I literally don't have an impression. I'm trying to form an impression by watching the coverage of it. Which part of this are you really this stupid, Shenard? Or are you pretending? Which is it? Are you actually this stupid or are you pretending to be stupid? There are only two choices. Which is it?
I just hopped in, man.
Stop just hopping in. Hopping in might mean you listen in the chat for a while instead of just automatically coming up here for abuse. Dude, I don't give a fuck about your investment.
I saw the video.
I don't give a dude. I
didn't mention anything about investment.
Do you actually think when you speak on panels that you speak wisely, intelligently, or you give value to using the wrong words? Do you really think, do you actually think that what you say is valuable to a larger audience?
Yes. When I'm amongst idiots, I tend to like dumb down words and stuff like that. I don't feel the need to speak.
Okay, well, you also tend to use the
articulately, whatever, right? Just like how I tend to dumb down words. I tend to purposely mispronounce words just to get a reaction out of a tap dancer, just to figure out.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Is that
it's
your
called
method?
4D chess. Yes.
Interesting.
Yes. I'm glad you brought that up too, because I think you think I'm an idiot. I can tell you think I'm an idiot, and I want you to think I'm an idiot.
Well, you know what? If the goal is me thinking you're an idiot, you are wildly successful. You are wildly. You are wildly okay.
They make a lot of judgments.
You are wildly okay.
Go ahead. It's called chess.
You motherfucker. You don't tell me to go ahead. If you want me to think that you're an idiot, you are wildly successful. Mission accomplished.
But I barely get to say anything, so you can easily come up with that conclusion. Because again, every time I come up here, I'm always being cut off. Even right now, as I'm speaking, I can't really think clearly because I already know. At any second, you could just throw me in the back, and that's like your little tactic that you use. So I guess winning. I don't know what's wrong with you, man. Honestly, I don't know why you can't behave like a human being. I don't get it. So, and I think, like earlier, you just said that you don't post the links in the chat. You've refused to have open panels for over a month. I've heard you say that you're telling people in the chat to hit the link. Why don't you think people are hitting the link? Because you overtalk them. You talk too much and you don't let people speak. So why would they hit your panel? Now you're switching up and trying to say that, it's Portia that's posting the link in the chat. I don't have this shit up. Why are you lying again? Why?
Okay, I'm sorry. I went to take a piss while you were talking.
Of course
can
you
did. Can you recap?
Sure you did.
Oh, you know what? I am much relieved. Now, what's your point?
My point is, why did you lie and say that Portia, like you stopped doing open panels like 30 days ago?
Okay, no. I didn't stop doing them. These panels were never open in the first place. I just let people up.
Okay, but you said
okay. No. You literally need to absorb what I said. When have you ever seen open panel in the title of my shows? They were never open panels. I just let people up.
Why is the link posted?
Motherfucker, you will let me finish. They were never open panels in the first place. I'm sorry. you never saw open panel in the title of a show. Maybe I did it once and I learned from that experience. I let people up. A lot of folks like 12th Man and
Listen, if you wanted to
Solid
just insult
motherfucker.
me, just
See,
insult me.
you're just not gonna wait your turn, are you?
Go ahead.
Can you wait till I'm done and I will literally say, Shenard, I'm done? Can you
Go
do
ahead.
that?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Motherfucker, you don't tell me to go ahead. You just say, yes, I can do that. Okay, you chuckle, but I'm dead serious.
Sure, Stanley. Go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Motherfucker, you better be sure. Because, see, this is why I don't let yokels like you up, because you just piss me off. You have a talent for it. That might be your purpose, is to just piss people off. You get a thrill out of it, and I guess that is your kink.
No, that's not true.
My point is that I've never been a big fan of 9 people on a panel. And slowly but surely, I've just gotten to a point to where, the people I want to come up, and they kind of know who they are. People, I don't mind actual disagreement, but this fucking just throwing out Latino for Trump, like, ooh, you sound like a Democrat. That's not a goddamn argument. Why do fucking people think they're effective when they make those sorts of comments? They're not. You will get a laugh from your fellow, Latino for Trumps, but you're not actually making a point. And I'm boring. I admit. I don't get the I am that nigga John Galt sort of audience, but I'm happy with the people I talk to. And if you want to come up here and actually have a discussion, we can do that. But the tap dancer bullshit that you do on every panel, tap dancer is not an argument either. And I get bored quickly. I know what to expect from you. Tap dancer will always come up in our quote discussion, and I know what you're going to say. I know what your attitude's going to be. You never surprise me, and you use wrong words besides. So
Right.
my impression of this meeting between the South African president and the president of the United States is yet to be formed. That's why I'm watching the whole hour of the meeting to form an opinion.
I didn't ask you that. I just asked you what are your
Motherfucker,
thoughts?
then you seem to think you asking me something makes a difference. You are a member of the panel. You are not hosting this bitch. I am not. Be brave. And I'm going to be a lot more reticent when you click the link, and hopefully you won't click the link after this. You won't hurt my feelings.
Did this meeting happen after the refugees arrived or before?
Dude, obviously it did. This is this week.
I just wanted
the refugee.
your take
Okay,
on-
hold on.
Yeah, there's something wrong with you.
Again, stupidity from you.
Something wrong with you.
Did this excuse me, did this meeting happen recently?
What the fuck?
Okay, motherfucker, I asked you a specific question. Let's engage your brain. Did
Yeah,
this
go ahead. Listen, yeah,
did
go
this meeting happen recently?
Yeah,
When did it happen?
I believe yesterday.
Okay, when did the refugees arrive?
I'm asking you that did it
No,
happen?
motherfucker, you better answer my question, or
They
you
had-
just
they came in like a-
slink off to the chat. When did the South African white refugees arrive?
Within the past month.
Okay,
More than 2 days ago.
motherfucker. So if the meeting happened yesterday or the day before, and the refugees arrived a month or so ago, then you've answered your own question.
I didn't
Why
ask you that
are you
question. I
fucking
asked you-
boring me? Why are you boring me with the King Shenard stupid tap dancing minstrel stupidity?
I wanted to get your take on Trump's
Okay, motherfucker.
decision to
Well, if
bring
you want to take,
South
if you want
African
a take,
immigrants or whatever.
okay, if you want a take, then you better step with a brain. Okay, this fucking gargling your points and then spitting them out like you're fucking freshening your breath does not work for me. As a matter of fact, just don't come back, Shenard. This is too frustrating.
Settle
I'm done.
a war that's been raging for years, Rwanda and the Congo. And I think we've done it. Believe it or not, I think
And
we've
I
done
always
it. And,
appreciate it when they leave voluntarily.
Yes, a couple of weeks ago, they signed, the two parties signed the Declaration of Principles, in which they've agreed on the way forward. And they have both submitted their draft peace agreements, and we have put together one that incorporates both of their suggestions, and we've given it to them. So we're in the process of finalizing
Looking
this.
good, right?
Looking very good.
No, we have to thank you for even those efforts, because the African continent, particularly SADC, our Southern African Development Community, has for years been seeking to foster peace in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. So all efforts, including those from outside the continent and inside the continent, are really worthwhile. We are removing our troops from there so that peace can then prevail in that whole area. And we hope that with the support of the international community, we will really have peace in that area. It's so vital, it's so important for the whole region.
Well, we sent our people there, and I think we did a very good job, as headed by my friend. And that was great. That was great. I mean, I'm just hearing phenomenal reports, because all I'm hearing is death, and they're chopping heads off, and it's horrible over there. And it was really brave of you to go there, and I really appreciate it. And it looks like we have something very, very substantial. We also talked about trade with them in terms of rare earth and all, but really more for it's like, if you take a look at what we just did with Pakistan and India, we settled that whole thing, and I think I settled it through trade. We're doing a big deal with India. We're doing a big deal with Pakistan, and I said, "What are you guys doing?" You know, somebody had to be the last one to shoot, but the shooting was getting worse and worse, bigger and bigger, deeper and deeper into the countries, and we spoke to them, and I think I hate to say we got it settled, and then 2 days later, something happens, and they say it's Trump's fault. But Pakistan has got some excellent people and some really good, a great leader. And India is my friend, Modi. And he's a
mutual friend.
Yeah, he's a great guy. And I called them both, and we just did something good. We're trying to settle Russia, Ukraine. We spoke with President Putin for 2.5 hours the day before yesterday. I think we made a lot of progress, but that's a bloodbath. 5,000 people are being killed a week, 5,000 soldiers a week, not including people in cities and towns that are also being killed. So we're trying to help. And it doesn't affect us. It's not our people. It's not our soldiers. It's Ukraine and it's Russia. But if we can save 5,000 souls, we'll do it. We're pretty good at it. But that's a bad situation. That is a really bad situation.
Well, you'd recall when President Zelensky was coming to South Africa, that's when I spoke to you.
That's right.
We both agreed that we need to push the peace message so that there can really be peace. And we've been involved in the Ukraine-Russia conflict for quite a while through my Minister of State Security here. We've been dealing with them, the exchange of children who were taken away, going through names and addresses and all that. So we've been invested in that whole process as well. And the moves that you're making are fully supported by us, because we would like to see the end of that war.
True. I called Zelensky, and they said, he's in South Africa. I said, what the hell is he doing in South Africa?
He was talking to us.
We got this thing. I said, that's a strange one. I said, what are you doing in South Africa?
Yes.
That's a strange one.
He's trying to make peace. We taking him. You know, we were lucky because we had the great Nelson Mandela, who taught us how to create peace, to make peace. So we were imparting some of those lessons to him, some of those learnings, and I specifically mentioned to him that this is how Nelson Mandela taught us that when you want to have a peace in a country, do it on an unconditional basis and sit down and talk. And that's precisely what I'm sure he's going to heed.
Well, we're going to see what happens with that one. It's there's a lot of hatred. There's a lot of death. It's a bloodbath.
It is.
Unfortunately. I get the satellite pictures of that field, of that killing field.
Mm-hmm.
You never saw anything like it in your life. It's horrible. It's a horrible thing that goes on, but I think we've made big progress. Please go ahead. No, not you. Right here. He's from South Africa. Go ahead, please.
What are you expecting on the ICJ case? Are you expecting South Africa to drop that? Is that what you're trying to raise?
On which case?
The ICJ case against Israel, International Criminal Court.
I don't expect anything, to be honest. I really don't. I don't know. It's they've got a case. There's a lot of anger there, tremendous anger. I don't expect anything. We'll see what happens. We'll have a ruling, and who knows what the ruling is going to mean. Yeah.
On that subject of Gaza, Mr. President, are you going to be speaking to Prime Minister Netanyahu about Israel's renewed offensive there? There's been a lot of concern from European countries. The Pope has expressed concern. Are you going to be asking Prime Minister Netanyahu to tone down the offensive in Gaza, to let more aid in?
Was that a question or a statement?
It's a question.
This guy, you never change.
Mr. President, decide what will it take for you to be convinced that there's no white genocide in South Africa?
Well, I can answer that for the president. It's for him.
I'd rather have him answer.
Yeah, I'd rather answer that. It will be,
Our president will respond to you.
yeah, let me,
Thank you, Mr. President.
it will take President Trump listening to the voices of South Africans, some of whom are his good friends, like those who are here. When we have talks between us on the quiet.
Well, that must be Elon Musk.
It will take President Trump to listen to them. I'm not going to be
He listened to Elon Musk until he
If
couldn't.
there was Afrikaner farmer genocide, I can bet you these three gentlemen would not be here, including
Yeah,
Prime
John.
Minister of
John
Africa.
Strives.
He
Good
would
to see
not be
you.
with me.
It's gonna be
It
good.
will take him, President Trump, listening to their stories, to their perspective. That is the answer to your question.
But, Mr. President, I must say that we have, wait. We have thousands of stories talking about it. And we have documentaries, we have news stories. And that, is Natalie here, somebody here to turn that? I could show you a couple of things. And it has to be responded to.
Yeah, sure.
Let me see the articles, please, if you would. And turn the lights down. Turn the lights down and just put this on. It's right behind you, Johan.
There's nothing this parliament can do. With or without you, people are going to occupy land. We require no permission from you, from the president, from no one. We don't care. We can do whatever you want to do. Who are you to tell us whether we can occupy land or not? We are going to occupy land. Yes. South African occupy land. That's who we are. Honorable member, can withdraw my membership from this useless parliament. Honorable. Yes, honorable member. Must never be scared to kill. A revolution demands that at some point there must be killing, because the killing is part of a revolutionary act. Shoot to kill the massa, kill the poor, the farmer, kill the poor, the farmer. Pa, 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 to kill the massa, kill the poor.
Okay, well, I have to stop it right here. Who's dead? Who has been killed in this? Where is the proof? Proof was what was asked for. What I'm saying is a bunch of people talking about killing and doing a dance. This is proof to President Trump. This is being presented as proof of killing, and it falls short of actual evidence. Y'all will believe fucking anything. And then you get pissed when holes are poked in your Swiss cheese logic. So let's continue to look at proof of the killing.
The mayor of DA in PE is a white man. So these people, when you want to hit them hard, go after a white man. They feel a terrible pain.
See, now, this is a black man criticizing the white man, and that is killing. That is proof of concept. And when I talk about the white man, I see River of Hate, I see Cool Kamasi, I see all the John Galt, the Be Brave, all these motherfuckers start crying when the white man is criticized. I have noticed this over months. When I say Asians, when I say white culture is second best in America right now, I caught a whole lot of flack from the anti-black blacks and just the plain old anti-blacks. The standard of evidence in the white man's culture, it consists of black people criticizing white people. That is proof of genocide. This is hilarious. Do better, River of Hate. You're not white, but you missed your opportunity, and I've never seen your face up here on the panel. I actually think you are white.
Because you have touched a white man. Not because Mashaba and Soli will not be touched. They will be touched, don't worry. But we are starting with this whiteness. We are cutting the throat of whiteness. It's like that. Shoot, kill, Yamaza, kill the brewer, the farmer, kill the brewer, the farmer. Pa, pa, pa. Shoot to kill, Yamaza, kill the brewer, the farmer, kill the brewer, the farmer.
I'm saying you was not called for the killing of white people, at least for now. I can't guarantee the future.
Yeah, but I mean, you'd understand somebody watching that, especially as it gets shared on Twitter, they freak out. It sounds like a genocidal.
Who will expropriate land without compensation, whether they like it or not. If they object,
that can seek refuge in America.
Now, this is a very big family of white farmers.
Not a
And those cars
goddamn
aren't,
piece of proof
driving. They're stopped
other
there
than
to pay
video
respects to
and
their
narrative.
family member who's
Thank
killed.
you, Donald Trump.
And it's a
Oh,
terrible
I'm sorry,
sight. I've never
President
seen anything
Trump.
like it. Both sides of the road, you have crosses. Those people were all killed.
Where's the? There's
where
good
that
people
is,
on both sides.
I'd like to know where that is because this I've never seen. But, okay,
I mean, it's in South Africa.
we need to find out. I don't know.
Those people.
I don't know. Oops.
Okay.
Mr. President, the Pentagon announced they would be accepting a Qatari jet to be used as Air Force One. Perhaps
What are you talking about?
Can we have a South African question, please? Mr. President,
The Pentagon's vote first.
What does this have to do with the Qatari jet? They're giving the United States Air Force a jet, okay? And it's a great thing. We're talking about a lot of other things. It's NBC trying to get off the subject of what you just saw. You are a real, you're a terrible reporter. Number one, you don't have what it takes to be a reporter. You're not smart enough. But
Okay, see, this is how it went, and I was just typing in the chat. So this dumb son of a bitch, the president, showed a video of quote evidence, and there was so much motherfucking evidence. As soon as the fake news is done showing, they go directly to the presidential plane, the grift, the bribe that he's going to take. And then President Trump he so wanted the video that he showed to be evidence. He's mad that they didn't take the fake news. Dude, it was not evidence. That's why they're motherfucking moving on. And listen to President of the United States Trump be mad that they're not taking that fucking bullshit. No one is even concerned about the quote evidence. The only people who believe that shit are the people in this Stanley versus the world chat. And it's why I'm going kind of over longer than I would usually go, because I'm fascinated by y'all. There's not a shred of evidence that your president presented. That's why the reporters want to talk about the plane. Y'all are fucking idiots. It amazes me.
for you to go into a subject about a jet that was given to the United States Air Force, which is a very nice thing. They also gave $5.1 trillion worth of investment in addition to the jet. Go back. You ought to go back to your studio at NBC.
Oh, look at the wait, hold it. I have to stop here because I keep bringing this bullshit up. Look at this. Look at this little river of hate. Do you know what a rivulet is? It's a little trickle of water, and you are a little trickle of water of hate, not a river. Motherfucker. So we're talking South African white genocide, and this motherfucker wants to bring up George Floyd. Dude, you are a trickle. You are a lame stream media. This motherfucker, we literally had the president of the United States present fake news about a fake genocide, and this little 2-year-old trying to piss into the toilet and his daddy should be helping him brings up George Floyd. River of Hate, you know what? I should just fucking toss you out of the chat for that bullshit. This is incredible. Let the president do your talking for you, son. You are embarrassing MAGA.
They ought to be investigated.
Hey,
They are
Mo, how
so
you doing?
terrible, the way you run that network, and you're a disgrace. No more questions from me. Go ahead. Go ahead, talk about that.
Please may we have a South African
His name is
question,
Peter
Mr.
something.
President
He's
Trump?
a terrible.
If they're committing genocide, why invite them to the White House? I'll be quiet. Sure, that's my question now.
Let's go.
Thank you so much, President Trump, and it's the last one from ENCA in South Africa. Thank you very much for hosting us. What would you like President Ramaphosa to do about the situation
I don't
we've just
know.
seen on the screen?
I don't know. Look, these are articles over the last few days. Death of people. Death. Horrible
Death.
Death.
I can't read those pages, but death.
South Africans are fleeing because of the violence and racist laws. And
Trump
this
is literally, now I got to beat up on some motherfuckers in this chat. Kamasi. Hate. Where did you go, Deacon Dave? Where the fuck are you? This is your standard of evidence? Motherfucker, you know what, Dave? There's a reason you haven't clicked this link because you know it's going to happen. This is Louis the 14th sitting in opulence. He has turned the Oval Office into Versailles, the throne room of Versailles, presenting fucking fake news, not a shred of evidence. That's why they want to talk about the goddamn plane. Now, I do admire his haircut. I admire Trump's stylist. They have figured out how to cover that bald spot. Does anyone know how much time he spends getting his hair arranged every morning? I'd be interested to know that. More so than about the South African so-called white genocide. Trump's hairstyle is more substantive as a conversation than South Africa. Oh wow. Y'all are so foolish. Who screwed up my computer? All right. Well, I had this tab hang up, so I'm going to have to hold on. Having technical difficulties. Sorry about that, folks. I'm having so much fun. Let's bring up King Shenard. Maybe he can entertain us so I can get back. Entertain us while I go back and try and get this thing. And before you start, you need to tell folks that I put you in the back. You left this channel of your own accord, correct?
Yeah, you care what people think.
Okay, motherfucker, you're not answering my question.
I said yes, yes.
Hence, you may wind up leaving before I intended you to. Sir, my point is that I put you in the back. You left on your own accord, right?
Yeah, but you also said I'm
okay. Whoa. You don't have to go farther.
I got you. Yeah, you
the
said
the answer was yes. Therefore,
because
we
you
may
care
proceed.
about what people think.
Okay, no, you have not learned your lesson.
All right, so
I'm in the mood. I'm
real
in the mood to teach lessons today because I'm
teaching
tired.
you a lesson right
I'm
now.
tired, dude. I'm tired of the piss poor thinking of folks like yourself.
Why did you ask me that question?
Motherfucker, you don't need
'Cause
to
you
even
care what
ask
people
me.
think.
Okay. See, this is why.
Why did you ask?
Okay, this is why. You want to act like a terrier when you're literally a fucking chihuahua. I'll bring you back, but dude, you need to mend your ways. I'm not in the mood, Shenard. Hey, John. Are you here to defend Shenard?
I don't even know what you guys are talking about. I just stepped up.
Okay, well, then good. You don't know, so I guess you'll catch up. Shenard, I've got the video back, so your entertainment is not needed. You can shut up and watch, or you can go. Your choice.
Death.
Not evidence.
Horrible death.
Not evidence.
Death.
Horrible, not evidence.
What is he showing you?
It's the meeting that he had with the South African president yesterday.
President Trump.
He asks about a jet that was given.
My first question is about Africa.
We're not interested in the
You know, you are so bad. You're such a bad reporter.
If they're committing genocide, why invite them? So if they are committing genocide, why invite the South Africans to the White House?
Look at Trump's men on the sofa not saying shit.
Stanley was wiped out. I'm just looking.
Can we get a response and give us your reaction to those videos?
President Trump, could you?
Well, I think the videos are so. No. When you look at the videos, I mean, how does it get worse? And these are people that are officials, and they're saying that kill the white farmer and take their land. That's what it is. And I have other friends in South Africa. I have people that left. One in particular that says it's.
This is so much fucking bullshit.
Take your land and they
you know what? I love Trump. This is Trump in Little Versailles.
But this is a tremendous look. This is story.
Not a shred of goddamn proof
recently got killed.
listed yet. Yet Trump is fucking. Oh, does it get better?
And you know the man that you saw, the men.
So it's like a streamer.
Motherfucker, why are you talking? It was a rhetorical
in
question.
office. They had one march. They had a dance in your parliament, whatever you may call it, legislature.
Let me clarify that.
Yeah.
Let me clarify that because what you saw.
Oh, Portia, I'm showing the whole meeting, the whole hour from whitehouse.gov, not 20 minutes. We want to see the whole monkey show. And funny enough, the only monkey is Trump. Monkey in a blue
In
tie.
many cases, or in some cases, those policies.
This is a StreamYard panel.
Along with,
You know what, Portia? It's actually the people that are in America that are the problem, not the
He
visitor.
was saying, even in the parliament, and they're a small minority party, which is allowed to exist in terms of our constitution.
But you do allow
Look at the black man with better English than Trump.
You do allow them to take
Interesting.
land.
Nobody can
then
Well, I can't give you no more plays.
Motherfucker, why are you talking?
And when they
Why are
get
you
to
still
it,
here?
To Richard, I'm talking to Richard.
Okay, you seem to think.
I talked to
you
Richard
serve a
real quick.
Okay. You
Richard, I
don't
can't-
serve a purpose other than as an
called him a
advisor.
monkey in the soup, bro.
Criminal activity are not only white people. Majority of them are black people. And we have now
The farmers aren't black. The farmers are not black.
We
I don't
now-
say that's good or bad, but the farmers
The
are not
farmers
black.
are not
And
black.
the people that are being killed in large
Well,
numbers.
they are now.
And you saw all those grave sites, and those are people that loved ones going, I guess on a Sunday morning, they tell me, to pay respect to their loved ones that were killed. Their heads chopped off. They died violently. And, you know, I mean, we're here to talk about it, and I didn't know we'd
Yeah,
get
you know
involved
what though,
here.
Portia? Those
I will
400
say
years
this, that
actually
if
exist.
the news wasn't
They
fake like
there's
NBC, which is fake
evidence
news,
what
totally one of the
happened in
worst,
that
ABC,
400
NBC,
years.
CBS.
There's not a shred of
they weren't
evidence
fake news
in
like
what
this jerk,
your dear leader
that we
Donald
have here.
Trump
We
is
had real
talking about.
reporters
Donald
covering it,
Trump
but
has not
the
produced
fake
evidence
news
of
in this
white
country doesn't talk
genocide
about that. They don't
yet
want to talk about
in this
it, but
fucking
now they
little
have to talk
Versailles
about
on the
it, but
Potomac.
they won't. This won't even be a
Donald
subject.
Trump has
They'll have
presented
him talking
zero
about why did
evidence
a
of
country
white
give
genocide
a
in South
free,
Africa.
think of this. Why did a country give an airplane to the United
An
States Air Force?
aeroplane.
Okay, the United States, not to me, to the United States Air Force.
Okay, this
So they could help
motherfucker,
us out because
we went from
we need an Air
genocide.
Force.
We went from genocide to why would a country give me an aeroplane? This is your president, folks. This motherfucker. Yeah, okay.
Until
He's not
that's Air Force
senile.
One, it's being built.
He's
Two of them being
actively
built.
stupid.
But Boeing's a little bit late, unfortunately. So why did they give us a plane to the United States Air Force?
Why
That's what
did they
that
give
idiot
us a
talked
plane?
about after viewing a thing where thousands of people are dead.
I'm sorry, I don't
This
have
is
a plane to
awesome.
give you.
I wish you did. I take it. I would take it. If your country offered the United States Air Force a plane.
Oh,
I would
look at
take it.
this. Look at this. If your country
Coming back,
offered us, you know what? If South Africa bought your ass a plane, I guarantee you would accept it too. You know what? They ought to offer Donald Trump a soul plane.
which I really would like us to talk about, and talk about it.
Donald Trump
calmly.
is a moron.
By Nelson Mandela, that whenever there are problems, people need to sit down around a table and talk about them.
Well, there are
And this is
Don't listen to
precisely
the black
what we
man
would also
making
like to talk
making
about,
good
including,
points.
of course, trade matters.
Pull up
investment matters.
the
So
printed paper.
The issues that concern you. and
Oh,
the
look
United
at this
States
motherfucker. Oh,
and
look, a bunch of
those are all-
paper.
Yeah, in many ways, I mean, one should say you are a partner.
I'm right
partner of
because
South
I'm
Africa.
white.
And
That
you're raising concerns.
literally what
And
Donald
these are
Trump
concerns
suggested
that
handing
I
in
would
that stack of paper.
talk to you about. Let me just add quickly. You know, the criminality that we're experiencing in our country needs quite a lot of technological capability. And in one of our areas in South Africa, we're using US technology, which is able to, in many ways, identify where shootings are happening and all that. And I'd like to talk about that because there is support that we can get from you as the United States to help us deal with all these acts of criminality. And that is what I believe partnership is all about. And we are here as a partner so that we can help each other whenever there are challenges. So I'd like us to discuss it, and of course, outside of the media, so that we sit down and have a really good discussion that will lead to good outcomes.
Are there any other further punitive measures that could be in place should you not be satisfied that South Africa is fixing some of the very bad things, in inverted commas, that you tweeted are happening?
Well, there are a lot of bad things happening in many countries, but this in particular has been very, very bad, and because of we're going to have the whole world watching in another short period of time because you have the G20, and that's a big deal. And it seems like, I want you to look good. I don't want you to look bad.
Very good.
But we have hundreds of people, thousands of people trying to come into our country because they feel they're going to be killed and their land is going to be confiscated. And you do have laws that were passed that gives you the right to confiscate land for no payment. You can take away land for no payment.
I want to clarify that because we have a constitution. Our constitution guarantees and protects the sanctity of tenure of land ownership. And that constitution protects all South Africans with regard to land ownership. However, we do say, because we've got to deal with the past, the government, and as your government also has the right to expropriate land for public use.
And you're doing that.
And we've never really gotten underway with that. And we are going to be doing
you're
so.
you're taking people's land
We
away
have not.
from them.
We have,
And those people, in many cases,
Well, I pause it here briefly because I'm looking at the chat. And I really love how people think Trump is winning this. This motherfucker is literally in an office fucking taking an hour. If he had points, this should have been done in 15 minutes. The dude is trying to win here. He's struggling. So all these folks who think Trump is making a point, again, you don't have the capability of forethought. I made the point that, excuse me, forethought is like prayer in that you pray that Donald Trump will seem relevant. You pray he will have an effect. This dude is literally sitting here and he's not doing a Zelensky on the president of South Africa. He's trying to make his case, handing him pages of paper. He just showed a whole film, and the reporters are not talking about, they were more curious about the plane than the fake white genocide in South Africa. Zelensky was a few minutes. This is a whole hour. Donald Trump is struggling, and y'all don't seem to be able to notice this. Good point, Donald Trump? Not hardly. If he had a good point, this would have been over a half an hour ago.
they're being executed. They're being executed. And they happen to be white, and most of them happen to be farmers. And that's a tough situation. I don't know how you explain that. How do you explain
Look at
that?
this. The fucking South African president is literally there. Donald Trump is not treating him like a Zelensky.
So it's people that kill them and then take their land, and nothing happens to them.
I'm trying to figure out what fucking fight. What is there a fight going on here? I don't see a fight. I don't see Trump winning. Trump is literally struggling to make a case. And look at the posture of the South African president. He's kind of looking over his shoulder going, yeah, and?
But we have thousands of people that want to come into our country. They're also going to Australia in a smaller number. But we have thousands of people that want to come into our country, and they're white farmers, and they feel that they're going to die in South Africa, and it's a bad thing. Yeah,
what can South Africa do? What concessions would you like to see them make to improve relations with the United States? Then I have one more for President Ramaphosa.
Well, I guess I have to address this point. Phoenix Fish says, MF half dead in office with cancer, and you had nothing to say. They duped y'all into voting for him, and all you can say is Orange Man bad. Well, let's treat you like your Lord and Savior Donald Trump, Phoenix Fish. I already covered that and close to the beginning of the show, and literally maybe 2 hours ago in the show. You could just rewind it and realize that what you're saying is it's already been covered. So thanks for your concern, but that Biden news is important. So let me end this, or let me end this comment. Trump is not Orange Man. Trump is President of the United States, Trump. And I am literally saying this is a bad show for Trump. I don't call him Orange Man. I call him President Trump. Could you start addressing your president as President Trump? Show him some respect.
Well, you know, we just spoke about it. I got them a very, very complex machine, 150 of them. And I was asked by the president if it could help, and I did that. And, you know, I have great feeling for all countries. I deal with all countries. But I have a great feeling for South Africa because I have friends. I have a couple of friends, a few friends here today. But I have many friends from South Africa. But many of those friends are not, they can't go back. I have Elon is from South Africa. I don't want to get Elon involved. That's all I have to do, get him into another thing. But Elon happens to be from South Africa. This is what Elon wanted. He actually came here on a different subject, sending rockets to Mars, okay? He likes that better. He likes that subject better. But Elon is from South Africa, and I don't want to talk to him about that. I don't want to.
Elon is from South Africa.
But I will say that.
As a matter of fact, he's made it to Emperor of the United
Their land
States.
is being confiscated, and in many cases, they're being killed. And that scene of, you see how many crosses they have. Those crosses, that's a dead person in every one of them. And those trucks or cars are paying their respects to all of those dead people on a Sunday morning. That's a rough thing to explain away. And the problem we have, and the way, you know, a correct and a fair media exposes things. But we have a very corrupt media. They won't even report this. If this were the other way around, it would be the biggest story. Now, I will say apartheid, terrible. That was the biggest story. That was reported all the time. This is sort of the opposite of apartheid. What's happening now is never reported. Nobody knows about it. All we know is we're being inundated with people, with white farmers from South Africa. And it's a big problem. Marco Rubio was telling me he's never seen anything like it. The numbers of people that want to leave South Africa because they feel they're going to be dead very soon. Yes,
I was going to say,
Brian,
if I could just ask you a question. 72% of farmers in your country are white. If they flee, do you feel that maybe the economy could collapse? You may not have a gap to fill in those people that need to replace those farmers.
You know, I'd like my Minister of Agriculture, who is white, who comes from opposition party to mine, who's joined my government at my invitation to address this very issue, including the question that you just raised. John?
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Yeah.
And Mr. President, thank you for welcoming us to the White House. I would say we have a rural safety problem in South Africa. I don't think anyone wants to candy coat that. And it requires a lot of effort to get on top of it. It's going to require more policing resources. It's going to require different strategy to be able to deal with it. But certainly the majority of South Africa's commercial and smallholder farmers really do want to stay in South Africa and make it work. And I've just come from the largest agricultural show in the Southern Hemisphere with organized agriculture and farmers, and the majority of them want to stay. But they too, they have a memorial to those who've died as a result of farm attacks. And as the Minister of Agriculture, it is something that I'm particularly exercised with my colleagues at police and my colleagues in the justice cluster to stop making farm attacks and stock theft a priority crime. And it affects all farmers in South Africa, particularly stock theft. It has a disproportionate effect on smallholder black farmers. I also want to just say this, that the two individuals that are in that video that you've seen are both leaders of opposition minority parties in South Africa. Mkhonto Wesizwe under Mr. Zuma and the economic freedom fighters under Mr. Malema. Now, the reason that my party, the Democratic Alliance, which has been an opposition party for over 30 years, chose to join hands with Mr. Ramaphosa's party was precisely to keep those people out of power. We cannot have those people sitting in the union buildings making decisions. And that is why after 30 years of us exchanging barbs across the floor in Parliament and trying to get one over on each other, we've decided to join hands precisely to keep that lot out of government. Because the day they get in to the doors of the union buildings in South Africa or control of our Parliament, that's what you're going to see. And that is why this government, working together, needs the support of our allies around the world so that we can strengthen our hand, grow our economy, and shut the door forever on that rabble getting through the doors of the union buildings, because then South Africa's future will be.
So you denounced that type of language in the video that you saw?
Oh, yes. We've always done so. As government, as my own party, we are completely opposed to that. We, in 1955, adopted a document which said South Africa belongs to all who live in it.
I'm trying to figure out where this fight is.
Kill the white farmers, kill the white farmers. And then he danced, and he's dancing.
Yeah, motherfucker, he's dancing. He's not killing.
Sure, but I think
You
if
have
somebody
a
got up in
moron
Parliament and
for
started saying,
president.
kill a certain group of people, he would be arrested very quickly.
If
That
he
man is
did
going
it.
all over South Africa, and that's not a small party. That was a stadium that holds 100,000 people,
And not a
And I
dead
hardly
white
saw an
person
empty
in
seat.
sight.
That's a lot of people. That's a lot of representation. And those crosses, we have dead white people, dead white farmers.
Where?
Mostly. And you take a look at Australia, they're being inundated.
Well, now we're talking
inundated with people
Australia.
that want to get out.
Oh, I would fucking
farm
have
is
a field
valueless.
day
It's
with
valueless.
President Trump.
And they just want to get out with their life. This is a very
This
serious
dude is
situation.
limited.
And if we had a real news or real press or media, we don't have that because they won't talk about this because they're all guys like that idiot. But if
Y'all
we had
got
a
what
real
you voted
press,
for.
it would be exposed. And you know the beauty of exposing
Weak
it is
tea
it's like
in a
cleansing
blue
action. When
tie.
it gets exposed, it'll get fixed. That's when it'll get fixed.
Hey,
People don't
Shredder,
talk about it. And
you keep
a man
going.
was talking about the thousands
Is your
of people that are
keyboard
fleeing
okay?
South
What the
Africa
fuck is that? I'm not going to bother reading it. Takes too much work.
We discussed USAID and the devastating impact the cuts are having across the African continent.
Yeah, well, it's devastating, and hopefully a lot of people are going to start.
So they're talking
spending a lot of money.
USAID,
And
but
I
not white
hope other
genocide.
nations, we want
I
them to
wonder
chip in
why.
and spend money too, and we've spent a lot, and it's a big. It's a
They're
tremendous
talking
problem going on. In many countries.
USAID,
A lot of
but
problems
not
going
white
on.
genocide,
The United States always
because
gets,
it hasn't
the
happened.
request for money. Nobody else helps, as you know. Europe doesn't help. Europe hasn't given anything. All they do is sue our companies. You know, they sue
The clown
Apple,
prince of a
and they sue
president.
all of our companies. Apple had to pay $17 billion on a nonsense lawsuit.
Somebody hit the link and
Very unfair,
defend
but,
this
you know,
idiot.
we're going to always be there to help.
It's shown rightly South African broadcasting. If this Afrikaner resettlement issue is resolved, we're going to go into a room after this. You guys are going to talk. If it is resolved, what is the potential for the future looking relationship?
It's fantastic. It's got to be resolved. It should be resolved.
Oh, cool,
It's a little bit bad
Kamasi.
when you see a
You
stadium
know
with
what?
100,000 people in it,
If-
because that means it's.
I'll have to figure out how to get this into a show title. Cool Kamasi says Trump will easily defeat the young whippersnapper Stanley. That's too easy of a test for Trump intellectually. I don't know what to say to that. I have to, you know what? I support people having religion in general. So I think faith is a very important thing in a young man like yourself, Cool Kamasi. You have faith that Trump has intellectual capacity, and I just must confirm that I appreciate your faith.
Hey, Stanley, let me ask you a question. What is
I'm
the big
sorry, the question? Sorry, let me pause this.
Yeah, what are they here for? What did the African delegation come here for?
You don't know why they might go into the Oval Office and meet the President of the United States?
Well, I mean, is it a trade?
Why would you ask me this sort of dumb question?
I'm sure there's a
Why
reason.
do foreign leaders visit each other in their own country? No, John, I have to go back to your 6th grade political science class. Why do leaders of countries visit other leaders of countries?
Well,
Is it just to say hi?
Well, typically some kind of diplomacy. So I'm saying that is
Yeah. Okay. So you're on the right track. So
what is the
now
basic-
you have one reason
So
they
what is the
might.
basic- okay, so when-
Hold on, John.
Yeah, right, I'm
Now
just asking.
you have one reason that
Okay.
a foreign
Okay.
leader might come in
Right.
and visit the United States.
Typically, there's going
Is
to be
there
one,
a second reason?
but typically there's going to be 1 or 2 things on their mind that they want to get talked about. Presumably, right? That's why they came. They're not at war, I don't think. So there's not war.
You don't think South Africa and the United States are at war? Are you sure we're not?
Well, South Africa is not at war with anyone else.
Okay, well, you said you think, so I caught a little bit of you're not sure.
I'm just asking the question because you've been
But
watching. the video.
motherfucker, don't ask me dumb questions. I'm not in that mood.
I mean, you've been watching the
Okay,
video.
literally, John. I'm sure you must have a point, but I'm sure
I'm just
dumb
asking
questions
why did
are
they
not
come
your
here?
point.
I asked you, why did they come here? What was
Okay,
the-
motherfucker, you know the answer. Why are
No, I
you
don't.
asking me dumb
I
questions?
knew the answer. I want to ask
Why
you.
are you asking me dumb
Do
questions?
you not know the answer? I just
I
asked
am not your 2nd grade teacher, son.
you. I just joined.
Okay,
That's all I'm asking.
I don't have mercy on 50-year-olds asking 60-year-olds dumb questions. I'm not your 2nd grade teacher. Now, if you have an actual question, ask it. I guess you don't have a question. And King Shenard, he's pretty much had his time on this panel.
So it has to be resolved. It'll be the end of the country if it's
But is
not
there
resolved.
potential for the relationship moving forward?
I hope so. That's why I'm here. I mean, I'm not here for my health. I'm here to see if we can do this.
River of Hate,
No, I'd
they
like to
probably
see our
already
friends.
have
I can tell you,
KFCs in
Ernie
South
Els,
Africa.
Chief Goosen, they feel so strongly they wanted to be here on behalf of South Africa, not on behalf of me. And, you know, they said, can we be here for this? Because they love the country. Ernie, do you guys want to say a couple of words or anything? I hate to put you in this. This is tougher than sinking a 3-footer.
You know, did Trump bring any of those immigrants? Does anyone know? Because I haven't seen any of them. Are there any of those white be brave level South African immigrants in the Oval Office? I bet not.
They have, and they've sank many 3-footers.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thanks for the honor of being here. We've known each other a long time. We have spoken. You know, we're proud South Africans. I still have my South African passport. You know, we travel with this passport, you know, and I got my visa here.
Okay, this
So,
motherfucker wasn't one of them
but we want to
immigrants.
see things get better in our own country. And that's the bottom line. It's been 35 years since the transition. President Ramaphosa was right in the middle of the transition time, 1990, and before that. So it's been 35 years of ANC government. And I know there's a lot of anger, you know, through the transition. There was also a lot of stuff happening in the apartheid days. You know, we grew up in the apartheid era. But I don't think 2 wrongs makes a right. You know, President Mandela, when he came out of prison for all that time, didn't come out with hatred, you know, and really unified our nation through sport. You know, we won the Rugby World Cup in the 95.
4 times.
We won the African Nations Cup, soccer. You know, we won some majors as golfers and so forth. So what I'm trying to say is, this has been a long time coming. That's why we really wanted to meet you, meet the administration, and see our way forward, because we still want to see our country flourish. We've got some great things going on. Business is getting involved with government. Farmers are getting involved in local municipalities, trying to rebuild some of the infrastructure that's been decaying for a long time. So there's a lot of coexistence going on and help from a lot of areas. But I feel we need the US to push this thing through. We've got a great ally. If we can have the US, it's always been an ally of South Africa for a very long time. Even in the days of the war, up in Angola, you guys helped us. So very important for us to have your support and get the change we need.
When did you do that well? He might have done that even better than he plays golf, which is almost impossible. Johan, please.
President, if you had to wind all of those tapes properly, you will see I'm the biggest target of that rabble rouser. Number one for over 10 years, Mr. Malema. In fact, the first time I met him, he was in the youth league with that gentleman. And look how he's changed.
Right.
We have too many deaths, but it's across the board. It's not only white farmers, it's across the board. And we need technological help. We need Starlink at every little police station. We need drones. I actually got drones donated for the peace parks to stop elephant and rhino poaching. And his predecessor stopped the importation because he said the United States would spy on us. I mean, US basics, the ridicule. So if you can help us. Remember, sir, you and I lived in New York in the 70s. We never thought New York could be what it became. 2 commissioners, a tough mayor. We need your help to stop this awful killing. But it's across the board. Ernie is right now building a house in George. I'm building 3 cottages for my grandchildren on a farm outside Graafrenet. I often go to bed without locking the door. And we have a serious problem with illegal aliens who stream across the border. And if you really look at our statistics, a lot of these murders, firstly, it's unemployment and illegal aliens. And then I met Vice President Vance many years ago at the Charlie Rose show. My wife loved his book.
Hey, SKC, that is a very interesting point you make. Now, let me ask you a question. Crime is high in the white country. It is stupid for the black country to ask a white country with very high crime rates, how do you fix it? I agree. There is irony, if not outright, maybe it was a joke.
Man, I have a story about that. By the way.
She reminded.
I'm sorry, about what?
I used to work with 2 South Africans at Fannie Mae. One was Jewish, the other one I don't think she was Jewish. They used to tell me some horror stories from over there. Like they walked down the street a certain way that you would never do that here, or you never walked up down the street the way we do here so freely. She said when you're walking down the street, like you, I want to say you don't get too close to the sidewalk, to the street, because someone could snatch you in their car and take you and rape you. So I guess they walk away from the street, but not too close to the building. It was wild hearing her describe that shit. Like they have a lot of sexual assaults over there, a lot. You know.
And therefore coming to America to ask for help. Yeah, okay.
Well, you know, I told you a while back I had an Airbnb guest that was here trying. You know, he's from Nigeria, trying to learn how American techniques on running prisons. You know, safety protocols, things like that, food distribution and stuff like that. So the logistics of it. So, you know, so it wouldn't surprise me that they would be looking at how to maybe solve street crime.
Well, I guess South Africans are similar in figuring out how to solve problems. Very similar to Americans.
Yeah, they have a
generally not very good at it. Apparently,
they have a very serious immigration problem there too, and it leads to real serious violence. Real serious. They'll burn your ass out over there. They've been setting fire to like immigrants' houses, and the immigrants are coming from other countries in Africa, Zimbabwe, places like that.
Well, does it surprise you that
No, it doesn't
they
surprise
would?
me.
Does it surprise you that they would make up shit like a white genocide? It'd just be like another whore.
Well, I think you know the interesting thing is they're attacking the infrastructure over there. So a lot of the railways.
Let me ask you a question. Why should I give a fuck what's happening in South Africa?
Well, I think that what makes it, I guess, somewhat interesting is that
No.
Well,
Interesting is one thing. Why is it important that I know this? Because I don't find it interesting.
Well, you're playing it, so I'm guessing you.
Oh, no. I'm playing something that's happening in the American Oval Office, not what's happening in South Africa. And the only reason I'm even doing this is supposedly there was some huge fight and Trump put this president in his place. I have not seen that. We're at 51 minutes, and there are 13 minutes left. I have seen nothing that would suggest Trump was like even interesting. So that's the only reason I'm watching it. Now you know why. I don't give a fuck. I do not. Let me make this clear. I don't give a fuck what happens in South Africa. That is literally the South Africans' problem. Why South African is here? He's talking to an American president. I heard some stories. That's why I'm even bothering with it. So far, nothing overly interesting.
Well, I think you can extrapolate some things.
Okay, I don't do extrapolation just for the sake of extrapolating. I don't find that interesting.
That occurs when big companies leave towns and cities, and there's a culture of dependency that develops. I remember you discussing it. Now that's our problem. If we don't get our economy to grow, the culture of dependency and the lawlessness will increase. I've been against apartheid all my life, and I'm their number one target. Please just Google my name and Malema. You'll see it, sir. He marched on the farm.
But the crime is bad.
The crime is terrible, sir, but Mr. Steenhuisen won't admit to it, but he runs the Western Cape, where I live. And the biggest murder rate is in the Cape Flats. Gangs. We've got gang warfare, like your M33 or whatever, these guys. We've got equivalents there, but we need your help, sir. And we need Elon technology.
Well, one of the real areas of support is really in investments. We've got to grow our economy, because through growing the economy, we're then able to create more jobs. Because crime really thrives where there is inequality and unemployment. And that is one of the reasons that has brought us here, to improve our investment relations, our trade relations, so that we can preserve the number of jobs that your companies have created in South Africa. By virtue of what we export to you, we are able to create up to 500,000 jobs in the auto industry, in the agricultural industry, and a number of other industries, mining, where we export things to you. And we also know that as South African companies invest here, you are also able to create jobs. So it's a mutually beneficial relationship. So our main real reason for being here is to foster trade and investment, so that
Well, see,
we are able to
he
grow
just
our
told you
economy,
why he's
your
here.
support,
Good for him.
and so that
Very
we are also
articulate.
able to address all these societal problems, because criminality thrives when people are unemployed, when they have no other hope to eke out a living. So that is what we need to resolve. And your support, your partnership with us is what is really going to give us a strong capability to move forward.
Ricky, excuse me, do you have anything to say? I mean, I don't want to leave you out. You know, the guy won 3 or 4 majors. 3 or 4?
No, only 2.
2. That's a lot. By the way, 2's a lot. A lot of tournaments you won too. Do you have anything to say?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. President Ramaphosa. I grew up in an area in South Africa that is a farmland area, Polokwane.
Yeah.
And there is some issues up there. Obviously, my dad was a property developer as well as a part-time farmer. And yeah, some of these buddy farmers got killed. The farm is still going. My brothers run it, but it's a constant battle with farms they're trying to burn the farms down to chase you away. So it is a concern to try and make a living as a farmer. And at the end, without farmers, there's no food on the plate. So we need the farmers
And
to
your brother
produce
loves
the food.
farming, right? He wouldn't do it. He wouldn't even want to do what you're doing, right? They love farming. They don't want to leave. But it's a struggle.
Yeah, and food and fresh water is the most important thing in life. Without those 2 things, you can't survive.
How is the water there?
The water is great, obviously.
I would actually love it if there were some black farmers, American black farmers in this room to talk farm to farm, and some of the things that they go through and have been through, I don't know, in the last 10 years. It'd be interesting.
All the water comes out of the borehole, out of ground for us down there. But yeah, it is a battle to get the water out sometimes when all the equipment gets stolen all the time that you're trying to get the
So
water
does
out.
your family and your brother, do they feel safe on the farm?
They live behind electric fences, try and be at night safe. But it is.
Well, the electric
Trust that whenever
fences
you
are
leave
to
that-
keep the
that something
animals
could happen.
in.
And
There's nowhere to live.
both of them has been.
Yeah, they use electric
houses. My
fences
mom's
to
been
keep
attacked in
people
the house
out.
when she was 80.
Oh my
So
Lord.
it is difficult, but the guys live a great life despite everything going on.
Something.
President Trump, I brought along the president of the largest trade union in our country, Ziggy Solosi, because she leads many workers, more than 1 million, 2 million workers. And maybe we should give her a
Hey,
chance.
Stanley, can you pause it for a second?
She's come all the way to join
Oh,
us.
sure.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
And they know all farmers don't grow livestock. And so
Who
they
gives a fuck, dude? My
electric
family.
fences
Oh. My family owns a farm. I have a relatively good idea. So why do you think that I know what a ranch is? I know what a farm is. Sometimes the two kind of get intermixed. Why are you asking me this question?
What I'm saying to you, I have friends that live in South Africa, and the electric fences are just one measure that they use to protect themselves on the farms.
So the electric fences, so they think if a human being wants to get into a farm and take it over, that an electric fence will stop them? Really?
Well, that's just one line.
Really? So
Doesn't-
they think the people that are so dumb can't defeat an electric fence. Are your friends that stupid?
As I said, there's just one line.
Okay, as I said, an electric fence is not a deterrent for someone who wants to take over a farm. An electric fence is easy to defeat.
And as
So
I said,
my comment, and as I said, an electric fence is to keep the animals in, not to keep people out.
all of these people aren't farming animals, right?
Okay, motherfucker, then you are not that bright.
And you know,
Listen
again,
to what I said. Let me say it again. Electric fences are to keep the animals in, not to keep people out. If you put an electric fence around a cornfield, it is not going to keep people out. If people want to take over your farm, whether it's a ranch with cows or a field of corn, an electric fence is not going to stop them. It is not a deterrent. That is my point.
Is it more of a deterrent than an unelectrified fence?
Okay, you're from Alabama, so maybe you're just trying to be funny.
No, I'm asking
You would know farms as well as I do, being from Bama. Thank you for the comedy show.
I mean, you know, I guess it makes for a good.
Okay, I guess I'm not going to be able to finish this video. What other questions do you have, John?
I mean, I think you just, you know, and you know,
Okay, I think what I just did is show that I don't have patience for stupid questions.
Well, I
And
think
you know me well enough by now to know, dude, you are a smart man with a whole master's degree from a major D1 university in America. That's why I don't have patience with dumb questions. You know better. Or am I wrong?
Man, you know, you have your opinion.
No,
You know,
am I wrong?
I mean, you know,
Did you not get a master's degree from the University of Alabama? One of the better universities in America?
What does it have to do with
You
anything?
have a master's degree from a major university. Okay, did you not get the degree? Are you faking it? Did you not get a master's from Alabama? Did you get a master's from Alabama? Yes or no?
What does it have to do with this, though?
Oh, I can explain it once you answer my question.
Well, you already know. So
Okay, I really can't answer a question now.
But you already
Is
know
that how this works? I ask the question and John avoids it. Dude, we could have finished this video by now. You have a master's degree from one of the better universities in these United States. My point, John Galt, is I expect better from you.
I'm not trying to change your mind.
Okay, I know. You don't. My mind is not here to change. My opinion is already formed. That's why I expect better from you.
For having us, and President, for extending the invitation to us as organized labor. And I must say that we are here to support the initiative that has been made by our government with business, of course, as organized labor. We've been coming to Washington on the AGOA trade relations in the previous regime. And I think at the center of it all, for me, it is exactly what Mr. Rupert has said, the importance of us growing the economy. We have always emphasized when we were here and kept on coming and negotiating on AGOA that the 600 US companies that are based in South Africa, as you said, President Ramaphosa, 500,000 jobs will be wiped out. We need more foreign direct investment in our country. We are not just talking about those that will lose employment, but we are talking about.
Well, do you think a race riot? No one's disagreeing with it.
That have no hope of ever finding job. And we think that correctly, as they have said, that we need to deal with the issue of porous borders in our country so that everyone that comes in is documented. We also need to and I would have thought that the minister would address the issue of land expropriation and how the policy works in South Africa. Recently, President, as you were preparing to come here on the news, in I think it was in Natal, there was a handover of farms, and white farmers were saying, we are donating the land, but also there's a willing buyer, willing seller in South Africa. So there is no expropriation without compensation, but it is a willing buyer, willing seller. And that white farmer was even saying, President, that the government is even paying more in buying the land than what
You need to look
the
into
land
that,
is worth.
Stanley, if you're interested.
And I think those are the realities,
Pause it
President,
for a
that
second, Stanley.
we must say that we
they
need
have
to
a
address, of course, but also the
they have a program over in South Africa. She just mentioned a couple of times, willing buyer, willing seller. I forget the exact ins and outs of how it works, but it's more or less like it's some kind of scheme that they've come up with to get the blacks to buy the farms from the whites. So on one hand, the whites are saying that there are tax on the farms, and so they decide to sell. And then there's a scheme on the other side called the willing buyer, willing seller, and that's what she's referring to, where they more or less they're able to more or less dictate the price to the farmer. I'm very familiar with this, the willing buyer, willing seller. You can keep playing. She may explain it.
The importance of agriculture linked to AGOA, people rely on it, and I think, as Retief have said, for survival and living. But lastly, for me, President, is also the issue of the crime statistics. There is no doubt about it that we are a violent nation, for a number of reasons, and we're not condoning anything. But also, if you go into the rural areas where Black majority are, you would see women, elderly, being raped, being killed, being murdered. And these are Black elderly women that would be found throat slits, raped multiple times, and all of that. And the problem in South Africa, it is not necessarily about race, but it is about crime. And we think that we are here to say, how do we, both nations, work together to reset, to really talk about investment, but also help us in how we can have the technology and everything that is needed, President, to really address the levels of crime that we have in our country. Thank you very much.
Yeah, pause it right there, Stanley. Pause it right there, Stanley. I think South Africa has is it 50 rapes or murders a day? Maybe murders, and there's a shitload of rapes that aren't even reported. And as you just said, in the countryside, they're doing the same thing. And again, it's so vicious. Like, there's some documentaries on it. And when they do it, it's just so damn vicious. You be like, damn, like, it's one thing to kill someone, but it's another thing to, cut their tongue out, some shit like that. Make the husband watch it while you're raping his wife before you kill both of them. It's just so vicious, and I guess it happens black and white, and that's what she's saying. There is no race component other than the people who are doing these things. It's primarily the Africans. And the other thing they mentioned is the immigration. The immigration is really causing them problems because, unlike America, where we are kind of importing people that come here with tech, and we have the technology infrastructure where we can, they can drive Ubers and things like that. And, a lot of the Mexicans come here with skills. I was saying the other day, I think the Mexicans should be separated from, say, the Hondurans. There are levels to it. But they are importing a bunch of Zambians and Namibians and Zimbabweans. And that's causing a hell of a lot of pressure on the lower end. So they're turning to, burning them out of the houses and things like that. And there's probably some of the rapes that she's referring to.
Well, this might be the first time all day, because I've been watching your comments, Portia. Might be the first time all day that I actually agree with you. Can't nobody control what these Africans are doing? And I think that's like the best point about this whole hour-long press conference is gone. I'm waiting for the fight where Trump crushed the African president. And we have roughly 4 minutes left. 4 minutes exactly. I haven't seen it so far. Unlikely to happen in the next 4 minutes. So I think it was Dave or somebody mentioned that, it was Webster Papadopoulos mentioned that Hood had a good 20-minute take on this. Well, if Hoodservative took 20 minutes to do this, then I know it is a fucked up anti-black racist take that would be pro-Trump. I've literally seen nothing here in this full hour-long video from whitehouse.gov that would suggest that this meeting was even remotely contentious. And if it was a non-evidence-based argument that Trump tried to make with a stack of paper and a video of a bunch of dancing people in a stadium, but no dead bodies.
Well, I think
no dead white bodies, no dead black bodies, just no dead bodies at all.
Well, I think you'd have to be.
I think that Trump is a loser, at least in this case, and y'all need to stop worshiping this dude. His haircut is better. That's the only compliment I can give him today.
Yeah, I don't know about all this win-loss. I didn't know that's how it was.
Okay, well, I don't care that you don't know.
Yeah, I didn't know this had
to go back to Portia's point. No, I don't give a fuck about rapes in South Africa. It's not something I can control. It's not something that even comes up on a daily basis. We have rapes in America. I'm much more concerned about crime in America than I would be about South Africa. They have a whole president. They have a whole government, and they need to take care of their business. And I'm going to be honest, why they're even mentioning it to the American president is kind of beyond me. Trump has better things. The American president has better things to think about than what's happening in South Africa. And that he has taken a racist interest. I will chalk that up. I will chalk that up to the racist Elon Musk. Alerting him,
why are they here?
Alerting John, this isn't a debate.
No, I'm asking you a question.
John, let me finish, please. I think that this young lady is wasting the American president's time with crime statistics in South Africa. It is not America's problem.
Why are they here then? That's what I'm asking you then.
I assume they have made a huge deal out of, hey, South Africa has some minerals or something.
Oh, is that what? Okay.
Nobody gives a shit about South African crime statistics. I agree with you there. They are here, I guess, because Trump invited them. I don't think they came to the White House. I don't think they came to the White House unannounced. I assume there was some mutual agreement and Trump wanted them in his Oval Office. The best person to ask would be the President of the United States, not little old Stanley. Because I'd only be guessing.
Well, but I mean, they had to take time.
Have you sent an email to Trump?
Now, what was the agenda?
I have no fucking idea. I don't run the government. Trump does.
I mean, usually have a meeting agenda like this meeting is because
the only reason I'm watching this is I heard there was some drama That's literally the only reason I'm watching it.
Well, I think it was kind of different from a diplomatic standpoint. I think it was different.
I think Trump couldn't pull a Zelensky. He tried, and the South African president just had more class than to get flustered by some, white man with a haircut and a baby blue tie. I admire that South African president for his composure and poise.
Yeah, I think the people that live in his country probably would admire him better if he could better run the country and solve some of the problems.
Motherfucker, no American cares how South Africa is run.
That's what I'm saying.
What country do you fucking live in, John? Do your tenants in your hood, do the tenants in your hood hovel give a fuck what happens in South Africa?
Right, and I think the
tenants, I don't think they do, John.
Right, and the people
I
in South
think
Africa,
if you went out into your hood, which you love so much, you love your hood so much that you're still there after all these years. I bet if you went out and talked about South Africa, they would look at you like, we would rather you be smoking weed and drinking more beer. Don't bore us.
Right, and I think the same thing would apply for the South Africans who see their
motherfucker. Who cares about South Africa? You seem to be the only one today. You literally seem to be the only one. I'm just watching the video for Trump highlights. You seem to be watching this for the South African highlights. Do you want me to send you the link?
No, what I see is a black man groveling to Trump, and Trump is basically highlighting problems in his country.
That could very well be true. And I would be ashamed of that South African president if I were South African. As an American, I don't give a fuck. As a matter of fact, as an American, I kind of expect him to grovel, don't you?
As a South African, look at this man, and you say, damn, like he'll be begging the white man down on his knees, basically, and the white man.
Yeah, and you know what? He should be an anti-black. He could be John Galt.
I don't know about all
like
that.
When John Galt asks Jason Kessler to join on a phone call, I see parallels.
We had a good conversation now.
Was it? I didn't watch. And you know what? Maybe I should go back and spend the hour or so that y'all talked. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow. But when a black man is groveling, it just reminded me. Well, let's watch the last 5 minutes or 4 minutes.
I'm wondering if you've made up your mind as to whether you believe genocide is occurring in South Africa, or you still have doubts. And if you have made up your mind, why invite President Ramaphosa here today for this conversation?
Well, I haven't made up my mind. I hate to see it from the standpoint of South Africa, but also, I'm trying to save lives. I'm working with Russia and Ukraine. I don't have to do that. It's not our war. It was started by other people. Helped along by our past administration, and it would have never happened if I were president. But I'm trying to save lives, no matter where. Rwanda, I have nothing to do with Rwanda and the Congo, but I felt I had a very talented person in this administration, and I sent him there, and he did an unbelievable job. I think. I mean, we're going to find out, but he's done the hardest part of the job. It should happen. If I can save lives, I want to save the lives. If it's in Africa, that's great. If it's in Europe, if it's wherever it may be. And it's a very small investment to do, believe me, compared to what the consequences are. So I hope we can do something. Look, I have so many friends. These two men, I have great admiration for them because I know what they do for a living. And that's a very hard living. Going from city to city, from country to country, and hitting a ball 350 yards like they do, and getting the ball in the hole. It's a very tough with lots of people watching, right?
Yes,
That's a very tough living. They're champions. I respect champions, and I respect very much. And I think the country is very lucky. They really wanted to be here. They could be elsewhere. They could be on a beautiful fairway someplace, and they wanted to be here. So.
My name is Yanda Mobo from Newsroom in South Africa. How important is it for the United States to be at our G20 summit in November, given the relationship between our two countries? You just heard what has been said to you just now. Are you coming, and are you preparing to come?
So without the United States, the G20, just like the G7, used to be the G8, but brilliantly they threw Russia out. Would have been a lot better if Russia was in. You know, a lot of people would say, oh, that's not it. Because if Russia was in, you probably wouldn't have this war. And if you had a different president, you wouldn't have the war either. But we have a G7. It's important that the United States is in both of them. I think without the United States, it's I really believe it's not very important. It's not the same meaning.
As I said to President Trump, the U.S. really originated the G20. And it's important that the United States continues to play a key role in the G20. And we are privileged to be the president of the G20, but we are even overjoyed that we are going to hand over to the United States, who are the originators. And for that reason, I expect the United States to continue playing the leadership role in the G20 together with other countries. And I've said when I initially spoke to President Trump on the phone, I want him to come to South Africa for a state visit. And I also want him to come and participate in the G20. And I want to gladly hand over to President Trump to take the leadership of the G20 forward in November.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
What is it going to take to convince you?
They don't want to leave.
They like you so much.
Well, that's pretty much the end of it. I didn't see a substantive fight. So if anyone saw Hood Conservatives 20 minutes, tell me about it, because I didn't see a major conflict.
Well, I think you'd have to understand the dynamics on the ground in South Africa to understand.
You know what? Tell us about the dynamics on the ground, because apparently you care.
That's not that I care, it's just that I know. So if you were listening, the golfer has parents who are farmers, and he talked about the farm attacks. So we're more or less confirming what this country of South Africa tries to deny. Trump then played Julius Malima's Kill the Boer. Julius Malema is a politician with some sway in South Africa, and he's singing to a stadium of people, kill the farmer, kill the Boer. Then you had the black lady say, yeah, we have murders and rapes and crimes all over. They don't have an Air Force. They don't have a, I think South African Airlines is going under.
Okay, well, help me with this. What does an Air Force have to do with crime on the ground?
Well, I mean, you're talking about a country that's in collapse.
My question is, what does a South African Air Force have to do with crime? Now, I'm assuming that America doesn't use the Air Force to stop crime in Philadelphia.
No, what I'm saying is,
maybe I'm being rather America-centric.
Right, you've been a little obtuse.
Having an Air Force has nothing to do with crime.
Well, what he's talking about, and this is why they were talking about airlines, is what I'm assuming. South Africa used to have an airline called South African Airlines. It went kaput. Down on the street level, there are rapes, robberies, infrastructure is being stolen and uprooted. And so they're also talking about killing the farmers, and they do kill the farmers. That's true. And so it was just so ironic that one of the guys with the South African president's delegation, his family was terrorized by people trying to kill the farmers. And he talked about how they have to live by electric fences. I know you said they don't work, but they didn't install them to keep people.
I don't think that they don't work. I know they don't. I know the purpose of the electric fence. And you want to cry for the white man? I think that's so cute. I think that's so cute. I just don't buy the argument.
And these people have to live in a certain way.
I don't give a shit how they live. Which part of this can't? You know what? That you care. That you care. Please go on and express your concern. Express your concern for the Afrikaners. I know you want to get it out. Sing about. Do you know any songs, any folk songs in Afrikaans?
Why don't you play something that you're interested in?
I don't get. Well, I just played this video.
Were you interested? I thought you weren't interested in this.
I wasn't until I heard there was a fight, which I will not trust anybody who recommends anything that Hood Conservative ever did. I heard there was a fight. That's why I was interested, and I'm sorely disappointed.
Yeah, well, why don't you play something that you're interested in?
Oh, I've been doing that for almost 8 hours now. You missed it. You missed 8 hours of me playing stuff. Speaking of which, everyone make sure you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel so we can catch up the pithy conversations between the John Galt and just Stanley Cross. I've been playing stuff, and I always have criticism for President Trump because I don't think he's a good president. I think he is a bumbling, stumbling POTUS. Hey, if you can get elected, it's not a bad job, apparently. So also make sure you support the host. It is coming up on a Bud Light weekend. And you know what? I might have to have a couple cans more of Bud Light than usual because this was a boring, non-fight. Trump treated a black man with respect. That part did impress me. He couldn't do a Zelensky because the black president wouldn't let him. I love that. So make sure you also support Portia J. Give her reparations because she made a bad pick for Stanley versus the World. I'm kind of contentious, and I'm kind of not a Donald Trump fan. And I think pretty much everything that he does is not well thought out. And I think he's picked a crew that knows he doesn't think, and they can just do anything. So make sure you support Portia J. And for that matter, River of Hate. I love River of Hate is one of the more perceptive people that drops into this chat. Stanley doesn't care about South Africa. Yes, true. But he cares about one illegal in El Salvador. Weird. Illegal to El Salvador, illegally put in the jail. If you mean illegally sent to an El Salvadoran prison, okay, you do get me, River of Hate. Thank you for your commiseration. So, anyone is welcome to hit the link. We're approaching 8 hours, which is about my patience limit with the people like the white John Galt too. Stanley is an anti-back covert tap. What's an anti-back? Okay. Anti-black covert tap. All right. Well, the links are in the chat. I'll give you 5 minutes and then I will tap dance out because I do have things to do. And hopefully John's going to start a show. It would be nice.
I gotta run.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Are you doing a show today?
No, probably tomorrow, man. It's gonna stop raining and do a live stream. I got a portable power.
Y'all got the rain. Y'all got the rain we've had for the last couple days.
Yeah, I'm gonna do live stream somewhere different now that I got portable power. So
Oh, really? What'd you get?
yeah, I got this where the
The Ryobi?
No, hell no. People always talk shit about Ryobi, so I didn't buy Ryobi.
Well, how are you transporting all this equipment? Do you have a big backpack or what?
Well, you know, shit. Usually I'm on my scooter, so my scooter got a little storage, but I used to carry like a little USB hub. Where the fuck is it? And it wasn't much bigger than this. But this has an AC power.
How long does it last?
Shit, at least 3 or 4 hours. But it also has a PD with power delivery. That's the option right there.
Uh-huh.
I tested it out yesterday. It'll power up the road from that, even without me plugging it into the AC outlet.
Huh.
Yeah. And I have like a little Rode Duo, so it's small, so it only has capacity for like maybe 2 microphones. Yeah, maybe 2 microphones, maybe 3. So it's small, so it's not as big as the normal studio.
Well, I'm impressed. You're a traveling road show.
Your Rode is the product, yeah, so definitely. But see, so I think we're gonna get some really good interviews, man. Downtown DC. I may go on U Street like on a Friday or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, that shit's wild as hell on Fridays on U Street. We've been off of U Street and the place closed kind of early, but on U Street, yo, that shit get wild and crazy. We get some great interviews up and down 14th Street, down by the White House. You know, we can get a lot of good shit, a lot of good interviews now. Power has been their biggest bottleneck there, I guess you could say, a blocker. Right. Yeah, so now, yeah, we go a lot of places. It's gonna be this. I think that I'm gonna, I like the street interviews because we get to see a cross section of people.
Well, you are a much more public figure than me. I don't know. I would probably enjoy it, if I actually got out there and did it. And who knows, maybe one of these days, I'll be in Savannah at the beginning of June. Who knows? But you didn't see this thing. There is a famous, fairly famous restaurant in Savannah. It is owned by a Black woman. And I've known about the restaurant. She's probably had it about 5 years. It's literally like a fine dining. I think she actually won a Beard Award, James Beard Award. And looking at these Tony Tipton and some other like famous Black chefs, I got reminded of her restaurant. So I'm actually going to try and go at some point at the beginning of June. And so maybe I'll score an interview, maybe I won't. But if it's there, I'll try and convince her. But it's kind of weird. It's a former Greyhound station right down. It's now MLK. Used to be East or West Broad. I think it was West Broad. So right down there on MLK, right across from Broughton Street, which is like the main drag, the Savannah downtown. A very famous restaurant.
There you go. Someone says,
I'm into food these days.
Is it a bistro? One wants to know, is it a bistro style?
No, it's actually fine dining.
Okay.
It might be like a brasserie, but the thing is it's not hot dogs or it's not hamburgers and French fries, which brasseries can be. This is like planned menus. Like you don't order a la carte. They have a few things a la carte, but these are like several course meals with a theme. So, and not overly expensive. It's not like $300 a pop, but it's not, you know, it's not like a brasserie where there's French fries, or, you know, just kind of like a lunch. You know, to me, hamburgers, even fancy hamburgers, that's like, you know, upscale fast food. You know, these are meals with themes that are kind of thought out.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I'm trying to get some audience participation here. Where should we live stream from next? Street interviews, I should say.
I would say the gates of the Lafayette Square.
Yeah, if I could carry a table down there. But I could do something like there are a lot of cafes right around there on like 17th Street, where there are probably a lot of White House employees, things like that. I could definitely do that, man. Like that would be hot right there. At a cafe right there, like 17th and K, which is right by the White House, the executive office building. The White House employees, that would be pretty hot right there. They may not stop for interviews, but some people may.
I don't know. Go to the white liberal side of town. They'll stop.
Well, I mean, I've been in the white liberal side of town all day.
Oh, is that what? Okay.
Yeah, you know, that's where it is. I mean, I could go even more white liberal if that's what you're saying, where there like very few homeless people type things. Like, so I was thinking about going to Georgetown, to the waterfront, Georgetown. You ever been to Georgetown waterfront?
You know what? I've been to never been to Georgetown that I know of. I'm more familiar with Adams Morgan.
Yeah.
I've spent time there. It's a downscale Georgetown.
Adams Morgan is like where the young people go to party.
I was young.
Yeah.
I was still in my 20s.
Someone says go really liberal. Stanley, you familiar with DuPont Circle?
Vaguely, yeah.
Right there. Now that's really fucking liberal right there. That is like the epicenter, like the LGBT community. Obama lives north of DuPont Circle. He runs straight to the White House there. I could go there. I don't know. What do you think about this, Stanley?
Well, I thought Lafayette Square was near it.
Lafayette Square,
Am I wrong?
Yeah, it's near it, but I think it's either to the east or to the north. That due north is closer than DuPont Circle. DuPont Circle is like a main drag headed south, headed north and south. But yeah, it's a very, very popular area there.
Well, you know, it's funny. I've been to DC a lot, but it's always been for a reason.
Yeah.
I've never actually roamed. You know, it's always for a hockey game or, you know, it was always for a specific reason that I was there. So, you know.
Like DuPont Circle is the next neighborhood over from Adams Morgan.
Oh, okay.
You know.
Well, I mean, even Adams Morgan, this was back when I was in the Navy, so it's been quite a while ago. Actually, I was out of the Navy now that I think about it. And I was with a buddy of mine, and we met a bunch of his friends. And the only thing I really remember was this great restaurant that had curried goat. And then, you know, we kind of hung out at a bar and all that stuff. It was fun, but the curried goat was actually the highlight.
What about some hood interviews? I'm trying to think where could I go for some hood interviews? I'm not taking the table, so it's got to have tables already there. Maybe I go to like a hood restaurant. What do you think about that?
Somewhere like and I know you're gonna laugh at this, but Ben's Chili Bowl.
Yeah, I thought about that because Ben's gets the one on U Street gets a lot.
They'll get politicians and stuff.
Well, yeah, not so much anymore. Maybe not that one anyway. Unless there is some kind of event going on, you know, like Juneteenth or, you know, whatever kind of event, you know, Howard Homecoming or something like that. But it does get a regular crowd. It's going to skew 37th Street in the Southeast. But it's I'm not saying it's in a bad way. It skews heavily. It's probably 90% black.
Right.
Not saying there's anything wrong with that, because there are people walking up and down the street where you're going to get some other people. But there are seats outside of Ben's. They probably would be amenable to me, doing it. And, I've been to Ben's before. I'm not really a big fan of, I don't eat chili. So,
really?
Yeah, I don't eat chili.
Not even vegetarian?
I don't eat beans.
Oh.
So so I don't eat chili. So that food's never appealed to me, and long before I even got here though. So it's not about them. But they have a little bar next door too. So it's like Ben's next door. It's a bar. Give me 1 second, Stanley.
Okay. So let's see. Guns N' Roses, yes. Dokken, never heard of them. Well, actually, I have heard of them, but never listened to them. Let's see. Daughters of Assassins, more than 9,000 children treated for malnutrition in Gaza, says UNICEF. Not sure of your point, other than reporting. We know there are problems in Gaza. Hood right outside your crib tap. All I have to say. By the way, I was tempted to watch this Anton Daniels video. It's about 3 hours or so. And I opted for Trump, thinking that there was going to be a cat fight or something. And apparently that wasn't the case. Anton Daniels, I'd never really heard until very recently, with this black fatigue thing. And so far, I'm unimpressed.
Yeah, but before you get into that, man, what do you think about street interviews, Stanley? You got any suggestions for me here? Looking for some suggestions, guys in the audience. Give me some suggestions here, because
I'm not going to play this unless I got to. Actually, I need to make a beer run, as you can tell. I had a couple Bud Lights for breakfast, and my time schedule is just all it's inverted, which is fine. It's not like I have to be anywhere.
But anyway, yeah. So I'm trying to do a street interview tomorrow.
Richard says either really liberal or hood. What are you in the mood for?
Well, what is the audience in the mood for? We got 23 people in the audience right now. What are you in the mood for? Let me know. We should put a poll up. What do you think? What do you think, Stanley? What are you in the mood?
Poll wouldn't be a bad idea. I don't have a preference. I don't. A street interview is a street interview.
I'm gonna put a poll on. Let's see. Next street interview. Hood, super liberal, and option R, bar scene.
I just had a thought. Put up a table outside of a grocery store and pretend to sell Girl Scout cookies.
Hey, look, I could do. I showed you a spot I can do. That I can do one in Whole Foods on 8th Street.
Oh,
yo, that's a hot spot too. I was going to do a live stream there, but they cut the plugs off because all the homeless people are out there. But I'll show you a picture of it. do it.
Or better yet, a Wegmans.
Oh man, it's too super liberal right there. It's too fucking super liberal right there. Let me see if I can show you the outside. They have a picture.
I don't think I think Wegmans would not be tolerant.
If they had an outside seating area like this Whole Foods does, this Whole Foods has an outside seating area so that you can pull it off there. Let's see. Let me see if I can show it to you.
You know, I used to go to. There's a Wegmans in Fairfax, and it had underground parking, and you know, the only seating that I know of was, you know, in their little food court, which is even their food court is pretty impressive.
Oh yeah, look, check this. This the location I'm thinking right here. Right here, Stanley. You see 8th Street right here.
Oh, that's nice.
You see the little outside seating area right there?
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of foot traffic.
So this is downtown? Oh, this is 8? Okay, that's downtown.
Yeah, this is right by Union Station.
Really?
Yeah. Hell yeah.
That's a Whole Foods?
Hell yeah. The Whole Foods is right here to the left.
Okay,
Right here.
so I mean, how do people park, or is it mostly just foot traffic? You know,
There's
you know
parking
how
there.
you have a parking lot, you can put your
Mhm.
groceries in the trunk
I'll
of
show
the
you.
car.
Oh shit, I'll show you. Let me go back.
Where do they park the cars, or is that it's a different
No, I'll show you. Let's see. See outside. And so if you, oh shit, it's not that. I thought that was the street view. But basically, it's like half the block. So
Oh,
on this,
wow.
yeah, so it's on the other side of the block is parking. You may be able to see it right here. Right here. On this side of the street, right about right here, to the left of the Whole Foods signs, a parking garage down below. Yeah.
Interesting.
Oh man, you ever been to Eastern Market, Stanley?
No, I haven't been up that way in at least 10 years.
You ever been to Barracks Row?
No.
Let's see, Barracks Row, DC, Barracks Row, map. Yo, this is a hot spot too, Stanley.
You know, most of the places that I've been have been right around Chinatown, and not far from Chinatown. I think you know where the convention center is.
Yeah, oh yeah, I could go there too.
Okay, yeah, I that's literally because Ticketmaster ran the presidential ticketing stuff right out of the convention center. So
Yeah.
I spent, you know, like a bunch of time there.
See, this is a Barracks Row right here.
Mhm.
This is in Southeast, so you can see all the restaurants. This is 8th Street Southeast. The Marine base. That's the barracks that they call it Barracks Row there. So there's a lot of restaurants here. I can just push up. I see it right here. All right here. All this right here. You know, it's fairly yuppie area, but you know, kind of like 14th Street.
Right.
And then it's a long street of just restaurants and bars and stuff. We can do here, Eastern Market. I think Adams Morgan, though, Stanley. I didn't even think about that because I hate Adams Morgan. From a standpoint of driving, you know what I'm saying? Like, did you drive over there?
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
You know what? If I recall, we drove in from Reston.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know the Maryland side. You know,
Just
the
see it right
Maryland
here.
access to DC. I pretty much, you know the Virginia stuff.
This would be it right here. Like, this would be a hot spot right here. So let me see if I can show you this.
Mhm.
This is the 18th Street. This is the epicenter of Adams Morgan right here. So it's like bars all around. Oops. So it's like bars, as you can see, they up and down the street on both sides of the street here, just bars. It gets a little wild and crazy out here, but you can see all these bars everywhere, patio seating. Would be plenty of spaces for interviews. All these bars. What do you think about this, Stanley?
Well, I'm looking for the traffic. Was it during a festival or something?
It's like Friday nights, evening, but a lot of people live around
Oh,
here.
okay.
Yeah, a lot of people live around here too. So it's like one of those places very hard to find parking. So most of the people that live around here don't have
Well,
cars.
most people would take the metro, right?
Man, I would say most of the people that live here probably ride bikes.
Oh, I mean people visiting.
There's a bus that takes you like basically from where I am all the way there. Seriously. Straight to the mouth of Adams Morgan, yeah. From where I am. I mean, bro, a lot of bars. Look at all these bars and shit. Ice cream, gelato type shits. Let me see what the audience saying. What do you think about that? Adams Morgan. Anyone think about that? I think that would be hot right there. What did Portia say? She don't like them see in the chat.
Who is she? Oh, she means during the interviews?
Oh, you don't like them see in the chat. So what do you think? Adams Morgan, Stanley, or U Street?
Well, I would say, but you know me, I'm not cool. It's like I don't know DC well enough. And I'm actually interested in the interviews, not so much what the chat has to say. So
Portia said, "Don't
yeah,
let
I would kind of echo Portia's point. I just don't think. I think our chat, like everyone knows, that girl knew who Shredder was. I caught that little bit, but I didn't hear the conclusion. Was she like in love with Shredder or something?
I think it's the other way around.
Okay.
I think, but the people were kind to those three nurses. They were kind to those people. So,
Yeah, well, they were pretty young, pretty put together. I barely remember them. They were, fairly decent. Like, hey, you'd let your son like date these women.
Anyway, that should be interesting tomorrow. I don't know what time, man. Sometime tomorrow. We get it going. What do you think? What time works best for you?
You should get Roz to go with you.
You know who else would be good? Midlife Bro. Was it Midlife Bro Logic?
Yeah.
Let me call that motherfucker. Yeah, let me see what he says. I can go interview.
So Stanley, you are the generous coon when you debated SKC. I don't get it. I don't think you're a coon.
Well, no, it was a joke that that SKC made about himself.
Hey, Midlife, what's up, man?
What's up? What's happening?
You on live with John Galt, by the way. Hey, I got a power pack now, man, and I want to do some live streams. And I think this opens me up to do live streams at places that are not so they don't have power. So I was thinking about doing one Friday. What do you think?
I mean, bro, I'm sour that you edited that video and put some title in there and not really what I said. So.
I didn't ask you that question. I'm asking you about this tomorrow. We'll talk about that another time. We'll talk about that.
Man, John Galt. I can't trust you.
Oh, man, come on, man. If you need me to take something down, you know, man.
I told you to take that shit down.
Did I not take it down? I'll take it down. Send me a tip.
I don't have the time to go check. I don't want to stream with someone I can't fucking trust with the shit.
Are you saying you don't trust me here?
No, because you put that shit up there and I told you it ain't exactly what I said. I said some shit, and you put some shit up there that may potentially in the future, if I go, straight and narrow, change
Send me the
careers.
link, man. Send me the link. You think I won't take it down? We got so many fucking videos. And
I told you to take it down. You said you didn't put it up. Someone else. I talked to someone else. They said you did it. So I mean, I don't know what's going on over there.
Send it to me. Tell me what it is, and I'll take it down.
I showed you that shit. I already sent it to you.
Do it again. Can you do it? Come on, WhatsApp. Do it again. Send it to me on this number.
I'm busy at the
Anyone notice he sounds a lot like American Man?
where I get creative.
Just goddamn get to the fucking point.
In, right?
All right.
I'll think about it. I'll send it to you. Good luck to you.
So annoying.
Why don't you talk about them Israelis that got killed, them Israelis that got shot?
We
Because
covered
that's
this
a
shit.
false flag happening.
We covered this shit.
I covered this story this morning.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, I'm busy at the moment, but I'll send it over. I'll see if you get rid of it.
Motherfucker, you're busy being not busy.
So wait a minute. Did they
You
catch the
are a
shooter?
busy bee.
Did they catch the shooter, or is the shooter still at large?
Nah, that nigga turned himself in, bro.
They got the shooter.
So let me ask you.
Hey,
Let me ask.
John.
Let me ask y'all this question.
Linwood, really quick. John, can you tell me which video that is, so that I can.
He sent me some shit on WhatsApp. If you send it to me again, I'll send it to you, Portia.
Okay, and then also I just came up really quick to say about the chat. It's not that I don't like the chat. I actually love the chat. It's just that whenever we have these people up here live, I mean, like with the live street interviews, and they're looking at the chat.
Yeah.
You know, the chat can be very distracting, even for us up on the panel. You know, and so
Is that what you call it?
Oh yeah, I mean, because you want to read it.
Downright rude.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep it tame. It's
yeah.
the white girl the other day with Shredder. I thought that was nuts, and so, but she came back and she left a crazy comment.
What did she say?
Comment, and she was just talking. She was just going in on Shredder.
Really? I thought you said a minute recording.
No, she was like, I'm the girl in the video, but she said a whole, but I responded to her. And then whenever I went back to look so I could show it to Shredder, it was, she deleted it. So I should have screenshotted it though, but it was just so funny to me. But whenever they
so
look,
it wasn't like,
can't always handle it.
Now that you said it, I'm kind of freaking interested.
No,
So
it wasn't like that at all.
Where should we go next time, Portia? You got any input on this? Since let me see if anyone's answering in the chat here.
Oh yeah, John, we've all been answering you in the chat for like 2 hours.
Everybody's saying hood. But the thing is, the hood don't have many places you can go. Everyone said hood.
Well, I mean, everybody said the hood, but I mean, the only thing is that like I would of course want you to be safe, right? But that would just be more interesting. Like I would like for you to have the conversations that you and like ask the questions that you ask, in the nice
I would like for
places
John
out
to
there in the
go
hood.
somewhere where the N word isn't welcome.
Oh, well, Stanley,
Go somewhere where you can't say the N word out loud, and I will watch that one.
I think they should.
Maybe do an interview at a Sunday school or a church.
You know what? I'll do you one better. Why don't you interview an unrefined white supremacist? That I would like to see.
Well, I think he's done that. He's got you covered there, Linwood.
Jason Kessler is a fraud. I'm talking David Duke. I'm talking.
Well, no, the
Jeff Scoop.
Church idea is actually kind of interesting.
You know what? It is interesting now that you say that though, Stanley.
Yo, I know where I can go. Check this out. Yeah. I met this nigga the other day.
You would be nice, right? I'm not the devil. Dude,
Check this out right here. I met this guy the other day. He actually made a nice bar. I will say this. He calls it Buddies. It's in Northwest. I've already got permission from him to live stream here. It's a black-owned bar. Nice spot, right? It used to be a place called clean. It used to be a place called Room 11. I used to go here all the time. Room 11 DC. This is what it used to be. So you can kind of get an idea of how it used to look. This is how it used to look. You see it right here. let me show you some pictures so you get a better context, hopefully. So you can see this place. It used to be like a wine bar, and it was very small.
Good looking food.
Yeah. Okay, so you can see here, it was a very small space, right? And kudos to the guy here, some design. I talked to him about the windows because, you know, in New York, a lot of times they'll have these windows that are open, right? It's pretty expensive. So I asked him, so if you can see here that he replaced the windows with like a plate glass. It's a nice look, nice clean design. Food looks nice. So it's more of a sports bar. So you can kind of see there's a very diverse audience here. He has outside seating and he has power for me. So we could probably go longer than even the power pack would supply. Nice diverse crowd. This is in Columbia Heights. I want to see.
Well, why not do an interview there?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about doing it. You know, what do you guys think about it? Let me see if I can.
I'm all for it.
Yeah, let me see if I can show you the outside. Matter of fact, maybe we call this guy. Let's see the outside. Yeah. Let's see if I can show you the outside. Okay. Yeah,
I mean, like, what is the racial demographic? I mean, what are you going for? As you,
well, I want John to go for a place where he can't yell out "nigger" drunkenly. let's see if he can be restrained.
Well, I think what we'll get here, Portia, is an intersection.
I don't think John can do that, Stanley.
I know he can. I have high hopes.
Portia, what I think we'll get here, honestly, is a very good intersection. This is a very affluent, relative.
Oh, John, this place is nice.
The guy made it very nice. I will say that. This is a very expensive neighborhood in DC. This is Columbia Heights. This is up the hill from where I typically interview people to live. Some of the people that we've interviewed live here in this area. The composition of the housing is a little different in that they're very big houses. So a lot of multi-unit type housing. So it may be buildings with 4 floors. So like one big house, but they're split up into, you understand what I'm talking about, Stanley and Portia. You may understand.
Yeah.
People didn't always understand. In Boston, they would call them triple deckers and some shit like that. So very diverse, a lot of Hispanics, heavily Hispanic. Blacks are, there's a mix of blacks, poor blacks. My buddy Philippe owns a condo a couple blocks down. So
you think he'll let you stay there overnight?
Nah, he'll own a house not far from here, a couple houses, so I don't need a place to stay.
Okay. Did you because we talked about this before in the past, like you going up to like Howard.
Oh yeah. Oh, let me show you this house. Go ahead.
I don't know about Georgetown, but I wouldn't be against it.
Oh, let me show you this.
If you can get close enough to the students.
Well, see, whoever I wouldn't have done that.
Look, I have the address.
That's all right. You've already invited him in. Let him go call.
Who are you talking about?
Truism.
My. The guy just steps in the room and already he gets shot at.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
interesting.
motherfucker. I wouldn't have even let you
Truism.
go in the room.
Motherfucker, I keep asking you to say with some bass in your motherfucking face.
Are welcome by others.
I'm trying to get some input here, guys. So this,
that's nice.
Yo, take this part right here. Hold on, let me share this with you guys. So this is the entrance to. Well, damn, I'm on Howard University campus. This is Georgia Avenue right here. So to the right is Howard University. You can see the little pillars here. So all down the hill is Howard. All right. So to the left, all of this is Howard. You can see this. So what I was thinking is, so there really isn't any commercial until you start to get to the base of Howard. It wouldn't be to the bottom of Howard. It wouldn't be bad. But right here, they got veggie spots, but here's a better spot right here. This is the spot where I can get, if you want like pseudo hood, you know, a hood with a little bit of, you know, I know this nigga right here. Let's see. I know, where is it? It's a barbershop. It's a black man on a barbershop. Joseph's Barbershop. I know this motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
And so I could easily do it here, or I could do it.
John, that's perfect. It's a barbershop.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Are they,
Or
John, are they black?
Look, I want you to look at this right here though. Look, y'all gonna freak out when you see this shit right here. Let me see if I can zoom in on this shit. Come on, zoom in. How do I zoom in on this shit? Zoom in. Oh, I know y'all niggas want
House
that.
of Hip Hop. Oh no. And look, what is that?
I know y'all niggas. I know
People
you
paid to stop after you turn. Oof.
House of Hip Hop.
And a dispensary. Oh no.
Truism.
Y'all niggas want that.
Your enthusiasm, while appreciated, is not particularly necessary.
Oh, Stanley. Wow.
Hey, let me put it to you this way. I am not in the most patient of moods.
Muse? Not
Hey,
the
come
most
on.
patience with Muse?
Let me pick out a fucking spot though.
Are you not going to? So I unfortunately, I have no sucker here. I don't have any sucker here.
To be truism today, aren't you?
I have no sucker here. That's what you're saying.
Come on, guys.
Oh, you know what? I'm glad you brought that up. I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah,
you need to go back up. Hold on one sec, John. Truism, you need to go back and let Glenn Lowry teach you how to say Sukor, because you don't know shit, son. And again, I have zero patience. I'm going to treat you like my son. He knows when I don't have patience to shut the fuck up. Now let's see if you can be a good son.
Hey,
Now, I know he's not going to be able to. I'm just kind of seeing if I can trigger him.
Can we do this? Can we do kind of a location scouting? We're kind of scouting for a location right now.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Come on. Hey, what do you think? Look, we got the House of Hip Hop directly across from Howard University.
So, what's the problem with House of Hip Hop? Is it a club?
No.
That's a barbershop.
Hold on, Stanley. Let Portia talk right here. She probably already looked it up. You know, she'd be ahead of us and shit. Go ahead.
It's a high energy underground music experience. It says it was founded to establish the breeding ground that will catapult talent to their next level. So it looks like, I guess, like an open mic spot where people, you know, mixtapes, EPs, they go and perform and stuff like. I mean, John, honestly, I don't know. Yeah,
That's hot right there. Now we got that power. We got to go ahead and take advantage of it. We got look. I got the address. Should we call him, Portia? Should we call him? See if they'll let us do it?
Yeah, I think I think we should
call the Hip Hop Museum. Like, see if they'll at least let us. Where is it?
Like if we do it outside? I mean, because it would be crazy loud inside.
Yeah, we can't do it inside because they probably have music going all the time. Shit. Let me see the phone number. House of Hip Hop. Is this it?
Stanley, what do you think? Do you think the barbershop or the House of Hip Hop?
What is the House of Hip Hop?
Yo, you know, Stanley.
It's a clothing store.
Yo, let me tell y'all the backstory to this shit.
Now that's interesting.
Yo, let me tell you. Hey, hold on. Let me tell you the backstory to this shit. So, this man right here, that owns, I think is this Joseph Barbershop? Where's Joseph Barbershop? Look at that guy, Pig Feet and Chitlins. You see that shit? Oh man, this is George Avenue right here. Oh man, I chased so many women. Let me see. So Joseph Barbershop, where is it? So I want to tell you guys this story. Honestly, Yeah, I think it says closed. You see this Joseph Barbershop? You see it? You see this on the stream right here? You see? Does everyone see this? Say yeah, Nick.
Yes.
This? Okay,
Yeah,
Joseph.
yes.
You see Joseph Barbershop. Okay. So years ago when I first moved to DC, I'm gonna put True up, man. Years ago when I first moved to DC,
And you know what? Let's just level this out.
Let me tell
I
you
am actually ready to go. You
Right.
start up the show, you can control. Hold on. You can control who's on the panel. I thought I just did, and I'm ready to go. So,
Stanley, you
yeah, he doesn't seem to understand.
We're trying to plan for a show tomorrow, man. So we got to get this
How about
together.
you shut the fuck up? You
Yeah,
can
we
come
try-
up to the panel, Truism. But
I want to hear
John,
I'm trying to get the input for this.
I am more than happy to let the little birdie up here if he can shut the fuck up.
You can come in. I just wanted some input on this. We're trying to do a show tomorrow, live stream.
I don't care about the show tomorrow.
But you know, we do because
you deny the lie. You can deny the lie, but you can't deny the truth.
Hold on, guys.
I gave the motherfucker the rules.
Damn, I see what. Come on now, god damn. But look, let me tell you this. It's a very interesting, at least from my standpoint. So when I first moved to DC, I went to go chase the little girls at Howard and shit. So I would go ahead and get my hair cut, and there was an older black man named Joseph Barbershop. Yes, you see the name of it here. And he must be in his 80s now. And he owned both of these buildings. You can see this here. The House of Hip Hop, he owned both these motherfuckers. This man, he was, and I remember this was back in, I don't know when, maybe the 2010s or whatever. Developers were offering him $800,000 a building. He never, well, I guess he finally sold out or rented out some space. As you can see, there's now American Best Wings and liquor store. He closed up his barbershop. So his barbershop was where this liquor store was. Where his liquor store is, I'm sorry. And there's American Best Wings. I guess, I don't know where it is. Maybe it's here. And there are probably apartments up here, as you can see here. And here, he's renting it out, I guess, to the House of Hip Hop. This was a man that, you know, he never wanted to sell out. And I guess, you know, as he got older, he didn't have family or whatever to take over. And I remember this man, you know, Mr. Joseph, as I call him. I used to let him just cut my hair. Fuck, I got bald head, so it didn't matter who cut my hair. And I used to always talk to this guy. So very interesting. He owned both of these buildings, fucking millionaire just off these two buildings alone. He owned the other shit as well. You know, man that knew a trade. He cut hair. He parlayed that shit into two buildings. And at one point, he had a beauty salon here. He had his barbershop here, and his beauty salon was right here. I guess he at some point later rented it out. Maybe he sold the building. I'm not quite sure. But, you know, American success story. I think he was from down in Mississippi or somewhere. Anyway.
Salute to him. Salute to him.
Yeah, salute to that guy.
So, do you know his history? How did he, as an 80-some-year-old man, wind up in D.C.?
Well, when I met him, he was probably 50-something. He was still cutting hair. Mm-hmm. And, you know, he was able to take advantage of, you know, he there in the hood doing business.
Right. Well, the guy who gave me my first haircut has a similar story in Savannah.
Yeah.
Oliver's Barbershop, and he wound up, you know, doing that trade forever. And he gave me my first haircut. Yeah. He gave my brother his first haircut 13 years later. So I know the story. It's not that unique in the Black community.
Oh, amazing.
My actual interest is, how did he wind up in D.C.? You said his roots are down south. Was he born in D.C.? Did he migrate? Did his family migrate?
I think
the better question is how he was able to fucking shave a fucking baboon. That's crazy. How was he able to
don't know why he feels comfortable over talking me.
I don't remember the actual origins. I wish I could talk to him, man. It'd be very interesting. If I could talk to him, you know, it'd be very interesting. I'm not sure if he's even still alive, but As you can see here, the man, we're going to call this House of Hip Hop right now. See if we can live stream from there. If you think that's better than the Buddies DC, what do you guys think? Buddies DC, House of Hip Hop, Georgetown, Waterfront, something like that. What do you think?
I whatever you decide, I would say House of Hip Hop just because it's an interesting name, and you know or knew the owner. More interesting history.
What do you think, Portia?
I was just gonna say it's different from like the other locations where we've done the street interview. So that's why I think like that place or like the barber shop, but that Buddy's place, of course, I would still keep that place on the list. I actually just made a list of these things so we can remember for later.
Yeah,
but
I would too, especially if it's Black owned.
Yeah, it's a Black owned bar. Yeah, real nice place, real fucking nice. You saw the pictures here.
Oh, you know, but John, too, you'll have to eventually, not to get too far ahead, eventually go to that. Oh my gosh, what's Ethiopian? I'm looking it up right now. That place.
Let me call it.
Where we met that guy from the interview.
Which one?
The African dude, the one that worked at the new Ethiopian restaurant that opened up there. Remember, it's okay. It's okay. Go ahead.
The Elmina, was that Ethiopian? Let me call this Buddy's nigga. He may be there.
Don't use the N word on the phone call.
Yeah, I know, right?
Use nibba. Trust me, it'll screw his head up. Use the word nibba. It'll screw his head all the way up.
Yeah, that'll be hard to decipher.
Let me call it right there. Let me see. I think that's against the law right there. Who else would say House of Hip Hop? What's that phone number? Anybody got House of Hip Hop phone number? House of Hip Hop phone number.
You have reached 202.
Man, what's House of Hip Hop's phone number?
I have no clue. I don't live there.
No, let me see if I can look it up. House.
John, I'm putting it. John, I'm putting it in the back chat right now.
All right, House of Hip Hop, DC. And see, I'm pull up their website and shit.
Can you zoom in? Maybe we might be able to see that shit on the building somewhere.
Yeah, let me see. Let me put on the screen here.
Wrong back. Let's see.
Yo, this might be hot right here. This might be kind of.
There you go, John.
Oh, it's in the back chat. All right. This shit might be kind of hot right here. What did Richard say? Richard said going where?
Planned Parenthood. Oof.
Oof. Yo, they run your ass. I think that's on 16th Street.
The baby butcher shop. Oof. That's crazy.
481-1293. You see it there? You want to do it? House of Hip Hop. And let me see. House of Hip Hop tickets. Let's see what the calendar.
Thank you for calling the National Hip Hop Museum in the Lifted Shop. Please remember, this is a text line only.
Oh,
so please
text. It's a text line only. What's tomorrow? Friday?
Museum?
I think they broadcast from there. I think they do a lot of shit from there. Let me see if I can see where they broadcast from. Because they have broadcasting facilities and all that here. Let's see, Master G's Theater. I think they broadcast from here. Welcome to Master G's Theater. He does interviews. Hold on. Interviews hosted by Master C, founder of the Sugar Hill Gang. Right? Oh, he founded the Sugar Hill Gang. Okay. There we go. All right. I didn't know that. Broadcasting live from the National Hip Hop. Right? There it is. The National Hip Hop Shop. So we're gonna go. What do you think about this, portion? Wait a minute, they're moving.
Yeah, I think it's good. I think that's a good place. If they
nipples are always comfortable at the barbershop, so they should be fine.
Anything anything that has museum in the title, I'm good.
Yeah, that should be good right there. That should be good. That should be good. Who? Damn, the nigga from the room 11 was closed? Or whatever, buddies? Let me see if I can hit him back one more time. It's 1 o'clock. He should be up and ready to roll right now.
Two oh 23320.
Uh-oh.
They ain't open yet, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, what time does he open? Buddies DC. Here's his spot. More results from Buddies DC. It's an upscale sports bar. Looks nice.
Yeah, but it's only like 1:30.
He doesn't open until 5. Today's Thursday, right? He opens at 5. Okay. Where it is, Northwest DC, right there. Let me see if he has pictures. Oh, they got my kind of drinks in that motherfucker. Somebody gotta have an Instagram. Is this Instagram? Yeah, it is Instagram right there. Yeah. So hopefully, I want you guys to see what it looks like. Let me share my tab. Okay. All right. Mother's Day, old school R&B and funk. Got them sister gals out there, motherfucker.
Oof. Oof.
And them sister gals out there, motherfucker.
I see waves of weave, baby heads too. Ugh.
Oh, good. You think you have landed on an anti-black panel. Guess what this is not.
Oh,
nigga, get ready for a night of vibing, nigga. Vibing.
I guess. That's the vibe.
Well, I mean, that looks to be pretty tame.
Girls, I do. Oh, nigga. Yes.
That's where you will not find the crow.
Oh yeah, John. This place, this since it's going to be, more of us, I think this place would be good.
Yes. I think
it would be nice to talk to the.
You think you might?
Oh my gosh, that thing in his mouth! Why do they make them so? It just looks so.
I think we got one. Boys, you think we got one right here? Boys.
You know, when you said that thing in his mouth, it just made me laugh.
Oh, gosh, Stanley, I hate saying that.
What's cigar?
I'm just, y'all know me.
Well, if you have ever had a Cuban cigar, and I don't know that was, you'd understand. They're good in moderation.
What was it? Why was it that big though? You know what I mean? Like it was like a.
It's like a stogie.
Look, if you want to relax, look at it. This is gonna be everything.
I kind of miss being out there.
That doesn't look like a crowd you're going to be able to yell the N-word and laugh.
Oh man,
you will be carted out.
That whole crowd is the N-word. What you talking about?
I leave that sort of thing. It just doesn't look like they would accept, even if they are. Doesn't look like you'd be able to caw the N-word.
No, I'm sorry. I see one back, two back, back, four. Nah, sorry.
Yep, they're yelling USA. Yell the N-word there.
Yes, sir. Loud and proud at the top of my lungs.
Look at this outside. This outside right here. Ooh. This is what I'm gonna post it right here outside. Yo, this shit gonna be hot right there.
I mean, that's a good place to have an interview right there too. But but if you're gonna get nibbers in captivity and nibbers in the wild, you got to do it at the barbershop.
You just
They're gonna
can't.
be comfortable.
You
Yes,
just cannot help it.
yes.
Yeah. He obviously thinks John is gonna save his dumb ass. Heal, Bird, heal.
Oh man, tomorrow gonna be everything. Portia, what you think, Portia?
Yeah, I'm on their website right now, and I'm trying to see what they got going on tomorrow. Well, if they are one of those restaurants that like to update their website, let's see.
Look at them sister gals.
Stain weave and shea butter. Ooh, no thanks.
It's gonna be a time tomorrow. Oh, it's gonna be. I'm gonna have a good time tomorrow.
I try breaking out of the hive.
You don't use shea butter. You use Jergens.
No, actually, I have. What I got here? I have Vaseline men. I have Vaseline men.
You use white people's skin emollients.
That's what it is, brother. I'm sorry. Hey, look. Level out.
Wait, hold.
Level out, baby. That's what it is.
I'm not your fucking brother. For starters.
Gals, nigga. Gals, nigga. Look at all these sister gals. Ooh, nigga.
I see nothing wrong with those two.
Oh, I'm
young ladies.
I see everything wrong.
I don't see nothing wrong with it.
The bell peppers, the flared nostrils, the bell pepper, and the freaking super shiny skin. You know that Oof.
Hey, Truism. You know what? You are a fucking modern day minstrel. And what you need
modern day minstrel.
You will go in the back. I have judged you a motherfucking minstrel. You need to just shut your clown ass up.
Yo, is this not here, Portia? What you say? Right here. This might be it, right? This like that mix, not too hood, not too.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what I think so, because that place is really nice and it's on the nice end of town, and these are professional blacks, so I think everything should be fine there.
Yeah.
I think they are lovely young women. I would have no problems with meeting any of them if my son was dating them.
I want to meet them all.
Well, you know what? You're still young, John.
I want to meet them too. Shit, that's what I'm talking about. I think this is a winner. I think we found a winner chicken dinner. I think we found a winner right here. I think. Oh yes.
But John, too, this place for sure. But I still think like that barbershop place, because you know how like. Well, I guess LeBron James tried to do something like it, but it's just like a different type of talk that's held at barbershops. You know, you could probably get like, maybe some baby mamas going up there to take their sons to get the haircut, and then like the guys or whatever.
Oof. We had to
baby mamas.
Yep. I didn't even think about that shit. We do it on a Saturday when the baby mamas.
Do these two women look like baby mamas?
No, Stanley. No, Stanley, I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the barbershop.
No, I mean, even in that upscale barbershop. I mean, it's kind of in an upscale place. Do you really think there's a lot of baby mama traffic?
Yes.
At Howard. Hell yeah. At Howard. See?
Really?
No, because because where he was, where the barbershop was, is not upscale. But so yeah, for sure.
Okay, well, maybe I'm judging it by Savannah standards.
Yeah, no, it's DC, man. Like, it's an expensive area. I only know the barbershop's still open. To be honest with you, it looks like they rented it out to other things. But I think we can do it at the hip hop place, because they do broadcast from there. You know what I'm saying? So, I just can we call them? Damn, their number was off too. Damn. And Buddy's ain't open. Damn, what else do we say? I think those are the winners. You know, Portia, it's a black sports bar on 8th Street. Black sports bar.
You're gonna go there and talk black quarterbacks, right?
I mean, I don't want to.
I would be interested in those conversations.
Oh, Portia, I think I found it. Give me 1 second. Maybe this could be it too. Yeah, this could be it right here. Yeah. Check this out. Do they have an Instagram? It's called Lydia, I guess. And so you can see kind of they have events. Look, they have a night with black-owned spirits only. So that's interesting. They found a bunch of black-owned liquor makers, distillers, or manufacturers, or whatever.
Actually, that kind of stuff, John, I think that stuff is like really cool. Like that's the one thing that I loved about being out there, because like where I am, you would that is no, that's not happening.
Let me see if I can find some. Let's see if I can find the events.
And to see so many of them.
Oh yeah, there's quite a few on this street. I don't know if you guys were listening to my stream the other day. I called up one of my tenants, Omar. He's the one that manages the bar over on where Rosger and I did it live stream from. Anyway, so there was these smoke shops called Nomad, and his the owner owned one over in the ghetto, and the guy started selling drugs out of the Nomad smoke shop, and the police shut it down. And it was his own little business operation, running the Nomad. The guy gave him like free reign, but he wasn't content with that, so he decided to sell drugs out of the Nomad, and that's what got him caught up. So my tenant Omar was talking about that yesterday. So here's literally just on 8. Yo, wait a minute. Who is that? Isn't that? Who is that? Wait a minute. Who is this?
You know who it is, John.
Well, you know what? If this is turning into Nightshade, the Nightshade show.
No, Stanley. It's Raphael Warnock.
Yeah, and this is this the Chicago mayor? Oh, is this the Chicago?
Why is he at a club? Is that what this is?
No, I'm just saying. I just happened to pull up the picture. So this is where I could go here. Lydia on H. This is another black-owned bar here. Memorial weekend. Blah blah blah. Blah blah. What do you guys think about this?
Well, this is gonna be.
I'm looking at this place. I like this place.
I think it's a little too upscale.
You think this place is more upscale than Buddy's?
I think Buddy's. Look, if you got senators going there, it's just gonna be like pretend boule.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay.
Not that I think Raphael Warnock is, that level. To me, it just looks too tame. Even I would be bored there.
You like the other place though, the Buddy's place?
They use forks and take the food off their forks with their lips, not their teeth.
$400 for 2 top shelf bottles.
Wow.
That seems pretty cheap for up there.
Is it? To me, that's expensive.
I mean, of course, I think it's expensive.
Look who this is. Look, you see this? Look, you see this? You see this? Y'all see my screen?
Yeah. It's Roland Martin.
It's Roland Martin.
Yeah. Pretend boule.
Nigga, what? I can do it from right there. This is like some Brooklyn vibes right here, nigga. Some goddamn some real Brooklyn vibe.
Yeah.
And hold on, wait, Stanley, you said you think this one is more upscale than Buddies?
Well, I figure if Roland Martin and would you find Roland Martin at Buddies?
Look, Dion Cole. Who is Dion Cole?
I mean, Stanley, I feel like I see him at Buddies, not this place, because this place looks a little more ratchet. He's a comedian.
Oh yeah, I know who Dion. Shoot, he was on one of those the ABC show. What was it? The one with Anthony Anderson. Modern, not Modern Love. The one about black people, Blackish. He was in that show.
Okay,
yeah, I know who he is. He's a stand-up also.
Oh, Rotimi was in that motherfucker. Look, it's Rotimi.
See, this is what I mean. You want to go a place where there's not famous pretend. It just looks a little too.
And that's a small spot too, so it probably would have been like, Rotimi, he not all big like that, but I mean, I love Afrobeat, so like if I were out with my friends and we didn't know, unbeknownst to us, Rotimi was performing that night, that would be pretty crazy.
It look like they either got a basement or upstairs. This a rooftop. Look, this is a rooftop right here. This is a rooftop right here. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but I've been out, like when I was in college up there, like a lot of those places had like, the rooftop, the center, and the basement. Like, and I guess it was just your pick of the litter.
Yeah, I guess just the basement, the Spotlight Artist Mic event. Ooh. I gotta turn the volume up on this shit. Gotta be volume somewhere, right?
There's a sound button.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, I had it maxed out.
5 to 8 p.m. as per usual. See you there. Hi.
Mm-hmm.
You already know the fuck going
Damn.
You motherfucking savage.
Oh my Lord. That was a big one right there.
Nigga, we going here. Hey, which one y'all think we should go to now? Shit. Which one y'all think?
Okay, so we're only gonna choose between two, because if you keep on looking, you ain't gonna know which one. So we got Buddies or Lydia's. Which one y'all got in the chat?
What you like, Stanley?
I like Buddies.
Mm-hmm.
Soon as Uncle Roro and Senator start showing up.
Hold on, wait, Stanley. Uncle Roro, is that what they call him?
Yeah.
Or is that what you call him?
Oh no, I think it's kind of like a actual nickname.
That's actually okay. Roro.
Oh, nigga, look, they got R&B Fridays. Ooh, that shit was gonna be.
What you don't like? You don't like R&B, John?
I like R&B, man. Shit.
Oh, okay. I was thinking maybe we should do your interview at a symphony.
No, nigga, be hype, nigga. What? Nigga, what?
Yeah, I would love to go to an R&B night.
Shit. This shit gonna be hype, nigga.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you're gonna see Uncle Roro doing the shag.
It's always the issue of, okay, I hope nothing don't happen while I'm in here. Like you want to go, you just ain't not like us. But this place seems cool. That don't seem like
this on the far end of like 8th Street. Like this is like 14th Street. Whole Foods is like 600. So 6th Street. So this is 14th Street. So it's like 8 blocks down. You get a little wild down here.
Yeah, I'm good.
Nigga, that's a rooftop. Oh man. Oh, man. I'm gonna have a good time down this motherfucker. Where we go? What's the chat saying, Portia?
Hey, you guys in the chat, could y'all let us know which one? They're not saying anything yet.
Matter of fact, if you want to just overrule everyone else, you can send a cash app to Portia J. Jungle, and you just decide for everyone where we go here. You got Buddies. You got Buddies right here. If you want to come up on the panel, we're gonna do it tomorrow. What's the weather like tomorrow? What's the weather like tomorrow?
Gonna rain again.
It's gonna be 66 degrees. That ain't bad. Ain't bad. 66 degrees. 66. Yeah, it ain't bad.
With y'all.
Yeah, Cold ass rain right now.
66 degrees is crazy.
Yo, yesterday it was what was
It's like
it?
in the 90s and the hundreds here. So
It was 51 over here yesterday when we went to sleep.
yeah, that's
And I turned off my heater, so because I ain't turning them back on until fall, man. So if they were cold here, they better blanket up.
Yo, anybody got any suggestions before I get out of here? Stanley, you gonna put your vote in? What the audience say? I didn't look at the chat. Well, with people saying hood, liberal, bar scene. Shit, I think Buddy's in what's his other spot? Lydia's kind of give us a little bit of hood, a little bit of bar scene, all at the same time. When you say so,
The barbershop, bro.
in the barbershop, if I did the barbershop, I'd have to be outside where I can catch people going in and out and up the street, up and down the street. The beautiful thing is it would be across the street from Howard. So, oh man, we're gonna get all the little young tenderonis.
I would say, because I mean, John, this is not going to be the last street interview that you do. So I think that we could do Buddy's first, and then the next time you go out, you can go to Lydia's.
I like that. I like that idea. This is Buddy's right here on the stream. Let me see if I go to Instagram. The Instagram is here. So we're going to Buddy's tomorrow.
Buddies it is.
Buddies. Unless someone wants to overrule with a cash app. I think this picture got me right here. I'm going to look for this sister gal right here. Yep. Niggas out there smoking them cigars. Bougie. Ooh, look at it. What's your comeback, girl? Look, Stanley, you're gonna love this. DC's premier golf club for black professionals, Stanley. Top shelf.
I've never played golf.
Top shelf tequila premium cigars.
I was a tennis guy.
Nigga. That's for the masses, nigga. We balling out tomorrow, nigga. Balling out. Jungle gonna be drinking. We're gonna have to call nigga like nigga. I got one requirement when I buy the bar. I drink, nigga, but you got to let me smoke.
It ain't right if you ain't smoking, huh?
Bar called Buddy's DC, located in the heart of Columbia Heights.
Yeah.
This bar is black owned and it has all the Detroit and Washington Commanders pride. And
Detroit, nigga, this nigga Detroit. Ooh,
come in and check out some of their food and drink happy hours.
Nigga, we gonna get live tomorrow. I already talked to this nigga, by the way.
We are at 3234 11th Street Northwest. We're at Buddy's DC. We are celebrating Black History Month, and I'm excited to highlight Buddy's DC.
Yeah, we about to get live tomorrow. I'm excited about this shit. Oh, do you think we got Jeopardy night? Look at this shit. They got.
Yeah, that shit look clean.
Oh, I can't wait to get this motherfucker back. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait. I ain't gonna lie, dude did a nice job on the reno of this motherfucker. Made it big.
Man, what drink was that?
Oh, look at them sister gals.
Sister gals.
Life ain't been no motherfucking Christmas stare at this bitch.
The AKs.
Crimson and cream, nigga. Ooh, look at that little girl right there.
Dang, I don't know, but that red drink looks good right now.
Yeah, they red joint right here. You talking about the red moment?
Yeah, you know, I want one of those, man.
Oh, nigga.
Yeah, that shit look fire, bro.
Oh, the Crimson and Cream celebrating the legacy of two iconic organizations. Wait a minute, what is this? Is this like Kappa and Alpha?
Like, what is a Clemson?
Is this Kappa? Is this Kappa and Alpha? Somebody know what this is? Sister Gal.
This shit making me want to go to the liquor store.
Hey, what?
Shit making me want to go to the liquor store and mix something.
Oh shit! Tomorrow gonna be lit.
Sister Gals, John.
Tomorrow gonna be lit.
Sister Gals. Chasing them sister Gals. You gotta take Stanley with you, John. You gotta take Stanley with you, John. Go hunting for sister Gals.
What time they start tomorrow? What time they start? Let me call this fucking nigga one more time. They ought to be open by now. What's their number? The fuck is their number? Let's see.
Is it raining down your spot too, John?
I think so, yeah.
Wow.
Let me call these niggas back. They ought to be in the office by now. Shit, they better open.
Thank you for calling, buddies. Speaking, how may I help you?
Hey, what's up, man? How's it going?
It's going okay.
Hey, are you the owner?
No, I'm not.
Okay, you know, I met the owner the other day. So I talked to him about doing a live stream from there onto YouTube. So I was just calling to see if it would be okay for tomorrow. Tomorrow's Friday to do a live stream outside. I wouldn't need to be inside, anything like that. But would that be okay for tomorrow?
Authorize that. Can you give a call back later on? That's for Carly.
That's for Carly?
Hello? The other partner, because he's out of so she could probably make that.
What's a good time to give is it her, right?
Yeah.
What's a good time?
7.
You said
After
what?
7.
After 7? Okay,
After
cool.
7.
Okay, cool. But you'll be open. You'll be open at that time, right?
Yes, we will.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So Carly, I call her back after 7.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Yep. Damn, I wanted to ask them one more question. See if they got any events
You
tomorrow.
have reached 2.
Let me call them back again one more fucking time.
Yes, sir.
Oh, one more question. I forgot to ask you. Are y'all having an event or anything tomorrow?
We are. I think we have a class reunion that's going to be meeting here. That's it.
You see a class reunion?
Yeah.
And what are your hours again, if you don't mind me asking?
Okay, tomorrow will be 4 to 2.
Oh, 2 o'clock. Okay, perfect. All right, thank you. All right, so 2 o'clock. What do you think about that, Stanley?
I think those are your office hours.
It'll lead right up to you there, Stanley.
Huh.
What do you think, Latino?
Yeah, go for it. If they give you the permission to be out there.
I mean, they ain't gonna stop me if I go out there. What the fuck they gonna tell me? Get on, nigga, I'm ordering drinks.
Yeah, but it makes it more comfortable that way, though. You know what I mean?
Oh shoot! Can I interrupt one quick second? Portia, are you still in the chat, Portia? If you are, can you come back up right quick? I forgot. Charles and I are doing the politics thing at 6 or so, and we've been, thinking about streaming it, or at least, well, it's you've watched the show. It's Critical African Thinkers. We do kind of a politics thing, and something that could possibly be streamed over here for our audience.
Shout out to Deborah, by the way. Deborah Leonelli with the Cash App. Really appreciate that. Overnight Cash App.
Damn, you get Cash Apps on my show.
No, actually, it was overnight. I think I was streaming last night overnight sometime.
I thought Deborah liked me. Damn.
No, I was streaming overnight last night before you got on.
No, I'm kidding. It doesn't really matter.
Shout out to Deborah, by the way.
No, she should come up on my chat. She sounds interesting.
Did she ever come up?
No.
I mean, you know what's so interesting?
Not that I know of.
You know what's so interesting? You know, it makes me wonder a lot of times. You know, I look at a lot of streamers, and you tell me what you think about this. A lot of people, like you look at some of the biggest streamers, don't have panels. They just sit there and talk.
Yeah, I noticed that.
You ever notice that, right?
As a matter of fact, I have been doing it most of this week.
Yeah.
And I made the mistake of letting 12th man up, and it just went south from there.
I think that adds an extra level of responsibility for you once you add someone up on the panel. For better or for worse, I think what it really is that like the let me share my screen with you right now. I'm not even gonna play it. I'm just gonna share my screen.
Sharing it right now, aren't you?
No, I'm gonna share something else with you. So this is a DJ Academic stream. This motherfucker ain't even on the stream. Look, his chair is empty. He's gone. But
here's the deal. For someone like him, you kind of and this is actually probably for worse. I just find and your point about extra responsibility is true. You just kind of get in your own flow. It is sometimes you get into your own head and you're having a good time, and you know, other people will kind of take you out of your vibe.
Yeah, give me a second. I'll be right back.
Unless, you know, there are people like SKC, for instance, who just we've known each other, believe this or not, for probably close to 5 years between Discord and YouTube. So, you know, we kind of, you know, for some reason, you know, he knows how I think and I kind of know how he thinks. And, you know, we just can coexist and just make each other laugh. Other people don't have that talent or, you know, it's just a matter of familiarity. Like, you know, Big Black Crow coming up here. He just does not understand that cackling and that fucking minstrel show just does not work with people who are at least older. Fucking Be Brave, of all people, told Big Black Crow, you know, don't be singing and shit up on his panel. And Be Brave cracked me up with that. It annoys people people who don't like artifice, and Be Brave is one of them. He just does not like bullshit. Just get to the goddamn point. And that is one thing I do like about Be Brave. He does not bullshit around.
Maybe that guy lives in a musical.
I don't give a fuck. Good. He has a show. He can do his type of show over on his show. Don't bring that minstrel show over here, is my point. I don't give a fuck if it pisses people off. It's just not my vibe. And
I want to do.
When you are in Rome, you do as the Romans do.
Well, what I want to do is, I want to take input from you guys, and I want to do, have some interesting content from you guys, kind of atypical from what you normally see. Most people like to get up on a panel and, like you've heard me say it, and I'm not criticizing anyone, but I just can't do the dancing for Cash App shit. I just can't do that shit. They just ain't in me personally. Look, the other day, look, my lovely lady Lisa, she
sent you a Cash App?
No, hell. I seen her the Cash Apps. So she sent me I wasted something on myself. Anyway, so she sent me What was that? I wasted myself. Anyway, so she sent me what she gave me. She said, "Hey, John, you're always packing up all this different equipment when you're moving around." And so she said, "Here's a Canon camera that you can use for like your studio and shit, so you don't have to, pack up your cameras, because when we do the live streams, we have two cameras, one, showing maybe
So
the
it's
street."
a digital?
Yeah, was it DSLR or some shit, right? It's DSLR or some shit.
Right.
So when you use the DSLR, it'll record, but it's not a webcam, right? So then you have to do something like turn DSLR into webcam. And so you have to buy a little piece. I forget what the fuck it's called. It's some kind of I just bought the shit, whatever the fuck it is. Amazon.com, whatever the fuck it is.
What is it, to connect it to the internet?
Listen.
To convert it into a webcam.
Yeah, so here it is right here. It's arriving tomorrow. Perfect. You're perfect. So this is what you have to buy right here. This is what I bought right here. So you see this? Cam Link, that's what it's called. So it is a higher, whatever the fuck it is, camera, right?
Oh, okay. That's just basically an antenna.
Oh no, what I think it does is it converts the digital into whatever the fuck it is.
And then you I see the other side. Okay, so basically you just plug is it USB or DVR or something?
What the fuck this shit is?
Micro USB.
It might be a micro USB. You could be correct. Yeah, not USB. USB. No, it's the what's the shit for the projectors? HDMI. Could be a micro HDMI.
Yeah, okay. It's micro USB to HDMI.
So something like that.
Converter.
Yeah. So you plug your camera in. You plug your camera into this and plug this into your computer. So then you could use kind of a higher end camera.
Well, it's basically going to be a monitor.
No, it'll be.
The HDMI is basically turning it into a monitor, and then you can convert it to digital. Yeah, that's nice. I didn't know those existed.
Yeah. So it'll allow you to use like a high end camera as your webcam. So you had to buy a couple things. So the power pack, and then buy this. But it makes it easy for me to travel and shit like that. I hate a lot of packing and unpacking shit.
Let me address this from Daughters of Assassins. Yes, I think your childhood dog died and it broke you. Well, my son had a childhood dog and it died about probably 3 or 4 years ago now. So yeah, I'm old enough that losing that dog, my son's childhood dog, I had to bury it. I don't need another animal. They don't live as long as humans, and I love dogs. I would love to have a dog, but I just don't feel like burying another animal. Wives, mothers, and animals, they kind of enough of that. You just don't want to, bring another animal into the house unless you have to. So there, you're right. It broke me.
So do we decide on buddies for tomorrow, or do we decide on
I think we decided on buddies.
Buddies? I like buddies.
Unless somebody sends a cash app and chooses something else. That was your last announcement.
Yeah, buddies.
Tortoise.
I like buddies.
You, Clarice. I don't want it to outlive me. And now I have to bequeath it to someone else to take care of.
I like buddies. Yeah, that's hot. Buddies, it is. Man, I wanted to talk about guys. At some point, I'm going to do a stream about it. Anyone heard of Open Door Realty? Open Door is something. Let me look it up here. We're going to do a stream about it. Have you heard of it, Stanley?
No.
Let
Is
me.
that a religion?
No, Open Door Realty.
Oh.
No. Yeah, let me look into this.
I don't. Real.
We're going to do a stream about this at some point. Is an interest of mine here. You can see this. I ain't gonna fucking read. I don't feel like reading all that shit. But let me show you exactly. I think it's very interesting. Videos here, YouTube.
This is beautiful. Trump actually thinks he's going to win against Harvard. Trump has basically stopped Harvard from being able to enroll international students.
Listen to this, Stanley. Listen to this. Listen to this, guys. Oh, shit, it's on mute. The fuck is it at? Is this it?
Good, the bad, and the ugly about selling to Open Door, so stay tuned.
All right.
Offer within 2 business days. This offer includes their 5% service charge, repair expenses, and closing costs. You can select a closing date up to 45 days out with the possibility of leasing back the property for up to 17 days for a daily fee and a refundable deposit. So that's it. Sounds pretty amazing and stress-free, right? Well, let's dig a little deeper and talk about the pros and cons of selling your home to Open Door based on quite a few experiences we found online. Here are the pros. They'll give you a preliminary cash offer within 24 hours based heavily on computer algorithms. You can avoid the upfront out-of-pocket cost of staging the home or any repairs. They give you flexibility of closing timeline up to 45 days out. You don't have to have your house shown except for the Open Door appraiser that will need to take a look. Let's talk about the cons. Open Door extends a low-ball cash offer typically around 70% of your home's fair market value. Then they charge that 5% service fee, reducing the total equity you get from your home. Their repair fees are taken off your original offer, and based on many reviews, their repair fees can be anywhere from $2,000 to over $30,000, with $30,000 being very common. They have a very strict buying criteria for properties they buy, and they can back out of the deal at any time if your home no longer fits that criteria.
So what is their criteria? What types of homes does Open Door buy? They have a general list on their website, but it will vary depending on the area. They buy single-family homes, townhomes, and sometimes duplexes and condos. Their price range to buy is generally between $100,000 and $600,000, but they can buy homes worth up to $1.4 million. Now, in most areas, they will buy homes that sit on a maximum lot size of 1 to 2 acres, and they typically buy homes built after 1930. The home must be located within their coverage area, which is currently about 51 metropolitan areas. Now, here's what they don't buy. They don't buy prefab or mobile homes. They won't buy homes located in flood zones or homes owned by banks, government agency, or government loan insurers. They also won't buy homes with leased solar panels. The lease must be prepaid or purchased outright at the time of closing. Now, they also won't buy a home if it's being sold as a short sale or a foreclosure. And the home can't have unpermitted additions or any significant foundation issues or damage from floods, fires, or other natural disasters. And it can't have dated materials like polybutylene plumbing or masonite woodruff roofs.
That's a lot of restrictions right there. And they're apparently that's one of many people going around buying house. One of many groups going around buying houses. Damn, it's very interesting. I'm going to dig a little bit deeper into this. But very, very interesting there.
I can only imagine.
You know what else is interesting? That they don't buy houses with leased solar panels.
Yeah, I was about to say that. I don't put solar panels on my house because that really drops down the value of your home.
Does it really?
A lot of people don't know that. It's a fire. I forgot what the hell somebody what my real estate friend told me. He said that it had something to do with the fire department or some shit.
No shit. Yeah, I ain't know that. I always thought it would cause problem with your roof. That's why I would never. And
But that's like a safety hazard for the fire department as well. Something to that nature.
Damn. Fucking interesting here. Anyway, open house realty. Buying a lot of property there. Very interesting. I'm gonna have to get out of here shortly. Stanley, you probably getting ready to go on your beer run, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, probably should go ahead and shut this down.
Latino, what do you think about buddies? I'm sorry,
About
Stanley.
what?
Buddies. You think about buddies to be cool for tomorrow?
Well, it looks like an interesting crowd. Now, the problem is it looks like more of a mixed crowd than Lydia. But I don't know. The crowd just looked younger. And
buddies are Lydia.
Because it was Lydia's that had Roland Martin and Senator what's his name?
It's closer to Capitol Hill. That's probably why. Like,
Right.
Buddies is up in the neighborhood. You know, it's more residential where Buddies is. You know. That's why they,
Well, I don't know. Seeing Uncle Roro, cut a rug, and I'm sure people, because shit, he's actually younger than I am. It's just an older vibe. For your purposes, young people just tend to be a little bit more interesting, in my opinion, to interview.
Yeah, I just want to hear your opinion. What you think? Yeah.
Well, I mean, young people are infinitely interesting. That's because they don't know shit mostly.
Buddies DC it is, I guess, then, huh? That's what you guys are settling on, Buddies DC? Yeah, Mother's Day Punk. Shit, Buddies. Yeah, I'm gonna enjoy it. Oh, I hope these two are back. At least this one in that black. Hope she's back, Stanley. You think she'll be back tomorrow?
Who?
The
woman in white up there?
The one in that black.
I have no problems with her. Hopefully she will be there every night.
That was funny.
I'm about to wear I'm about to get dressed up. Shit. No cutting grass tomorrow. Usually when I go down there, I be done cut grass and shit. You know what I mean? Now I gotta look all clean and shit. Huh?
Well, I thought women kind of like guys who have a little glisten after hard work.
Some dirt under their nails.
Man, let me call this guy right quick. Stanley, give me 1 second.
All right. Well, if you can hold it down for about 20 minutes, I'll be back.
All right. Otherwise, I ain't in the show.
All right. Well, it shouldn't be too long.
All right. Where you going to beer store?
Might as well. It'll be beer. Then once I'm done, take a nap. Been up since about 2.
Damn.
All right. I'll be right back.
All right. Let me call this guy right here. Let me call this guy. Nigga trying to run around. Give me like bro logic. What are you talking about? Let's go.
Hello?
Hey, what's up, man? How's it going?
Good.
Hey, you looking for you calling me about a room for rent?
Yeah.
Where are you looking? In northwest or southeast?
Probably on the east side.
Say what?
On the southeast side.
You got a lot of noise in the background. Where are you?
I'm driving. I have my window down.
Can you roll up for a minute?
I did. I just did.
You sound like a lot of damn noise in the background.
Yeah. Because not on my end, maybe you got one of the real sensitive phones.
Oh, okay.
It picks up a lot of stuff.
Okay. All right. Well, anyway, when are you looking to move?
Probably as soon as possible.
And where are you currently living?
Say again?
Where are you currently living?
Upper Marlboro.
Oh, you out in PG County?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I got a couple rooms in Southeast available.
How much are they?
You looking for a week, a month, week, 2 weeks, what?
So I can start with like monthly.
We don't do monthly. We do 2 months at a time. Or we do
What
weekly.
do you do?
We do weekly, bi-weekly, or bi-monthly.
Yeah, bi-monthly means what? Every month?
No, 2 months at a time.
Oh, 2 months at a time.
Yeah.
Okay. And well, how much is the bi-weekly?
It depends on which room. It's about 600 minimum bi-weekly.
That's every 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, every 2 weeks, yeah.
Okay. Where's that one located?
In Southeast, Congress Heights.
Okay. Well,
You got the radio on in the background or what?
no, I don't.
It sounds like somebody talking in the background.
Yeah, I'm actually driving Uber. And
oh, you drive Uber?
Yeah.
Why are you looking to move? Why are you looking to move into the city?
I'm not. I'm just looking for a room. I mean, wherever in the cheapest.
Okay.
I'm not. You know, if you got something in PG, that's fine.
Yeah, all I got is DC.
Okay.
But you got in PG, like you want to move into DC?
Like I said, I'm just looking for a room.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I got DC, like Congress Heights. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So, if you, when can I see it? Or
You want to come back tomorrow?
tomorrow, I think I'm out of town tomorrow.
Well, when you gonna be back in town?
Probably Saturday.
All right, let's do a Saturday then.
Okay.
Just call me. Just send me a text message and let me know what time on Saturday, and I'll send you a text message with the address. All right?
Okay. On this number you called me from?
Yeah.
Okay. My name is Charles. What's your name?
John.
John?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. And he looking to move from PG County. What's up, Latino?
Not much. Man, this dude can.
You see, they all doing like Uber and shit, right? You see that, right?
Yeah, man. My God.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they all doing
Phone
Uber.
etiquette.
I don't know what the fuck. Yo, I'm gonna have fun tomorrow at Buddy's, bro. What
Fuck,
the
I'm gonna have
fuck?
to go to the store and buy a lighter, man. That's some bullshit.
Yo, use the stove, nigga.
Yeah, I got
Buddy's
an
gonna be
electric
hot.
stove, bro.
Like I said, too, but you know, I always every time I go to the store, every now and then, like every other time I'll just buy a lighter. Like, man, just give me a lighter, fuck it.
Yeah, you never know, huh? Type of shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, fuck. That's out. I
Yo,
have
these
one. I just lost it. I just don't know where the fuck it is.
these 3 interviews are gonna be better now with this portable power pack, bro. What do you think, Latino?
Oh, it's gonna be wild
Mm-hmm.
to go to different places now.
Yeah, now we go a lot of different places,
Travel
bro.
now. They're gonna be gonna call. You gotta call the stream now. John Explores.
Yo, let me see. Let me see.
Bro,
We call
John,
it Liddy. Mm.
I put a video for you. It's only 40 seconds. I just want to get your opinion.
All right, let me call this place. Liddy is on HBC. See if I can call them. Let's see if I can call these motherfuckers. Yeah, none of these fucking restaurants open up, man. Like, it's 2 o'clock. You think they'd be open by now?
They don't believe in brunch?
Well, brunch is usually a weekend thing, but you know, getting ready for the it's Thursday, man. Thursday's a hot night for the restaurants and shit.
Brunch is a weekend thing where you at, but over here, that's a daily thing, man.
Oh no shit. I mean, it's,
Yeah,
I guess-
brunch is just a certain time between lunch and breakfast, and you can still get a combination of both.
Let me send this message to this person. Got a motherfucker checking in. $3 days. Okay, 3 days. See who else is checking in here. That's it. Anyway,
Play that clip, man.
oh, okay, yeah. Man, Joe Rogan be goddamn on your ass. This is a Joe Rogan clip, by the way. I probably can't play it because this nigga.
Nah, but the
copyright.
way it's cut up and everything, you can. It's just only his voice.
Okay, all right. Yeah, am I showing it? Okay, yeah, all right.
You hear about that lady that got fired from Equinox in Manhattan? She was late 47 times in 10 months, and she sued because of race. She said she got fired for racism, and she won.
She
Because
won?
It's a jury, and she won $11 million.
No.
Yes, she did.
No. And
She's
she was
working-
late 47
Not
times?
only that, like, you were working at Equinox. Like, you could work for all of time, and
Yeah.
you'll never make $11 million. Like, you're not going to make $11 million working in Equinox,
No.
but yet you won. And she only worked there for 10 months. She was like 47 times in 10 months.
And that's why they were.
Yo, you know what's crazy? I know exactly where this is. I used to catch the bus out of New York, and there's an Equinox area. That's exactly where this is. A lot of people committed suicide on this little hexy triangle looking thing right here in the back of these barrels. So a lot of people go here and commit suicide. But anyway, the backstory to this is that if you know who owns Equinox, it would be Equinox. And let's see, there you go. And I share my tab with you. So you see this right here?
Think about that, bro. Like, she would never have made that money even if she retired there with a pension, 401k. That would have never amounted to 11
But look what's on the screen right here, though. Look what's on the screen. All right? You see this? See, Equinox was in bed with Donald Trump by way of Stephen Ross, the owner of Equinox. He held fundraisers for Donald Trump. I told you I used to work at Hudson Yard, which is where the Equinox that I just showed you was located. This Equinox right here, the Equinox that they were talking about here. Look.
Hear about that lady that got fired from Equinox in Manhattan? She was late 47 times, and she said she got fired for racism. And she won.
Yes, I'm sure. I'm 100% sure this is the one in Hudson Yards, right?
For all of time, and you'll never make $11 million.
And so again, if you point it back to here, back during the first Trump presidency, Stephen Ross, who also is the owner of the Dolphins, I don't know if you knew that, he was punished. Like, even if you look at, let's see, Hudson Yard delays. But yeah, they punished him for being kind of aligned with Donald Trump. So I'm not surprised that a jury would give this woman this kind of money, because again, you know, he was kind of aligned with Donald Trump there. I'm not sure.
Now I get your angle.
Mm-hmm. Bro, like, the Hudson Yard was like one of the biggest developments on the East Coast before they finally got it all developed. And Stephen Ross, who's the owner of, Stephen Ross owns this company right here. Look, let me show you. Related properties.
This motherfucker related to Aiden Ross?
Shit, maybe down the line. He's richer than Aiden Ross, bro.
Oh, he is. I know that.
Let's check this shit out right here. You ever heard of related properties? Related companies. Related companies. Stephen Ross, he's the owner of related companies. You see this, bro? They got properties all over this motherfucker. You know what I mean? Like, all over New York. Residential, retail, office space, data centers. So this is the guy that was connected with Donald Trump here. Let's see, luxury rentals. Let's see, share this tab instead. Let me go back. This guy I'm talking about right here. Is luxury condos. I mean, just, you know, high-end shit. And you can see here. This is, I think this is probably Manhattan here. He also owns the Dolphins. So you can tell that, like, this guy's richer than the Dolphins, bro. Like, it's his plaything. So you see New York City here. You see here, 3,700, 8,800. Look at the prices in this shit. 2-bedroom, 2-bath, 8,800, bro.
Jesus
3,700, 4,500 for 1-bedroom, 1-bath.
Shit, I wonder if you get room service by living in that bitch.
This is Hudson Yards here. It is like the biggest development on the East Coast at the time.
Motherfucker said
You can see
almost
like,
$9,000.
look, this shit's 6,400, 54, 69, 56.
Man, at that point, I'd rather just pay mortgage, bro.
Nah, you can't live like this. Your mortgage would be 20,000. You know what I mean? Like, you probably got a mortgage somewhere else, bro. This is like upscale living, bro. This is a one Hudson Yards
You know
here.
what I'm saying, that instead of spending the money like that, living there, I'd rather just get a house.
Well, you probably got a house too, bro. Like, this is by the High Line. Anyone ever heard of the High Line in Manhattan? You ever heard of the High Line? Yo, these motherfuckers built like a fucking elevated park, right? New York has that shit. So they built it in an elevated park along like a rail line or something like that. So that's what they're man, I used to walk past it. Hell, I used to work here. I used to work at L'Oreal, which is in Hudson Yards. And this is on the is it the East River? East, west? No, it's the Hudson. Between Jersey and Manhattan that's the Hudson River, right? Yeah, the Hudson River. So this is where this is right here. I used to work here, catch the bus here all the time, yeah. Latino, let me ask you this question. What do you think them interviews are going to be like tomorrow?
That place is mostly what?
It's kind of a mix of black and white. Probably late night is going to be mostly black.
What age demographic you think? Like 30, 45?
Yeah, 30 to 50, give or take. 30 to 50, give or take.
Yeah, you'll get some interesting perspectives.
What do you think we're going to hear?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Call has been forwarded to voicemail.
Say what?
I said I wouldn't be surprised. All the above, man. In Washington, D.C., the chocolate city.
Chocolate City. Chocolate City for sure. Let me see. There's someone I wanted to call before I get out of here. I guess I need to call this motherfucker. Hold on.
You have reached office knowledge, which Metropolitan Police Department trying to get your name.
I was calling the fucking police to see if they figure out who the fuck broke in my goddamn house yet. And they can't figure it out. You get your dog.
I don't think they care.
No, they don't give a fuck.
You said, oh, it was a gay dude and they were having butt sex. Ooh.
Yeah, they don't give a fuck.
Nah, it was the LGBTQIABCDEFG. Leave them alone.
What happened here?
Hey, John, I'm back.
What's up? What's up, Stanley? Just handling a little business here.
Sorry.
No, I'm just talking a little shit. That's all. Trying to see if I can negotiate some of these.
Say hi to my lovely lady, Fiona. Stanley. Her name is Fiona. Say hi, Fiona.
Hey, Fiona. What's up?
Your paw, Fiona. Paw? Good girl.
She a black lab or a chocolate lab? I can't tell. She's chocolate?
Chocolate, yeah. Damn, I was on mute. I thought I was talking.
Nice.
Yeah, she's gonna. We're gonna have to drop her off at a doggy hotel. That's what they call it.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, because we're going on a trip on what is it next month? But we can't take her with us, so yeah, it's gonna suck.
And who else was I gonna call? Stanley, I was gonna call. I called a nigga that needed the room. Okay, call him. Call buddies. They say call back after 7. Lydia's. I called them. There was one more place I was gonna call. One more place, Stanley. One more place I was gonna call here. Damn. Yeah, I think the buddies would be good though.
I
Yeah,
think so. I mean, I like that it was just clean lines.
yeah,
And,
yeah.
it wasn't cluttered.
Yep.
It was just like clean.
Yeah, I like that. You know, the thing is, the thing about a sports bar, you know, I've talked to a couple of guys who run sports bars. It's one of those things. It's like, it's hard to elevate sports food. You know, like, you like it's like people that go to sports bars. The large contingent of them don't really care about the quality of the food, right? They just want fries, burgers, smash your beer down, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, like a stadium.
Right. Yeah, right. But the stadium goes off volume, and they're also charging exclusivity because you're trapped inside. You can't go anywhere else. So everyone is really collusion. In that they're all kind of colluding together to charge the same price from one vendor to the next. The hot dogs are the same price. With the bar, it's a little bit different because you can't go other places. And so the sports bar makes it different because it makes it difficult, I would say, because you can't, it's hard to upscale a sports bar. You know, it's really difficult to upscale.
I mean, even if you did, I think people wouldn't really care because they're just there to watch games and smash beers. Like you said.
Right. Like
I mean, that would be a perk.
There was this hotel downtown that tried it, and it didn't work out for them because people are sitting around rooting for their team, but they're not drinking, right? And they're definitely not buying that high-ass food, right? Like, you know, these are sports fans. You know, they may not be the most discriminating in palate, and so it's an interesting composition, you know, dynamic there. So it'd be interesting to see how it all works out. You know.
Oh, my buddy Fred. Oh, Fred, you I was getting a little sleepy, and you have just made my day.
What did he post there, Stanley?
Jared Ball going to critique apparently John McWhorter.
Who is Jared Ball? I've heard that name.
He is well, he's a professor at Morgan State. He's fairly famous. He has a YouTube channel called it's now Black Power Media. It was Black what was it? Black Power Media. Now it's Black Liberation Media, I think. And then he's got his personal channel also, but they're a Black radical channel that I used to watch all the time. They've got a really good morning show. Probably close to 30,000 viewers now. But those guys are kind of legends, actually. So it is, let's see. Let's put this down, bring this up. It is, I told you, John McWhorter and the Black Bourgeoisie hates Black studies but love Black museums. And yes, hopefully, let's see, when is this? This is 8 hours ago, so It's fresh.
I think I'll be broadcasting from the live stream tomorrow, street interviews. From the
What time are you going to do it?
Probably about 5. I'm gonna see what's happening. I think they open about 5, so maybe about 6 or 7. Give them a little time. Maybe I'll start off at Busboy and Poets, and then go there once I think they're like popping a little bit. You know,
How far is it from Busboys and Poets?
they're very close. It's just up the
Okay.
hill. Busboy is on 14th, and this place is on 11th. So when I was headed to Northwest to my other properties the other night, I passed by the guy and I met up with the owner. So I talked to him. He said, "Yeah, I'm cool with it." So I think it would be good to go there.
Well, this is a good opportunity to I don't know. People seem to think John McWhorter is like a black quote liberal, like a liberal Democrat. He is not. He is a black conservative. He just doesn't want to admit it. Much like I don't know, somebody. Well, he's a black conservative, and a lot less likable than most black conservatives. He's just. There are people who say that. Let's see. What does River of Hate say here? I've seen VTubers with 4 million YouTube subscribers. What's a VTuber? You have any idea? John or Latino?
Video tubers or something? I'm not sure.
Oh, I don't know. River of Hate, who knows what that V stands for? So let's see what Jared has to say. And thank you, Fred.
What I like, what I like, what I like, what I like.
Welcome back to I Mix What I Like. Again, I'm Jared Ball. Happy to be your host. Like, share, subscribe, do all the things, support the platform, however you feel comfortable doing. I was about to say salute, but on the other hand, I was thinking shame on whoever sent me this and got me to see this. But since I did, I might as well make some use of it. And in a sense, I can, because again, the black conservative spokesperson and water carrier for white conservative corporate capital, John McWhorter, is back to, in some way, fraudulently condemn Donald Trump while praising the very liberal and, dare I say, counterinsurgent, neo-colonial African-American History Museum. So in an opinion piece titled "The Future of Black History Lives on Donald Trump's Front Lawn," John McWhorter again does his thing.
Is
so
he
starts off here just simply saying
is he making a
thought
joke
that
about
he
lawn
was
jockeys?
going to have cause to hate on the museum. Long story short, he loves it and just simply says Trump and whoever wants to condemn it should just avoid it, and the rest of us should walk on in and appreciate it. Now, one of the slick things.
Well, I want to preface this. Black conservatives in particular, especially MAGA black conservatives, always want to call liberals, like me, for instance, basically progressives. Like Joe Biden was a progressive. Farthest thing from the truth. Progressives and liberals are not, there's enough overlap and intersection that, a lot of progressives will vote Democrat. But funny enough, people like Jared Ball, I think black progressives, black radical progressives tend to see Donald Trump for what he is. They don't have a problem with conservatives per se. Not even sure they have that much of a problem with MAGA per se, but they have problems with people like Donald Trump because he's basically a naked racist. Whether people want to or even are capable of recognizing Donald Trump for what he is, black progressives, black radicals tend to see Donald Trump for what he is. So anyway, just had to add that. And I see that my anti-black panelists have exited because they hear the glee in my voice. You know what? Be MAGA, be conservative, be liberal, be progressive. Just don't be anti-black. And anti-black is not the same thing as conservative. I don't even think anti-black is necessarily MAGA. Anti-blacks are racists, whether they like it or not. That is my opinion, at least. So let's hear. And John McWhorter is just a fucking anti-black, and just doesn't have the courage to use the N-word. That's pretty much the difference between him and an ordinary anti-black black.
Things that people like McWhorter and those politically situated as he is do is they take what should be radical critiques and have been radical critiques of society and turn them into ways of reaffirming conservative neo-colonial politics. So for instance, when he writes here, on the one hand, noting accurately and being honest about the role museums and institutions at this level play in setting dominant narratives and framing histories and all of that. But he says here, and I'm especially dismayed at how this version of history implies the most interesting thing about the experience of Black Americans has been their encounter with whiteness. That is, when you start, do the whole traditional story telling of the history of Black America with enslavement and Jim Crow. Now, the radical argument has been, of course, that similar to our defense and advocacy for SODA, Solidarity of Dispersed Africans, as opposed to reverse hashtags and competitive branding of similar fashion, is that, of course, African history predates the United States, and the history of Africans in the United States shouldn't begin nor end with a discussion of the United States. But that argument is, of course, co-opted and corrupted by the McWhorter types to say something else, which is, of course, stop talking about all this slavery and bad stuff, and let's, start thinking about the good things that this country has provided for us. And what
that's right. We should be grateful to them
stop
whites.
Bringing up old stuff and as if old stuff has ever ended, as if the ripple effects of it have gone away, and so on and so forth. This, of course, allows for him and those like him to do what is also tangentially happening with this issue of the museum. More broadly speaking, as Orasami Burton brought up some weeks ago, the Trump assault on the liberal counterinsurgent elements of this society creates a new level of contradictions for us to consider, specifically to my point about this museum. When Trump and white supremacists condemn Black history writ large, and museums like this in particular, we're supposed to get defensive and rush to defend what we should be already critical of for their role, per my view, of preserving a version of Black history that is meant to narratively limit us and inhibit us and keep us away from the radical political histories and analyses and movements we still should be building, given that so much of the oppression continues. So instead of praising the collection, the colonial trophies that empire collects from our suffering, instead of praising that, we should be critical of it. But the McWhorter types can say, well, I don't, they can raise a criticism of it, and then for their purposes, and then come to the defense of it, as we see here, juxtaposed to a criticism from Trump and the Trump types, and be seen as somehow some sort of legitimate liberal spokespeople for the rational approach to Trump or any other administration. So as McWhorter says here, but I was wary that a national museum might squander its chance to illuminate complex topics and expand people's curiosity, instead trying to corral everyone into caricatures and oversimplifications. So as I said, I've already spoiled it. He ends up supporting this whole thing because of course, the inability of the museum to avoid squandering a chance to illuminate complex topics. That is the ability for the museum to suppress rather than illuminate complex topics, rather to suppress rather than expand curiosity, and to corral everyone into caricatures and oversimplifications that McWhorter finds comfortable and appreciable. Then he can come to its defense. And again, that's why I'm sitting there saying, I told you so. Oh, and then he does this slick thing about reframing Black history and Black scholars' critique of the way history is talked about to suggest that today books like these, like Carter G. Woodson's and others, would be seen as quaint or worse. The pride that the Black Power era instilled for many people was based in an oppositional stance. From the late 1960s on, it felt like the goal of the majority of Black studies was smoking out and decrying racism rather than exploring or how to get past it. Now, again, McWhorter comes back here to inject an attack on Black Power and Black studies, which he accurately notes are linked and should be linked. So he is right to link Black Power to Black studies, as many today would like to de-link Black studies from Black Power or rebrand the two of them. What McWhorter is doing is a rebranding of its own. I would quickly remind that John McWhorter is not a Black studies scholar, does not come out of Black studies, and is here demonstrating a wild lack of understanding of Black studies and its method and its purpose and so on. Black studies has never been simply about smoking out and decrying racism rather than exploring how to get past it. In fact, Black studies is itself a movement meant to propel Black people beyond the oppressive conditions currently still imposed. So
yeah, that is literally, dude, appeasement is what people like John McWhorter want to do. They are literally, and John McWhorter in particular, Glenn Lowry's another one, like, the white people gon' get mad. They got guns. We need to not be so radical. Don't piss them off. Be thankful for what you got. The massa done give you a lot. That's exactly what the anti-Black blacks want to convey. And they want all the other blacks who actually have balls in a spine to be that deferential to whiteness, and it just does not fly with actual Black people. I don't think anti-Black blacks are Black.
He's, again, doing his thing, doing what he's been well paid to do for quite a long time, but again, demonstrating that he doesn't know anything about Black studies or Black Power, apparently, for that matter. It is, of course, appropriate that he would praise, as he says here, the late 1960s, early 70s classy television sitcom Julia, depicting middle-class Black nurse played by Diane Carroll and her son. It's wild for him to interject this, as I'm sort of doing in this video, to say that the television sitcom Julia, he depicts this as a classy, at one point, advance, showing the upward mobility and the potential for Black people in this country, and a far cry from the sad, oppressive history that constantly is retold. But if you watch, for instance, in my classes and others, I know that is McWhorter seems to not know much or be concerned much with Black history or Black studies. But had he availed himself of some, maybe he would have been, made aware of the classic Marlon Briggs documentary Color Adjustment, where this television show is discussed as being part of the problem of depicting, first of all, the absence, again, of a Black father, saying at least that he was killed in war as opposed to, I don't know, in prison or a drug overdose. But then suggesting, as I would put it, that joining the military and dying in war for this country is a progressive advance, or that simple achievement of a handful of people into the middle class with an all-white surrounding, as the show depicted, is somehow, again, progressive advance or sign that the Black community has a chance here. But of course, McWhorter would cite this as an example of what could have been followed as a trajectory in Black studies. But instead, as he touts here, people like Mba Mbulu and John Hope Franklin and Robert Christman of the legendary Black Scholar Journal and others would take this sorrowful, so sad approach to history that he worried would be what we would see in the museum. He then, of course, that is McWhorter, stops off to take a shot at Hubert Henry Harrison, saying, I have always wished Spike Lee would do a movie with cinematography and slightly faded Kodacolor of Common Era, dramatizing the National Black Political Convention of 1972 in Gary, Indiana, and learning about it in a museum. You get an idea why. Never mind we should want Spike Lee to make movies about important moments in Black history. But I do want to quickly show you when you follow the link to this drive-by shot at Hubert Henry Harrison, it takes you to an article that McWhorter wrote in 2009 titled Dead End, where he describes Hubert Henry Harrison's politics as unproductive, where he says Hubert Henry Harrison's politics would have been more appropriate to the day's hip-hop politics. He mentions that, of course, Kwame Anthony, to diminish Hubert Henry Harrison's importance, he says, well, Kwame Anthony Appiah and Henry Louis Gates in their Encyclopedia Africana don't have an entry for him, which again, to my point, is again making my point that the McWhorter types, the Henry Louis Gates types, the as I've talked about before, this is why the Peniel Joseph types, they do not have the politics of these people. They do not like the politics of these people, yet they write about these people, or in this case, omit these people from writings about Black history so that those politics are either rebranded and reframed in a way that's safe and acceptable for a Black bourgeoisie and an affluent white ruling elite, or they're just erased altogether. As with the suggestion that, as McWhorter is saying here, that they are useless, that their politics are useless. He said Hubert Henry Harrison was in the end the grandfather of dashiki politics. So just to quickly remind, like these folks, this is why they're being asked to write in the New York Times, et cetera, and so forth, and to be the because of course, Hubert Henry Harrison's politics would be seen as anathema. Black nationalism, socialism, radical militants, armed self-defense, all of these ideas, of course, would be anathema to the Black bourgeoisie. But to my point, McWhorter comes back to say, in the end, that he was wrong in his initial understanding of the museum, and that Jared, of course, was right. But as McWhorter here says, the arrangement of the museum draws visitors into a participatory journey, a physicalized kind of argument that our story is one of progress, rising, arising, emergence, and blinking in the unfamiliar light. The journey is thrilling and it's devastating, but most of all, it is inspiring. We need more of that, he says. Message! We should be reminded, as he says, of the victories that they were in their time of these Black businesses. And why were those Black businesses victories? Because as Henry Louis Gates Jr. once described, they created a feeling of awe while watching Amos and Andy in the early 1950s sitcom when he was this kid. What really captivated me was that it was the all-Black world of Amos and Andy, he wrote. There was an all-Black department store owned and operated by Black attendants for a Black clientele. He had never experienced that world in real life and certainly didn't see it in most television shows. But it wasn't just a story. This is the real life history McWhorter wants you to remember. Amos and Andy and the fantasy of a circulating Black dollar and a fantasy of Black capitalism that creates a Black bourgeoisie. While even the NAACP and others were protesting Amos and Andy as white written, white acted, white performed, at least on radio initially. And in fact, one of them was the son of a Klansman, and then transferred into an all-Black cast on television in the most anti-Black of ways. And yet for Henry Louis Gates and John McWhorter, this was an advance and a demonstration of the value of Black capitalism. A serious Black history must accommodate these triumphs, he says. But again, Once Black people had access to vaster resources, wider variety, and sometimes higher quality available in mainstream stores, they took their custom elsewhere. This, as opposed to white flight, is a big part of why these thriving Black alternative universes no longer exist. So again, he's even twisting the history here to say, hey, it's not racism, it's not white folks, it's Black folks not supporting Black folks that destroyed these Black oases of Black capitalist entrepreneurialism. But the Smithsonian and these
Yeah, that
museums,
sounds familiar.
they need to tell us these complicated
Why can't we be
histories.
more like Jews?
And of course, for him, it does. This man has just said that the TV shows Julia and Amos and Andy, and now this Smithsonian Museum are better suited at explaining the nuance of Black history than the field of Black studies.
You're so wrong that the word wrong does not sufficiently describe your wrongness. You are, as they say, fractally wrong. You are wrong at every conceivable level of resolution.
He, of course, takes time to defend Booker T. Washington over Du Bois, saying a serious Black history must also wrestle with the fact that African kingdoms played a central role in slave trade. The question by which the Black Smithsonian should be judged is whether it represents the past in a way that helps us surmount the present and create the future. In showing us both the manacles that enslaved people were bound by during the Middle Passage and the nation within a nation that the Black community's network of businesses, churches, and lodges became, both the lynchings and the election twice of a Black president, the museum does a magnificent job. Again, I'm resting my case here saying that the point of the museum is to show this ever and upwards progress from enslavement to 2 elections of a Black president and the existence of a Black bourgeoisie represented here by John McWhorter and referenced, of course, with the scholarship and supported, of course, with the reference scholarship of Henry Louis Gates. That when you show Black people were enslaved, but also Black people participated in enslavement, when you show that Black capitalism works, except when Black people themselves fail to support it and go off to support white businesses, you're showing the complexity of this wonderful country and demonstrating the value of a museum. So in the end, even John McWhorter can say that this museum represents, as I'm arguing, the liberal counterinsurgent neo-colonial goal of this society to pretend as if it is, as he said, openly addressing Black history. That's what the museum is intended to convey, that this country is addressing Black history. It's showing it, and it's showing you the potential, the ever rising possibilities that our country openly addresses Black history in all of its facets is a badge of honor and sophistication, he says. And the institution that Mr. Trump called out as harming our view of American history is an exemplar of all the field could be, of all, and I think he means the field of Black studies can be. That this museum is demonstrating all that the field of Black studies can be. The president and his minions should just walk on by. The rest of us should walk on in. And remember that when you do, as he's encouraging, you are supporting, as he's arguing, this country's claim that it is addressing itself to the history of Black people, not the material conditions, not the lived experiences, but the history framed as this country would want it to be told and conveyed. And hence its sponsorship and support by much of the Black bourgeoisie, including Oprah and others. And of course, McWhorter. I mix what I like.
Yeah, unfortunately, Jared Ball will lump me into that critique as well, but oh well. Bottom line is at a minimum, understanding how Black history works and history in general, how it works. Blacks having to be or attempting or Mayo Monkey. I think a lot of things are a farce. Depends on how you do Black studies. Black studies as a way to celebrate the white, the great white father, like you'll hear the John Galts of the world basically saying, hey, and SKC is actually really good at this too. Yeah, you know, if it weren't for white people, black people would still be slaves. And yeah, I guess you're right about that. But I will always contend that freedom starts between your ears. If you want to be free or you think you should be free, that is step one. And number two, Mayo Monkey, I'm just going to have to be blunt. You and Be Brave and all these like midwits, Bumpkin, all these fucking midwits, y'all have no fucking clue about white history and American history in general. I don't get impressed when you pop into my chat and you go, Black studies is a farce. I respect your opinion. I just don't think you're an expert. So your opinion is like assholes. So that is that. And by the way, hit the link if you want, Mayo Monkey. I always enjoy talking to you. I don't know. Hell, I am at 10:19. Should I go on or should I hang this up? Because I do have a show in about 3 hours now. Let's look at a little bit of this Anton Daniels. Speaking of black people who basically want to be anti-black blacks, I think Anton, the A in Anton is anti-black. So let's hear this.
Anton Daniels, and I gotta have a conversation with you guys about T. Henley because you see how the sun is hitting me. This is no finesse, no makeup, no filters, no none of that. This is 100% T. Henley. I use it in the morning as soon as I get up, right after I pray and brush my teeth, jump in the shower, and I'm hitting the streets because you never get a second chance to make a first impression. So even though they're giving you 40% off your first order, 20% off for life, even though you may get a free gift, forget all that, right? Because we would do this even if it was full price because it's worth that much. I'm in the streets, I'm kicking it with people when I see Dusties everywhere. You don't want to be them. You want to separate yourself. And the way that you separate yourself is self-care. Ladies get it for the fellas. Fellas don't wait for the ladies to get it for you. I'm about to hit the street.
Now, my interesting question here is how is this guy any different from a hip hopper? Conspicuous consumption is literally he's not doing much different than a rapper, a hip hop culture person. He's just doing it without tattoos. He's doing it without tattoos and hoes and jewelry. But otherwise, he's just another young black guy walking through an expensive mall. I don't see the fascination. I don't see the interesting aspect.
Right now, and I'm feeling confident. I'm feeling great. I mean, I already got confidence, but to have that extra boost of confidence,
cooning,
knowing that you've taken care
Phoenix
of yourself
fish,
and you
really.
set yourself apart from all of the rest of the sheep that's walking around.
How am I
cooning on a
cooning?
daily basis? And it's reflected in their actions. It's reflected in the products that they use. It's reflected in the people that they follow. And so if you're trying to level up, if you're trying to make sure that you look good, they're going to send you the pack. They're going to give you all of the instructions on how you're supposed to use it. Then make sure you get your T. Henley. Again, 40% off your first order, 20% off for life. Get your free gift. Make sure you tap in with your boy Anton Daniels because Unc is never going to lead you wrong. I would never have you use a product that I don't use myself. Again, they've been rocking with me for a long time. Make sure you get your T. Henley. I love you. I appreciate you. I'm going to holler at you guys later.
What's up, everybody? Good morning, good evening, good afternoon from wherever you are tuning in. Welcome to the Q&A show on this fine Monday night. Make sure you hit the like button. It is free. We do love the chat, people. We do appreciate you.
Now, I showed a clip of this show a while ago, more towards the beginning of the show. This is Anton Daniels with the pink pill to his left, to our right. I'm a big fan of hers, even though I agree with very little, if any, of her politics. She is an anti-black too, in my opinion, and a divester. So I won't show a lot of this. Maybe I'll show a good portion of it another time. Speaking of which, I'm not even sure that I'll be on in the morning. Maybe, maybe not. I kind of committed to doing 4 days a week, and then over the weekend, if something interesting happens or there's a reason to come online, doing it. But Monday through Thursday, around 4 in the morning seems to be kind of my sweet spot. In the meantime, let me do housekeeping. Everybody, if you're new, please make sure you subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. Please make sure you hit the like button if you're in the chat now. I know a couple of you have come into the chat, and please make sure you hit the like. Make sure you support the host of the show. I basically went out and have got my supply of Bud Light for the weekend, and I will thank everyone who supported the show by, keeping me keeping me inebriated. Make sure you support Portia J, our executive producer. She makes a lot happen behind the scenes. She is a very organizing force for the old Black men who can't seem to often, keep two thoughts in a linear manner. So that's that. Again, we will watch a little bit of this Anton and the Women show. It was actually, I didn't watch the whole thing, but I watched a good portion of it. It is very enlightening. And Anton Daniels, very, he seems like a good guy, but his politics are trash. This red pill is trash. His views of Black women in, in quote, Black culture, trash. And apparently he has a Nigerian background too. So that might explain a lot.
You guys here every Monday night with us. I know you guys are some faithful chat people, and shout out to the Patreon members that are in the chat. I see you. I can't type and shout out all y'all, but we do appreciate you guys. Make sure you sign up for the Patreon. There's a lot of good stuff that's in the Patreon that we drop some gems, and sometimes I go in there looking for people that want to join the panel. And if you're interested in coming on the panel, you have to DM me on IG. Okay, just say panel, fellas. I know it's a long wait for a lot of y'all, about 40 of y'all, but I try to mix it up depending on the topics. But shout out to the ladies. We had a great panel last Monday with the ladies, so I decided to be like, you know what? Let's do it again. Let's bring the ladies back and let the fellas just observe us. But how are you ladies doing this evening?
We're good. Everybody looks good tonight.
So they need Anton Daniels for what? Be referee?
Look, look at us.
Yeah.
Okay, I love it.
And a lot of stuff.
Anton, you look good too.
A lot of don't forget Anton. Yeah, Anton's here. Don't forget. Right? But a lot of stuff is going on in the news. You had Tory Lanez. You had the Diddy case. It's a lot going on. But we are gonna start off with the Diddy case. It's a lot. I don't know if you guys keep up with it. A lot's been out. A lot of stuff. Cassie was on getting questioned, and she said a lot that she did with Diddy. So let's just watch this little clip. Allegedly. Okay, allegedly. Let's watch this little clip and let's talk about it.
Cassie has to be held accountable for some of her choices. She chose to do some of those things and she was not under duress, okay? Cassie needs to prepare for the possibility of Alex leaving her, okay? Only so much ridicule a man can take, okay? Men, their egos, they're different from us, okay? Their pride means a lot more to them than it does women oftentimes. You get what I'm saying? So this man's pride is hurt. I don't care what y'all say. That man's pride is very hurt after all that stuff came out on the stand. You know, that's not something that.
Several problems here. Why the fuck is she doing this while she's driving? Maybe she lives out on a dirt road and traffic's not a problem. And then the other thing is, notice I have not done a show, at least not directly, on P. Diddy or Shiloh or Carmelo Anthony, mainly because I don't give a fuck. I don't think even P. Diddy might legitimately be called a case that's, you know, where black culture, as it is, black culture might be on trial because he's more of a cultural figure. Carmelo and Shiloh, zero impact on the black community. They are just like problems, local problems. Maybe you could make the argument that they're problematic in their local black communities, but you know, the greater or the larger black community, which in my opinion is a social construct, means nothing. So that Anton and the girls want to talk about Diddy, it's incidental to my point. I'm more interested in Anton and the girls, not so much Diddy. I leave that to the anti-black blacks to fake that it means something to the black community. It doesn't.
That they can just live down and put behind them. Okay, God forbid he had words with somebody, a disagreement. What do you think the first thing they're gonna say to him is? You probably can't even satisfy your wife, all those BBCs she had up in her. No, I don't think it's fair that a woman's past is held against her. That's why we need to tell these young ladies the truth. Stop telling them that they can get out here and wild out without consequences. If you like, this man has sat in front of the world and heard about vile, disgusting acts that his wife willingly participated in with hundreds of men. That's a lot for anybody to deal with.
Okay. So I hope you guys
And who gives a fuck?
A lot of stuff was said.
These ladies.
Cassie, we could talk about both odds, about him staying or will he stay, but should Cassie also be held accountable for the choices she made with Diddy?
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Go ahead. Who want to talk about it? Go ahead. Come first.
I'm like, yes, but. Yes.
Meaning? Yes, but what?
But.
Well, it's my understanding that they started the connection when she was 19 years old and he was pushing 40. The irony is now Cassie is pushing 40. I think she's also ready to have her baby. But think about the growth that she's had from the time that she encountered Diddy for the first time and to where she is now. I think that to just say that somebody is over 18, that they're an adult and that they will always make good decisions, or that they really understand what they're getting into, or that they're not vulnerable to predatory people who will exploit their naivete. I mean, you are not downloaded with all the information that you need to know at 19 years old. You are still a teenager. Your brain doesn't even mature until age 25. So when I think about Cassie
This
and the
is
fact that I have
tired,
two girls,
old.
and you know,
This is tired, old YouTube bullshit. Keep reminding us that the brain doesn't develop until 25 to excuse this sort of behavior. Why y'all are even fucking talking about this is problematic. As if it is some seismic event. And again, you know, could be argued down. P. Diddy is a cultural figure, but this sitting around, this should be about a 5-minute conversation about P. Diddy and Cassie and all this shit. It's a 5-minute conversation, and to sit here and pink pill your way through psychology, I am showing it, so I guess I'm at fault too, but goddamn, this is just dumb.
I'm thinking like they were her age when, a couple of them were her age when all this went down. I got to think to myself that they were still children. Even though legally they are considered adults, they are still children and vulnerable and naive and subject to somebody that's grooming them. So I would just start there, because then the template is for everything else that we could talk about. So all the things that she did subsequently, I think you have to consider first that she was kind of a kid, and this man who's old enough to be her father came in and imposed all of these things. Drugs were also related, which also alters the brain. So it's, to me, not so cut and dried. Okay. But I'm open.
She was 21, 22.
Hmm?
She was 21, 22. She was with Ryan Leslie for 3 years, and then she got with Diddy. She cheated on Ryan Leslie with Diddy.
Well, here comes Anton to correct
I still think
poor
that
women.
21 or 22. I mean, I still think that that's young. I still do. I think whether it was 19, 21, or 22, we really don't have the maturity of our brains until 25. And that's not to absolve people and excuse people. I'm just saying that that's not enough relationships to be hip to game to know all of how to
Hip
identify
to game.
in a way. I mean, her father. No.
At what age should women?
I'm sure he wasn't hipping her to any game that was going on over there.
So, at what age should women start to help responsible for their decisions?
Now, I'm not discounting that that there's any age that a woman shouldn't be held responsible for their decision. What I am saying, though, is
Look
that
at Anton
when
inserting quote male logic.
The choices that she makes, age should be a consideration. It would be a consideration for me. I mean,
is that only applicable to women?
No, it isn't. And oftentimes I hear, especially within this community, that people deserve a second chance because what they did when they were young and have since matured and learned better, they have done better, and is often celebrated in this community for the men. But it seems that oftentimes the women, there is no redemption. Like, we are supposed to be magically downloaded with all this information to know better. And listen, I'm hard on the women too. So I'm not here to be an apologist to women. But what I'm saying is that they are, they're mitigating factors is a phrase that exists for a reason. That's it.
But we could charge men. I mean, we charge people with, give them life for murder at 16, 17 years old.
Exactly.
They're
Yes,
able to
but it's
join,
not
they're able to
always
join the army at 18, able to smoke cigarettes. She's able to buy alcohol, liquor. People have freak-offs in college. At what age? Is it only because it was Diddy and the he was born, or is it because
I think that your early 20s, you're still kind of a kid. I mean, I know that you're sort of the exception to Anton. I know that you got married in your 20s and you're still married, and that's wonderful. But most of us were absolute morons from 19 to 24 or 25. We made a lot of mistakes. I did not make the kind of mistakes that Cassie made, but I certainly did. The thing that I don't like is how everybody can make judgments about what they would have done. Girl, if the cell phones would have been around for what we were doing, and I'm Gen X, I'll be 52 in July. And the idea that we're somehow so much better, we just didn't get caught. It just wasn't exposed. There go by the grace of God, whatever. So it is not, again, not to absolve, but to understand.
Jeff, I
Can
think
I-
Jeff is agreeing. Oh, go ahead.
You said me. Okay, so we can all agree that there was a level of grooming associated with this, but at some point, Cassie did become complicit in this whole situation, and I do think she should be held accountable. I think Cassie should have took the money and ran, because before she even got on the stand, people had this perception that she was this victim, right? And that's kind of what we all went with until we started hearing the details of the case, looking at the text messages, and we like, well, oh damn, she's just as guilty as Diddy is. So I hear you. Yes, she was young, but at
This
the same
woman
time,
actually looks like
we know
Sharon
what's right and what's
Bracey,
wrong, and we know that some of the
believe it or
things that
not.
Cassie was
At least in my
participating in,
opinion.
like, there's really no excuse for that. And then to add the whole situation with Ryan Leslie, I feel like Cassie was chasing the bag. She was chasing a man of status. She was chasing X, Y, and Z. And I think she got her feet a little bit more wet than what she intended to. And it kind of, swindled from there. But nah, Cassie is just as guilty as Diddy is. And I'm not taking her being 21, 22, because I went out there doing that at 21 and 22. Nah.
Have y'all ever heard that quote? It's from the movie The Usual Suspects, and the quote was, "The greatest trick the devil ever, the
Pause.
greatest trick the devil ever pulled was
That's
convincing
funny.
the world that he didn't
Hit the
exist."
link, Ignat.
So that's
Or
like what
anyone.
immediately came to
Hit
my
the link if
mind,
you want.
because I already from the beginning I said, ain't no way, because I do believe, my thing is, I don't think that this should be charged the way it is. Were they freaked out? Yes. Were there drugs involved? Yes. Was it toxic to a whole nother level? Yes. But my thing is, like, especially like after, because I've been following it, and when you read that all of the videos and the pictures and everything, she had it. She was like initiating them. She wanted a lot of them, but she threatened to kill somebody if it got to him. I do believe that she was a co-conspirator, and I honestly believe that she wanted that. She liked that. When she went to rehab. She went to rehab for opioid addiction and sex addiction. Now, I don't know I know that he went to rehab for the drugs, but I don't know if he went for sex addiction. But my thing is, and then when she got the money, wait, I don't want to say the more thing.
So wait, are you saying that Cassie should be held accountable?
Hell yeah. Okay. Hell yes. Yeah, and I think that it's messed up that, because, and I'm very open with,
Have they even defined what accountable is?
like,
Held to
part of
account?
my recovery
How
from
so?
I speak to women in domestic abuse shelters. I go do my part with it, because I got out, I survived. But one of the things that we always start talking about is the fact, and now it's more prevalent than ever. I mean, it's been being done where women will use it as an excuse. Like when she said she was raped by Diddy, and then I forget what the husband's name is. She said it was rape, and then she had it because, him. And then which I believe he knows everything.
You think she told him everything before they got married?
Yeah.
Because I also read that
y'all don't even tell men y'all body count. So
she didn't.
Look, but
I think she did. I think she did.
Yeah,
I think that she didn't have had a choice.
Telling somebody something and then hearing it and seeing everything is different. And his mom, he runs for Haven House, which is an abuse shelter. I think his mom went through something like with abuse and everything. But I think she told him everything from A to Z and stuff. And he's probably finding out a lot of stuff that he thought. But my thing is, I don't like when women claim abuse and it's just a cop out. I think that she knew the charges were coming. The feds wanted Diddy, and they came to her and was just like, look, this is coming. We need you to work in with it. I don't know.
I
just
don't
feel
know.
like
That, I don't think. Honestly, she probably after her taking the money. I don't think she thought it would have went this far to a trial to where she would have to testify about what she did. I don't think she told him everything. Women of today don't even tell men what they did in college to their husbands. So you think she told that man she was getting pissed on in the mouth by other guys is diabolical.
I mean,
like,
that's
I don't
out
think
there.
so.
But my thing is, I think that she knows he's most likely not going to go anywhere because he's a trainer. Now, my aunt's a celebrity trainer. She makes big money, but she don't make that money.
Wait,
well,
because he can still divorce her and get alimony.
That is true. That is
Kamaya,
true.
We can't hear you, Kamaya. But Izzy, I think you wanted to talk. Go ahead, Izzy.
I wanted to say that I guess I feel like two things can be, or maybe multiple things can be true at once with Cassie. I feel like yes, she was a victim, but I also think that like she was a victim of Diddy, obviously, but I also think she was a victim of her own greed, because to me, I think that someone said earlier she wanted a lifestyle, and that's why she remained in it as long as she did. So I believe that she wanted to be like a pop star and be Hollywood famous and all of those things. And Diddy was a sure way for her to get that. That's why, because it makes no sense to me why someone would stay. And even not watching the trial, reading about what happened and all the times where she said that, he hit her, all the breakups and things like that, and then she goes around and says that she still loves him. I feel like that's not, in my opinion, I feel like that's not true, and that's just a cop out. And you cannot love somebody that's doing all of those things to you. And I feel like she's just saying that because that's what people fall, like they default to using love as a way to like cover up for their own whatever it is, insecurities, or just not wanting to hold themselves accountable. You don't love the guy that was giving you a UTI. You don't love the guy that was beating you up. You don't love the guy that made you sleep with so many people. You don't, but you just say that because you feel like people be like, yeah, love makes you do crazy things. Like that's, for me, that's like not true.
But she's the one that would initiate the freak offs often at times. She was the one that would do all of the logistics. Yeah. There was the text messages showed that she was the one that did all of this. That she wanted it. She would say it that she wanted it.
Yeah, I feel like I said, I feel like at the beginning it was hard. It was most definitely hard for her to like reconcile with those behaviors that Diddy was introducing her to. But with how quickly she got into it, I think that she, like I said, she was a victim of her own greed, and greed makes you do so many callous and stupid things to yourself. So she needs to hold herself accountable for being so greedy that she wanted a lifestyle that she had to do all of those things for. And again, I can also hold Diddy accountable for being a disgusting man, and
he freaked out.
All of the things so hard.
So let me ask y'all a question. Do y'all think that he should be free?
No,
because I'm trying to follow y'all here.
Okay, so here's the technical. So listen, I'm not a lawyer. I just watch them on TV. There's a YouTuber named Nate the Lawyer that I like. And what he said
Jesus
was
Christ.
what they're trying
Nate
to get
the
him
Lawyer
on are
is a
RICO
fucking
charges
freak.
and basically the trafficking
Of
of
course,
humans.
a conservative woman
They have
would like
they
Nate
have
the Lawyer.
established that he paid prostitutes and then flew them to other places. That
She
is
paid
by
them.
definition trafficking of humans from one place to another. People who are being paid to do sex acts is what he's saying happened.
But she hired,
and she's also
hold on.
I mean, this is Cassie's side.
Let me give some insight. So what they're charging him for is basically racketeering. That's what they're putting him on trial.
Mm-hmm.
And racketeering is essentially you doing criminal activity for the financial benefit of your organization. You can't benefit from it if you're the one that's paying other people.
True.
He wasn't making anything from it. And so what
Well,
we've
I don't know.
seen,
You can argue, Anton, we could argue that he might not have gotten a direct monetary payment, but a lot of famous people were there, and he's kind of like the Jeffrey Epstein of Black folks, and that's a lot of leverage.
I
A
made
lot
that
of leverage to
comparison
have over
myself.
people. That's a lot of power to have over people, and he videotaped everything. You know,
No,
do you
actually,
see
Cassie
why
was
haven't
the one that
any of
was
the
found.
celebrities come out to say anything
So
about the
now,
parties?
when
Why are they so hush hush?
someone
There's
asks,
got to be a
Cassie was
why
the
reason.
one
can't
that
black
was
people
found.
be more
Cassie was
like
the one that
Jutes?
was found with
We
all this
have the
stuff on
answer.
her stuff. She was the one that had it
And
all on
she was
her iPad. It had nothing to do with. She was the one that
Yeah.
that had all of the recordings. But
So
again,
I just want to see. Did
none
you
of
guys?
none of these people were under duress. None of these people did it against their will. All of them volunteered to do it, and all of them were adults. So I'm still trying to understand why y'all would like this guy locked up for life, when in
I don't want him
reality,
locked up.
oh, that's what. Okay, that's cool. Well, in reality,
Yeah.
the only thing that I hear is a toxic relationship between two people that really was freaks.
Well,
I think
let's not forget that.
I mean, did y'all see the
hear
video of her being dragged? Like,
yeah, he
I
also
don't
beat on her.
understand,
Beat
like,
on
at least-
other people as
I
well.
At the very least, she's a victim of that. Can we all agree that she didn't seem to be
Okay,
in?
well, if we're going to charge, if we're going to charge him, and again, that's domestic violence. That has nothing to do with racketeering. That has nothing to do with trafficking. If
Well,
you're
he did
mad
also
at the
essay
fact- if you're mad at the fact that she got her ass kicked, then I would also like to see her charged with putting her hands on him also, because it is admitted that she was the one that was just as toxic. He was just the one that got caught on camera.
Can I say something? Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead, Ty.
Okay, so I think we're being intellectually disingenuous here. As a whole, we understand that the accountability of Cassie is based in morality. It's based in what she will allow and what she'll do. And they're trying to make that a contrast to legality. At the end of the day, Diddy is getting charged with crimes, or they're trying to charge him with specific crimes. Cassie's morality is not a correlation to that. Those two things are not equivalent. At the end of the day, when it comes to Cassie, she was subpoenaed to be there. So she's there because she has to be. It's not when she was offered the money, like Jess said, she should have taken the money and ran. I think she would have. But at the end of the day, she was subpoenaed to be there. She's not there just like, hey guys, I just want to talk to y'all. It's not like that. And so when it comes down to who she is as a person, that doesn't alleviate Diddy of what he's done or what they're trying to prove that he has done. What Cassie is there for is a key witness to his character because she was in an intimate relationship with him. And so to use her morality as something that alleviates him of what they're trying to put on him is just ridiculous. And they continue to do this and we fall for it every time. They continue to use the sexuality of a woman to justify the actions of a man. And it's ridiculous. At this point, it really is, because it's a continuous cycle every time a woman comes forward with anything. And just as we don't know if Diddy has done these things, we don't really know the dynamics with Cassie either, other than the evidence that's presented in court. And she's not the one on trial here. So we're using her for what?
But she should be on trial, and that's the problem.
Let's not forget that she also has
the only reason,
even though she was subpoenaed,
but an opinion is that
the only reason that we're having this conversation right now, the only reason we having this conversation right now is because she had a pretty face and she had a skinny waist. That's it.
No, that's not true.
No. That's 100%.
No, we're
true.
having this conversation.
Listen, hold on.
Woman,
She was the Bonnie to his Clyde. She was the Bonnie to his Clyde that got out just in time to then press charge, to use her leverage against him in order to make sure that she made herself seem like the victim. She was threatening motherfuckers to kill them. She threatened people to kill them if they talked or if they released any video that had anything to do with her. That's crazy. Y'all sitting here acting like this girl.
Oh, she made a threat to.
It was one
her
person.
image.
No, she
made a threat.
Listen. I was talking to people that was in the courtroom.
Right.
I'm not telling you hearsay.
I'm not going off of no gossip blogs. I'm going off of people that told me exactly what she said, word for word, that looked at the text messages, that was watching her husband cringe every time she said something that was in that chair.
But Anton, if
She was
everybody's
holding
morals
people.
were
She
plastered on
cleared
the
out the room.
wall,
She
we
held
would
the
all be
dude.
embarrassed.
She held the dude against
Nah,
his
not me.
will. She
That's
called
fine.
and said,
But
"I
in
will have you
general,
killed.
most people,
I
if
will
their
not do it
discrepancies were
myself,
plastered on the
but I
wall, they
will
would be
make sure."
embarrassed.
The
We all
reason
have dark
was
pasts.
she
Everybody has
said
done
that
things that
she
they're
would
not
have this
proud
dude
of.
killed.
We're human
It's
beings.
amazing. You know what? I look at this fake
Individuals.
femininity. I look at this fake femininity all the time, and it's amazing to me. And the reason that it's amazing to me is it's selective. It's selective femininity. It's selective mindset when it comes to it. When it's relationships, it's cool. When it comes to actually holding women accountable, all of y'all get amnesia. All of a sudden, we got every excuse in the world. Oh, wait a minute. You know what? She might have been underage. Oh, hold on. She wasn't used to the lifestyle. Wait, she's not the one on trial. Everything matters when a person's life is in the balance as far as him having to go to jail for the rest of his life.
Anton, just
All
say
of
she's
this,
a whore.
no.
Let's
All
just
of
say
this,
she's a
all of this,
whore.
we gonna hold
What
women
does that
accountable
matter?
conversations. All of this, we gonna hold women accountable conversations that we usually have. That shit go out the window when it actually comes to the rubber meeting the road, and we have to pick somebody and say,
She's on
wait a minute.
trial.
Now that we look at the text messages, now that we look at the lifestyle, now that we look at how toxic she is, now that we look at the fact that she was cheating, now that we look at the fact that she was the one that was initiated.
Oh fuck, Anton. This Taisha, that's probably how you pronounce her name. Taisha Carson. She is the Stanley Cross of this panel. I like her and no others. And she's cute too.
When we actually have evidence and she admits that she threatened to kill somebody, and she admits that she was going to empower the people when she had the power, she benefited, she lived the lifestyle, she had the cars, she had the clothes, she did all of this shit, and she lived like a fucking rock star.
This is
And
not her
now
problem.
when it comes to the fact that she's the snitch, that's all she is. She's nothing more than the motherfucker that was participating in the robberies, participating in the lifestyle, and then she got out just in time. And the only reason that she even reached out to him again, because let's be clear, she cheated on her husband with Diddy. She went back with the nigga. So the only reason we having this conversation, is because her man is dusty and broke. That's
Anton,
it.
you're relating things that are not related.
I'm gonna let you have it. That nigga that she with right now is broke.
Okay.
And so as
Yeah,
they
she's the
started to go
Stanley
broke,
Cross
they decided to leverage the
of
dude
this
that she
panel.
used to be with.
Good
And
for
say,
her.
hey, listen, if you don't give me this money,
Maybe she can
I'ma
bring
file
balance
charges
to the
against you and
force.
I'ma ruin your life. She got money. They just admitted that she was getting coached by the federal government on what to say on the stand. At the same time, she just got $10 million more from the Intercontinental Hotel just less than a month ago.
Yep.
He was going broke. They couldn't sustain a lifestyle. They went back to the dude, and instead of him being a man and saying, you know what, I'm gonna take care of us, I got you. I know you a whore, but you're gonna be my reformed whore. We want to sit and make it seem like she was a victim. No, she did what every other woman would have did. She lived the lifestyle. She went broke, and then she came back for seconds. And now we making it seem like she the victim. No, she a whore. That's all.
That's
she is.
right.
Okay, so let's
That's
say that
right.
she's a whore. That's
She's
fine.
a
Let's say that she's a whore. Excuse me.
I just-
Let's say that she's a whore. Fine. But the red herring here is
Untalented
to
whore.
relate her being a whore to Diddy's crimes and what he's done. So let's list things.
What's the crime?
She was a freak, right? No, hold on one second. She was a freak, right? She liked to do all type of promiscuous things. She has a laundry list of all the things that she's done. Fine. That's fine. But at the end of the day, allegedly he raped her. And not allegedly he beat her down that hallway. And so the question here is, and allegedly he solicited drugs. Allegedly he solicited prostitution. These are crimes. So when it comes down to his crimes, how does her morality alleviate him of his crimes?
Did she not
Again.
just say,
No. But you know what's the interesting part? Wait. Let's address what she just said. None of that shit that you just said is what
I
he's
hope
being
I can
charged.
find her and propose
You know what
marriage
the
to
person
her.
that was in the room? I was talking to
Sex
Myron.
trafficking across
No,
state.
hold on.
Cassie sex
I was
trafficking.
talking to Myron.
No.
And he said he was talking to the HSI agents. He said the only reason that they was pursuing this case is because when they get a high profile name, they get extra funding from the government in order for them to continue to do what they do within a division within the federal government.
That's a money.
He's a former FBI
Yeah.
agent that is familiar and has relationships and talked to other HSI agents that are pursuing this case. He said the only reason why this is a big deal is because they need extra funding, and in order for them to do that, they got to take down high profile cases so they can ask for extra funding from the federal government. And for y'all to actually believe that he deserves to go to jail for the rest of his life for shit that grown folks volunteered to put themselves into, and he got freak offs, y'all are, you know what? I understand why men are terrified of women at this point.
Okay.
Because at any point,
let's not do the
at any point, y'all can come back for seconds and say, you know what? I was with you, but now I'm a victim. And because I got a pretty face, now everybody is gonna believe me. And nigga, you need to go to jail for the rest of your life and give me all of the money that you never worked for.
The crazy.
Listen,
the crazy part about it.
Gotta do one mic. Hold on. We gotta do one mic, but we gotta.
Let me just wrap up my point, Q. Let me just wrap up my point.
I just want to say,
hold on, y'all. Hold on. We gotta. You guys gotta take a step back, okay? Right? We have to separate his abuse toward Cassie, toward her friend, toward all of that. We have to make sure that what's being presented in the court is giving them evidence for racketeering and trafficking. That's what he's being charged for. Is he an abuser? Yes. We've seen that.
Yeah. River of Hate. Yeah. I didn't watch the first part of this. They are talking about the Diddy trial, and I'm kind of interested in what they have to say. Not that much interested in the Diddy trial. But you know, I'm kind of, what the hell? Let's see. We got an hour left. Might as well watch this to fruition and end it. And it's kind of pedestrian. You know, these women basically, and Anton, of course, want to basically describe P. Diddy as the Epstein of Black people, which I found hilarious. Otherwise, she's really just a character witness. She's not on trial. So, you know, for the people who want to just gawk or you know, rubberneck at, you know, some of the depravity, all well and good, nothing to do with, you know, this is Diddy's character, not so much, you know, proving a crime. So yes, it's about the Diddy trial. Yes, these aren't legal scholars. And I'll just watch it through to the end.
We've seen the video. Is he a freak? Yes, but that's not against the law, having sex and doing freak offs, right? So is the evidence that's being presented in court showing him as guilty for trafficking and racketeering? I think that's a better way to look at things.
But Q, Cassie is
And not only-
character witness.
Not
She
even-
can speak to his character. Let's just say a prostitute goes and she's doing an exchange. She's doing a transaction, right? And she goes and she's selling her body. And then the man that she goes into the room with rapes her. Is he alleviated of that rape because she was selling her body? No. Answer that.
How do you know?
How do you know
He's not being charged for that.
Hold on. How do you know this? How do you know he raped
Cassie
her?
was not sex trafficked, so we understand that that's not
How
something
do you
that's
know that he
applicable
raped
to
her? How do you know that he raped her? Because if we're speaking to character,
okay,
she's the worst fucking person that could ever speak to character.
What does that matter when we're talking about his
It
character?
matters because
he's the one on
okay,
trial.
I'll tell you why it matters. You know why we don't? You know why we say free Tory Lanez? Is because the first thing that Meg Thee Stallion did was she went on Gayle King and she lied about them even having a sexual relationship.
And she lied to the cops initially.
And so we knew that she shouldn't even be qualified to talk, because if you gonna lie off of that little thing, then why the fuck should we believe you in anything else that you say? Why should we qualify your testimony as a character witness to talk about a character witness when you are the scum of the earth? Why would we believe snitches, for example, that is benefiting financially? Because you got to remember, she's never, ever, ever filed a criminal complaint against Diddy. The only thing she ever did was ask for money. She filed a civil suit. She never complained one time about this dude, not once.
And not even just that. She freaking
That is funny,
committed
River of Hate.
adultery.
Yep.
She literally went and cheated on her husband with. It does matter if
River of Hate, if I'm gonna be good at one thing, it should be that. Everything else will be okay. Being a good father is extremely important. Probably, and I'm not particularly religious or anything like that, but it is honestly the most important thing a person can do. So I take that parenting stuff seriously. I take education very seriously. So, as much as you harass me, as long as you are a good parent, everything else is just, fun and games. Raising a kid is not fun and games. It is serious business. And you can have fun doing it.
that this man raped you. If you're saying, wait, hold on. If you're saying someone raped you before you go and commit adultery with that same man, are you serious right now? Why would you go and lie with someone that raped you? That doesn't make any sense, Tasha.
Not only that, Kamara. She linked up with him because she said that she wanted to have closure. So she wanted to have a closure.
You want to have rape closure. I mean, you want to have that closure.
After she was already married. Then her husband FaceTimed him while she was getting bust down.
Correct. Bust down. Big bust down energy. I'm going to tell you right now, this girl, she knew exactly what she was doing. She was a whole sex addict before Diddy ever got his hands on her.
I didn't know all of that.
And all of that y'all talking about, yeah, she a whore, and all that. To use her power.
Didn't Anton say that her husband is broke? Didn't Anton say that her husband is broke and using this case to get money?
Yeah, because she's 8 months pregnant. She's 8 months pregnant now. Why?
Can you shut the fuck up?
Was like on some baby, where you at? And she was getting fucked, Diddy.
Okay, I did not know that.
I think that he just said that he's broke. So now he's soliciting her to go have sex with Diddy for money, but now she's a cheater.
On tour.
Old girl is 8 months pregnant.
Wait, hold on. Listen, did y'all know? I just heard this today. She was going on tour to get some money, knowing nobody knows any song from Cassie but me and you. The movie was even trash. She was going to get some money. When she got them and it was set up, she canceled when she got that check. Soon as she got that money, that 20 million, she canceled. And she didn't go.
I'm trying to tell you, like, why that's all it is whenever you're pregnant. If you knew that you really had something, you had all your proof and everything lined up, what is the purpose of you bringing your pregnant ass out?
No, she got pregnant on purpose. Maya, she's 8 months. She got subpoenaed.
I'm talking about whenever she went ahead and did the whole case with Diddy to get the money to begin with. Whenever she initially brought it out.
Okay, so what I read was that she had written a book or a diary or something, and she wanted him to read it, but he didn't read what she had written for him. So she wrote a book or something, but she wrote something to him to read, to pretty much just air out her grievances with him. And it was said that he didn't take it seriously. And that was when she told him that she was going to release a book, and she was giving him a chance to buy the book from her before she released the book or something like that. So yeah, so then that's how the money
y'all are saying that she's after his money, and Kamaya's
she after?
Argument was right. I understand that.
What else should she be after?
Right. That's what I'm saying. So Kamaya's argument is that she decided that or even Anton stated that her husband is broke and this is a ploy for Diddy's money. But then we bring in that she cheated on her husband. Isn't he in the loop if he's broke and he's in on it to get his money?
Correct. So this is what I'm saying, Tasha.
What I'm saying,
where is the wisdom? Where is the wisdom in it? If you have your proof that he raped you, he did all of the things that he's supposed to be alleged of doing, where is all of her proof at? And why is all of these things coming up to surface about her?
She kept it for the last.
Where's her proof of her getting raped? Is that what we're saying?
No, I'm talking about. No. I'm saying if she's not after his money, she's doing this off of strictly wisdom and understanding that, hey, I got this proof lined up. He did this, he did that, he did this, and that. Where's that at? Why is everything coming out about her and nothing about him?
But she already got his money, y'all. This is a federal case,
right?
So she already got his money.
Saying.
That's moved on. So the state is questioning her, and probably already questioned her prior. And she's obviously a great witness. She's pregnant, so the jury's going to be very sympathetic to her because she's probably rubbing her stomach, probably sobbing and crying in the court, and she's talking about all this abuse, even though the abuse ain't got nothing to do with the charges he's actually facing. But the jurors are gonna be like, damn, she was really through it. Like, if he's really guilty of racketeering and trafficking, she had to seen that shit. So she should be guilty too.
Yeah, that's why that's what I was saying. That's why she has immunity. So in exchange for her testifying for the federal government, she does have immunity because she did participate in crimes. That's what I was trying to say. Like, aside from the abusive situation, soliciting for prostitutes and, doing that across state lines, booking hotels, doing all of that, those are crimes. And in exchange for her testifying against Diddy, she has immunity. So she's able to say everything without getting in trouble. Because at the end of the day, yes, she was a victim, but she was still complicit in some of the crimes that she committed. And she was able to.
I'm gonna say this. Where's the proof in this, right? At the end of the day, she got her money, which is what she desired. No one's calling it Cassie an angel. At the end of the day, if you're asking my opinion, maybe she is a whore, right? That's fine. These are two adults. And so I don't know why you're looking like that, because I already said that. I said that from the very beginning. Accountability is for the person on trial. So you can say you think
I literally just heard you say no. Because
what did I say?
I can't even qualify what you're saying. You said maybe she's a whore.
She a whore.
How do you know that she's a whore?
You know all the
what?
She done slept with. She had
So y'all are saying that I'm being serious right now. Y'all are saying that y'all gonna put a label. I'm gonna make my point. Y'all are saying that y'all are gonna put a label on Cassie being a whore. And I said, maybe she is a whore. Was I there when she was sleeping with these men? Was I in the room? No. So I don't have any definite, just like I don't have any definite if Diddy did any of these.
She said it herself, though.
The evidence itself is speaking.
No, she said it herself. The
evidence
said that she had sex with multiple men,
yes,
right?
Multiple men.
Yeah, he came out of her mouth. That's fine. Whatever. What I'm trying to explain to you is what you just said is where's the proof? Cassie is there through a subpoena. She's not there voluntarily. So when you're saying where's the proof, why is she bringing it out now? She wanted the money, she got the money. Now she's there because she has to be.
Because she brought it out. What I'm saying is initially, with her bringing all of this stuff out, I don't think she fully thought this all the way through with her being pregnant and trying to get money out of a situation. She could have literally just held off on just a little while longer if it was really that serious and had her baby and not be going through all of this bullcrap right now while she's pregnant.
Well, I mean, if she just had the baby.
Y'all, she got the money before she even got pregnant.
Yeah. Right. How did she get the money before she got pregnant? She's 8 months pregnant.
She had no. She already got the money previous to that. I think when did she get that money?
It was like a year or something ago.
Yeah, well, Phoenix Fish, nonetheless, I have a question for you, and Shredder too, for that matter. Why do we even care? Why do these women care about this? No, I am slightly older, probably way older. Maybe I just don't care or can fathom the cultural implications of this. But other than, hey, there's some freaky stuff going on, and, Diddy's, a big impresario / rapper. And yeah, this case, is highlighting some depravity. Other than that, why is it worth doing a whole 3-hour stream over? And they don't talk about Diddy the whole 3 hours, by the way. Caught more towards the end of it. Not so much this part of it. My question is, why is this important? Why are they treating this like it's important? Honestly, the OJ trial was more important, and that was back in like 1996. This is not important. So, and maybe I'm missing something.
That was literally towards the last year. No, it was the end of last year when they were talking about how she brought him out on charges and they settled the case. That was towards the end of last year.
Wasn't it January?
Yeah, I think there was a deadline because I think New York had some sort of
statute of limitation thing.
Yes.
Yes. Was in November 2023.
Yeah, I said a couple years. It was
that's
like
when the lawsuit was given out. Yes, she might have get paid later, but yeah, that baby ain't got shit to do while she on the damn stand.
Oh, and do you know what's her name? Dawn Richards, that was in Danity Kane. She filed a civil lawsuit as well because now she's claiming not only did she witness the abuse, but I guess some abuse happened to her. And she filed a civil suit, but her civil suit is about to be dismissed. And then the defense attorney was like, you filed a civil, like, why'd you file a civil suit? She was like, for justice. And he was like, she said, well, but you wanted money too, right? And she was like, yes. And then they're breaking apart her whole entire testimony or whatever to come out because she's just looking like she's just trying to jump on a bandwagon. But what about Young Miami? Like, is she gonna?
She's quiet. But I just think that the same thing with the Tory case, that the Kelsey chick that got immunity, she guilty.
Yep. She guilty as hell.
That case, I think on the Anton show, we watched that case and the evidence was all over the place. The witnesses, different testimony, the two friends, they lied to the cops initially. So I honestly, and I'm not a fan of what's her name, Megan, and I'm like, I don't know how he was guilty, but it's like the jurors. So why not put a pregnant Cassie for the jurors?
Yeah.
But I don't think
I think she got pregnant on purpose.
But what about her like having to relive all those moments like in front of her husband as well? It's not something that's going to be like she's happy with. I don't think that she's like, yeah, I want to do this while I'm pregnant with my husband sitting in here. I think that, I mean, as much as I like I said, I do hold her accountable for some of the things, but I still kind of feel like she's still having to go through or relive traumatic experiences that she had with him, especially. I mean, and I also do know that when you've been like abused for a certain period of time, you do get hypersexual. So, I can do agree that she did some she has some horrish behavior.
Tell me more about your understanding of hypersexuality.
Why would she keep all? Like, why would she keep all of those videos?
Yeah, that's
unless
where
she knew deep down.
That's where the hypersexuality I'm talking about comes from, because most abused women, they do get very, very hypersexual, and it's something that we can never understand. I mean, even the fact that she got
the craziest thing about all of this is that Cassie's morality is now being plastered, and we understand and we can label her. Right. We understand and we can label her as something, right? But she didn't do any of these things alone.
Just as a preview, Danielle is going to prove to be the more interesting of these of these characters. And so let's see. We are only not even quite. Well, we're not even a quarter through this. I will drop the link before. I'm going to go ahead and just take this to 12 hours or so. I'll drop the link if anybody wants to finish this. It is good popcorn material. If you like seeing basically 10 ratchet people, including Anton Daniels, this is the place to go. And I know there's at least one Pink Pill fan. She's ratchet too. She's just better dressed. And even at 52, she's still pretty attractive. But she's still ratchet. And Taisha, I don't care if she's ratchet. She's just cute as a button. The rest of them, you know, are okay. even Miss Hathead.
So therefore, his character is just as bad as hers.
Yeah, he's
was the one
disgusting pig.
Oh,
That's
that's
why-
the point of her being there.
That's why he's on trial.
I'm not anti-black,
Because
Kelvin. I'm
if the stuff that she's
anti-stupid.
saying is true or not.
Can I ask?
I'm anti-stupid. I have nothing against all these people are, you know, fairly attractive in one way, shape, or form. So the blackness isn't the problem. This lady's tattoo is a problem. I'm anti-tattoo and I'm anti-stupidity. And pretty much with maybe Taisha, the rest of them are just garden variety stupid. Including Anton. He is probably the stupidest one there. Just for the hell of it.
The character key witness.
What's up, Samuel?
All of you guys a question. Do you
What's up,
guys
girl?
think that all of this is unfurling about Cassie, and I'm finding out some stuff I didn't even know right now. But do you think that when she entered her relationship with Sean Combs at 2021, that she was always this way?
No.
What I'm saying is, and I'm getting to something here. So do you?
No, actually, you're
you
not.
guys believe that maybe she was a little bit naive?
Green?
Yes. So you think so? I mean, so do you guys really think that at 21, 22, even probably have never experienced these things? I mean, like, you guys must really think she must have been whoring since she was like 15. I mean,
No,
like,
I wouldn't say
It's
that.
not that.
I wouldn't say that.
like
Yeah.
she's just barely
Hopefully a good dinner,
of
Kelvin.
age. I'm
No.
asking, do you think she came in? And Anton, I would love to hear you. Do you think she came into the relationship wanting to do those things?
That's right. Make yourself useful,
like,
woman.
volunteering herself and saying, yeah. Do you think at like her young age, that's what she wanted?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I feel
That's a
like
part of
if you
being-
watch the video of Me and You, if you watch the video of Me and You, she was already kind of sexual, I think. I don't know what went on in her life before that, but she was the video, the lyrics, and this was way before.
I just don't think that you live enough years to have that kind of experience to even know these things. Like,
No, trust me, that's a part
life long enough.
That's a part of being naive. You
Hold on,
wanting
wait a
to
minute.
experience
Wait a
things.
minute.
I gotta do one mic.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I knew women that was getting trains ran on them in high school. I don't know where y'all been at. I don't know where y'all been, what's
But
going
trains
on.
are different than drugs and prostitutes.
Oh my Lord.
Being in
high school
mouths
parties.
and
It's not that
stuff.
Crazy out there.
I knew chicks that was getting
I bet
trains ran
Anton
on
was
them
the
in high
conductor
school.
of those
I don't know
trains.
what y'all talking about.
And what were those girls' backgrounds like? If you were to peek into
we
their
didn't
home lives,
research
were they like loved and everything was great, and they just are like?
I never listen. Let me tell you something. My homeboys never told me about whether or not they met their parents.
Oh, to Cassie came from 2-parent household.
Yeah,
and
she
they were
did.
raised in Connecticut. I think she was very, very green. She
Let
said
me
that
switch
Diddy
it. Let me
taught her to
switch
suck dick. So I think she was very, very green.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Well,
as
no,
well.
but that doesn't excuse her choices for 11 years.
I'm not.
And it doesn't mean that she.
So what I'm saying is that there seems to be a progression of depravity, right?
Everybody is green until they not pink.
Yes, but what I'm saying is that like
Potter.
Yeah. So what I'm saying
everybody
is
is green until they not.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I just don't think that you live enough years to have experience with, having sex with prostitutes, having tons of parties, all kinds of drugs. Like when I was 20, 21, like I stopped playing with Barbies when I was 13. So you do the math there. It's like, I'm just having a hard time believing that somebody that
He
young
loved her white
could be that
Barbies.
sophisticated, and that Diddy was not somehow, as being almost old enough to be her father, have some involvement in the influence of her. That's it.
Look, let me say this.
Hold on. How many times have we? You want to be in the music industry. You wasn't trying to be in the music industry either. How many times have we heard of these chicks? Come on, Pink. You can't be this naive.
No, I do, but I also have 4 children. So I'm coming at it from like maybe just a mom. Like I'm not just being so quick to be like that, because I also remember when I was 19 and how truly naive I was. Like the things that people could tell me that I would believe. I had both my parents.
So Anton, if somebody is a bad person,
so it was like,
I have a question. If somebody is a bad person, do they deserve a crime to happen to them?
No.
We're talking about Cassie's morals here. So if Cassie,
no,
you're
we're
deeming
talking
her
about the fact that she was busting it down for a real one.
Let my favorite woman on this panel
that you
talk.
thinking she's a whore. Does that
that means that listen,
bad things happen to bad people.
No.
Bad things happen to bad people.
That means
all y'all telling me is all y'all telling
that means
me
we all deserve to go to jail.
At the end of the day, all y'all telling me is that y'all are part of the sisterhood. That's what it really comes down to.
So look, let me address what
this is an adult accountability thing.
At the end of the day, what you're telling me is that when it comes to the actually really holding people accountable, we only hold women accountable based off of words. Bad girl, you're bad. Don't do that again. Don't have children out of wedlock. Don't do this. Don't do that. That's how we hold women accountable. When it actually comes to, because see, equal means equal across the board. That's what feminism has given us. Feminism said that y'all wanted equal. You know what y'all advocate against, though? Equal when it comes to consequences. Then this is why you see.
Kelvin, I actually think this is a good look, mainly because it's his. I think this is broadcast from his channel, and he is, kind of the rooster to all these hens. He's keeping them in line. That seems to be his role. He is there to inject male quote logic on these errant females. So, it's a separate kind of argument whether he is effective. And you're probably more right. He is not fulfilling his role. But, it is what it is.
See women advocate for equal pay, equal rights, but at the same time, they'll advocate against updating family court laws. This is why you'll see women commit crimes, but on a regular basis, they'll never be charged in the same way that a man is. They'll never serve the same sentences. They'll never be prosecuted. They'll never, ever let their feet touch the ground. We're always going to treat women with kid gloves, especially if they're pretty. Especially if they're pretty, especially if they're pregnant. The sister code is going to save them. Well, you know what? But wow, well, wait, did she have a father in her life? Anybody asked Diddy if he had a father in his life?
Period.
I'm not sure what. Okay, can I just ask Anton, like, what do you expect?
Nobody cares about Diddy his upbringing. Nobody gives a fuck. Don't nobody care. If he had been touched when he was younger, that's cool. But nigga, you an adult now. Fix your motherfucking life. That's no excuse. But when it's a woman, oh my God.
I know. I'm just
Okay.
wondering when you say accountability.
A lot of you guys know Anton Daniels better than I do. He literally sounds like a feminist. He wants women to be treated equally with men and vice versa. How is this dude not a feminist? Women don't get treated as harshly as men. What a fucking clown.
What do you want? What do you want?
What
What
do
do
you
you
want
want to happen? Like, what?
Can I just address what Pink Pill was saying earlier? Because I love the fact how she was saying when she was 19 and when she was 20. You got to understand, you came up in a completely different generation. You said you're Generation X, right?
Oh, she's calling Pink Pill.
Generation
She's
Z,
calling
right?
Crystalline
Millennial, right?
a boomer.
I'm a millennial. And I'm pretty sure there's a few other millennials. There may be a few other millennials on here. But the way we were coming out and the way we were brought up is completely different than the way you saw things. So trust me, it is not
No,
far-fetched
it shouldn't be
for
different.
Cassie to be busting it down for a real one and a not so real
You know
one.
what I learned? You know what I learned tonight? You know what I learned tonight? All women, all of them are on the table. There is no woman that you cannot get. There is no morality code that she will not abide by, that she will abide by. Every woman has a price. That's what I learned tonight. Because they don't believe it. They don't believe it. I don't give a fuck about what y'all saying. I don't care about y'all protesting. I don't care about y'all fake getting upset. I know that every last woman on the face of this fucking earth has a price.
I think
and
every
one
man
of the
has
reasons
well.
why they have a price is because they want the lifestyle, and it's always going to be a price that's attached to it. They willing to pay it, and they don't believe that they'll ever have to be held accountable for it. One of the reasons why you see some guys,
the deal of right and wrong.
one of the reasons why you see men, and they're willing to hold what, you know what? Some men are willing to cross it and just take a chance. Other men is like, you know what? That's just too big of a price to pay. Because we know for a fact that if we get caught, it's over. It's over. There is no coming back. Ain't no plan B. You going to jail, or you gonna die, or you gonna get whatever. You're gonna be held accountable. You're gonna lose your job. You're gonna lose your money. You're gonna lose your income. You're gonna lose everything. Women inherently in the back of their mind, they know that they can recover from it. And so the price is always easier to justify. And you know you can get away with it. It's almost like, look, I'll give you an example. Through all of what she's been through, this bitch got another husband. Half of y'all can't even fucking find a husband, and she got a husband that's willing to sit up there on trial and listen about how she got ran through and how she got her mouth pissed in.
But that's not. I mean,
you know what women are saying. You know what women are saying online. You know what women are saying online. In mass. That's a good man, Savannah. Lord, bless that type of love to attack me. Instead of saying, what the fuck is this bitch doing? Getting her mouth pissed in. At some point, she had to say, you know what? I don't like the taste of pee. But instead of us having
that's not a criminal offense. You're conflating a lot of different things. You're conflating a lot of different things.
You want women to be held to the same standard as men.
Conversation of why she like pee. We're having a conversation about the character witnesses that is coming up to establish whether or not Diddy is the culprit. No accountability whatsoever. I don't believe it. I believe that any woman that I want, I can get her now.
But being kinky is not a crime.
You've given us the understanding to be careful of the type of women that we go after, but at the same time, understand that they all got a price.
Anton, you serve such contradictions, and it's so funny to me. Do you want women to be held to the same standard as men for the sake of equality? Would you like that?
I don't give a fuck.
That's what it should be.
But this is your perspective. This is what you're
I don't
saying.
give a fuck no more because
You
I
a
believe
whole stance about it.
You
So
can't.
I
He's
have a
about,
question.
oh, I
You
love
can't
this
answer the
woman.
question.
Listen. If God couldn't,
There's a reason why this woman is my favorite. Why doesn't she just call him a feminist? If you want equality between the sexes, that is literally one of the tenets of feminism. Thank you, you sensitive man, Anton Daniels. I wish Taisha would just fucking say what she really wants to say. Stop. Be a Stanley Cross, ma'am.
couldn't hold Eve accountable, what makes you think that y'all gonna listen to me?
This was about desire. Would you desire women
God
to
couldn't
be held to
convince
the
Eve
same?
to
You're
not
avoiding my
eat from the-
question.
not
You're
Look
avoiding
at
my
him.
You
question.
didn't say that. God absolutely did hold Eve accountable.
Can we not play into what
Adam,
play into the semantics, guys? The question is, do you want
Yeah.
women to be held
This
to
is
the
what
same
happens
standard
when
as
you
men?
get cooked,
No, you don't.
Anton.
You always say you don't. But now you're advocating
That
for
woman
it.
is
Now
awesome.
you want it. But when it's about submission and when it's about
Jim
relationships,
Lugan.
you're there.
But that's the. This is the thing.
Oh, that's funny,
Anton, you gotta
Kelvin.
stop contradicting yourself.
If
You have to
you
stop doing
believe,
that.
no. This has nothing to do with
always do
contradiction.
that.
This don't have nothing to do
God
with
damn it.
contradiction.
Where was this woman when I
All of
was
the men
young?
that's with y'all, please tell them not to listen to this show no more.
Anton, you don't have to
Because-
advise our men. It
Tell them,
doesn't
tell them
matter.
don't listen to this
That
show no
doesn't
more.
matter.
Because
That
I'm
doesn't
gonna speak to the guys and I'm gonna speak to all of the men that's watching this that got wives. that
Don't
got
talk to me. I want to hear
You're being
Taisha.
ridiculous.
I think that they're innocent. Let me tell you, big dog. She'll go.
I bet she won't.
I bet you she will.
I bet you she
But
won't.
see, that's your problem. You sitting there in the background trying to
I bet you won't.
Y'all have a
trying
good
to be a
night.
cheerleader. You sitting there in the background trying
Bye.
to be a cheerleader instead of
Oh,
get her off the fucking screen.
No,
Because let me tell you
don't do
what's
that
really
like
happening.
that.
Get her off the fucking
It was
screen.
an accident. She gonna come right back.
No, there wasn't no accident. That
No,
nigga
she
hit
said
the
bye. She said bye.
Let me tell you what really happened. He started to get uncomfortable because she started exposing herself as a chameleon.
No,
That's
she
the
did
truth.
not.
No.
That is a man's
Oh, this
wife.
motherfucker got
he was
his
watching the
goose
chat.
cooked and he
was
is
watching the
pissed.
chat, and he realized that the chameleon was starting to come out. I'm fucking up the money because she's a femininity coach, and she say that she accountable. No. See, I'm gonna say the real. She's a femininity coach. She said that she hold women accountable, but all of that shit started to come apart because when you let a woman talk for long enough and you let her actually tell what she really believes,
Yeah,
you
you're
let her
right,
tell what
Kelvin.
she really believe, that shit started to come up. Now the simp is gonna start to come. I bet you she won't, nigga. If she wouldn't, then she wouldn't be here in the first place. All of that shit that you talking, I don't believe it, dog. You gonna have to show me. You gonna have to show me, nigga. Send her over here for 48 hours. She gonna come back a different person. I promise you, nigga. I promise you on God, everything is gonna be different. Everything, because she gonna
God
see some shit
damn,
that she
he
never
has
seen
to
before.
pull out the
Everything is
N-word.
gonna be different. Get her off the street. You did the right thing, nigga. Get her off the stream. Get her off the fucking stream. Because all of that square shit you talking,
look,
that shit going
look
out
at this
the window.
motherfucker crashing out.
I'm gonna just leave it at that.
Does Daylin or AC want to say anything before we go to the super chat? No.
All of that
Anton,
fake
what a
femininity shit,
pussy.
nigga,
He
that shit, bro.
he let
No? Okay,
some cute little girl undo his ass.
Okay. Let's start the super chat. Shout out to everybody in the chat. We do appreciate you guys. It is a Monday night. Woo! Wait. Before we move
That
on.
was unexpected.
Yeah, it was unexpected. Before we move on, who thinks
Nigga said, I bet you she won't.
a quick yes or no?
I bet you she won't.
It's done.
I bet you she won't.
do we think, raise a hand, that Diddy should be arrested for what he's being tried for now? Who thinks he should be arrested for what he's being for sex trafficking and racketeering?
I guarantee you that nigga's still watching.
Stop. It is. Okay, so Izzy,
I guarantee you still watching.
Izzy,
I don't like that motherfucker.
They are cool. They both been on the panel before. They cool. So
I
Izzy,
guarantee you still watching.
Anybody else?
He can come on the show next, and she can come too.
Izzy, Pink Pill, anybody else think he should be arrested?
I think he should be arrested, but as far as life in prison, I am not following. I have to admit, I haven't been following the case as closely to where, there are things that I'm finding out about the situation that I'm just finding out now. But from what I understand, Cassie aside, these are charges that could have been put upon him whether or not she was involved. Is that a yes or no? So put Cassie aside.
I wonder if she is culturally appropriating whiteness. She literally sounds I don't know. I guess I won't criticize. She is 52, so she knows what she's doing, but she just sounds culturally appropriated. There's a weird thing about people who are trying to speak proper English. They sound like they're trying. It does not sound natural. And Pink Pill is rehearsed, and I like her. Not her politics, of course, and pretty much, I just kind of like how well put together she is. But you can tell she does this. She has to work to speak English or proper English properly.
There are still things that he's done that he needs to be held accountable for. As far as life in prison,
not if
I think that's a
I
lot.
don't know about that.
I don't know.
My point isn't that she sounds white, Kelvin. And I don't think I sound particularly white, but if I do, I do. What I'm saying is she is trying to sound white. You may sound white, but she is trying to sound white. There's a difference. It's not quite code switching because she's always on white. Her code is switched to white mode, but she has a mode. I don't.
I don't know. I think that's a lot. I think that like life in prison should be reserved for extreme child abusers, murderers, kidnappers, and things like that.
I think I got something to say, Q, before you to the
Go ahead.
It seems like we don't have enough evidence, otherwise we would have talked about it, that supported the claims of sex trafficking and racketeering. So we're kind of like, since we don't have nothing to speak to that, let's talk about
I assure you
abuse. Okay, he's a
I don't
shitty
code
person.
switch, Kelvin.
They muster up enough charges.
Hey, 12th man, it
evidence
was
and
Thursday the
to
last
charge
time
him with that
you
and
were
try him for that. Then we can talk about
last time you were on this
witnesses,
panel,
and
it was
character and all of
Thursday as
this,
well.
But from what I've heard, don't nobody know anything or have any evidence supporting racketeering or sex trafficking. So no, he doesn't need to
No,
be physical life unless they
most
can prove that.
English,
Racketeering
most
is
people
not.
from England
for
don't
the
speak
sex
English
trafficking, it was
properly.
because he did it across state line, and she did testify that they would book for
Let's see.
in different states. Yeah. But
An expert.
So she needs to be charged as well.
Well, again, which is why she has immunity, but he still did commit a crime. Soliciting for prostitutes is a crime. It's not legal. I don't think it's legal in the U.S.
And then I believe, didn't the feds, when they raided, they did find illegal drugs in his house?
Yes, drugs.
Are you supposed to have drugs in your house, Anton?
No, you're not.
I mean,
also,
she was so
and also the sexual the SA charges as well with other women, not just Cassie. So it's
Cassie
Cassie got in a fight with Diddy because she stole drugs out the house with a friend that got on the stand that said that he hung her over a balcony. Like, so she had the drugs too, and she was ordering the drugs. She was ordering the drugs. She was also a prostitute. I hope that one of the prostitutes come out and be like, you know what? I feel like Cassie did this to me. She put
one of them did already testify.
There's
a prostitute that testified.
The prostitute that testified.
Right.
Yeah,
No, but I'm saying sue Cassie. Sue Cassie. They don't have to be criminal. Don't you just sue her for civil. You traumatized me. I feel hurt. I want 15 now.
Who the hell is going to sue Cassie? Who's going to sue Cassie though?
Yeah, why
the
not
prostitutes, the people that they had a woman, the women prostitutes, the men prostitutes, everybody.
No,
I would sue Cassie because I'm traumatized. I'm traumatized that not only do I have to hear other women sit up here and break their neck to literally defend bullshit. Like that's the Meg Thee Stallion thing. I don't even want to get on that. Because I don't know if we're gonna talk about it, but real quick,
I don't believe that. I don't believe that. Listen, I'm gonna give y'all a little break, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because I don't even think y'all know what y'all be doing. I don't even think that y'all really like y'all. Women are the ultimate.
The voice of male reason.
Like they're gonna do whatever it takes in order for them to win, and whether that be continuing to get money, finding. I don't think that women have the same level of morality as men have, honestly. I think that they're gonna justify in their mind that they females, they weak, oh my God, and we gotta figure it out, we gotta survive. I don't think that women will ever be held accountable. And I think that, they're diabolical. They really are. And we just
I do think that men also enable that as well, because
we just gotta understand the beast that we dealing with. We dealing with a different level of monster. And it could be the best thing that happened to you until it could be the worst thing that happened to you. And that's just the way it is. It just is what it is.
And there is truth. She was jealous. That's never going to happen because what I noticed is that men do lose an incentive if they were to hold women accountable.
That men do what?
They will lose some sort of benefit or an incentive if they were to hold women accountable. And
no, we weak. We weak for it.
That's what I'm saying. So
a lot of us are weak for it, and then we get the monster. And we protect the monster because the monster then becomes an extension of us. And so we got to make sure that we don't embarrass ourselves.
Yeah, Kelvin, I literally said...
women don't give a fuck about that.
I literally said that Anton is here to be the voice of male logic. This is actually an interesting setup. Anton Daniels as a red pill guy, I guess, because literally I just started. This is like maybe the first full show. I just subscribed to his channel a couple days ago. I'd heard of him, but had never really cared that much. But he was in a video or something I saw the other day, and I got curious. This is basically, him being the rooster, and herding or being the rooster for all these hens, and he's a hen. So far, the woman who fucking put him in check, and she should have called him a feminist because that's where it was getting to. I guess her man in the background pissed Anton off, so she is gone. But yeah, Anton is the rooster. He is the man to, explain logic to these women, oddly enough, about the Diddy case. Like, he's going to sit here and mansplain fucking depravity to these women. And it is not a good look. It's just weird. But that's the manosphere.
That they be like, you know what? I don't care. I'm about to break up this relationship. I'll find another monster.
She was mad after Kim Porter died, talking about, oh, I'm done with you now because basically, she was jealous because in his eulogy, he said that was
soulmate,
soulmate, soulmate or something. And then she got mad and she brought up the Gina chick in the situation. That's jealousy. A woman, when she is, and I am a woman, and I could be.
I would.
A woman could be
all fucking like
downright,
women are
like,
evil
stupid.
guys
Like
or
when they
manosphere
say,
in my
like, when they say men,
viewpoint.
you could be sleeping next to your the realest enemy that you have or something like that.
You do.
Well, let me give a special welcome to Clue. A man saying mansplain. Motherfucker, that's what you weak ass manosphere, hood conservative, crying males. I'm crying because a woman hurt me. Y'all are fucking walking country songs. Hood conservative. Someone should fucking make a country and western song about how he got hurt by a woman. You'll have to forgive me, Clue. I've had a couple beers, so I'm a little loose lipped. So welcome aboard, Dr. Clue. Your buddy Big Black Bird was here, and I had to tame his ass too. You should tell that motherfucker. I don't run the kind of panel he does. You will be disciplined if you bring that fucking Lord, that fake Florida Evans bullshit to my panel. Your ass will be gone or at a minimum mocked. Yes, people like Clue Studio, people like Hood Conservative, people like fucking Big Black Crow, they mansplain because they're weak. Oh, and hit the link. Let's see, we got about 5 minutes left before we have to end this travesty. Yeah, come on. Sorry. I was blessed with people supporting the show just to ply my bad judgment loose with Bud Light. Fuck you, Dolomite. We understand you're not used to black women getting corrected. Oh, dude, you know what? I wish you had known Dolores Cross. She would fucking tame your dumbass, Dolomite, and Anton. Y'all would be calling her yes ma'am. Don't call her anything but yes ma'am. I was raised by a very strong black woman, like actually smart too. And you know what? My father was hardly intimidated because he was a real man. Real men don't fucking get intimidated by even talkative women because eventually they learn their man and they just figure out, hey, I'm yapping. Let me just be quiet. They will self-correct with a strong male presence. That is my experience. My wife was a bit of a talker. And she used to complain that I never communicated. I know that's hard to believe, but why the fuck should I talk all the time unless I have something to say? And she eventually, I didn't have to go, hey, you talk too much. They just fucking, a good couple. Hey, Kim, and Kim, you know this. A couple just vibes. They know. I won't describe it as two people become one or your souls are joined. You just learn each other. A wife will know if a man doesn't like talking all the time. And a man, something American Man said, and I meant to talk about it on the show. If I do a show in the morning, maybe I'll talk about it. Maybe I'll even do a monologue. American Man said probably the most interesting thing I've ever heard him say, but it was wrong, of course. But he basically thinks that women don't understand masculinity because they're women, and men don't understand femininity because they're men. And I'm not sure I agree with that. I think men are masculine because women do understand masculinity. They know what they want. And, over the millennia, maybe it's like there's a word for it, a meme, like a genetic type of meme. Women know what masculinity is because they expect masculinity. Now, not all women, and I think it's being lost, over time. But in a perfect world, men respond with masculinity to what women think they want or need from a man. Men are not just automatically masculine, they learn it from mothers or women. And the same thing in reverse. A father, for instance, will teach a daughter what a man should be, and how to be feminine. Now, I'm not a sociologist or anything like that, but that's just what I've observed over my years. Women understand masculinity. They pretty much define masculinity. Men understand what they want in women. They define femininity, and women respond in a feminine way to satisfy, to get a mate, to be purely biological. So anyway, I am done. Fuck you, Clue. Oh, brother. I'm not your fucking brother. Just kidding, Clue. Yeah, Kim. Well, I don't know that it's disgusting. I don't know that you have to go that far. I'm just saying, I think women define masculinity, and it's counterintuitive